For many years, I was a foolish soul, enduring countless hardships. One fateful day, my spirit returned, and the little fisher girl, leaning against the vast ocean, sought to make her fortune. With the ability to summon beasts through her flute, she deftly navigated the calamities of nature and man. Yet, while others called forth wild creatures, from where did this spirited young man emerge? In Tawa village, nestled on a picturesque hillside, the earth, caressed by the spring breeze, was in the season of awakening. Branches had quietly sprouted fresh buds, and tender blades of grass stealthily emerged from the soil. A throng of ragged children of varying sizes gathered on the slope, all bent over, searching for edible wild greens. In this transitional season, foraging for these greens ensured that families would not succumb to hunger. Two slender children, one older and one younger, had gathered their wild greens and sat side by side, weary from their early morning efforts. One gazed vacantly into the depths of the forest, while the other, with a pitiful expression, rubbed his tummy. Glug, glug. Yu's thoughts were drawn to the sound, and she glanced at her frail younger brother, gently patting his head. Are you hungry? 4-year-old Ping nodded shyly. Yes, big sister. Aren't you hungry? I only had half a bowl of porridge this morning, filled with wild greens, without a single grain of rice. The little fellow seemed to recall something. Sister, why isn't our Ann out gathering wild greens? She doesn't help with the chores at home, either? Little Ping furrowed his delicate brows, a sight that tugged at Yu's heartstrings. She ruffled her hair and stroked her brother's head, pondering the matter. I don't know either. I've heard people say our grandmother is biased. But you mustn't mention this at home, or else grandmother will scold us, and might even withhold our meals. Wait here for me. Keep an eye on the wild greens while I go find something to eat. The young boy hesitated, worry flickering in his eyes. Sister, just be careful not to wander too far. If you can't find your way back, call for me. Touched by her brother's concern, Yu felt a warmth in her heart. She knew her mind could be a little muddled at times, but finding food was certainly within her capabilities. She waved goodbye to her little brother and ran towards the riverbank. Having finished foraging, the children found themselves with little to do. Spotting Ping guarding the basket alone, a few mischievous boys approached him. Little fool, where's your big idiot of a brother? Wow, you've gathered so many wild greens. Perfect, let us help you carry some. Little Ping clutched the two baskets tightly, his face flushed with anger as he shouted at them. You're the fools. Your whole family are fools. My sister isn't a fool, you are all. The little boy detested hearing anyone call his sister foolish. She treated them well, far better than anyone else, and, at times, he felt that even his parents did not care for him as much as she did. Seeing Ping standing up for himself, and noticing that Yu was not in sight, the boys grew emboldened, treating him like a mere toy, pushing and prodding him playfully in the face of such bullying. Ping, though diminutive in stature, rose defiantly and charged at one of his assailants, aware that he stood no chance against the group, yet determined to confront at least one. By the heavens, that little rascal has gained some courage. You lot, give him a thorough beating. If he isn't tamed this time, I shall take his surname. With a disdainful wipe of his snot, Dog Shung clambered to his feet, rallying his 3 accomplices to rush toward Ping. Sister, come save me. The helpless cry from the little fellow stirred a sense of sympathy among the onlooking children, who were all too familiar with the tyrannical reign of Dog Shung and his gang within the village. The children had often fallen victim to their bullying, and the thought of incurring their wrath in future encounters was a source of dread. However, standing just a wall away, Ari placed her hands on her hips and boldly pointed at Dog Shung. Release Ping. When Sister Yu arrives, you shall be in for it. Her voice rang clear, yet lacked the conviction to truly intimidate. Though she had the support of the timid children hiding behind her, her trembling fingers betrayed her lack of resolve, rendering her threats ineffective against those who tormented Ping. Despite being no match for the considerably larger children, the little one refused to be a mere victim, occasionally mustering the courage to retaliate. Noticing her inability to assert dominance, Arya urgently called to her companions. Quickly, come lend a hand. If Sister Yu finds out you didn't help, you'll be the ones getting beaten later. In the minds of the children, Yu, despite her simplicity, was fiercely protective of her own, possessing a remarkable strength. When Dog Shung had previously bullied Pan, it was Yu who had sent him fleeing in terror. With the mention of Yu, the onlookers lost their appetite for mere entertainment, and the children on the hillside began to intervene. Stop fighting, Dog Shung. It's cowardly to bully the weak. Just then, Pan, dispatched by their grandmother with a basket in hand, reached the hilltop and witnessed the chaotic brawl, hearing the cries of "stop fighting" echoing from the crowd. However, upon recognizing the distressing wails, her anger flared. She abandoned her basket and darted forward, for she recognized her brother's voice among the cries. Meanwhile, Chinyu had secretly set a trap the previous night and was pleasantly surprised to find several fish inside. This meant her brother and sister wouldn't go hungry. She planned to take back 2 of the larger ones, intending to return for more if necessary. Yet, as she approached with her catch in tow, she caught sight of her sister embroiled in a scuffle. Without a second thought for the fish, she dashed forward like a gust of wind, seizing the 2 boys who were assaulting her brother and sister and unceremoniously tossing them to the ground. Upon seeing his savior arrive, Chen's little brother, though small, was quick-witted. "Sister, it's them who are hitting me," he exclaimed. The boys, identified by Chun Ping, upon realizing Chun Yu was present, were filled with fear and fled, knowing full well they could not contend with her. Chun Yuera remained silent, her countenance darkened. She approached with fierce determination, delivering a series of kicks and blows that sent those attempting to flee crashing to the ground. "Behave yourselves, or I shall make you regret it. Painter, how are you 2 holding up? Are your injuries severe?" Chun Pan inspected the wounds of both herself and her brother. Aside from some bruises on their faces, they were fortunate not to have sustained any serious injuries, as the blows exchanged had been considerably softened by the intervention of others. "It's nothing serious, just a bit of pain here and there." No sooner had she spoken than her younger brother let out a sharp intake of breath, causing a flicker of concern to cross Chun Yuera's typically impassive face, her gaze now tinged with worry for her brother. Tears welled up in the little one's eyes as he reached out to her. "It's nothing serious, just a scrape on my hand. A little cleaning when we get back will suffice." Meanwhile, the group of Gao Sheng thought they could slip away unnoticed while the siblings conversed. Just as they attempted to make their move, Chun Yu delivered a swift kick, sending one of them sprawling to the ground. Her gaze held a hint of menace. "Dare you bully my brother again?" Gao Sheng remained down, yet 2 of the others had managed to get up, only to be startled by the sight of their comrade being kicked, prompting them to flee down the mountain in fright. Chun Yu did not pursue them, but instead fixed her eyes on Gao Sheng. Deep in thought, he recognized his precarious position. He could not confront this fool head-on. He resolved to go back and inform his parents, knowing that the elderly matriarch of the Chun family would surely deal with this foolish girl. Determined, he quickly pleaded, "Sister Yu, please spare me. I acknowledge my wrongs and vow never to repeat them." Seeing his admission of guilt, Chun Yu decided not to press further. Giving him a kick as she said, "If you dare to bully my brother again, just try it." With Gao Sheng and his companions no longer causing chaos on the mountain, the atmosphere immediately lightened. Arya and a few others, who shared a good rapport with the Chen sisters, rushed over to inquire about the siblings' well-being. Chen's younger brother expressed heartfelt gratitude to his sister for her timely intervention. "Thanks to you, Arya, I can only imagine how badly I would have been beaten otherwise. Have you gathered enough wild vegetables? If not, my sister and I can assist you." Arya smiled and waved her hand dismissively. "We've gathered plenty. Are you heading back? Shall we go together?" Pan Air sighed and pointed toward the distant baskets. "My grandmother asked me to fetch 2 more baskets for feeding the pigs and chickens. If I don't fill them, I might not get dinner tonight. You all should head back. I'll come find you later." Arya, aware that Yu wasn't particularly astute, offered a few more reminders before leaving. Yu reflected on Arya's advice, realizing she should have thought to take her brother to the riverbank to avoid the trouble they encountered. "Yes, please remind me more in the future when such situations arise." As she watched everyone depart, Pan Air plopped down on the ground. Chun Yu furrowed her brow, lifting her brother onto her lap with a puzzled expression. "Didn't Grandma ask you to help at home? Why did you come out here?" Pan Air sighed, nudging the basket that had been retrieved. "This is for us to gather wild vegetables. My aunt brought my cousins along, so they sent me out. They're probably enjoying a good meal at home. Well, I wonder if our mother will get a chance to have some soup." Chen's younger brother interjected, "Don't dwell on it. Perhaps our mother will come looking for us soon." Pan Air glanced at you. "Sister, what were you doing earlier? How could you leave your brother all alone here? It's quite dangerous." You scratch your head. "What was I doing earlier?" Xiao Chen Ping gently reminded her elder sister, "I mentioned that I was hungry, and you promised to fetch me something to eat. Have you found it yet?" Yuer suddenly slapped her forehead, realizing, "How could I forget? I left the fish behind. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve it." As she hurried out, the siblings sighed in unison. Pan Air, embracing her younger brother, advised from now on, Keep a closer eye on our elder sister. She doesn't always think clearly. When I can't be around, make sure to stay with her and prevent any mishaps. She's our only sister. Oh, how wonderful it would be if she could recover from her condition. Chun Ping, however, remained unconcerned, asserting, elder sister isn't ill. Didn't Team Mother say that her spirit was frightened away? Once her spirit returns, she'll be fine. You can count on me to watch over her. The siblings observed their dear elder sister returning joyfully with several fish, realizing that it was only during moments of feasting that they could witness the familiar radiant smile on her face. I intended to save a few fish to sneak back for you two, but since we have enough, let's roast them together and take them home for Mother without sharing with anyone else. The siblings nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the fish in Yu Er's hands. Not only were the fish plentiful, but they were also substantial. Let us gather some firewood, the siblings suggested. With the promise of food, they no longer felt the pangs of hunger hindering their movements and quickly returned with the firewood. However, Yu looked at them with a hint of regret and said, "Oh dear, I forgot to bring the flint." Pan smirked, "I anticipated this. Look, here is the flint, and here is the salt. I have prepared everything. Let us start roasting. I can hardly contain my hunger any longer." Yu was most skilled at roasting fish, having often prepared meals on the mountain to bring back for her younger siblings. If it weren't for her discreet efforts to provide for them, their situation might not have been as favorable as it was now. Watching her brother and sister fidget with their little hands from the heat while continuously munching, Yu felt a small sense of satisfaction, choosing to eat less so that they could indulge more. Pan looked up to see her elder sister gazing at them in a daze and quickly urged, "Sister, you should eat too. We still need to gather vegetables later. Let us save these four for Father and Mother." The fish seasoned with salt tasted especially delightful, leaving Chan Shao Di in a state of bliss, rubbing his little belly while lying in Yu Er's embrace. "Sister, how wonderful it would be if we could eat our fill every day." Yu tenderly patted her brother's head and softly replied, "That day will come. Do not worry. In the future, I will ensure you never go hungry again." Although they hadn't completely satisfied their hunger, at least the sisters had some sustenance in their bellies, granting them enough strength to work. At this moment, within the Chun family's ancestral home, preparations for a chicken feast were underway. Typically, by this time of year, the household provisions would dwindle. However, with their daughter visiting from her in-laws, the matriarch of the Chun family was determined not to let her beloved child suffer. After all, she was her own flesh and blood, and her eldest son-in-law, a skilled carpenter, enjoyed a respectable income. Thus, the life of her eldest daughter was relatively prosperous compared to theirs. By treating her daughter well, the matriarch hoped to bask in her daughter's success in the future. The chicken was prepared by the mother of the visiting daughter, by Xiaomei. Today, the second daughter-in-law had taken her two daughters back to her parents' home, while the eldest daughter's family resided in town. The matriarch had also sent her own 3 children away, and as she cooked, tears streamed down her face. She wished to save a few pieces of chicken for her children, but with her sister-in-law watching closely, it seemed that even the bones would be stripped bare by the time the dish graced the table. Chun Yuji, observing by occasional wiping of her eyes, sarcastically remarked, "Oh, third sister-in-law, are you so tempted by the chicken that you're shedding tears?" Bai, with a countenance as pale as water, replied calmly, "Not at all. I'm merely choked by the smoke. At our age, we no longer desire much, just the hope that our children can have their fill. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since you and the others have tasted meat. Perhaps you should step outside. The kitchen is filled with fumes, and I wouldn't want you to stain your clothes." Seeing the delectable food, Chun Yuji was reluctant to leave her post, keenly watching to ensure her sister-in-law wouldn't pilfer any morsels. Who knew if, after she departed, a piece of meat would go missing? Casting a sidelong glance at Bai, she mused, "This meat is meant for our guests. We, after all, have not enjoyed such delicacies ourselves. It has been ages since I savored meat." Bai, weary of her sister-in-law's banter, thought to herself how incredulous it was to claim she hadn't eaten meat whenever a delicious dish was prepared. It inexplicably vanished into the mouths of her sister-in-law and brother-in-law. The children had often witnessed their grandmother preparing special treats for the younger ones. Yet Bai refrained from vocalizing her grievances. What did she do? The household was governed by her mother-in-law, and even if she wished to prepare something delightful for her children, financial constraints loomed large. Once the chicken and rice were ready, Chen Yuji left no drop of soup behind, taking everything away. I could only sigh quietly in the kitchen. Her hopes of saving a bit of broth for the children dashed. Oh, why does it smell so delightful in the house today? Sister-in-law, what delicious dish have you prepared? As the three men returned from the fields, laden with farming tools, I merely smiled faintly. There's nothing special. My elder sister has returned, and mother asked me to stew a chicken. You three should wash up quickly and return to eat. After a morning's labor, I'm sure you're famished. Chen Dehol, having tidied up, scanned the surroundings, puzzled by the absence of his children. Where could they be? He wondered. I shot him a disapproving glance and whispered, what difference does it make if they're at home? Do you want them to merely watch while they go hungry? Your mother has sent them to the mountains to forage for wild vegetables. I will go check on them shortly. You should hurry inside to eat, lest there be nothing left when you return. She was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding her family. Even if the womenfolk went hungry, she still hoped that the men of her household could have a decent meal. After all, one cannot toil effectively without proper nourishment. Chindahuk, feeling somewhat sheepish, made his exit, leaving Bai Sure to sigh and shake her head. It was disheartening that she couldn't even manage to procure something tasty for the children. Without a division of the household and with no money in hand, her intentions were thwarted by her lack of means. Glancing at the barren kitchen, her face was etched with disappointment. She suspected that her in-laws had already begun their meal, and given that they hadn't tea-called for her, it was likely that there was no portion reserved for her. Exhaling a breath of frustration, she wiped her hands and took a basket before stepping outside. Inside, Chun Dahuk found his meal less than appetizing. Although he rarely had the chance to savor meat, the only company he had was his wife and children. If his second sister-in-law and niece were present, he wouldn't dwell on it as much. But watching his elder sister and nephew enjoy their feast without any mention of inviting his wife for a meal left him feeling quite dejected. When Bai Sure arrived, she found the children nearly finished gathering wild vegetables, with two elder sisters present, rendering her younger brother Chun Ping largely idle. Yuer instructed him to keep an eye on the harvested greens, reluctant to let the young boy continue working, especially when children his age and other families were still at play. Chen Ping wandered nearby, his keen eyes catching sight of his mother approaching from afar. Having endured some grievances earlier, the little fellow's voice brimmed with surprise and excitement. Sister, look, our mother is here. I'm going to find her. As Bai Sure approached, her younger son proudly presented the fish they had caught, exclaiming, this is for you and father. Sister and I have eaten already. This was caught by elder sister. Hurry and eat. Don't let anyone see. I'll keep watch for you. Seeing her son's endearing display, Bai Xiaomei couldn't help but smile, though her heart sank upon noticing the bruise on his face. Bowtler, what happened to your face? Did someone hurt you? The little boy nodded, feeling somewhat aggrieved, but then puffed out his chest with pride, declaring, they bullied me, but elder sister and second sister beat them up. Mother, elder sister is so fierce. She made them scatter, looking for their teeth. She even said that if they dare to bully us again, she'll thrash them again. Hearing that her daughter had avenged her son brought some solace to Bai Xiaomei's heart, though she couldn't help but sigh at the sight of her eldest daughter busily gathering vegetables. Yuer was a wonderful child in every respect, but if only her intellect could match her virtues. This thought rekindled her resentment toward the elderly matriarch at home, had it not been for that woman's past mischief. Their children wouldn't have been so afflicted. She fervently hoped that the old monk's words would hold true, that her children would gradually improve as they grew older. However, unbeknownst to Bai Xiaomei, chaos was brewing back home. The families that had suffered beatings had banded together, led by Zhang Shui, the mother of the ruffian dog Shang, to confront the Chun family. Bai Xiaomei, you wretched creature, come out here at once. The moment she entered the courtyard, the scathing remarks began. The villagers, witnessing the fierce demeanor of the four women, were drawn to the spectacle, with many eager to observe the unfolding drama. Such opportunities for free entertainment are rare indeed. Inside, Chun Fangshi was enjoying a lively meal with her children when the cacophony of insults reached her ears, stirring discomfort within her heart. She shot a disapproving glance at her third son. What has your wife done to provoke such ire, causing others to besiege our door with their vitriol? Go outside and see for yourself. Though the meal featured meat, Chindawa barely managed to eat a few bites, as the younger ones at home had voraciously devoured most of it. Noticing their mother's displeasure, he hastily set down his chopsticks and ventured outside. Chen Yuyin, exasperated, remarked, "Look at this. I've returned home after such a long time, and I can't even enjoy a peaceful meal. What is wrong with your third sister-in-law? Mother, I must say, you ought to keep a tight rein on such individuals, whose daughter-in-law allows others to confront her at the door and hurl insults." The old man sighed. "Just go and take a look. Your third brother is rather inept with words, and his wife is not at home. What can he possibly say, especially with Zhang Chui, who can twist any situation to her advantage? If you send your brother out, he'll only be inviting more scorn. Hurry along." Reluctantly, the elderly matriarch set down her chopsticks, and Chen Dajiang quickly followed suit. Chen Yuyin, initially reluctant to move, was driven by curiosity to uncover the misdeeds of her third sister-in-law. With the intent to witness the unfolding drama, she accompanied her younger sister outside. The courtyard was currently ablaze with insults, led by Zhang Chui, who rallied the other women, each taking turns to hurl accusations of foolishness and promiscuity, creating a relentless barrage of invective. Chen Dahua recognized that his daughter was the source of the turmoil and felt compelled to defend her. "Aunties, you must be mistaken. You are all aware of our U-S character, and it is even less plausible for our Pan-er. How could a mere girl possess the strength to contend with 4 boys? Even if you-er and Pan-er joined forces, they would stand no chance against them." Zhang Chui spat at Chen Dahua. "You heartless wretch! Are you truly oblivious to the nature of what you have raised? How dare you question me? The misdeeds of your family have accumulated to such an extent that even the heavens can no longer tolerate it, punishing you with a fool among your offspring. With your kind, it wouldn't be surprising if more fools were to follow." Zhang Chui's words struck a nerve, for no parent wishes to accept their child as a fool, though one might endure such misfortune. To hear repeated jibes of foolishness and curses of more fools to come is unbearable for anyone. Chen Dahua's face flushed crimson with indignation. The thought of his foolish daughter was already a source of anguish for both him and his wife, and here was Zhang Chui deliberately exploiting that pain. You are nothing short of shrew." With a narrowed gaze reminiscent of Chun Fong's squinting eyes, a hint of malice glimmered within. "If this matter is not resolved today, and the slanderous words of this shrew are allowed to take root, how will their daughter find a suitor or their son a bride? The thought of their lineage potentially harboring fools is unbearable." The elderly matriarch, in her indignation, plopped down onto the ground, her hands striking the earth, her voice rising even louder than Zhang Chui's. "You wretched and scrupulous harlot! Our Chen family is a virtuous household, neither thieving nor robbing, our hands free from blood. If there is to be retribution, it shall fall upon those with blood on their hands. My granddaughter may have lost her senses, but mark my words, some may soon find themselves facing their own reckoning. Those who call my granddaughter foolish may one day wish they were her equal. Oh, dear heavens, we can no longer endure this life." Her lamentations, intertwined with curses and veiled sarcasm, momentarily stunned Zhang Chui, though she quickly regained her composure. Over the years, she had sparred with the villagers and was no stranger to elderly women like her. With one hand on her hip and the other pointed accusatorily at Chun Fong, she declared with fervor, "You old hag, cease your slanderous tirades against me. Spare me your idle chatter. Bring forth the money. Your granddaughter has left our children in such a state. If she is not treated properly, it could leave lasting consequences, and your family will be held responsible when they are unable to marry." Onlookers, who had long harbored grievances against this unreasonable woman, now relished the spectacle and rallied behind the Chen family. "Butcher's wife, your husband is a pig killer, who knows how much blood stains his hands. And why did you strike your son? I heard your boys ganged up on Xinping. Aren't you ashamed? Such large boys bullying a mere child. If I were you, I would have sought death by throwing myself against a block of tofu." Once this remark was uttered, the speaker swiftly retreated, escaping the fray. Zhang Chui, unaware of who had spoken, sought to identify the culprit. Which scoundrel dares to slander our dog Sheng? Show yourself if you have the courage. From her perch on the wall, Arya, eager to witness the unfolding drama, quietly murmured, "It's true, Dog Sheng and his friends attacked Xiao Bao." Yue and Panner could not stand by idly. Concerned for her daughter, Arya's mother hastily covered her mouth, fearing that she might provoke Zhang Chui's ire. The formidable Zhang Chui was not to be trifled with, and incurring her wrath would yield dire consequences. Yet, her son, Suju, nodded fervently in agreement. Sister is right. They bullied Bauer, and Dogsheng often torments us as well. Upon hearing that her children had also been victimized, Song no longer silenced them, for the pain of her own flesh was hers to bear alone. Zhang Chui, your dog, Sheng, has been tormenting my child. How do you respond to this? I must say, our child frequently bears bruises, and it seems these are the result of your son's misdeeds. There are others who have witnessed the antics of these four boys, as many children from our village have also suffered under their bullying, often too intimidated to speak out. Thus, when one voice raised a protest, several others joined in, condemning you for your failure to discipline your child. Seeing the tide turning in her favor, Chun Fengshu stood up with a fierce cry and confronted Zhang Chui. You vile woman, how dare you slander my Chun family and harm my grandson? You have the audacity to shift blame onto me? Today, I shall not back down. In matters of conflict among women, one must either dominate the opponent from the outset or allow oneself to be thoroughly subdued. Chun Fengshu preferred to instill fear into Zhang Chui rather than endure the prospect of her incessant disturbances at home. With a fool such as her, one could never be certain of future troubles. As the elderly lady engaged in the fray, the three women who had been supporting her were taken aback, fleeing with their children into the crowd for safety. Chun Yuyin, witnessing her mother in action, feared for her mother's well-being and hastened to follow. Regardless of the butcher's wife's ample provisions at home, she could not match the endurance of the two women, compounded by the bias of those around them. While engaged in the scuffle, Chun Yuyin lamented, I wonder why my nephew hasn't returned. It's highly likely that your sons have harmed him. This matter shall not conclude today. Should anything happen to my nephew, you will all be held accountable. Upon hearing that his son might be injured, Chun Dehua abandoned any pretense of restraint and informed his brother, Chun Dajiang, before sprinting towards the hillside. Amidst the chaos outside, those inside remained passive. Chun Dei and his sister merely observed the commotion with their children, neither considering intervening. At this juncture, the elder Chun patriarch deemed it prudent to step in, declaring enough. This is not a grave matter. It is as though we bear some deep-seated vendetta. Let us disperse. My dear nieces, I am not one to wield my age as authority. Your four children have ganged up on my grandson. It is clear who holds the moral high ground in this situation. You have bickered and fought. I shall not hold it against you. Children squabbling is no great affair. Now, return home and attend to your duties. With the Chun family prevailing, Zhang Chui was left aggrieved, unable to swallow her humiliation. Weeping in the Chun courtyard, she soon attracted the village chief, who rushed over upon hearing the news. Upon witnessing Zhang Chui's distress, his beard trembled with indignation. Zhang, what is it with you again? The last time, you assured the community that this would not happen again. What did you say back then? Realizing the chief's evident displeasure, Zhang Chui understood the gravity of her situation and recognized the importance of choosing one's adversaries wisely. Standing awkwardly, she straightened her posture, smoothing her disheveled hair, with a forced smile on her face as she addressed the village chief. This matter is truly not my fault. Just look at my son. He returned home covered in injuries. His face has been clawed at, and, as a mother, my heart aches. I simply came to inquire. Yet who could have anticipated that this old hag would be so unreasonable? She barely exchanged a few words before resorting to violence. You must take a stand for me. Look how they bully me, a solitary individual. Her tone was pitiful, yet those who knew her true nature would not easily fall for her ploy. The village chief had not gained his wisdom through mere chance. He was well aware of the fierce reputation of the butcher's wife, who had previously tormented those who had crossed her. Observing Chen Fong, it was apparent that she and her daughter had not fared much better, bearing their own scars and appearing nearly deranged with their unkempt hair. Alas, old Chun, the village chief lamented. Why would someone of your age stoop to quarrel with those younger? Aren't you concerned for your own well-being? I have heard that this conflict arose from the children. If we were to assign blame, the butcher's family ought to properly discipline their offspring. My grandson informed me that today's altercation was instigated by the children from your families. Just look at Chun Laosan's child, so young, yet you can bear to unleash such violence. If we neglect to nurture this little tree, it will not grow straight. And these children must be guided properly. Otherwise, they may cause significant trouble in the future, and you will find yourselves lamenting. Since there appears to be no serious issue, let us disperse and return to our affairs. Village Chief Gao Monsong had no desire to linger. Neither family was particularly virtuous, and he had heard enough about Chun Fong's behavior over the years. He had no inclination to aid either woman, wishing only to resolve the conflict and vacate the scene. Zhang Chui had gained nothing from the altercation, and remaining would serve little purpose, only inviting the village chief's disapproval. It was wiser to retreat. Revenge could wait a decade, and there was no need to rush into immediate action. Chun Fong had achieved her objective for the day by confronting the domineering woman, ensuring that the latter would likely refrain from challenging her in the future. Moreover, she had not suffered substantial losses. The village chief had spoken, and it was best to cease while ahead. If she wished to remain in the village, she would need to navigate her interactions carefully, mindful of the chief's disposition. Brushing off the dust from her clothes, she waved her hand dismissively at the onlookers, urging them to disperse, for there was nothing more to see. In the face of such a shrew, we are powerless, she added, ensuring to clarify her position, lest her reputation be tarnished. As the crowd began to scatter in small groups, Chun Fong remained oblivious to their subsequent discussions. Meanwhile, Chun Dahua, having climbed the hillside, was filled with trepidation. Having finally welcomed a son into the world, he could not bear the thought of misfortune befalling him. In the past, he had endured scorn for lacking a son and had faced ridicule within the village. Only with the birth of his child did his heart find solace. Xiao Bao! Xiao Bao! Upon hearing her husband's panicked voice, Bai Xiaomei hurriedly cradled her son and took a few quick steps. Could you lower your voice? The child has just fallen asleep. Look at our son's face, bruised by those ruffians. Hurry and take it back home. Seeing that his son was still wrapped in his sister's clothing, Chen Dahua swiftly removed his own garment to cover the child, replacing his daughter's small attire. Where are the two girls? Why haven't we seen them? Bai Xiaomei sighed. The children went in search of food. They've been subsisting on porridge all day long. With their growing bodies, they cannot endure hunger. You hold the boy. I will take the basket back. Chen Dahua, feeling somewhat uneasy, glanced around but saw no sign of his daughters. Are they all right? Should we not look for them and return together? It's not safe for young girls on the mountain. Bai Xiaomei shot him a glance. Have the children been on the mountain for just a day or two? This has always been the case. I told them. The second one should watch over the elder. They should be fine. Let us go before the child catches a chill. Leave their clothes. They will know we have returned once they come back. However, before the two could venture far, Chun Yu and Chun Pan rushed towards them, each carrying fish. Mother, wait for us a moment. Chun Yu insisted on putting on her clothes before letting her sister carry the fish. Chen Dahua, noticing his daughter's tattered attire and recalling what his eldest niece wore, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Dear, we just had a confrontation with Dogsheng's mother. Chen Dahua recounted the events at home to his wife and children. Bai Xiaomei's eyes narrowed, perplexed by her mother-in-law's sudden change in demeanor. Chun Pan, clutching the basket and lowering her head, mumbled, perhaps our grandmother isn't concerned about us getting beaten. If she truly cared, she wouldn't strike us in the first place. Chen Dahua intended to defend his mother, but his eldest daughter, nodded in agreement. If we don't work, we get hit. If we eat too much, we get hit. If we steal food, we get hit. Listening to his daughter's grievances, which seemed to point squarely at the old lady's behavior, and recognizing that though his eldest daughter may not possess great intellect, she seldom spoke falsehoods, Chen Dahua found the words he wanted to say lodged in his throat. Bai Xiaomei looked at her two daughters with deep concern. How could this have happened? This was all the doing of their own mother. Take Yuerra, for instance. The child had always been frail, yet her grandmother, who should have cared for her, had never shown any genuine concern. The children were burdened with all the household chores, and had it not been for that negligent mother, perhaps my daughters would not have been born in such dire conditions, nor would they have ended up like this today. The thought of her children's wounds brought tears to Bai Xiaomei's eyes. If only there had been an elder present to guide them, such misfortunes might have been avoided. Regrettably, her eldest daughter, though not particularly bright, worked tirelessly, while her sister-in-law, despite being of age, contributed nothing to the household, lacking any semblance of responsibility typically expected of an elder. When it came to complaints about his wife, Chen Dahua found himself at a loss for words. After all, they were his siblings, and any blame could only be directed at himself for not being capable enough to provide a better life for his wife and children. As the family entered the house, Chen Jinyan, with a scowl on her face, remarked sarcastically, "Oh, so you finally decided to return? What a waste of the old lady's efforts to defend you all this time while you fled to escape the turmoil." Bai Xiaomei felt a sense of trepidation towards her sister-in-law. Over the years, every encounter had left her at a disadvantage, as the old lady always favored her own daughter. Each time Chen Jinyan stirred trouble, it was Bai Xiaomei and her daughters who bore the brunt of it. Thus, she kept her distance from Chen Jinyan, treating her with the utmost respect, knowing that it was better to endure unkind words than to suffer further. Older sister, the child has been hurt and is crying herself to sleep. I shall take her back to the room now. We can continue our conversation later, Bai Xiaomei said as she carried the child inside. The elder was left with his two sons, who took their tools and left, while Chen Zhongshi, with a dark expression, stormed out wielding a broom, ready to punish her nieces for their misbehavior. "You shameless girls, acting like boys and fighting. Do you care nothing for our family's reputation? You are bringing disgrace upon the Chen family. If you don't stop this, the roof will surely collapse upon us." After receiving the first blow, Panner let out a cry and attempted to drag Yuera away, but found herself unable to do so. She sighed internally, realizing that fleeing would not be an option. It was always the same. Her foolish sister allowed herself to be beaten without resistance, and Panner felt powerless. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but rather that she lacked the strength to do so. Yuera stood there, enduring the blows, trembling with each strike. Hearing her child's cries, Bai Xiaomei rushed out to assist. Upon witnessing her eldest daughter being struck with a broom while her sister-in-law stood by, relishing the spectacle, and seeing the onlookers gathered at the door, Bai Xiaomei felt a tumult of emotions in her heart. "Madam, what are you doing? Why are you striking the child? The incident this morning was not the fault of our child. Had it not been for Yuera and Panner standing up for her, who knows what might have happened to Xiaobao?" Bai Xiaomei was eager to rush to protect her daughter, yet she was obstructed by her sister-in-law, Chen Yuyan, whose robust figure was formidable enough to prevent the slender Bai Xiaomei from passing. "Sister-in-law, a young tree cannot grow straight without proper pruning. This child will not learn without discipline. After all, Yuera is a young lady. It is inappropriate for her to engage in such physical altercations with boys. While it may be seen as defending her brother, it is rather concerning that she has been in such close proximity to so many boys. If word of this were spread, how could our daughters ever hope to find suitable suitors? If you, as her mother, are reluctant to take action, then allow me to educate her. The family values of the Chen clan must not be tarnished by the actions of your daughter." Bai Xiaomei struggled to reach her daughter, her heart aching at the sight of Yuera being struck. She could hardly focus on the nonsensical ramblings of the plump woman beside her. "Mother, please stop hitting her. Yuera, quickly apologize to your grandmother. Why must you be so stubborn?" The saying, "a mother feels the pain of her child," resonated deeply within her. Though Yuera may not be the brightest, she was Bai Xiaomei's firstborn, and a sense of guilt lingered in her heart. Had it not been for her, how could her daughter have lost her spirit? Yuera heard her mother's call, but remained silent, her gaze fixated on Chen Fangshi like a tranquil yet profound abyss, unsettling those who dared to meet her eyes. Chen Fangshi felt an involuntary chill run down her spine under the intensity of her granddaughter's stare, causing her grip on the broom to falter, and it clattered to the ground. In that moment of distraction, Chen Yuera, with an impassive expression, broke the silence. "If you have finished your punishment, I must tend to the pigs. Have you not heard their cries? I also need to gather firewood. If I am delayed, you must not scold me for being lazy." The three women in the courtyard were taken aback by her words. Chen Fangshi and her daughter were frightened. This was not the same Chen Yuera they knew. Previously, although she would stand there stoically when punished, She never spoke nor pleaded for mercy. She would only tremble and wait until Chun Fongshi vented her frustrations before silently shedding tears and resuming her chores. But today, it seemed as though a spirit had possessed her. Chun Fongshi dismissed the notion of a lost spirit. Only her simple-minded daughter would believe such nonsense. If the child truly had lost her spirit, calling it back would have sufficed. Bai Xiaomei, however, was filled with astonishment. "Yuer, are you well again?" At that moment, Chun Yuer returned to her former self, attempting to raise her hand to touch her head, but a sharp pain shot through her arm, causing her to cry out in distress. Her gaze returned to that dazed expression from before as she quietly lamented to Bai Xiaomei mother, "It hurts." Chun Fongshi glanced at her foolish granddaughter, feeling as if the earlier scene had been an illusion. To mask her previous panic, she harshly shouted at the mother and daughter, "Get to work immediately. How do you expect to sustain yourselves, merely living off my efforts? Do you think I can support you all with my hard labor? Hurry up and help out in the fields." After saying this, she turned and walked back into the house, as if she had not just scolded her granddaughter. Chun Yuyan beside her scoffed, muttering, "A fool is a fool. What more can you expect? It's not like I've ever heard of a natural fool becoming clever. Truly a daydreamer. Sigh, I should be heading back." Bai Xiaomei dared not voice her anger towards her sister-in-law, who seemed to revel in stirring up trouble wherever she went. The sight of her family being beaten brought her an unsettling sense of satisfaction. However, confronting her was futile, as this woman was notoriously unreasonable. With a silent sigh, she took her daughter back inside, administering medicine while chiding, "You foolish child, when your grandmother hits you. Why don't you run away with your sister? I've never seen a child as foolish as you. Look at you, covered in bruises. That old woman is truly merciless. You are her own granddaughter. What deep-seated grudge could provoke such violence against a child?" Bai Xiaomei's heart was heavy with pain as she watched her daughter endure the sting of the medicine, tears flowing uncontrollably. It felt like a failure on their part as parents. Her daughter, already of such an age, still had to endure such beatings from her grandmother. How would they manage if the child fell ill? Looking at her daughter's thin arms and legs, she lamented that none of their 3 children had any flesh on their bodies. Regret washed over her as she thought back to her choice in marrying such a timid and indecisive man. As she felt the ache for her child, her tears flowed freely. Yuera raised her hand to help Bai Xiaomei wipe her tears, soothing her mother. "I'm used to it. The pain will pass. Please don't be sad." However, their tender moment was abruptly interrupted by the shouting from upstairs. "Get out and work. Don't just lie around here. Can't you hear the piglets squealing?" Bai Xiaomei wiped her eyes and offered her daughter a few anxious reminders before picking up her tools to head to the fields. Yuera glanced at her sleeping brother before swiftly going outside to feed the pigs. The wild vegetables were divided. One portion was reserved for dinner, while the other was chopped and mixed with grains and water for the pigs. Watching the 2 little piglets happily eat, a faint smile graced Yuera's face. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the pigs, as if they were beckoning her with the promise of pork. As for the fish they had brought home, her sister had already hidden it outside before they entered, and Yuera guessed that at this moment, her sister was likely trying to find a way to cook it. Inside the room, Chun Fongshi was lamenting with her daughter, "Do you think it is easy for a mother to manage this household? Who does not burden me with worries? Even that simpleton can cause trouble for me. Alas, that fool parades before my eyes every day, and it vexes me." Before Chen Yuyin could respond, her younger sister, Chen Yuji, interjected, "Mother, what are you fretting about? If it truly bothers you, why not sell her off? Not only would it save on food, but we might even earn some money. With the dowry from my brother, we may even have enough for a bride." Chen Dea glanced at his younger sister. Although she possessed a reasonably attractive face, her intellect seemed lacking. How could she speak without thinking, even less wisely than their elder sister? "Mother, do not heed my little sister's words. In our village, people seldom sell their sons or daughters unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, if you sell her, it could bring shame upon us. It would tarnish my reputation as a scholar. Even if we must send her away, we must devise a careful plan. Such a course of action should only be a last resort." Chen Yin wholeheartedly supported her younger brother's sentiments. "Mother, you must not listen to my sister. My little brother is still studying, and should he achieve success, it would reflect poorly on him. For the sake of his future, you cannot proceed with this. That fool, in my eyes, is not a burden. She can perform tasks better than our own daughters and is far less trouble. The elderly matriarch sighed, knowing there were some things she could not express to her children. She had once contemplated the idea of disposing of her foolish granddaughter, or abandoning her, but each time fate intervened, saving the girl from drowning or returning her after being left at a temple fair. She could not comprehend the peculiar fortune of this Navi child, as if she were an inescapable burden that clung to their family. Never mind. I shall not dwell on this for now. You should all return home. It will be difficult to walk in the dark. Chen Yuyan, with her small, squinty eyes reminiscent of the elderly lady, cast a glance at the coarse fabric by the cabinet. It appeared to be newly woven and would be suitable for making a suit for her husband. Mother, may I have a piece of that fabric? Your son-in-law's clothes are patched so many times that they look worn out. It is embarrassing for him to be seen in such tatters while he travels from village to village. I am constantly tending to their family, without a moment to weave. With her daughter speaking up, the old lady could hardly refuse. Ah, this fabric was woven by the third daughter-in-law. I had intended to make your father a garment. But since your husband is in need, I shall give it to you. You truly are something else. At such an advanced age, how can weaving a cloth exhaust you so? One cannot solely rely on monetary means to resolve matters. How much silver would that require? If you were indeed affluent, you ought to show more filial piety toward your mother. Chen Yuyan feigned grievance, saying, Do you think I do not wish to? However, I'm not the one in charge. Your son-in-law hands over all his earnings to the family. How much of that remains in our hands? This attire I wear was borrowed from my sister-in-law, and I fear I might return home with my face bruised. Chun Dea believed not a word of what Chen Yuyan said. How could he be unaware of the kind of person his elder sister was? He would never believe that his brother-in-law's earnings would not be subject to his sister's discretion, nor would he forget the time she returned home, lamenting her financial woes while slyly taking some of the household belongings. However, feeling the 20 when she had given him in his pocket, he chose to remain silent. If she desired to take it, let her. After all, the fabric was not his own. Yet, he secretly felt pleased. This sister of his was not foolish, as she understood the importance of investing in her own well-being, likely hoping to benefit from his good fortune. While gathering firewood, Chen Yuer encountered her younger sister, who was hiding at Arya's house. Peering through the crack of the door was the small, pallid face of Panner. Yuer smiled at her, gesturing quietly to their aunt, reminding her that she had not yet departed. Once they leave, you can return and keep an eye on Bauer, who is still asleep. I'm going to the mountains to gather firewood. Panner, with a sorrowful expression, softly inquired, Sister, does it still hurt? Why did you not run when I pulled you? Yuer approached, gently caressing her sister's waxy little face. If our mother does not breathe easy, she will surely suffer too. It is better for me to endure the punishment so that everyone else can find solace. I will be fine. I must take my leave now. When Yuer returned, her back burdened with a bundle of firewood, her second aunt had already come back with her 2 daughters. The 3 of them appeared significantly happier than when they were at home. Eldest sister, I brought you something to eat, Chunahua said, pulling Yuer into their home and handing her a small bag of peanuts. I did not dare to bring it to your house, fearing that your aunts would see it. This is for you to eat when you're hungry. Not seeing her second aunt or Xinghua, Yuer curiously asked, Sister, where's mother? I did not see her in the house. Hua sighed. She was called by our grandmother to the upper house. My maternal grandmother is seeking a match for me, so mother went to discuss it. She worries that our grandmother might be particular about it. Come, sit down. You must be exhausted from our day away. Chen Yu shook her head expressionlessly. I am fine. I shall return to my room now. Today, it is Aunt Ayer's turn to prepare dinner. Yuer, feeling quite fatigued, found the little water she drank that morning insufficient for her needs. Now, her stomach felt as if it were pressed against her back, leaving her with little inclination to converse. She longed to return home and rest properly. Chunahua observed her cousin limping her way back into the house, and she couldn't help but shake her head. This cousin of hers had many admirable qualities, yet she was somewhat simple-minded. Perhaps, as the saying goes, the simple-hearted are blessed in their own way, free from concerns about future matrimonial prospects. However, Hawa's situation was different. She and her family were anxious that the elderly matriarch would fail to secure her a suitable match, potentially selling her off for the sake of money. Just as her mother had remarked about the grandmother's blatant favoritism. In the upper room, Lin Xiaoling truly lived up to her name. Her eloquence managing to transform the previously clouded expression of Chun Zhang's matriarch into one of delight. Look at what your mother said. They are merely looking out for our Hahua's well-being. As long as the family is well off, the child will not suffer, and at least you, as parents, can share in some of the blessings, she said. However, our Hahua is beautiful, so we cannot skimp on the betrothal gifts. You know our family's circumstances. Your younger uncle still needs to prepare for the imperial examinations. It is only right for a niece to support her uncle. And if they were to achieve any official position in the future, wouldn't you all share in the prosperity? Lin Xiaoling did not anticipate that the betrothal gifts would land in her own hands, as the bride's family was expected to contribute to the dowry. Even if she were to give something, it would merely serve as a reserve for her daughter. This matter could not be openly discussed. The priority was finding a suitable family for the child. She was increasingly doubtful of the judgment of the prospective in-laws. Should they carelessly select a family for her daughter, she would have nowhere to express her sorrow. With a satisfied smile on her face, Lin Xiaoling continued, "Look at what you say. Your younger uncle is also Day's brother. As elder siblings, how can we not support our younger siblings? Your uncle is destined for greatness, and we need not fear that he would look down upon us. Mother, you can rest assured, as long as we have food to eat, so shall our younger siblings." Hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Chun Zhang's matriarch, despite any lingering discontent, was now filled with joy. Not to mention, given her daughter-in-law's faith in her son's future success, how could she voice any objections? Very well. As long as you have this intention, let us arrange for a matchmaker to be sent from the other party for Hahua's marriage. We must not skimp on what is due, and it would also be wise to start considering a match for Xinghua. Do not let all your efforts focus solely on your daughter's affairs. Lend some attention to your sister-in-law as well. As for Chun Day, the elderly matriarch had no worries, for he had already been betrothed before the year ended, to the daughter of a scholar, a match that was well suited to their family status. She eagerly awaited her son to take a wife. Chun Yuji, with her slightly chubby cheeks, felt a mix of shyness and impatience. "Mother, there is no need to rush. Last time, did you not ask my sister-in-law for assistance? We have yet to receive a response from her side. If it comes to it, we can certainly seek help from my second sister-in-law as well. In truth, she is reluctant to find a suitor in the countryside, where one is perpetually occupied with the toil of the land. If only one could cultivate enough to fill their belly, that would suffice. However, after toiling throughout the year, one still finds themselves with merely half a year's worth of grain and half a year's worth of wild vegetables. Such a life is not one she wishes to continue. There are wealthy families in the town and city. She cannot believe there isn't a suitable match for her." Chun Fengshi slapped her forehead, exclaiming that she had become forgetful in her old age. "Indeed, my sister-in-law has yet to reply. There is no need to rush this matter. Every family with a daughter is scrutinized by many. Mother will surely find you a prosperous family, and thus we shall feast on rice and white flour, with meat at every meal." Chun Fengshi's imagination painted a beautiful picture, yet in Lin Xiaoling's eyes, both mother and daughter seemed to be dreaming without awakening. Take my sister-in-law, for instance. She possesses neither a beautiful appearance nor the virtuous character, yet she married into a wealthy family as a young mistress. Has she been blinded by greed? Would not the young masters of affluent families be unable to see through such folly? Just look at my sister-in-law's plump visage. If only that could be shared with my own daughter. Are not Hahua and Xinghua more appealing than she? Reflecting on the countless hours spent stitching fine embroidery for her own daughter, only to see the rewards go to her sister-in-law, she found little desire to continue indulging in the self-congratulatory musings of the two women. "Mother, I shall go prepare dinner now. Father and the others should be returning soon. You two can continue your conversation at a leisurely pace." After Lin left, Chun Yuji eagerly grabbed a piece of crispy rice that Lin Xiaoling had brought back, not forgetting to make a remark about her sister-in-law. "Mother, look at how stingy my second sister-in-law's family is. Is this meager amount enough for anyone to eat?" The elder lady playfully scolded her daughter, advising her to eat less lest she gain weight and struggle to find suitable clothing, which would hinder her chances of finding a good match. I will take these to your brother. He studies late into the night, and having such a snack may help him focus better on his studies. Chun Yuji quickly snatched a couple of handfuls, arguing that just a little wound tea caused her to gain weight. This amount hardly suffices to fill her gaps. Inside, Yuera took out some peanuts, startling Panner with her small face reflecting disbelief. Sister, where did you get these? They are quite a treat. Hawa gave them to me. I suspect it was my second aunt who sent them along. You should hide them and save them for you and Xiaobao when you are hungry. But be sure not to let our sister-in-law find out. Watching her sister busy hiding the treats, Yuera gently patted her younger brother's small head. It has been an entire afternoon. How is it that this little one has not awakened yet? Typically, he would have been up by now. This touch startled her. Panner, look at your brother. Why is his head so hot? Upon feeling her younger brother's forehead, Panner was startled, her face turning pale. Sister, hurry. Go fetch the doctor. Never mind. You stay here with him. I will find someone. Bauer has a fever. Get a cool towel to place on his forehead. Panya, fearing that her older sister might struggle to explain things, promptly jumped off the bed, neglecting her shoes, and rushed outside in a flurry. Yuera, somewhat flustered, began to wet a cloth for her brother's head, while also informing the elderly matriarch and her second aunt that she was unable to manage the situation. It's nothing serious. Children often run fevers. Just brew some ginger tea for him, the second aunt advised. Whereas Panagon, that stubborn girl has disappeared, avoiding her responsibilities. Yuera felt anxious. After all, the child lying on the bed was her own brother, and the elderly lady's harsh words were directed at her sister, leaving her heart troubled no matter who was being scolded. Grandmother, Panner has gone to summon the doctor. I fear for my brother's health. Chen Fengshi was so irritated that she nearly grabbed a broom to chase after her headstrong granddaughter. Does she think calling a doctor comes without cost? As if money grows on trees. We can't afford such expenses. Seeing her nephew's flushed face and cracked lips, Lin Xiaoling felt a pang of sympathy. Panner, first moisten your brother's lips. I will prepare the ginger tea. She called for her eldest daughter to summon her third aunt, worried that her only son might suffer from this fever. Without a son of her own, she felt particularly protective of this sweet nephew. Inside, the elderly woman ranted, claiming they were all debtors from her past life. Yuera, however, had no time to respond to her grandmother's complaints. Her brother's health was paramount, and she was too preoccupied to heed the old woman's tirades. Once Lin Xiaoling saw her mother-in-law retreat to her room, she hurriedly entered with a bowl of ginger tea, her expression fraught with concern. Yuera, help your brother sit up. I will feed him. Having given birth herself, she understood that even a minor fever could be perilous for a child, especially during seasonal transitions, and there was no room for negligence. Bai Xiaomei followed her niece back frantically, fearing that if she delayed, her only son might encounter misfortune. With one foolish daughter already at home, she could not bear the thought of another, for how would she survive the rest of her life? Upon returning home, Dr. Li had already attended to Bauer. Upon seeing Bai Xiaomei's arrival, he briefed her on the child's condition, expressing relief that the illness had been caught early. Otherwise, if the fever had persisted until midnight, the consequences could have been dire. The child, likely startled and affected by the mountain breeze, combined with her tender age and frail constitution, naturally succumbed to fever. I have prescribed 3 doses of medicine. After completing them, there should be no significant issues. Hearing Dr. Li's words, Bai Xiaomei's racing heart finally began to find its calm. However, her pallor, which had been tinged with a hint of crimson from her hurried return, deepened as she glanced at the medicine prescribed. She had no money at hand, and with her mother-in-law still absent, it was unthinkable to expect the doctor to offer his services free of charge, especially since he had provided medication for her child. Panger, perceptive as ever, promptly alighted from her seat, saying, "Wait here. I will fetch some money from my grandmother." At this, Bai Xiaomei's complexion returned to a more normal hue, though anxiety lingered within her. Lin Xiaoling, standing nearby, stepped in to alleviate the situation, advising Li Shu, "Please take a seat. I will prepare the medicine for the child. If there are any special instructions, kindly relay them to my sister-in-law." Meanwhile, Chen Fengshi, who had been sulking in the room, simmered with irritation. The two children had summoned a doctor without her consent, and such matters incurred costs. Yet, her son's words brought her back to reason. Mother, paying for medical care is entirely justified. Besides, can you guarantee that no one in the household will fall ill in the future? We cannot afford to offend the doctor. Moreover, consider how it appears to outsiders. You may be upset, but it is imperative to maintain a proper demeanor. Otherwise, rumors could tarnish your reputation as a grandmother, suggesting that you mistreat your grandchildren. The elderly matriarch reflected upon this, though she felt a pang at the thought of parting with money. Very well, I shall go out to borrow some funds. The household savings must remain untouched. They are meant for your tuition fees. Besides, I refuse to believe your third sister-in-law has no private funds. Chunde did not oppose this notion. Each household likely harbored its own reserves, and not every expense should be drawn from the communal pot, lest they deplete their family's resources. With her son's approval, the matriarch feigned reluctance as she ventured out to borrow money. When Panger returned, she found her just back from her endeavor, eager to announce her efforts to procure funds. After bidding farewell to the doctor, the matriarch's demeanor darkened. You two wretches, had it not been for your mischief, your brother would not have fallen ill. You shall bear the responsibility for repaying this money. It is unacceptable that the mess you created should burden everyone else. In light of the matriarch's remarks, Baishiome felt it was unwise to argue, as the money resided in the hands of others, and her desire for assistance was futile. As long as her son recovered, she could endure the extra work that lay ahead. Lin Xiaoling, emerging with the medicine, heard the exchange and could not help but smirk. She understood the implication of the matriarch's words. It seemed that in the future, their family would not be expected to contribute financially toward the children's ailments. The matriarch's actions are indeed disheartening. You constantly assert that all our earnings belong to you, leaving us with no surplus funds. The old lady narrowed her slanted eyes, her countenance darkening instantly. It seemed her daughter-in-law had grown somewhat audacious of late, speaking out of turn in her presence. Thus, her tone became laced with a biting sarcasm directed at the second branch of the family. When you manage to bear a son, then you may broach this topic. Until then, this household is not for you to command. Hurry and get back to work. The entire family awaits their meal. With that, she silenced Lin Xiaoling, leaving her momentarily speechless. The old woman's huff echoed as she departed, and Baishiome felt a twinge of remorse for her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, please do not be upset. Baishiome had often endured similar provocations from their mother-in-law before she bore a son. She could certainly empathize with the sentiments of Lin Xiaoling, who was without a son. Lin Xiaoling sighed, her eyes reddening. Such is the plight of us daughters-in-law. No amount of toil seems to earn us a kind word. Do you think I do not yearn for a son? More than anyone, I desire it, yet I am powerless. The last time I bore a child, I suffered greatly, and that old woman refused to provide nourishing food for my recovery. Thankfully, I have my family to rely on, otherwise I might not have survived. Baishiome took the medicinal soup, allowing Yuer to assist her in feeding her son. Sister-in-law, do not be too disheartened about the children. What is meant to be will eventually come to pass. Do you not recall how I was in the beginning? Honestly, I believe having two daughters is quite wonderful. Even if we never have a son, we still have our precious Bower. She will care for both of you, and we can continue to live together as we do now. Lin Xiaoling sighed, Dear sister-in-law, regardless of whether I can bear another child in the future, I'm truly grateful for your words today. Determined to seize the moment, Lin Xiaoling resolved to hasten the creation of a child with her husband. Recognizing that with the old woman's temperament, her life would not be comfortable without a son. Reflecting on the years she had spent whispering complaints to her mother-in-law, she felt a pang of sadness at the lack of compassion shown to her. Meanwhile, Yuer was oblivious to the unfolding drama, her sole focus on her younger brother, whose feverish state filled her heart with anguish. Mother, when will my brother awaken? Should I go and ask Grandma for an egg to give him? Seeing her son's little face scrunched up in distress, Baishiome couldn't bear to let her child continue in hunger. Nodding slightly, she watched as her daughter, eagerly volunteered. Mother, I will after administering medicine to her son. Baishiome hastily moved to the adjacent room to weave cloth. She had already made up her mind. Once this piece of fabric was completed, She would weave more to say for her son and daughter. Among the family, only they had yet to don new garments, and their clothes were already patched numerous times. The adults in the household had little concern, but her daughter was growing up and certainly needed a fresh outfit for outings. Sat on the Kong, cradling her younger brother, her gaze fixed intently upon him, oblivious to the shouts of the elderly woman in the yard reprimanding Pan. Bow, look what your sister has brought for you to eat, though Pan had been scolded. She returned with a bowl of steamed egg custard, beaming as she placed it on the Kong. Sister, see, I snatched this from the chicken coop. Grandmother doesn't want to give any initially. She did not expect her elder sister to respond. Yet suddenly exclaimed, "It ought to be like this remark startled Pan. Her sister had never before defied their grandmother. Had their grandmother been particularly harsh today, stirring thoughts in her sister's mind? However, she set aside such musings as the two sisters worked in harmony, feeding their brother spoonfuls of custard. Halfway through, the little fellow opened his eyes, his weak voice filling the sisters with delight. "Sister, what is this delicious food? It smells so good." That single sentence nearly brought tears to their eyes. The family's eggs were precious, often sold for money. Their aunt and uncle would occasionally have a bite, while their maternal relatives, being more affluent, would sneak a few boiled eggs back when visiting. The sisters would secretly savor them. Their maternal grandparents were as impoverished as their own family, barely scraping by. They certainly lacked the means to supplement their household. Pan sighed. "If it's delicious, eat it all. This is custard, made with help from our aunt. Oh, and later you must eat some fish. I've already roasted it. You can have it with porridge tonight." "So you want to go to bed hungry?" It was unclear whether Bao had been frightened during the day or felt unwell, ordinarily a sensible child. He now sought comfort. "Sister, hold me while I sleep." With tenderness in her eyes, lifted her little brother, gently patting his back while humming a tune barely discernible. In such a soothing atmosphere, Chun Ping slowly closed his eyes once more. "Pan, later, please prepare some medicine for little Bao. Use our room to brew it, and warm up the fish while you're at it." As she watched her sister lick the remnant from her brother's bowl, gaze drifted, fixated on a spot on the Kong. No one knew what thoughts occupied her mind. Pan was long accustomed to her sister's demeanor. She quickly tidied up and went outside to gather firewood, for although the weather had warmed, the nights remained quite chilly. During dinner, the elderly matriarch held the ladle, and by the time it was by Xiaomei and her daughter's turn, there was scarcely anything left in the basin. Each of them received merely half a bowl of gruel, while Chun Ping was entirely absent from the table. Bai Xiaomei felt a pang of anxiety. Her son had no dinner, and the child would surely go to bed hungry. Although the wild vegetable porridge contained little grain, it could at least serve as sustenance. "Mother, Bauer hasn't eaten yet." The implication was for the matriarch to generously provide something extra, but upon receiving a piercing glare from Chun Fong, Bai Xiaomei dared not speak further. Children have small appetites. And besides, didn't he have an egg this afternoon? There's not much grain in the house. Just rinse the basin with hot water, and that should suffice for Bauer. The bottom of the basin had been scraped clean by the matriarch, leaving little to be salvaged. Yet, Yueter showed no disdain, picking up her bowl and adding a few more pieces of pickled vegetables before departing with the rice basin. The matriarch, in a fit of anger, scolded Bai Xiaomei. "Look at the foolish child you raised. Everyone else hasn't finished eating, and she just walks away. Doesn't she have any respect for her elders? Such a lack of decorum. What will happen in the future? If she gets married, won't she disgrace our Chen family? You must teach her properly. Hurry and eat your meal. Don't you realize how much work you have to do? Tomorrow we need to farm, and without good strength, we will starve next year." Chun Dahua's intention to share half a bowl of gruel was ultimately thwarted, as the matriarch kept her gaze fixed on it, consuming it herself. No one at the table advocated for Bauer. Both Huaner and Bai Xiaomei had already divided their portions sparingly, leaving just the bottom of the bowl, which they combined to offer to Bauer. The young girl returned to the room, somewhat indignant. "Why is Grandma like this? My brother is sick," he isn't pretending. "When my cousins from Uncle's house were ill, they had good food. Why is it that when it comes to Bauer, there's nothing left? If I hadn't snatched an egg this afternoon, we wouldn't have any treatment at all." Bai Xiaomei, glancing nervously outside, whispered, "Keep your voice down. If your grandmother hears, we'll be in for a scolding." Enough of that. Hasn't it always been this way? Your grandmother has favored others for years. Your uncle's children are valued because he has means, while your parents lack status, so this is your lot. Seeing ye are tenderly feeding Boat? Both women fell silent and gathered around the little one. Look, your sister and mother have brought you food. Come, eat more so you can recover. The little one, feeling weak from illness, nestled against Uera like a docile kitten, her voice barely above a whisper. Mother, Bauer is full now. Sister even gave me fish. You and second sister eat. It's uncomfortable to be hungry. Look, sister even saved some fish for you. Earlier, she also shared peanuts with me. Bai Xiaomei sighed inwardly, realizing that even her daughter was better at caring for the child than she was. Gently stroking his son's head, which felt somewhat warm, he quietly inquired, Bear, are you still feeling unwell? The little one shook his head and feebly replied, I'm not unwell anymore. My belly is full, so I feel fine. Mother, you should eat. Then pushed a warm fish towards the two of them, saying, Go ahead and eat. Bear and I have had enough. This was sent by An Er, feeling his son's small belly and confirming that he was indeed satisfied. Bai Xiaomei finally felt reassured and shared the remaining food with Pan Er. There was not much left. The two of them ate a little and reserved 2 pieces for Chen Dahua. Upon seeing the fish brought over by his daughter, Chen Dahua instinctively asked a rather foolish question. Did you take some to your grandparents? Yura looked up at him, her gaze piercing as she muttered, Brother is sick and has no food to eat. Bai Xiaomei, standing nearby, spoke in an exasperated tone. The food is for you to eat, so hurry up. If you don't eat, I might let Panner have it. This afternoon, your mother even struck 2 children. Just look at the injuries on the eldest girl. She rolled up Uer's sleeve. See what she did to the child? What kind of grudge could lead to that? She is your own granddaughter, and the child has done nothing wrong. To strike her without reason, especially your elder sister, is truly troublesome. Whenever she returns, our family can never have a peaceful day. Grandmother had no choice but to confide in her honest husband about these matters. Chen Dahua sat awkwardly beside her, engaging with his youngest son while enjoying the fish his daughter had roasted, which was quite delectable, albeit on the smaller side. My dear, do not hold a grudge against your grandmother. She is poor and feels anxious without knowing how to express it. As younger generations, we should show more respect to our grandparents. Their lives have not been easy. He was not unsympathetic to the injuries his daughter bore, but she was his own mother, and criticizing her felt uncomfortable. Bayer, having finished his medicine, nestled comfortably in Uer's arms, whining playfully for her to massage his sore spots while also seeking favors from his father. Father, when you have time, please help us catch some fish. Eating porridge every day is rather dull. Sister Er's family still enjoys pancakes from time to time. Upon hearing this, Chen Dahua found himself at a loss for words. Their family had few laborers, yet expenses were substantial. The 4th child's education alone consumed a considerable amount of silver each year, and with all the children being girls, only the 2 from the elder branch could contribute significantly. Just wait. After the autumn harvest, our family will be able to enjoy some bread. By that time, I'll have your grandmother make plenty for you to eat, and you'll surely fill your little belly. Bai Xiaomei let out a huff, remarking that despite the annual harvest, she had yet to see the children partake in the making of white steamed buns. Do not make promises to the children that you cannot fulfill. You will only have to endure Bauer's tears later. Hurry and wash up for bed. We have all toiled throughout the day. I shall return to my weaving. As Panner brought water for Chen Dahua to wash his feet, Bai Xiaomei rose to resume her weaving, but was gently stopped by Uer. Mother, you should hold Bauer and rest. I will weave. You are weary from working in the fields this afternoon, and I have no pressing matters. Bai Xiaomei, too fatigued to argue, complied. However, as the couple settled down to sleep, she reminded her husband, Your mother speaks of Uer as though she is simple-minded. But tell me, have you ever seen such a capable fool? I perceive that she seems more spirited than before. Could it be that she is improving? Chen Dahua dismissed her concerns with a casual remark, suggesting that once they were less busy, they might take the child to the temple for a blessing. If it helps, all the better, but I feel no lack in our daughter. She is not inferior to others. Listening to the sounds of snoring from within the room, Uer sat alone in the adjoining space, her fingers deftly maneuvering the shuttle. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to the dullness she exhibited during the day. She appeared to be the very embodiment of a weaver, her thoughts flowing seamlessly as if the patterns were etched in her heart. Her speed surpassed that of Baishome, and at this instant, exuded a vitality that rendered her anything but simple-minded. Even Panner, rising in the night, observed that her elder sister did not seem foolish at all. Look at her focused expression and tranquil demeanor. In this moment, she is particularly beautiful. As if enveloped in a soft glow, Panner struggled to articulate the feelings stirring within her. She had witnessed their mother weaving before, but never had she seen her sister so engrossed. Yet, she remained silent, recognizing the rarity of Yuer's intense concentration, and decided to retire for the night. At that moment, Yuer was consumed with a singular thought: to weave swiftly. For once completed, she could sell her work and procure food for her younger brother. Little did she realize that the money would merely end up in the hands of the old matriarch, and what delectable treats might they ever see again. Her sole focus was on securing a meager amount of sustenance for her brother, even if it were just 2 buns. Early the next morning, the old matriarch compelled Baishome to prepare a porridge with scant wild vegetables. This time, it was Yuer who spoke up first, without Panner's prompting. "Mother, my brother is still lying on the calm. You must save a bowl for him. If he does not eat, his recovery will be prolonged, and we will incur more expenses. We are powerless, and it is our father who bears the burden." Chun Fengshi's hand trembled, nearly burning herself. What was this granddaughter of hers? She had never dared to speak before, standing obediently even when punished. She had never looked at her with such boldness. Had she been possessed? Yet, Baishome harbored a different sentiment. Her daughter's unexpected remarks, particularly at such critical moments, left her astonished. Could it be that the child's affliction was truly on the path to improvement? The elderly lady initially intended to scold Yuer, but upon hearing the old man's words, she refrained. "Serve a bowl for our granddaughter," he said. "Being unwell is certainly not as good as usual, and enduring a serious illness is a burden on both people and finances." With the old man having spoken, the elderly lady dared not openly withhold anything, allowing Chan Ping to finally enjoy his rightful share of porridge. In the Chen household, there was no custom of dining in silence. As they ate, the elderly lady began organizing the day's tasks. The entire family was to work in the fields today, otherwise they would miss the planting season. Fourth, go to the town and find your elder brother to return for planting. Eldest daughter, stay at home to care for Bauer and prepare meals for the chickens and pigs. You can bring lunch to the fields later. The Chen family did not own oxen. Traditionally, they would pay someone from the village who had oxen to assist with plowing and planting. However, this year, the elderly lady hesitated to spend that money. The expense of educating her son weighed heavily on her mind. While she hoped he would achieve great success in the future, she also lamented their inability to save. Moreover, the children were growing up, nearing the age of courtship, and each step would inevitably require funds. Thus, adhering to the principle of frugality, both adults and children were dispatched to labor in the fields. Lin Xiaoling looked up in surprise. "Mother, we still need to embroider in the future. If our hands become coarse, the embroidery shop won't give us quality materials, and our earnings will naturally diminish. At that point, you mustn't blame us 3 for not putting forth enough effort." The elderly lady's expression darkened, her triangular eyes glinting with a cold light. "You are all talk. I'm not asking you to plow with your hands. It won't tire you out that much. Enough with your excuses. If we miss the season, we shall all suffer the consequences come winter." Chen Dajiang tugged at his wife's sleeve, urging her to speak less. At this moment, further words would be futile. The elderly lady had made her decision, and they would have to comply. Speaking up would only serve to irritate her further. Biener and Yuer were genuinely concerned about their sick brother being left at home. They reiterated their instructions and also reminded Chen Yuji about the medicine. "And remember to give Bauer his medicine." Chen Yuji's face, still bearing traces of infantile roundness, was marked with impatience. "Just go already. Don't I know about this? Hurry up and stop bothering me." Chen Yuji was not incapable of managing household chores, and Chen Fong, as a mother, would not overly indulge her daughter to the point of idleness. While she doted on her daughter, she ensured that she learned what was necessary. However, She preferred not to burden her with tedious tasks of low skill. Each day, she had Chun Yuji join Lin Xiaoling and the others in embroidery, as it required little effort yet could bring an income. In tough times, such skills would be essential for making a living. Yet, Chun Yuji was reluctant to engage in the bothersome household duties. Currently, with the household short on hands, she could not avoid them, especially with so many eyes upon her. Under normal circumstances, she would let her two sisters-in-law and niece handle the chores without interference, preferring to evade work whenever possible. The group, including the Moonlit Girl, initially claimed they were assisting in plowing the fields, but in reality, they merely substituted human strength for that of livestock. One person would lead, while another supported the plow handle, traversing the furrows. Neither the one pulling nor the one supporting had an easy task. At first, it was manageable, yet as time wore on, the ropes dug into their shoulders, causing a fierce pain. Without the need to lift their garments, they could sense that their skin was undoubtedly red and swollen. As fatigue set in, they found themselves lacking the strength to continue. When the Moonlit Girl and her companions grew weary, they would rotate, allowing the others to gather wild grass and remnants of crops, leaving no time for respite. 3 women wielded plow handles in shifts, and even the usually silent Chen Dajiang felt pity for his wife and children. Their sunburned faces, streaked with sweat, bore witness to their toil. "Father, why don't we procure a bull for plowing? Just look at the frailty of these women. They spend their days embroidering at home, ill-suited for labor in the fields. My mother is getting on in years and cannot undertake this work. Let's not be miserly with those few coins. If the women wear themselves out, the cost will be far greater." The old man wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed. "Do you think I did not wish for that? Your mother is unwilling to relent. What can I do? Given our current circumstances, it is prudent to save. There are expenses everywhere, and with so many idle hands at home, if we do not proceed this way, life will become even more challenging." Upon hearing his father's words, Chun Dajiang, who had initially held on a hope, lowered his head in silence. His father's observations were true, yet he could not shake the pain he felt for his wife and children. The 2 daughters, after all, could not compare to his son. They seldom ventured into the fields, and now they were forced into strenuous labor. He worried whether the children and their mother could endure it. Lin Xiaoling, now exhausted, could hardly muster her usual eloquence. "Mother, perhaps we should visit the village and seek help. We can reciprocate their assistance later." The elderly woman shot her a weary glare. "Equally tired and snapped? You think it's that simple? It's the busy season for plowing and sowing. Who would come to help? Every household is eager to finish their planting early. You may have the audacity to suggest it, but I lack the means. If you can find someone to assist us, I shall have no objections." As the old woman continued to pull the plow handle in silence, Lin Xiaoling could only stare helplessly. If the elderly could endure, what choice did she have but to continue? Xinghua and Panner looked enviously at their neighbors, who were working together. "Sister, look at them. They're using bulls to plow the fields. Why is our family so different?" "This is exhausting," Hua sighed, rising to dump the roots from their basket by the roadside, her fair face taking on a rosy hue from the sun. "Enough of your envy. Get back to work, or grandmother will surely scold us." Yue and Bai Xiaomei were 2 individuals who remained silent throughout the ordeal. Yue resembled an old workhorse, dutifully stepping in to relieve the elderly woman when she grew weary from her incessant shouting. The old lady's presence in the fields was merely a facade, a means to provide a semblance of effort for the women at home. After all, one could hardly expect her to toil like a beast of burden at her age. It also served to silence the murmurs of the townsfolk. Bai Xiaomei, on the other hand, refrained from speaking out of concern for her youngest daughter. By taking on more work herself, the child would be spared some of the burden. In the Chun family's fields, the entire household, young and old, was laboring diligently, while nearby workers engaged in idle chatter. What on earth is the Chun family attempting? How much can a child accomplish? She is still just a girl. Why aren't the 2 grandsons from the elder branch here to lend a hand? They've sent these little girls to toil in the fields. It's baffling to discern the true narrative at play. One could hardly be surprised. It was all in an effort to save money. Yet, I cannot fathom why the elder Chun has not returned sooner. This work cannot be completed in just a day or 2. Surely, he must know it is time to tend to the fields. Amidst the gossip, the sentiments were largely sympathetic toward the children. Yet none had the luxury of time to offer assistance, as they too had their own fields to tend. Their reflections were merely verbal musings. Unbeknownst to Yuer, who was immersed in her labor, she felt as though her shoulders were no longer her own. They had become numb, devoid of sensation, and her hunger was becoming unbearable. Chundhua observed his eldest daughter's unsteady gait and, glancing at her shoulders, noted that despite the padding, they had become damp. Whether from sweat or injury, he could not tell. His eyes filled with mist as he instinctively spoke. "Father, let us take a moment to rest. The children cannot endure this much longer." At that moment, the old lady interjected, "Rest? What do you mean rest? There is still a vast expanse of land that remains untilled. Time waits for no one. We must persevere and work faster. Once we endure this strain, it will become easier. You know our family is short on labor. If I had known this would be the case, perhaps you should have given me more grandsons. With no grandsons, it falls to the daughters to assist." Her words struck the two men mute. Chun Dajiang had not fathered a single son, while Chandawa had only just welcomed a young boy after many years. What could they do but endure? At that moment, Yuer spoke up, "Father, I'm not tired." The laborers in the field observed the Chun family's naive child, resembling a young calf, laboring diligently with her plow, as if she were the only one in existence. Next to the Chun family's land, the Arya family was also hard at work, with both parents and their son and daughter toiling in the fields. However, Arya merely assisted by gathering stray weeds. As her family owned a bull, Zhang Dachui and his 3 sons took turns working, making the task feel less burdensome. The women glanced over at Yuer and her family, feeling a pang of sympathy for their plight. "Dear aunt, come and have a sip of water. Look at you all, toiling away for half the day without a drop to drink." Everyone gathered around for a moment of respite. She had initially hoped to invite everyone for a refreshing break, allowing at least Yuer and her companions a chance to rest. However, the elderly lady was even more resolute. "No, we brought our own water. Lan Hu, I truly envy your family. Look at those 4 strong laborers, and with the addition of cattle, your work is so much easier than ours. In our household, it's all young girls. During mealtime, one of them is worth 2, but they are hardly of any use when it comes to labor." Being neighbors, Song Lan Hua was well aware of the underlying intentions of the elderly woman. It was clear she was hoping to leverage the presence of her granddaughters to evoke sympathy and receive assistance. Unfortunately, while she could solicit help from anyone, she was unwilling to assist this old woman. With sons and grandsons at her disposal, she had no qualms about sending her granddaughters to toil in the fields. Showing no regard for propriety, with a facade of feigned melancholy, she lamented, "The young boys consume more than they contribute. Though they possess strength, they require sustenance. We have yet to finish our tasks before attending to others, for we have already accepted payment from them. Aunt, please take your time. There is no rush." Chun Fong stood up, visibly irked, her slanted eyes narrowing as they glared daggers at Song Lan Hua. She had initially intended to appeal to their neighborly bond, hoping that the absence of strong laborers in their household would compel Lan Hua to lend a hand. Yet, before she could utter a word, she was met with outright rejection. "What are you? Just a few sons? I have sons as well. Why should I envy you?" As everyone settled down to eat in the fields, Chen Yuji arrived somewhat late, trailed by a small shadow, Chenping. The little fellow walked unsteadily, yet held his burden tightly, his cautious demeanor causing Yuer and Bai Xiao made a stir uneasily. "Bao, why are you here? Didn't your mother tell you to rest at home? You're still unwell. Why have you come out?" However, upon noticing the darkened patches on her son's cheeks, the mother could hardly feign ignorance about his reasons for venturing out with a load. Bai Xiao Mei's expression immediately soured, her voice laced with irritation. "Yuji, Bauer is sick, you know that. You expect him to start a fire and then bring him out to the fields to deliver food? Are you his loving aunt or his foe? I cautioned you this morning to keep him from the wind. How could you let him come out here?" Bai Xiao Mei, evidently infuriated, spoke with a tremor in her voice. Yet Chen Yuji dismissed her concerns lightly. "Sister-in-law, don't speak as if I lack concern for Bauer. I am overwhelmed with chores at home and cannot manage everything alone. Besides, Bauer has taken his medicine and is not in grave condition. Asking him to help with the fire is hardly a burden. Look, he is standing right before you, isn't he? Yue chose to ignore their bickering, pulling Bao into her embrace and gently touching his forehead, which still felt warm. With a gaze fixed on her younger brother, Bao inquired, "Why have you come here? Were you not forbidden to go outside? Are you not listening?" The little fellow, feeling somewhat wronged and lacking energy, unconsciously let out a whimper in response to Yue's question. "I'm not disobedient. I was lying quietly at home. My aunt asked me to assist her with household chores. I prepared the medicine myself, but she said she couldn't carry it and insisted I bring it to the field. I didn't want to come, but she glared at me, and I dare not refuse." Although Chen Ping's voice had grown faint, those present had heard him clearly. Chen Dahua could no longer restrain himself. His dark, gaunt face revealed a simmering anger that was hard to conceal. "Look at the trouble you've caused. Bao is still so young, and you make him fetch firewood. Are you not aware that your nephew is ill? When your sister-in-law spoke of you earlier, I refrained from criticizing you, yet you dared to retort. Do you understand that I have only this one son? If anything were to happen to Bao, how could you face us?" Chen Dahua had never before spoken so sternly to his sister, yet the incident of his son's fever had startled him. Having finally been blessed with a son, he cherished him deeply. Though he was not overly indulgent, he certainly felt a stronger affection for this child compared to others. Thus, witnessing his son laboring while unwell truly vexed him. The elderly matriarch glanced at her son and said with a nonchalant tone, "Enough of the quarrels. What if others laugh at us? You, my stubborn girl, deserve a scolding. Do you not know the condition of Bao? Yet you bring him out here. When we return, I shall have words with you. Come here, Bao, to your grandmother." Bao hesitated. Although his grandmother had never punished him, he had always perceived her as rather fearsome, rarely showing such a gentle side. Reluctant to approach, he found himself suddenly taken from Yue's embrace by the old lady. "Oh dear, my little grandson has suffered, ill yet still helping his aunt. What a good child you are. Tonight, I shall prepare a feast for you. Let's not bicker like your thoughtless aunt. Our Bao is truly a good boy." Yue gazed at the old lady in astonishment, wondering why her grandmother had suddenly turned so amiable. She was uncertain of the matriarch's intentions and instinctively felt the urge to reclaim her brother. "Grandma, please eat your meal. You've worked hard this morning. I will take Bao home shortly." After Chen Dahua had vented his frustration, the elderly lady's words had quelled his anger. The honest and simple man felt as though his mother was defending him. Bai Xiaomei remarked with irritation, "Aunt, if you find household chores tiring, we can swap duties. I don't mind the labor." Chen Yuji, feeling increasingly aggrieved for being chastised by her brother and sister-in-law, and with her own mother failing to stand up for her, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Twisting her petite frame, she began to act coyly towards the elderly woman. At that moment, the matriarch could not afford to show her daughter any kindness. It was a time for labor and utility, and this oblivious daughter was indeed a source of vexation. "Well, it's fortunate that your brother hasn't come to reprimand you. Quickly, take Bao back to sleep. Children must rest when they are ill, otherwise their recovery will be prolonged. There is no need for you to return. She has work to attend to shortly. I am uneasy. I shall escort Bao back, so as not to hinder your work." The elderly woman felt both anger and resentment towards her granddaughter, who never adhered to her expectations. However, with so many witnesses in the fields, she could not let her frustration be vented upon this foolish girl, lest rumors circulate the following day. Chen Yuji harbored a deep-seated grievance against her nephew, who had reported her misdeeds, and her lack of emotional control paled in comparison to the elderly woman's composure. A hint of hostility marred her expression, making it difficult for others to look at her. "You little rascal, just wait, I shall deal with you later." This threat was uttered in a hushed tone, meant only for Yu and Chen Ping to hear. Yu gazed at her intently, silent, her focus unwavering, even neglecting the wild vegetable pancake in her hand, as if Chen Yuji's face bore some delectable treat. "What are you staring at? You want tea? Choke on it." Confronted by her niece's somewhat chilling stare, Chen Yuji felt a twinge of fear, but her words remained sharp. Suddenly, Yu broke into a wide grin, revealing her pearly white teeth, startling Chen Yuji into hastily retreating to the elderly woman's side. Yu, disregarding the soup, carried her brother while munching on the pancake. "I'll be back shortly." Panner wished to follow but was restrained by Xiumei, who shook her head with a worried expression. With the elder daughter already having taken her son home, it would be unwise for the younger daughter to step forward now, for it would undoubtedly provoke the elderly woman's ire. It was better for the child to remain obedient, with the elder sister present. She trusted you or would take good care of her brother. Chun Ping squirmed on you back. Sister, let me down. Your shoulder is bleeding. I can walk on my own. You playfully patted his bottom. Behave. We'll be home soon. Sister is fine. I hardly feel it now. The little one, lying against your back, let tears flow down, soaking into her clothing. She understood that her brother felt sorrow for her, and thus, you a quaking piece. Vow, you must stay at home this afternoon. Don't open the door for anyone who calls. If your aunt asks for your help, remain inside. Once you are well, I promise to take you wherever you wish. In the fields, there were indeed families like the Chens who relied solely on human labor for cultivation, though such families were exceedingly rare. Typically, this situation arose only when no able-bodied laborers were available, particularly in households of widows and orphans, where the means to rent plowing oxen were simply non-existent. In the eyes of the community, the Chun family had not yet descended to such dire straits. Given the duration that Chun Day has been able to study, it is evident that certain conditions must be favorable. Otherwise, one would hardly be able to afford even a meal, let alone contemplate the pursuit of education. After all, filling one's stomach takes precedence, as the vastness of the world pales in comparison to the demands of hunger. Today, Zhang Dazue's family enjoyed a delightful meal, courtesy of Arya, who prepared a delectable spread of steamed buns paired with savory pickled vegetables, the aroma of which was simply irresistible. One can only imagine the sensations that wafted over to the Chun household. Lin Xiaoling inhaled the fragrant air and, while eating, lamented, "Mother, perhaps our family's meals could improve a bit these days. While we need not indulge in meat, we could at least add more oil to our vegetables. Just look at the adults and children. The physical labor they undertake is no trivial matter." Chun Fangshi, furrowing her brow, glanced at the neighboring family who were relishing their meal and sighed. "All right, I will take charge of this. Starting tomorrow, we shall increase the oil in our cooking. Moreover, when your elder brother returns, he might bring back some meat. I will inform the fourth child to mention it to him." Initially, it was assumed that Chun Dahai's family would return by afternoon, but regrettably, they did not appear until they were utterly exhausted from laboring all day. After dinner, Chun Dahai and his family finally arrived, and Lin Xiaoling couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration upon seeing her elder brother, who appeared notably more robust and in better spirits than her own husband. After a long day of toil, they had seemingly avoided all the hard work. Observing the wear and tear on their shoulders, it was evident that their situation was far superior to that of those toiling at home. "Ah, elder brother, you have finally returned. I thought we would have to wait several days." Not only Chun Dahai, but even his sister-in-law, Wang Meichin, detected the underlying dissatisfaction in the second family's tone. She contemplated making a few sardonic remarks, but Chun Dahai spoke first. "Ah, dear sister-in-law, we have all endured a taxing day, and we feel quite guilty about it. It is not that your elder brother is slacking. We simply had no choice. A day's delay means less income for the family. We have completed a full day's work, and our wages are secured. The tasks on the land will not suffer. Tomorrow, we will work together. Rest assured, with our efforts, the work will be completed swiftly." The elderly matriarch, upon seeing her son return, quickly busied herself ensuring that his family could rest. "Enough chatter. You must sleep quickly. Today has been exhausting, and there is much to do tomorrow. Get to bed early so you can rise early." As the moon emerged and the water for washing feet was prepared, Chun Dahai's family was seen bustling about in their quarters, a scene that did not go unnoticed by Lin Xiaoling, whose face betrayed a hint of envy, even detectable to the moonlit surroundings. Upon entering their home, Lin Xiaoling found her mother tending to her younger sister's injuries and quietly remarked, "Uncle has returned with many things." Bai Xiumei, accustomed to such occurrences, merely sighed in response. "Well, they brought for themselves, and we certainly have no share in it. It is likely intended for your grandmother. Come here, child, let me apply some medicine, otherwise your shoulder will surely swell by tomorrow." Seeing the injury on her daughter's shoulder, Bai Xiumei's eyes welled with tears, The wound was grievous, and the fabric of her clothing was almost torn away, nearly exposing the flesh beneath. Well, my heart aches. I cannot help but chastise you, my foolish child. Despite the gravity of the situation, why do you remain silent? Look at what has become of you. Sit still. I shall apply some medicine. Chen Dehua, upon hearing his wife's reproach towards their child, particularly regarding the child's supposed foolishness, felt a pang of anxiety. This child, born with a certain lack of sharpness, was a topic the couple seldom mentioned in front of her, for they feared that such words would only deepen the child's sense of inadequacy. Hearing his wife refer to the child as foolish stirred an instinctive concern in him, prompting him to inquire from the adjoining room, "What has happened? Is the child in distress?" Bai Xiaomei replied, her voice thick with emotion, "Her shoulder is injured, nearly stuck to her clothes. Can you believe your mother? She insisted on having you switch places with her. Now look at how our daughter is suffering alone. Tomorrow, you must not plow again. Let her gather the remnants instead." Pang Er, with her little lips pursed, was on the verge of tears, her heart aching for her simple-minded sister. "Sister, does it hurt? Why not let our little aunt work tomorrow? She's not much older than us, yet she insists on making us toil while she remains idle. This favoritism is simply outrageous." Chen Dehua heard the sobs of his wife and the complaints of his second daughter. Yet he knew that they were not the only ones laboring under such conditions. The family of the second son was also toiling, and his mother had gone out to work as well. He could not voice a complaint over the child's shoulder injury. "Sigh, tend to the child as wound properly. Tomorrow, when your elder brother's family comes over, we shall have a lighter burden. Our daughter will not need to plow anymore. Besides, the remaining work is not substantial. We shall finish it in a day or two, and once the seeds are sown, the children will have no further duties." The heartache was not solely by Xiaomei's. Lin Xiaoling felt it too, as she applied medicine to her two daughters while lamenting to her husband. "Look at your mother's so-called good deeds, rummaging through the village. Who allows their daughters to plow? Unless a family is truly desperate, what compels them to send their children to do such work? The three of us work day and night stitching, and while we may not possess the means to earn substantial wealth, we have certainly brought back our share of the small change. Yet we lack even the funds to rent an ox. Your mother has a heart of stone, treating her daughter-in-law and granddaughter as mere beasts of burden. Look at your elder brother's family. Their garments are made of fine cotton, while our daughters wear rags. Observe their children's rosy cheeks compared to ours, who barely scrape by with meager meals. We toil endlessly, our eyes nearly blinded from stitching. Yet we cannot even savor a full meal. I suspect your elder brother is saving quite a sum while we suffer." Chen Dejong silently puffed on his dry tobacco, unable to respond to his wife's grievances. He refrained from delving deeper into his thoughts, knowing that overthinking would lead to futility. As long as the old man did not divide the family, their lives would continue in this manner. What good would it do to voice his concerns? They were childless, and their future depended on the eldest son's family. Never mind. Regardless of everything else, the fact that we have no son is paramount. We must not dwell on anything else. In the future, we shall still rely on the elder brother's family for sustenance. With this statement, Chen Dajiang rendered Lin Xiaoling's remaining words moot. Indeed, their lack of a son meant that no matter how hard they toiled, it would merely be for the benefit of others. On the other hand, Xinghua was unconcerned. What did it matter if they had no son? If they lacked a son, that was simply unacceptable. "Father, even though you and mother have no son, you have us. From now on, I will take care of you. If it truly comes to it, and we can't have a brother, we shall bring a son-in-law home. Let us see who dares to look down upon us." Lin Xiaoling was taken aback by her daughter's words and hastily scolded her. "You impudent girl, how can you speak such things? This is something to discuss at home. Do not blabber outside, or your grandmother will surely make a fuss. Let us endure a little longer. Who knows? Perhaps mother will indeed bear you a brother in the future." That night, the women from both families vented their grievances to their men. Yet the men remained unchanged, unable to resolve any issues, merely listening and offering sympathy, knowing that life must continue as usual. The following day, Chen Dehai took his two sons to the fields. It was unclear how the eldest had spoken to the old lady the night before, or what he had brought back that gave her a sense of assurance. After breakfast, the old lady announced that they would rent an ox for plowing that day. This news undoubtedly delighted the families of the second and third sons, as they were all girls. No matter how capable they were, their small frames were ill-suited for the labor of plowing. The old lady reorganized the tasks. Today, we shall plow and sow simultaneously to expedite the process. Eldest son, you will cook at home, Wearer will gather firewood and forage for wild vegetables, and the rest of you will assist in sowing the seeds. The old man had no objections to the old lady's directives. This was precisely what he had intended to convey. Let us all work diligently, and, at noon, the eldest son's family will prepare a meat stew for everyone. Wearer cast a deep glance at the old lady, wanting to inquire how they suddenly had money to hire an ox, but fearing rebuke, she merely opened her mouth to enjoy the thick wild vegetable porridge they seldom had. This meal was a significant treat for the families of the second and third sons, and thus everyone enjoyed it heartily. However, the eldest son's daughter, Leonor, pouted, unwilling to eat. Having lived in town, they were accustomed to much better fare, and the thought of returning to the old wild vegetable porridge filled her with a sense of bitterness. Wang Meichin and the others also disliked this type of porridge. But with so many present, they dared not show their distaste, especially since they had yet to separate their households. With a nudge to Leonor and a knowing glance, they urged her to endure. After all, they would surely treat them well once they returned home. However, Chun Dazhu and Chun Daqiang could not contain themselves. Both were in their growth spurts and found the portions woefully insufficient to satisfy their appetites. The morning had been long and laborious, and the old lady remarked that porridge alone would not suffice to sustain their strength for work. Her expression radiated warmth and affection as she looked at her eldest grandson and his companion, filled with a deep sense of fondness and satisfaction. "Oh, how could you say that you would go hungry? There are eggs in the pot, and those who toil must eat. They can have their meals in the fields if hunger strikes, rather than let others gossip about our family." Upon hearing about the eggs, Chun Ping's eyes sparkled momentarily, but his spirits quickly dampened with the realization that, being no laborer, he would surely miss out. Chun Leonor, too, yearned for an egg, but knowing the old lady had spoken, she hesitated to voice her desire, fearing a reprimand. However, she soon devised a clever plan as she glanced at her aunt. "Chun Yuji, grandmother, you and aunt are the elders, and neither of you has eaten yet. How can my brothers, as juniors, dare to eat before you?" The eldest granddaughter's words resonated with Chun Fong, who appreciated her granddaughter's thoughtfulness, recognizing that she remembered the respect due to her elders. "All right, off you go to work," the old lady replied, her heart at ease. Chun Dehoku hesitated several times before summoning the courage to suggest that his daughter rest for the day. Bai Xiaomei's pale countenance betrayed a hint of anger at her husband's timidity. Yet, for the sake of their child, she felt compelled to speak up. If the wound were to worsen, the old lady would never part with money for medical care. "Mother, your shoulders were badly injured yesterday. She can't possibly carry firewood anymore. Perhaps we could send another person to gather it?" The old lady shot her a disapproving glare, finding her suggestion impractical and disruptive. "Let Panner go. She can keep you her company. We cannot risk her getting lost in the woods." Concerned for her grandson's health, the old lady forbade Chun Ping from accompanying them, instead sending Panner, as she could not bear the thought of being perceived as unkind to her granddaughter. Compared to gathering firewood, the children preferred planting seeds, as the latter seemed less laborious than hauling wood from the mountains. In truth, Bai Xiaomei also wished to spare her delicate daughter from such burdens, but with the old lady's decision made, she knew it was futile to contest. Before they left, she offered a few reminders, her worry palpable. The three siblings remained behind, while Wang Meichin grew impatient with the chores of feeding the pigs and chickens, wishing for assistance from her sister-in-law's daughters. However, Panner firmly declined, stating, "We still have to go to the mountain to dig for vegetables and gather firewood. You should manage on your own. We must be off." As they departed, they took Chin Ping along, who had been recovering well these past few days. After taking his medicine, Yue bundled him in a patched-up coat before heading out, with Panner carrying a basket and wielding a firewood axe in tow. Wang Meichin cursed the little rascals behind her, lamenting their audacity, promising that they would soon regret their insolence. The villagers were presently occupied with their agricultural tasks. leaving little leisure for idle chatter along the roads. Thus, the trio of siblings proceeded up the mountain without needing to greet anyone. However, on their way, they encountered a group of robust men clad in dark attire, carrying a small boy towards them. Their appearance suggested wealth, and although Uera and her companions initially intended to ignore them, the men called out to them, "Young ladies, please wait. We have some inquiries to make." Uera had little interest in the strangers and intended to urge her sister to continue walking. Yet, it seemed that Panner was paralyzed by the ominous aura exuded by these men, rendered unable to move. Thus, Uera turned back, her gaze fixed intently on the group. "What do you wish to inquire about?" The small boy peered out from behind the men, his complexion pale, as if made of thin paper. Yet it did not obscure his striking beauty. One of the men, a guard, quickly pressed the boy's head down, cautioning, "Stay still for your health." An amiable figure beside them extended a piece of paper towards Panner, asking, "Might we inquire if any of you recognize what is depicted here?" Panner, captivated by the boy's appearance, wondered how someone could be so striking. They had never encountered such beauty before, and his attire was distinctly different from theirs. Hesitantly, she accepted the paper, glanced at it, and then shook her head. Her response elicited a sense of disappointment among the men, who had come guided by a wise individual to seek something specific. Had they been misled by a charlatan? Once more, the small boy couldn't help but peek out, observing Panner shake her head. A profound sadness flickered in his eyes, prompting Uera, who had initially wished to remain uninvolved, to take the paper from her sister's hands. Upon seeing the illustration, her own eyes widened in astonishment. She recognized it. Once, while stealthily venturing into the depths of a dense forest, she had encountered such a flower blooming on a cliff, exquisite yet unreachable, even for the skilled herbalist. Observing Uera's reaction, the man carrying the boy felt a flicker of hope. Beneath his stern demeanor lay a barely perceptible smile. This child seemed intriguing, displaying an unexpected lack of fear towards them. "Young lady, have you indeed seen this? Can you guide us to it? We promise a generous reward for your assistance," he implored. Uera met the man's gaze and then glanced at the boy's eyes, which had suddenly ignited with hope amid his earlier disappointment. Though she had intended to refuse, she found herself inexplicably nodding in agreement. The young boy gazed blankly at the moonlit figure before him, his eyes seemingly unfocused. He couldn't help but internally scoff, pondering whether this simple village girl could truly be the fated one the sage had spoken of. However, considering the guard had already mentioned payment, the likelihood of their paths crossing again seemed slim, so he dismissed the notion entirely. After all, he had encountered countless so-called fated ones on his journey. The girl, silent yet resolute, nodded and set off towards the hillside with her younger siblings in tow. Clearly frightened, her younger brother's face was buried against her neck, too intimidated to lift his head or even speak. Her sister, on the other hand, held her hand tightly, genuinely fearful, as the gazes of the men around them evoked a sensation akin to that of a butcher eyeing his livestock. Upon reaching the hilltop, she gently set her brother down and instructed her sister, "Panner, I will take them inside. Wait for us outside. If I don't return, just call out a few times by the edge of the woods, and I will find my way back." The guard, observing the girl's demeanor, couldn't help but feel bewildered. If she couldn't even find her way back, how could she possibly lead them to the medicinal herb? Doubts began to creep into their minds. "Hey, do you even know the way? Don't lead us astray." The boy could no longer contain himself, suppressing his discomfort as he voiced their collective concern. Mooner shot him a glance, but responded kindly, "I'm not sure either. I often get lost myself. Perhaps we can find it together. If you're in a hurry, come with me. If not, feel free to take your time." The group, now less confident than before, noted that this village girl appeared far from sharp-witted, unlike the other young ladies they had encountered, whose gazes lingered on their young master with admiration. This girl, though she had looked at him, did not exhibit the same enthusiasm. Could it be that she was somewhat dim-witted? Yet, none dared to voice such thoughts, resigning themselves to let her lead the way, trusting that with their adult presence, they would not get lost. Fortune smiled upon Mooner that day. As if her mind had sharpened, she recalled the route from her previous journey. This time, she navigated without deviation, guiding them directly to the base of the cliff. Pointing to the beautiful flowers swaying in the wind above, she declared, "That is what you seek, but alas, there is no path up. I can only bring you this far." Seeing the flowers atop the cliff, the men were nearly moved to tears after such a long search. Their efforts had not been in vain. At last, their young master was to be saved. "Both of you, go ahead and gather the herbs. We shall remain here to assist." With the arrangements in place, the man carrying the young master produced 2 ingots of silver from his bosom. "My lady, this is 10 taels of silver, a token of our gratitude for guiding us here." After a moment's hesitation, Uer was uncertain whether accepting payment for leading someone was right or wrong. However, with this newfound wealth, she envisioned purchasing food for her brother and beautiful fabric for her sister's summer attire. Before she could fully contemplate, her hand instinctively reached out to accept the silver offered by the burly man. On their way out, she asked, "Do you require my assistance to return?" The burly man shook his head. "No need, my lady. We are grateful for your help today. We can find our way out ourselves." Feeling her presence was no longer necessary, Wearer turned away in silence and departed. The child clinging to the man's side pouted, expressing discontent. "Uncle Ching, I think she seems rather foolish. That fortune-teller must surely be a charlatan. With so many better candidates around, how could she be the chosen one?" Chingmu chuckled. "Indeed, let be. You have found the medicine. The rest can be addressed later." This excursion had been surprisingly smooth. She and T encountered the wild beasts spoken of by the adults, although she was unaware of the exact amount of silver clutched in her arms. She surmised it was substantial, considering she usually dealt in copper coins. This time, she possessed substantial silver, certainly enough to procure many items. Meanwhile, Pan-Er and her companion anxiously awaited by the forest's edge, foraging for wild vegetables. Chun Ping was particularly restless, lamenting, "I should have followed them inside. What if elder sister cannot find her way back? Why was I so timid? It's all my fault." Pan-Er felt equally remorseful. If it weren't for her, elder sister would not have ventured into the old forest, a place rife with ferocious beasts. What would happen if anything befell her? Caught up in her fears, she hadn't even taken note of the man's appearance. Should anything occur, she wouldn't know whom to seek for help. At that moment, Pan-Er gazed tearfully into the thicket, disregarding her brother's words, fervently hoping to hear her sister's voice calling for them. Chun Ping, with his short legs, trotted into the forest, gathering twigs along the way while listening intently for any sounds. Though Pan-Er yearned for her sister to appear before them, she could not permit her brother's perilous actions. "Bower, come back. There are man-eating tigers inside. Don't wander too far. Sister will surely return. She has said she has entered before, and this time she will certainly come back safely." The little one, with a pout, reluctantly returned holding a withered branch. With a soft hum, he inquired of his second sister, "When will elder sister come back?" I longed to savor her grilled fish just as the siblings awaited with bated breath. The moonlight revealed their sister, who appeared with a substantial dry branch in hand. I'm back." Her voice pulled the daydreaming siblings back to reality. Upon seeing her, Pien-Er, brimming with excitement, dropped her shovel and dashed toward her sister, scrutinizing her with eager eyes before collapsing into her embrace. "Sister, you've finally returned. You have no idea how worried Bower and I were as tears streamed down her face." Moon-Er could only gently pat her sister's back in response to her sudden emotional outburst. "But I am here now. It wasn't as dreadful as you imagined. Come, let me see how much you've gathered. If it's insufficient, our grandmother will surely scold us," as she released Pien. Before Moon-Er could even inspect the basket of wild vegetables, Chun Ping, like a young calf, rushed in, burying his little head in Moon-Er's embrace. "Sister, I was so worried about you. You have no idea how terrified I was," though her shoulder ached from his collision. The heartfelt concern in his words brought an unbidden smile to her face. "What is there to fear? I have returned safe and sound. Let us get to work quickly. Once we gather enough firewood, I shall fetch you some fish. I wonder if there are any left in the fish basket." The 3 siblings enjoyed a few grilled fish atop the mountain, and as Chun Ping munched on his meal, he asked Sister, "Do you think Annie will save us some lunch?" Pien-Er, swallowing her morsel of fish, scoffed. "How is that possible? We haven't worked in the fields. Grandmother and Auntie would rather us toil without sustenance." This isn't the first time such a thing has happened, Chen Ping pouted, reluctant about their labor. Why should they have food while we don't? Mooner ruffled her brother's hair, appearing hesitant, yet she eventually retrieved a silver ingot from her bosom. Fear not. I have silver. When there's an opportunity, I'll send mother to buy you some treats. Pian's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the ingot. Her mouth agape, as if to accommodate an egg. Sister, how much is this? Such a large piece of silver can buy so many delicacies. Where did you get this, however? She promptly snatched the silver from Moon's hands and tucked it back into her embrace, glancing around cautiously while reminding her sister. Sister, this silver must not be seen by anyone, especially by grandmother or them. You mustn't mention it either. Neither father nor mother can know, understood? Although Chen Ping had never seen such a large silver piece, he, too, understood its value, realizing that his sister's anxiousness was warranted. Sister, I want to say a word, not even if it cost me my life. You can rest assured. Having received her brother's assurance, Panner finally explained to Yue, we must keep this money a secret from our family. Otherwise, we shall not be able to retain a single coin. Last time, when my brother fell ill, we still owed money to others. We must repay that debt. However, you must tell me where this silver has come from. Yue pushed her aside. It was given to me by the person I guided earlier as a token of gratitude for my assistance. Sister, if we need to repay debts, we cannot possibly return this money, can we? Panner's small face was etched with worry. She had no other way to exchange the silver for copper coins. After a moment of hesitation, she proposed, why don't you keep it for now? Hide it well at home. When we have a free day, we can go to town to buy food for our brother and exchange the silver. When we return, we can say it was given to us by a kind-hearted passerby for helping him find his way. However, we should not give too much. We can give mother 201 to settle her debts, and the remainder we can slowly take out when the opportunity arises. Despite her young age, Panner was quite shrewd. With a younger brother and a somewhat scatterbrained sister, it fell upon her to think more carefully. Yue intended to give the silver to her sister, but was persuaded by Panner to return it, saying, you mustn't give it to me. It is safer with you. They would never suspect that you possess such a sum of silver. Sister, remember, we must not take it out unless absolutely necessary. Just consider our uncle's family. It's clear their hearts are no longer aligned with ours. We must think about our family's future. As for what the future might hold, Yue could not fathom. Since her sister insisted she keep it, she would do so, and whenever anyone in the family needed it, they could use it as required. Those toiling in the fields could never have imagined that 3 children, chopping wood in the mountains, suddenly possessed such a significant sum of silver. Meanwhile, the others were enjoying their meal heartily, though Chun Dahai, the eldest son of the Chun family, had brought back a piece of meat the previous night. At noon, they had stewed it, and those working in the fields were able to savor it as well. Leonor, following closely behind Chen Yuji, had also been fortunate enough to enjoy the eggs she desired, relishing her meal more than anyone else. Only Chun Diyalu and his wife were concerned for the children on the mountain, uncertain if their sister-in-law would spare some meat for the 3 children. However, given the circumstances, it seemed quite unlikely. In truth, the amount of meat was scant. Each person could expect to receive about 3 or 2 pieces. Even so, for Chun Dehilu and his wife, who had long been deprived of such nourishment, these few pieces felt exceptionally precious. Bai Xiaomei contemplated slipping the meat into her pocket to take home for the children, but upon noticing the elderly matriarch's gaze upon her, she refrained from acting on that impulse. Observing the way the old woman boasted to the neighboring families by their fields, she felt an emptiness within her heart. Chun Dahua gently nudged his wife, whispering in her ear to refrain from taking things back, as their mother was watching. He cautioned that if others were to witness her actions, it might provoke their mother into a fit of anger. He reassured her that once they had money, they could afford to buy more for the children. Yet, Bai Xiaomei harbored little hope for such a day, as long as the elders remained. Their family's plight would persist. However, a wave of dissatisfaction washed over her. She remarked that while others were sent to gather firewood, the old woman insisted that their family's painter should go, likely anticipating a meaty lunch. The 3 siblings on the mountain had managed to stave off hunger for the time being. Yuera had nearly finished chopping the firewood and was now assisting her younger siblings in foraging for wild vegetables, filling 2 large baskets, which required meticulous packing. Chen Ping sat on the ground, draped in his clothes, reflecting on the morning events. Second sister, what do you think those people were doing? They appeared to be wealthy. But what brought them to our humble abode? Painter sighed and shook her head, uncertain. Perhaps they were merely passing through. Or maybe the medicinal herbs they sought were unique to their locale. Nevertheless, they were strangers to them, likely never to cross paths again. As Yuera collected wild vegetables, her thoughts wandered to where she might hide their silver upon returning home, completely oblivious to the conversation between her siblings. Elder sister Chen Ping called out a couple of times before Yuera snapped back to reality. "What is it?" she asked as the little one approached, wrapping her arms around Yuera's neck and playfully leaning in. "Elder sister, if we go to town, will you buy me 2 pieces of candy?" "That's all I want," fearing rejection. The little one was resolute in her request for merely 2 pieces of candy. How could anyone resist such a charming plea from a younger sibling? Affectionately, Yuera touched her brother's forehead and rubbed his little face, now cool to the touch. "Don't worry. Not only will I get you candy, but if you want meat, I'll buy that for you too. We'll have big meat buns." When they returned home in the afternoon, the 3 siblings discovered that the meal left for them had vanished. After preparing medicine for her brother, Painter reluctantly entered the room. "Sister, lie down for a bit. Let me apply some medicine to your shoulder." The questioning look from her brother was unmistakable. Painter sighed. "Forget it. There's none for us. How about this? Tomorrow, you take Bao to town. Everyone will be busy in the fields, and 1T notice we're gone. You could buy some food for Bao and exchange the silver. Just make sure Bao keeps an eye on it. We can't afford to lose it." Painter hesitated. "Can I manage that? Perhaps you should take Bao You two will be fine. I often feel muddled, and I fear I might misplace the silver." Not only was Yuera worried about herself, but Painter felt a twinge of doubt as well. After a moment of contemplation, determination surfaced on her youthful face. "All right, I will take Bao. Just stay by the edge of the forest and do not venture in. We'll return promptly." In the household, the aunt was nowhere to be found, as she had presumably wandered off to visit someone. The 3 of them had not seen a trace of her. After giving her younger brother his medicine, Yuera tucked him in for a brief nap, while she discreetly stashed away another piece of silver. The sisters had tidied up the wild vegetables when Aunt Wang, Mei-Chin, finally sauntered in from outside, her attire unmistakably indicative of a frivolous outing. Upon noticing her 2 nieces standing in the courtyard, Wang Mei-Chin, without a flicker of hesitation, began to weave a tale. "Why are you 2 back so late? I saved some meat for you at noon, but alas, your little aunt and her companions returned hungry and devoured it all. It's not that I didn't think of you. I simply had no choice. Her words were not directed at you, For the foolish child from the 3rd household was as mute as a stone, while the second daughter displayed a certain cleverness, often adept at navigating tricky situations for her own benefit. Yuera's profound gaze lingered on Wang Mei-Chin for a moment, a fleeting glance that stirred an unsettling feeling within her. The foolish child seemed to possess an unusual intensity. There was something different about her, something that sent a chill down one's spine. Yet, Yuera soon lowered her head, causing Wang Mei-Chin to dismiss the moment as mere imagination. After all, a fool is a fool. How could she expect any intelligence from one who couldn't even call out a greeting? On the side, Pan smiled, addressing Aunt Wang. "Today we shall let it pass, but tomorrow, regardless of circumstances, please do reserve a little for us. Even if we don't eat, Bao must have something, for he is still unwell. I extend my gratitude to you in advance." Wang Mei-Chin had not anticipated that Pan would possess such eloquence. She had expected the child to say something trivial, yet she was surprised that the seemingly tongue-tied 3rd household had birthed such a loquacious girl. Wang Mei-Chin had indeed underestimated the girl from the 3rd household. However, observing Pan's frail figure, her disheveled hair, caused her to retract her earlier trepidation. What did it matter if the child could speak? With such parents, these girls would never escape the clutches of their family. Thus, a relaxed smile graced her face as she thought, "Regrettably, your grandmother has already spoken, and tomorrow she will return to cook. I wish I had the strength to assist you, but perhaps you could exchange tasks with your second cousins." Sowing seeds in the fields is certainly easier than chopping wood. At least you might have a couple of bites of meat for lunch. Wouldn't you agree? Panner found some hope in this suggestion, yet you were. Keeping her head down, murmured, "Aunt, our words carry little weight. Perhaps you could advocate for us?" Wang Meichin was taken aback by Yu-er's sudden interjection, realizing that she had not misread the longing in Panner's eyes. What child wouldn't yearn for a taste of meat, especially with the prospect of a meal? She had anticipated that her desires might be realized. Yet to her astonishment, this foolish child had unexpectedly spoken up. Wang Meichin was well aware of the temperaments of the third household. One was oblivious, while the other could barely muster a coherent thought. Could it be that this girl had suddenly transformed? The moon. Ah! Upon gazing at Chun Yu's dark, round face, complemented by the bewilderment in her eyes, Wang Meichin couldn't help but pat her chest, pondering what had transpired today, as she found herself engaging in matters that only served to frighten herself. "Oh, I meant to ask if you could assist me in chopping the pig feed. I shall promptly prepare dinner, and shortly, Auntie will bake a couple potatoes for you. But do keep it a secret from the family, lest Auntie incur your grandmother's wrath." Upon hearing of the baked potatoes, a glimmer of joy graced Panner's face. "Thank you, Auntie. I will get to chopping right away." Yu lifted her head, her gaze drifting to the figure that had already entered the kitchen. Auntie's behavior today struck her as peculiar. She had not been like this before, often looking down upon them. Why the sudden kindness to remind them, she wondered. Though unable to fathom the intricacies of the situation, she felt an instinctive urge to disregard Auntie's advice. "Panner, let's not speak of anything tonight. If we have meat, we should send Xinghua to the mountain. You know she wouldn't feel good about it. She is a person who embroiders, and if her hands become coarse, she can no longer sew." Panner reflected on this, realizing the truth in her sister's words. If she were to bring it up, not only would she offend their second aunt, but her two sisters would likely harbor ill thoughts towards her as well. Enlightened, Panner shot a glance towards the kitchen. So that's why she is being so kind. She must be harboring ill intentions. If it comes to light, who knows, our mother might even get implicated. "Sister, I understand now, but how did you deduce her thoughts? Have you become cleverer?" The elder sister had indeed displayed some unusual behavior lately, yet upon reflection, it was not vastly different from her usual self. Perhaps she simply acted unexpectedly during moments when they were being bullied. However, it was understandable, as she acted out of concern for them. Yu shook her head, uncertain. "I'm still quite muddled." "Never mind. As long as it doesn't interfere with our meals and work, it is of little consequence. Please check if Boehner's medicine is nearly ready. He should rise to take it." As she prepared the meal, Wang Meichin mused that perhaps a captivating scene awaited her that evening. With the family toiling outside, she feared that the two sisters might eventually unite against her. If they returned and teamed up, it could spell trouble for her. Better to let them clash first, winning one over while suppressing the other, ensuring her position at home remained unshaken. However, despite her well-laid plans, she witnessed nothing of the sort at dinner. The two girls behaved as usual, meekly eating their meals, not daring to utter a word, nor did she observe any excessive behavior from the sisters, leaving her somewhat disappointed. After the meal, Chun Yuji was not about to let her sister-in-law leave so easily. In this household, only the eldest brother's family resided in town, well acquainted with the world. More importantly, the sister-in-law had previously promised to make her spring clothing, yet upon returning had not mentioned it again. Furthermore, the sister-in-law's family dressed far more elegantly than her own, thus she felt compelled to remind her sister-in-law that this matter had not slipped her mind. As Wang Meichin noticed the gaze of her sister-in-law fixated upon her garments, a pang of realization struck her. How could she have forgotten about this little ancestor's needs? However, as she recalled the items she had brought back, a smile blossomed across her face. "Dear sister, how could your sister-in-law ever forget your matters? It's just that funds have been rather tight lately. Mother mentioned that all the earnings should be prioritized for your fourth brother. Yet, despite my inability to purchase anything, I have managed to procure a lovely set of garments for you. Come, let's take a look." Internally, she lamented the persistence of Chun Yuji, her sister-in-law, as it had been some time since this matter arose, and yet the girl had not forgotten. The outfit she initially intended for her own daughter had to be set aside for her sister-in-law instead, if she did not appease this little ancestor. She could hardly expect to avoid the displeasure of the matriarch. Upon seeing the beautiful skirt and top that her sister-in-law was showcasing, Chun Yuji was instantly enamored. Although not brand new, it appeared to have been worn only a few times, and the fabric certainly suggested it was of fine quality. In a moment of maternal affection and filial piety, the mother observed her sister-in-law's eyes gleaming as she caressed the garment. Seizing the opportunity, she began to extol the virtues of the attire. Yuji, do not be deceived by its apparent age. Although this fabric may not be brand new, it is of a quality that we would typically be unable to afford, and it is not available for purchase in our locality. Observe the front placket. Where the color has faded slightly, it is a piece that a lady from a prominent family can no longer wear. Hence, it was graciously bestowed upon your elder brother to bring home for the womenfolk. Look, I had Leonor embroider flowers on this section, rendering its original condition almost unrecognizable. I have heard that this fabric was procured from relatives in the capital. Should you wear it in our village, you would undoubtedly be the first to do so, and no one could rival your elegance. Such flattery delighted Chun Yuji, for who would not wish to be the most beautiful girl in the village? A proud expression graced her fair visage as she envisioned how splendid she would appear in this garment. Sister-in-law, I shall not stand on ceremony. I will take the dress, she declared, eager to try it on. Meanwhile, Wang Meichin, filled with frustration from dealing with her debt-collecting sister-in-law, entered the next room only to find her beloved daughter in tears. With a sigh of sympathy, she consoled, Leonor, mother will buy you a new dress next time. We shall not wear this old one. Chun Lien, with a charmingly petulant demeanor, nestled close to her mother, her delicate features betraying a sense of grievance. Mother, I too adore that dress, and it was all ready, yet my sister-in-law snatched it away. We do not have such fabric available here. Next time, you must buy me a dress even more beautiful than that one. Wang Meichin gently patted her daughter's back. Silly girl, you are my only daughter. Who else would I give something good to? Trust me, your sister-in-law will continue to dote on you. Do not let this matter cause discord between you. Your grandmother takes delight in both of you, and we must not allow this to bring sorrow into our home. Chun Lien was astute enough to recognize the influence her sister-in-law wielded over the matriarch. By cultivating a good rapport with her, they could ensure a more prosperous existence within the household. For instance, had it not been for the two foolish girls from the third uncle's family today, the trip up the mountain might have taken an unfortunate turn, potentially landing her in a precarious situation. Mother, I understand, she replied, absorbing her mother's advice. Wang Meichin, still concerned, admonished her, remember, do not mention to your sister-in-law that I earn wages while working for others. This is our family's private savings, which I intend to preserve for your dowry. Keep this in mind. A playful blush adorned Leonor's face as she smiled shyly. Mother, how could you doubt me? I know precisely how to behave. Meanwhile, Chun Dahai and his two brothers, along with their sons, were engaged in cheerful conversation with the patriarch in the main house. Naturally, the affectionate tone of a biological parent conversing with their own children would differ from that directed towards daughters-in-law, though 5 fingers may vary in length. The bond of blood rendered their exchanges inherently warm and endearing. The elderly matriarch remained deeply concerned about her second son's situation. Your mother has asked Aunt Hua to seek out folk remedies, she said. She travels far and wide, knows many people, and is likely to discover a suitable medicine to restore your wife's health. Having a son would provide you with support in your old age. At these words from Chun Fong, Chun Dajian's somber expression suddenly brightened, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope that nearly led Chun Dahua to believe that his brother was about to take some action. Brother, don't be overly excited. Let us discuss this calmly, Chun Dajian urged, grasping Chun Fong's hand. Mother, is this truly the case? Chun Fong sighed, patting her son's arm, her benevolent demeanor likely to astonish anyone who had witnessed her anticipation for her children. You foolish boy, would your mother deceive you about such matters? The absence of a grandson weighs heavily on my heart. All of you emerge from my womb, and it pains me when any of you suffer. Rest assured, I have not forgotten this. Aunt Hua has agreed to help, and as a matchmaker who traverses the neighborhood, she is well informed. I do not expect the remedy to miraculously grant you a son, but if it brings joy to your wife, then there is hope. Meanwhile, Chun Dahai and the old man were discussing the younger brother's upcoming examination while smoking. Chun Fong interjected, "I've thought this through. Once the fields are planted, you will accompany the fourth brother. Should any errands arise, lend him your support. During the examination, let the third brother come over to care for him and perhaps take on some work to help supplement our household. You must not neglect your own responsibilities. Your father and second brother will manage the fields, and if anything else comes to mind, you brothers can discuss it further." Chun Dahua appeared somewhat bewildered, pointing to himself and then looking up at the matriarch. "Mother, are you certain? I've never even been to the county town. If you expect me to look after the fourth brother, I fear I may hinder him. Truly, it is not that I am shirking my duties as an elder brother. I am simply not equipped for this task. My clumsy tongue might only cause chaos instead of assistance." Chun Dahua also felt uneasy about the arrangement. The fourth brother was the family's sole hope, and they all anticipated that he would rise to prominence in the future, thereby bringing honor to his elder brother. "Mother, my affairs can wait. The fourth brother's needs are paramount. I want to be delayed for long. I will take care of this. And the third brother can manage the fields at home. Our entire family relies on this land." Seeing her eldest son step forward willingly, the matriarch did not hesitate any longer. The decision was made. "Eldest, discuss your sister's situation with your wife in town, and see if there are any suitable young men available. Additionally, our two grandsons are growing up and should be considering brides. I will find a matchmaker at home to inquire, and you should also ask around. We must strive for the best, mustn't we?" The old gentleman undoubtedly concurred with his wife's perspective. After taking a leisurely puff of smoke, he exhaled a cloud and remarked, "What your mother says holds merit. You encounter many people in town, and your information is far more reliable than what we have here. It wouldn't hurt to inquire a bit more. Your sister's future depends on the two of you. We need to find her a prosperous family. Our Yuji is quite lovely and is the daughter of both me and your mother. As her elder brother, you must take this to heart, for her future relies on you." The Chun brothers, Chun Dahai and Chun Do, listened in on the conversation, realizing it did not pertain to them. After a short while, they excused themselves, claiming fatigue, and retired to their room. Once they departed, Chun Dahai slowly retrieved a handful of coins from his pocket. Upon seeing the meager amount, the old lady's expression darkened immediately. "Why is it less than before?" Chun Dahai hurriedly explained to his mother that the Zhu's mother had taken Lianer with her, which naturally resulted in increased expenses. "We have been economizing to the utmost, even refraining from buying vegetables and subsisting on pickled vegetables brought from home. However, as you well know, life in this town is not comparable to that at home, which has led to a surge in our expenditures of late. Yet, should his mother not visit, our lives would be quite arduous. Once the Zhu and the others complete their studies, their wages will undoubtedly increase. Coupled with this occasion of purchasing meat and provisions, our remaining funds have dwindled. Mother, this is but a temporary situation." Upon hearing this, the elderly lady's expression softened, and she sighed. "I do not wish to compel you to subsist on mere gruel. You are aware of our household's substantial expenses, especially with your younger brother needing to continue his studies. That alone entails considerable costs. We are relying on you to contribute financially. I have already given the funds for Lao Si's examination. You two brothers should go together, and for any expenses, you can procure the money from Lao Si." The elderly lady was reluctant to disburse any more funds. In the past, she had a clear understanding of how much her son earned, but ever since the daughters-in-law arrived, household finances had diminished, leaving her in a rather dismal mood. When Chun Dahai returned home, Wang Meichin was still awake. Observing the triumphant expressions on her husband and son's faces, she felt reassured. "So what did your mother say?" Wang Dazhuang confidently shook his head. "Who do you think my father is? He earns his living solely with his words. Even if my grandmother was displeased, it wouldn't matter, once my father spoke." She had no further objections. "Mother, rest assured." Seeing her son's smug demeanor, Wang Meichin chuckled and playfully urged him to wash up with his brother. As he was covered in sweat, Chun Dahai, assuming a posture of a diligent worker, reclined on the heated bed. "My dear wife, could you please massage my lower back? I am utterly exhausted from the day's labor. My back aches terribly. I truly feel my age." Wang Meichin, slightly exasperated, playfully scolded her husband. "What do you mean by feeling old? Just look at yourself. You're not any less handsome than Lao San or Lao Air. If they were the elder brother, I would certainly believe it. You're still young, so stop lamenting about age. If you continue, wouldn't that make me even older? Despite her words, she dutifully began to massage her husband's back, for they were counting on him to earn money for the family. She knew they would rely on him for a more prosperous future. Chun Dahai, with his inherited small eyes blinking a few times, pondered, "My dear wife, just now my mother mentioned that we should assist Yuji in finding a suitable match in town. When you have time, could you please keep an eye out? It would be inappropriate for me, as the elder brother, to pursue this matter directly. Indeed, if Yuji could marry into a suitable family, it might bring us benefits in the future. Ideally, she would wed into a wealthy household, and then we would prosper alongside them." Wang Meichin did not dare to harbor excessive hopes regarding this matter. After living with the old lady for so many years, she was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the matriarch. If someone truly captured her heart, that individual would likely find it impossible to lead a peaceful life thereafter. Moreover, she had no desire to return to her previous existence. Life in the town was far more appealing. There was no need to serve her in-laws or deal with a capricious sister-in-law. She could live as she pleased. A shadow of concern crossed her father's face. "Do not think too optimistically about this. Who is our mother? If she does not secure a suitable match for Yuji, she will certainly make your life unbearable. The burden of filial piety could crush us. In truth, I believe it would be quite favorable for her to become a concubine in a wealthy household. Not only would she enjoy a life of luxury, but her days would also be far more comfortable." Chun Dahai squinted his eyes in contentment as he savored the massage. Yet he remained silent. Wang Meichin could not discern her husband's thoughts at that moment, and she refrained from speaking further. After all, the sister-in-law was still her husband's sibling. If the old lady disapproved, her words might only serve to irritate. The following day, everyone continued their toil in the fields while the old lady presided over the kitchen at home, assigning her daughter and eldest daughter-in-law to prepare meals, which caused her some discomfort due to the excessive oil used. If this continued, the family would inevitably fall into poverty. Early in the morning, Yuer took her younger siblings up the mountain. However, Panner and the others took a detour, avoiding the others' gaze as they left with Xiao Chengping. She had been to the town before, so she remembered the way and was not worried about getting lost. Besides, it was not very far. As for her chores, she entrusted them entirely to Yuer. "Big sister, remember not to wander too far, or you might get lost. Wait for us here. I'll bring you some buns." Xiao Changping reminded her big sister before they departed, his concern boundless as he turned back reluctantly to glance at her. As Yuer watched her younger siblings fade into the distance, an emptiness settled within her, as if something essential was missing. They were usually by her side, and this sudden separation left her feeling quite unaccustomed. "Yuer, wait for me." You hurriedly approached with a few other girls, panting from the effort. "Big sister, why are you out so early? Where's Panner?" When asked about her sister's whereabouts, Yuer scratched her head, uncertain whether to mention the trip to the town or to say something else. Panner had insisted that this matter must remain a secret, and for the first time, Yuer felt that lying was indeed skill. The anxious expression on her face bore a hint of redness, yet thanks to her daily exposure to the sun, her skin had darkened, rendering her blush less noticeable to others. Meanwhile, that eager girl had taken the little one to do the laundry. Ari did not dwell on it. Her inquiry was merely casual. "Sister, let us gather wild vegetables together." The other young girls gathered around, showering praises upon you for her handling of Gosheng. This was the first time you had experienced such commendation, and it left her somewhat flustered, struggling to keep pace with the conversation. It's nothing remarkable. I was just angry at the time. Sister, if you ever encounter someone like Gosheng bullying us girls again, you must strike back fiercely, so he never dares to do so again." The admiration these young girls held for Yu's strength was one aspect. More importantly, they yearned for her protection, allowing them to venture outside without fear of those little tyrants. Observing Yu's bewildered demeanor, Arya could not help but smile. She understood that asking Yu to articulate more at that moment was indeed a challenge. Having been neighbors for so many years, she was well aware of Yu's reserved nature, which often rendered her taciturn. "All right, everyone, let us hasten to gather the vegetables." There is still much work awaiting us at home. Sister Yu, let's work together. As the moonlight illuminated the night, Yu found herself preoccupied not only with gathering vegetables, but also with the well-being of her younger siblings. She could only wonder if they would safely reach the town with the silver coins in their possession, fearing that misfortune could arise from it. The thought of something happening made her heart sink. She would gladly forego the coins if it meant ensuring the safety of her brother and sister. Suddenly, a young girl's voice pierced the air, exclaiming, "Wild chicken!" Yu looked up to see a flock of wild chickens foraging nearby. The shout startled them, causing the birds to scatter in all directions, with other girls giving chase. Upon spotting the wild chickens, Yu's mind was consumed with thoughts of meat. The prospect of providing her siblings with a hearty meal filled her with urgency. She had heard her brother's murmurs in his dreams, repeatedly lamenting his hunger. Acting impulsively, she dashed toward the commotion, with Arya following closely behind, her eyes gleaming at the thought of capturing one. Though the majority of the wild chickens had fled, a few less agile ones remained trapped within a wide circle formed by the girls. The birds attempted to escape, but the branches held by the girls barred their path. One unfortunate chicken, caught mid-flight, was struck down by the very branches meant to protect it. In a frenzy, the remaining wild chickens sought an escape route. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu seized her chopping knife and charged forward. Perhaps fortune favored her today, as her knife struck a wild chicken perfectly, sending it crashing to the ground in a flurry of flapping legs. Arya raced toward it, hoping to catch it alive, while the other girls closed in. However, with so many participants, chaos ensued. One of the two encircled wild chickens managed to break free, darting past another girl's legs. Yet, luck was still on Yu's side. She stood right behind that girl and swiftly caught the escaping chicken by its neck. We've caught a wild chicken. We will have meat to eat. The hills echoed with the delighted laughter of the girls. Yu held the chicken tightly, while Arya picked up the one that had fallen to the ground. Both girls looked at the chickens with a hint of concern, with several of them present. 2 chickens hardly seemed sufficient to share among themselves. Arya, troubled, glanced at Yu, then at their excited companions. Yu herself was still somewhat dazed by the unexpected turn of events. She had never imagined she could catch a wild chicken. What should we do? How can we divide the chickens? Arya voiced the concern that lingered in her mind. In the heat of the moment, no one had considered the implications of sharing. But now, the prospect of inequality threatened to spark discord among them. The moonlit girl scratched her head, a hint of worry creasing her otherwise expressionless face. What if we cannot roast it? Strangely enough, her words resonated with everyone present. Chun Xiao nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Let's heed Sister Yu's advice. This chicken cannot be divided. If we take it back, we shall hardly get a taste. It will be better to roast it here, so we can all enjoy more." Then she added, "But we have no fire nor salt." A young girl stepped forward, declaring, "My home is just down the hill. I will fetch fire and salt. Please wait for me." Arya nodded, promising, "I will give you extra pieces of meat for your trouble. You won't be using your family's salt for nothing." Everyone busied themselves gathering firewood, and soon the roasting of the chicken would commence. However, the little girls exchanged glances, uncertain, as none had ever roasted such a thing before. Arya, equally perplexed, turned to Sister Yu. "Do you know how?" Yu hesitated, admitting, "I don't know either, but we can try, as long as it gets cooked." Children from impoverished families typically forage for wild vegetables on the mountain, and no adult would casually allow their children to indulge in roasted chicken. After all, the chicken fat could be used to prepare several meals. It was understandable that they lacked roasting experience. Yet Yu had often roasted fish, so she did not find the culinary challenge daunting. Roasting a chicken required time, so the little girls dug for vegetables while also helping Yu fill her basket. Since he was assisting them with the chicken, they felt compelled to contribute in any way they could. Once the chicken was ready, Yu did not discard the entrails, reasoning that they were still meat. Although her family did not usually consume chicken innards, she thought they might serve as bait to catch larger fish. Thus, she set the entrails aside, intending to deal with them when her younger siblings arrived. Soon, the enticing aroma of roasting chicken wafted across the hillside, and the girls found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on foraging. Arya, too, felt tempted, though her family occasionally enjoyed meat. Most of it ended up in the mouths of her brothers. Naturally, the circumstances were similar for all of them. "Hey, could you all help me gather some firewood? The chicken will take a while to cook." Yu was not shy about asking for assistance, having already devised a plan. Once everyone dispersed, she would venture to the edge of the woods to dig a few pits, hoping to catch a small game. She craved meat, but her greater desire was for her younger siblings to frequently enjoy it, especially her mother. This thought made her sigh deeply. Ella apoachet, her little nose sniffing the fragrant air, her face alight with delight. "Sister Yu, even if I do not eat, just the scent is satisfying. I will gather firewood for you. When it's done, please call us." As they anticipated the meal, discussions arose about sharing the chicken. It was agreed that since you had caught the wild chicken, she would receive 4 legs, while the 5 girls would share the rest of the meat. This way, no one would feel deprived. Despite being spring, the wild chicken did not possess the same plumpness as those in autumn. Nonetheless, it would suffice to satisfy the appetites of the 5 little girls. After Yuer had savored a chicken leg, she wrapped the remnants in a large leaf, and of course, she took the time to explain to everyone, "When Panner and Bauer arrive, I shall save this for them. And remember, let us not disclose our little indulgence in chicken to our families. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles. If such an opportunity arises again, we shall handle it in the same manner." Upon hearing Yuer's admonition, the others nodded in agreement, assuring her, "Fear not, we shall remain silent. This time was merely fortuitous. Who knows if we shall encounter such fortune again? Besides, if we were to inform them of our secret feast, we would surely face their wrath. We are not foolish." Since Arya had already cautioned everyone beforehand, Yuer was merely reiterating the message. With their bellies full and their basket brimming with wild vegetables, the other young girls, save for Yuer, descended the mountain. For they had other chores awaiting them at home and could not linger on the mountain for long. As Panner and her younger brother, Xiao Ding, made their way to the town, they inquired about directions along the journey. Although they encountered a few individuals attempting to engage them in conversation, Panner was acutely aware of the dangers associated with child abductions, leading to a heightened sense of vigilance, especially with her brother in tow. Clad in patchwork clothing that was far from striking, and with their nutritional needs unmet, the siblings' appearance did not attract much attention, allowing them to reach their destination relatively safely. For the 4-year-old Chen Ping, the distance they traversed was already at the limits of his endurance. Having set out without provisions, he felt the pangs of hunger and thirst, prompting him to whimper, "Second sister, I'm thirsty and hungry." It was not only Chen Ping who suffered. Panner herself felt the effects of their meager morning meal of porridge. After examining their surroundings, Panner perceived the town as quite bustling, filled with both buyers and sellers. She soon spotted a humble wonton shop, run by an elderly couple who appeared familiar, and noted that only a few patrons were dining, ensuring that their presence would not draw undue attention when it came time to settle the bill. "Bauer, let's have some wontons here. It's perfect as their food and drink." The enticing aroma of the wontons had already captivated the little boy, who was on the verge of drooling. "Grandma, please bring us 2 bowls of wontons." Since they needed change, Panner felt compelled to order more than just 1 bowl. The elderly lady hesitated upon observing the siblings' attire, but soon returned with 2 bowls of wontons. Panner, however, did not rush to eat. Instead, she pulled the grandmother aside and whispered, "Grandma, I have a rather large silver piece, and I fear you may not be able to provide change. If that is the case, could you kindly help me exchange it at another shop?" The sight of the 5 taels of silver in the young girl's hand left the grandmother momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with scrutiny. Panner, feeling anxious and her cheeks flushed, softly explained, "Grandma, my sister assisted someone, and they graciously rewarded us with 5 taels of silver. We wish to keep it safe from the unsavory individuals at home. Hence my need to purchase food here and exchange the silver. Please, I beg of you, I do not wish for those individuals to take our silver, so I must do it this way." Observing the clarity in Panner's eyes, the elderly woman recognized that despite her tattered clothing, the girl was clean and well-groomed. With a sigh, she gently caressed Panner's small face, pondering the circumstances that had led this child, along with her younger sibling, to such a state. Glancing at the little boy, who, despite his hunger, remained polite, and refrained from reaching for the wontons that had yet to be paid for. The grandmother reflected on the many years spent observing various people on the street. It was evident that these two children were not stolen. Their arrival here must have required considerable effort. Speaking softly, she said, "Child, you and your brother eat first. I will go and exchange your silver. I shall return shortly." Soon after, the elderly lady murmured to the old man for a brief moment before departing. Panner sat on a stool, using a spoon to cool the soup for her younger brother, allowing Chun Ping to take small sips. "Eat slowly, don't choke." The old man observed the tender care Panner bestowed upon her brother and nodded in approval, believing that such a child could not be wicked. The silver must not have been acquired through deceit. Not long after the elderly lady had exited, she returned. Once the siblings finished their meal, she pulled Panner aside. "My dear, you must keep this silver safe. Do not let it slip away. When purchasing items, remember not to display all your silver. Alas, you are still so young. Not everyone outside is benevolent. Be cautious and look after your brother." After receiving 10 for the wontons, the elderly lady stuffed the remaining coins into Panner's arms, repeatedly cautioning her as she watched the two children stagger away. "Oh dear, I wonder whose children they are. How can the adults be so careless as to let them out with so much silver? What if they encounter ill-intentioned individuals?" The old man remarked while clearing the tableware. "You worry too much. That girl seems quite clever. Finding us is no small feat, rest assured. Their attire is unlikely to draw attention." Panner felt the weight of the silver pressing against her, a sensation she hadn't noticed before. Initially, the hefty sum had seemed inconsequential, but now, as she walked alongside her brother, it felt burdensome and unsettling. "Bauer, let us buy a few buns and return home, shall we? For the sweets. I'll get them for you next time I come," she suggested. The little one, having filled his belly, found little allure in the sweets and gently tugged at Panner's hand. "Sister, why don't we just go home without buying anything? There are so many people here." He was concerned that the silver carried by his sister might attract unwanted attention. Panner could feel the sweat pooling in her palms. Summoning her courage, she produced the copper coins she had prepared in advance and purchased 5 meat buns before hastening home with her brother. Vowing to herself that she would never again carry such a large sum, it felt disquieting, akin to being a thief. The siblings returned home with greater urgency than their outbound journey. Fortunately, their attire did not arouse suspicion among others, aside from being cleaner than beggars. They bore little distinction from them, allowing them to arrive home safely. Little Chun Ping's feet ached from the walk, yet he remained silent, fearful of becoming a burden to his sister and jeopardizing their silver. Upon reaching the hilltop, they found the moonlight illuminating the chicken entrails placed in the basket, contemplating that tomorrow might bring a bountiful catch. Sister, where are you?" Bauer called anxiously, having not accompanied his sister that day, fearing that their elder sister might have disobeyed and ventured into the old forest once more. The moonlight shimmered by the river as she heard her brother's cries, prompting her to respond with haste. "Oh my heavens, you startled me. Sister, your fright could be deadly. Perhaps it would be best for you to let Bauer keep an eye on you from now on." While tenderly caressing her small chest, Panner expressed her grievances, recounting the anxiety she had endured during their journey. The absence of her elder sister upon their return was more terrifying than losing money. Yue smiled widely. Witnessing her younger siblings return safely was of utmost significance. She now contemplated that wealth held little value in comparison to their well-being. Having riches might ease their burdens, but lacking them was hardly a concern. They could always subsist on porridge and wild greens. As I lifted my younger brother, our heads gently touched, and I asked Burr, "Are you exhausted today? Blame it on me. Had I been more capable, you two wouldn't have needed to embark on this journey." Panner sighed nearby, remarking, "Sister, thank goodness you didn't join us today. You have no idea how heavy our hearts have been. But now here, have some buns. You handle the silver. Just leave me 301 for Bauer's medicine and a little pocket money for us. The rest, please hide away, for I shan't carry such troublesome money again." It nearly made my heart leap from my chest. Panner resolutely refused to take the money, and Yue, indifferent, collected the remainder. "If you need to spend anything in the future, just ask me. Oh, and I saved some chicken legs for you. Here, each of you take one." The other is for our parents. Upon learning the origin of these chicken legs, Panner expressed her concern. Sister, do you think those people will spill the beans? I can't shake this uneasy feeling. If our grandmother finds out, won't there be a ruckus? Ueda brushed it off, saying, it's nothing to fret over. If it comes to it, I'd gladly take a beating. It's worth it for meat. You two enjoy it. Why overthink? Despite having eaten a bowl of wontons, both Panner and Bauer felt hunger gnawing at them after their long walk. Chicken legs? Sister, you're incredible. I've dreamt of this. Alas, whenever we had chicken, it was always for the little aunt and uncle. Bauer, still young and in need of nourishment, often found himself longing for a taste of something good, as their family's limited means and the grandmother's favoritism made such dreams rare. Watching Bauer savor the chicken leg, Panner hesitated. Bauer, eat your fill. This one is for you. After that, we'll share. The little one shook his head, saying, Sister, I've had enough. You eat. Ueda, meanwhile, nudged the chicken leg towards Panner's mouth, insisting, you eat. Bauer shouldn't overindulge. It might upset his stomach. Sister has dug a few pits by the woods. Perhaps in the future, we will often have chicken legs to enjoy. Hearing this, Panner wasted no time and took a big bite, delighting in the taste. Now I understand what it feels like to eat a chicken leg. It's simply delightful. Observing her siblings relish their chicken legs, Ueda wore a contented smile. After tidying up the buns and placing them beneath the vegetable basket, she waited until they had finished before gently placing another chicken leg in Bauer's lap for him to take home. All right, now that we're full, let us return. Who knows? We might catch a big fish tomorrow. I'll continue roasting fish for you. Today marked the fullest Bauer had ever felt in his memory. After a day of walking, his legs felt unfamiliar. Ueda, feeling a pang of affection for her brother, carried him on her back, holding the basket while asking Panner to help carry the firewood. It is likely that what Bauer consumed in the afternoon has filled him up, as he ate sparingly during dinner, leaving the remaining half bowl of porridge for Panner to finish. Chun Lien's almond-shaped eyes flickered between the three siblings, curious about the dynamics at play. While one might wonder, do these two cousins always seem eager to offer the best to their cousin? Today, however, Panner unexpectedly consumed Bauer's meal. Suppressing her curiosity, she hastily continued with her own food. Though she was not particularly fond of the old lady's cooking, it was certainly preferable to going hungry. The elder finished his meal, wiped his mouth with his hand, and mused that it seemed our household would wrap things up in a few days. No sooner had he spoken than Aunt Hua sauntered in, her waist swaying. You haven't finished your meal yet, have you? How unfortunate that I have arrived at such time. The old lady quickly gulped down the remaining food and retorted, what do you mean by unfortunate? Come in and sit. We are more than delighted to have you, as you are a distinguished guest. Ueda noticed her grandmother's smile forming into creases. Feeling a pang of resentment, she had never seen the old lady smile so warmly at them before. Panner, meanwhile, scoffed at Aunt Hua, who was merely a matchmaker, likely here to arrange a marriage for someone in their family, an affair that held no relevance for them. After dinner, the family returned indoors. Enshun Ping eagerly presented a chicken leg to his mother. Look, a chicken leg. You and Dad should eat this. Bai Shumei froze, her voice sharp as she inquired about its origin, questioning if it had been stolen. Bauer, startled by her reprimand, pouted as tears welled in his eyes. The little one felt deeply wronged. Mother, we didn't steal it. My sister caught it with someone else on the mountain, and we saved it just for you too. Bai Shumei fixed her gaze on her daughters, seriousness etched on her face. You two tell me, is what your brother said true? Before Ueda could respond, Bauer burst into tears, feeling unjustly scolded instead of praised. Panner rolled her eyes, exasperated. Mother, honestly, do you think we would dare to steal? Besides, at this hour, whose chickens are missing that they wouldn't be searching the village for? What my brother said is true. My sister caught it. If you two want to eat it, I will. I'm still hungry. Seeing her eldest daughter nod in agreement, Bai Shumei realized her demeanor had been overly harsh, and her children had never lied about such matters. Observing her son's sniffling demeanor stirred feelings of guilt within her for her earlier behavior. The child had brought the food for them, yet she had scolded him. She quickly embraced her youngest son. Bauer, it was wrong of me to suspect you. Our Bauer is the most obedient and filial child. Wiping his tears away with his small hand, Bao looked up at Bai Xiaomei and declared, I am a good child, which is why I saved the chicken leg for you and Dad. My sister said that you and Dad have had a hard time and haven't had a bite of good food. The child's words struck a chord in Bai Xiaomei's heart, reminding her of the hardships they endured, and she found herself questioning what more she could desire. Though one of the three children may not possess the sharpest intellect, they are nonetheless aware of the affection owed to their mother. Chen Dahai was taken aback by the chicken leg presented by the children. Upon learning the full context, he felt a twinge of anger, exclaiming, You three children truly bewilder me. Why did you not offer the chicken leg to your grandfather and grandmother? They are of such advanced age, and it is your duty to show filial piety towards them. His ill-timed remark immediately provoked a sharp retort from Bai Xiaomei, who exclaimed, What do you intend to do with that chicken leg? Will you give it to your father or your mother? It may very well end up in your sister's mouth. The children had struggled to divide a single chicken leg among themselves, reluctant to consume it. Yet here you are, thinking of giving it away instead of considering your own offspring. Have you ever thought, while you all indulge in chicken, that my child is up on a mountain, starving? Chen Dahua found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly touching the corner of his mouth. I merely wanted the children to learn filial piety from a young age, so that they may honor us in the future. Without Bai Xiaomei needing to speak, even Yuer gazed intently at her father, as if to say, What you just said makes no sense. Are we not being filial to you now? Must you teach us? You are our biological parents. If we do not honor you, whom shall we honor? Now, eat up. Panner recalled the matter of the meat buns and money. Mother, we have something to discuss with you. Today, someone passed by the foot of our mountain and asked us for directions. They gave us 4 buns and this sum of money. Upon seeing the meat buns, Chen Dahua could not help but swallow, for after days of wild vegetables, his palate had grown weary. Although the meals had improved slightly over the past 2 days, with a couple of servings of meat slices, he had only managed to receive a small portion, barely tasting the flavor of meat before it was gone. In truth, he was quite tempted. Looking again at the money the children presented, the dim light made it difficult to discern its amount, but was undoubtedly a considerable sum. Quickly, light the lamp, so I can see properly. Bai Xiaomei muttered reluctantly about lighting the lamp at such a time, fearing her mother would scold them within the house. Yet, despite her words, she too was eager to know how much money the children had brought back. When a lamp was lit, the couple's eyes widened at the sight of the 300 won in Panner's hand. To be candid, they had not managed to accumulate such an amount themselves. Any earnings they made were promptly handed over to the old woman. Seeing this unexpected windfall stirred excitement even in Chen Dahua. So much money. Please, tell me how this came to be. At that moment, Chen Lian, who had just reached the door, overheard the discussion about money and stealthily leaned against the window to listen, before quietly turning away. Inside, the couple was joyfully counting the money, and Chen Dahua's previously gloomy spirits began to lift. This is wonderful. At last, we can repay the debt incurred from Bauer's illness. You cannot imagine how embarrassed I felt facing Uncle Manton. We have been without funds for so long, unsure when we would be able to repay him. Now I can finally breathe easy. As Chen Dahua sighed in relief, Yuera promptly shoved the chicken leg in his mouth, cutting off whatever he was about to say. Father, hurry and eat with mother. Otherwise, who knows where this might end up? Panner nodded vigorously beside him, lamenting how their grandmother favored their aunt and cousins. Even the 3 cousins were treated with more kindness than they were. Father, you've already drooled over it. Don't think of others. Aren't you afraid of grandmother's disdain? You should quickly share with mother. Chen Dahua, resigned, took a bite, savoring the delectable flavor. It was truly delightful, far surpassing even the dumplings eaten during the New Year. You're holding a chicken leg, fed it to Bai Xiaomei, saying, Father has already tasted it. Mother, you surely won team mine. Bai Xiaomei chuckled, casting a playful glance at her daughter as she bit into the meat, saying, I have no qualms about your food, let alone your father's. We are an old married couple. What is there to be picky about? Who could ever dislike a chicken leg? Indeed, my daughter's chicken leg is simply delicious. Unbeknownst to the couple, they had both taken 2 bites, and when they intended to save some for the children, little meat remained on the chicken leg. Well then, let this be for Bauer to gnaw on. The little one initially had no desire to eat, but upon seeing his second sister blinking at him, he understood and cleaned the remaining skin off the bone. Panner hurriedly took the bone outside to bury it, erasing all evidence. Inside, Chundahue hesitated. Although they had eaten the chicken leg, there were 4 buns, and he couldn't possibly eat without considering the elders. Bai Xiaomei felt exasperated with her husband. When the children want you to enjoy something good, you have to think of this and that. Remember, from now on, if there's something delicious, you should eat it yourself. Your father cannot bear to see us live well. Sighing, she added, all right, take a couple of buns to your father, but you must clarify that these were given by passers-by, not something we secretly hoarded. Following his wife's instructions, Chundahue joyfully took 2 buns and stepped outside. However, just as he did, the old lady entered with Chundahai and the others. The moment she stepped in, her eyes seemed to scan the room like radar, first landing on the pile of copper coins on the Kong, and then on the 2 buns that had yet to be put away. We really arrived at an opportune time. Third, are you indulging in a private feast? Look at this family, old and young alike, always struggling to fill their bellies. Yet here you are, even enjoying white steamed buns. It truly makes me, as the elder brother, envious. Why are there so many coins on the Kong? Third, have you struck it rich? Chundahai's beady eyes fixated on the 2 items on the Kong, not noticing that Chundahue still held buns in his hands. Wang Meichin clicked her tongue in disapproval, lamenting that one could hardly compare. Her elder brother tirelessly toiled each day, surrendering every bit of his earnings to their mother without reserving even a penny for himself. They were acutely aware of the struggles faced by their younger siblings, the elderly, and the children at home, choosing to endure hardships outside rather than allow their family to go hungry. To her astonishment, she discovered that her sister-in-law had secretly amassed a considerable sum of money, enough for the 4th child to purchase numerous sheets of paper. Chundahua and his wife had yet to respond when an unexpected intruder launched an assault on them. Witnessing the elder woman's grim expression and the unsettling glint in her slanted eyes, Bai Xiaomei hastily interjected, "Mother, the situation is not as my brother and sister-in-law have described." She proceeded to clarify the origins of the money and the dumplings, stating, "Look, Da was just about to bring dumplings for you both." The elderly woman narrowed her slanted eyes, scrutinizing the couple to discern if they were deceiving her, while Pan Er stood by as a witness. Yu Er, wide-eyed, rushed to the edge of the Kong, swiftly gathering the money into her own hands. "Sigh, you children, all of you are family. Why do you not contribute your rewards to the household? How can we possibly sustain our lives together if you carry on like this? Your uncle is preparing for his exams, and this money is crucial at this moment. Your mother will not be lenient with you. Once your brother succeeds, there will be brighter days ahead for all of you." Bai Xiaomei opened her mouth, intending to interrupt her mother-in-law, but it was Yuer who spoke out directly. "But we still owe money to Grandpa Manton, and we haven't repaid the medical expenses for Bauer yet. We cannot afford to be in debt any longer." The old lady's gaze cut through the air like a knife, glaring fiercely at Yuer. "What do you know, child? This money should belong to the family. Otherwise, for where will you get your meals? If everyone thinks as you do, shall we abandon our home?" Turning to her son, she added, "Lao San, it's not that your mother lacks understanding. The family truly needs money right now. Here, that's the plan. Once the planting is done, you and your second brother can take on some odd jobs, and once you earn some money, you can repay Grandpa Manton. We will discuss other matters later. Oh, steamed buns. Sigh, it has been ages since I've laid eyes on such delicacies. They are so tempting. Since you are showing us your filial piety, I shall not hold back. You will have your share of food, but your father and I have but a few days left to share with you." Chun Fongshi lamented as she reached for the 2 buns on the Kong. Chun Yuji, seeing the buns in Chun Dao's hand, pouted slightly, her voice tinged with a playful plea, "Third brother, I want to eat too." Chun Dao's willingly handed the buns to his sister. As Chun Dahai departed, he patted his brother's shoulder, reminding him, "No matter what, we must not forget our roots. It was not easy for our parents to raise us, and we must show them some filial respect." Suddenly, these people arrived and then left just as quickly, leaving Bai Xiaomei sitting on the Kong, dazed and lost in thought. Panner, feeling disgruntled, muttered, "Look, they could have eaten, but they chose not to, and now none of us can enjoy it." Yue, in a flurry of anxiety, paced back and forth, her hands tugging at her hair. Bai Xiaomei, coming to her senses, sighed deeply. Alas, We are not destined for wealth. Just as we grasped it, it slipped away once more. Yuera, what are you doing? Go back to your room and rest. Yuera seemed not to hear her mother, continuing to fidget restlessly. Mother, I feel so troubled, suffocated. I don't know what to do. Initially, Bai Xiaomei paid little heed to her daughter, understanding that she had no ill intentions. Perhaps she was simply upset about missing out on the meat buns and the money being taken. However, as she observed were growing increasingly frantic, pounding her chest in distress, she realized that the situation was more serious than she had imagined. Panner also sensed something amiss, cautiously approaching Yuera and inquiring, Sister, what troubles you? What is wrong? The moon hung in the sky, its glow casting a soft light as the young girl, filled with frustration, clutched her chest. Our money has been taken away, she lamented, and this occurrence will repeat itself. When will I ever be able to provide enough for you to eat your fill? It has always been this way, and it continues to be so. When will we ever save some silver? Her brothers had attended school, but what about Bauer? Where would the funds for her education come from? Would their grandmother provide the money for her studies? As these thoughts consumed her, her anxiety deepened, and the inability to express her anger left her feeling like a tightly coiled spring, desperate for release. White Xiaomei, sensing her daughter's distress, quickly took her hand and led her outside. My dear, do not be anxious. Let us take a stroll, she reassured her, uncertain of what had caused her daughter's agitation. She herself felt a sense of discomfort. The intensity of her daughter's reaction was unusual, as she had not behaved this way before. This heightened her concern. The child was not particularly astute, and the thought of her deteriorating further was alarming. Convincing the matriarch to pay for any medical treatment would be an insurmountable challenge. Chen Dahua blinked, holding Bauer close behind them, worry etched on his face, largely overshadowed by fear. Fear that the child's condition might worsen, leading to future grievances from his wife. As Panner locked the door and followed suit, the neighborhood was cloaked in silence. All households were asleep, and no one would waste oil lighting lamps unnecessarily. Only the home of Lin Xiaoling remained illuminated, where the three women were diligently embroidering under the soft glow. Though their work might not be exquisite, each additional stitch was a potential source of income, and they had their own plans for the future. The third family has gone out. What would be the reason for this? What happened just now? Chen Dajiang mused, smoking pensively, before recounting the earlier incident to his wife. Lin Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief. 301? For directions, and they even gave away for dumplings? What fortune has befallen the third family's daughter? She exclaimed. However, it seems that your mother's luck has turned sour, leaving them with nothing. No wonder they felt the need to step outside. They must be feeling quite uneasy. Well, let them take the money, but they should have left at least 2 dumplings for the children, she added. Their family has 3 kids, and they have no maternal support. Chen Dajiang nodded in agreement with his wife. Indeed, that is true. They should have left some money for the third family, especially since they owe them. It seems unreasonable to expect the third family to work off their debt under such circumstances. Alas, we cannot speak too freely. My mother has her own difficulties managing such a large household. It is not an easy task. As he gazed at his wife's delicate features illuminated by the lamp's light, contrasting with the prematurely aged face of the third family's wife, Chen Dajiang sighed again. The situation for his sister-in-law was dire. Without a father, she had 2 brothers and a sister, and the costs of marriage alone were substantial, not to mention the daily necessities. Indeed, you are fortunate. Your family has fewer children, and thus you receive far more care than the third family's wife. Lin Xiaoling shook her head and remarked, Do not lament over the third family. In the eyes of the elder lady, our family is hardly superior to theirs, merely because we lack a son. Just listen to what your mother has said, as if I would choose this situation willingly. Had it not been for the acquaintance between my mother and yours back in the day, I might have been worse off than the third family. Never mind, dear. Let us cease the embroidery for now. Be cautious of your eyes, and we shall continue tomorrow. Chen Dajiang glanced outside, a hint of concern in his voice as he suggested, Shall I step out to take a look? Lin Xiaoling promptly extinguished the light, and from the darkness, her voice emerged. What are you looking at? Can you retrieve their money or offer them any solace? Just lie there quietly and pretend you are unaware of this matter. The third family's daughter-in-law is quite stubborn. Your words may not hold any weight. Now sleep. The moonlight shone as she hurried ahead, racing down to the foot of the mountain, shouting several times, alleviating some of the pent-up frustration within her. Chundahai, cradling his son, trailed behind, startled by his eldest daughter's unexpected display of fervor. He had never known her to harbor such a wild side. Chun Ping, nestled in his embrace, furrowed his small brow, her face contorted with concern. "Father, is my sister all right? What on earth happened today? Why did our grandmother suddenly come over?" Without the need for further explanation from Chundahai, Panner had already speculated countless times, concluding that someone must have eavesdropped on their conversation. As for who it was, they could not say, as it was undoubtedly someone from within the household. Outsiders had no access. Upon hearing her daughter's outburst, Bai Xiaomei stepped in to offer comfort. "Dear, let us not harbor anger. After all these years, I have grown accustomed to it. If I were to become upset with your grandmother, I would have likely succumbed to frustration long ago. Such incidents will occur more frequently, and we cannot quarrel with her. We would be labeled unfilial, and future prospects for marriage could be jeopardized. Alas, this is the lot of mother in this life. I only hope you all lead good lives. I do not desire much else, just that you have enough to eat and wear, with fewer worries, and that we remain harmonious as a family." Yet in that moment, the future seemed far from her mind. Fueled by anger without a target for her ire, she sought solace within herself, knowing that this would not resolve the fundamental issues of their household. Staring blankly into the distance, a tear glistened at the corner of her eye as her voice grew calm and steady. "Mother, I am all right now. Voicing my feelings has eased my heart. Let's return home." As the mother and daughter turned back, the little one called out to his elder sister and leaped into her embrace. "Sister, please do not scare me like that again. I thought you were ill." He dared not express that his sister had seemed mad, substituting the term illness instead. Moon embraced her younger brother, her tones softening considerably. "Sister is fine. I was merely distressed over the fact that tomorrow, Bauer will have no meat buns to eat. Rest assured, I shall prepare fish for you." Upon returning home, Moon did not retire to rest. Instead, she sat before the loom, fervently weaving fabric, impervious to Panner and Bai Xiaomei's attempts to dissuade her. "Ah, let her be," Panner sighed, pouting her lips in displeasure. "Not just my sister, but I too feel suffocated. We could take away the loom, but we must first settle our debts. Look at our grandmother. She has taken everything. Yet the debts remain for my father to earn back. Anyone would feel stifled in this situation. My sister has endured under our grandmother's thumb for far too long. As granddaughters, look how much better off my cousin is compared to her." Bai Xiaomei was well aware of this, yet felt powerless to resist. She could not leave this household with her children. If she remained, she could only endure the suffering. "Enough of the grievances, dear you. Weave for a while, and then rest early." That night, the elderly matriarch of the main house slept soundly and comfortably. Not only did she gain 301, but her daughter also had delicious food to enjoy. Alas, her younger son was not at home. Had he been, he too could have savored the meat buns, and one could only wonder if the child was faring well outside. The following morning, upon reaching the quarters of Panner and Yuer, the matriarch merely served them a bowl of wild vegetable rice soup, which contained neither wild vegetables nor even a grain of rice. Perhaps today, fortune would smile upon them again as it had the day before. Save your appetites for the buns, for every bit save at home counts. Remember, when people offer you silver, bring it to your grandmother. Chun Dahua intended to plead for his children, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the matriarch silenced him. "Third son, eat your meal. You are no good at teaching your children. Good things should be shared with elders, whose family abides by such rules." Chen Dahua found himself at a loss for words. Chen Dajiang, witnessing his younger brother's predicament, wished to advocate for the children as well, but a swift kick from his wife urged him to eat quickly, for they would soon need to toil in the fields. Bai Xiaomei gazed into her bowl, finding it scarcely different from her daughter's, save for a few wild vegetable leaves. She sighed inwardly, realizing that the matriarch was devising ways to punish the three of them. "Your Panner, hurry and eat. You still need to gather firewood in the mountains." Panner, with tears welling in her eyes, gulped down the bowl of watery soup, while Yuer savored it as if it were a delicacy, taking bites of pickled vegetables that made the matriarch grind her teeth in irritation. Chun Ping had initially intended to share his porridge with his sisters. But upon noticing the matriarch's piercing gaze directed at him, the little one swallowed the tasteless concoction in silence. As Yuera returned home, she found Panner still in tears. Why weep? Grandmother was not always like this. It is merely a matter of getting used to it. Come, sister, let us ascend the mountain. Today, we shall eat our fill. Taking her sister's hand and leading her younger brother with tools in tow, Panner expressed her indignation. Sister, grandmother is becoming increasingly unreasonable. She took the money, yet she still treats us this way. Our efforts go unappreciated. Chun Ping quietly interjected, Sister, it is not that I do not wish to share with you, but grandmother always glares at me. I do not even dare to lift my head, let alone offer you anything. The little one lowered his head in shame. Panner gently patted her brother's head. Dear Bao Bao, I do not mean you. You deserve to eat. Why should you not? This is not your fault. Grandmother is likely resentful that we did not hand over the money directly to her yesterday. Consider this her warning. The siblings chattered away, and Panner felt her spirits lift considerably. They had set out rather early, and there were few people on the hillside. Seizing the opportunity, Yuera retrieved the cage used for the chicken intestines from yesterday, intending to catch a fish to satisfy their hunger before they continued. What she did not anticipate was the scarcity of fish, yet her basket was unexpectedly teeming with crabs, and the surroundings were crawling with them as well. Such creatures were rarely encountered by them, and even when they did, they were seldom of such considerable size. Today, she was truly enlightened, realizing that the stream on this hillside harbored an abundance of crabs. Pandaren, come quickly and see. There are so many crabs. You must come and help. The basket Moon had set down was rather discreet. It was a spot that most people would not notice, surrounded by withered grass and twigs. Even if someone happened upon this place, they would be reluctant to wash their hands in such a seemingly unclean area, which was precisely why her fishing basket had remained undiscovered for so long. Upon hearing the mention of crabs, even Panner was taken aback. She approached to take a look, and, upon seeing the multitude of crabs scuttling about in the basket, her previously glum expression transformed into one of radiant joy, her bright eyes wide with excitement. Sister, we won't go hungry now. These are delicious. Uncle once caught some for me, and they were truly delectable. How come there are so many crabs here? I've never seen such large ones in the river back home. Yuera shook her head, indicating her own uncertainty. In a burst of enthusiasm, Panner smacked her forehead in realization. How could I forget? Sister, these can be sold for money. Last time, I heard Uncle mention that the taverns in town seem to sell these, and they fetch quite a price. Why don't we sell them? Yuera scratched her head, her face clouded with concern. Aren't you afraid that Grandma will take them from us? If we fear the little creatures, we might as well abandon farming altogether. This time, let us be discreet and not let Father see. We can hand them over to Mother privately. I refuse to believe that the informant has eyes everywhere. Panner's reasoning resonated with Yuera, who nodded in agreement. They decided to first bring the crabs up, aiming to sell as many as possible while reserving some for themselves. By the way, sister, how did you manage to get these? I've never seen anything like this before, Panner inquired. Furrowing her brow, Yuera shook her head and then recalled. Oh, yesterday, I put some chicken intestines in the basket. Is that what attracted them? Panner nodded, understanding the situation. I see now. Sister, let us tie the crab legs together. Otherwise, it will be cumbersome to carry. But how will we transport them? Panner posed a practical question, realizing she couldn't carry so much alone, and though their elder sister was capable, she felt a pang of doubt regarding her judgment. Chun Ping stepped forward with a suggestion. Sister, I'll accompany you. I remember the route we took yesterday, so we definitely want to get lost. Panner, still troubled, responded, but you two have never sold anything before. You're both inexperienced, and sister, you don't speak much. Perhaps we should all go together? Yuera shook her head. No. We Haven Tea gathered firewood or forage for wild vegetables. What if someone from home comes searching for us? Tell me the name of Uncle's Tavern, and I'll ask Bauer if they accept these crabs. If not, we can always sell them by the roadside, she proposed. Panya, unable to come up with a better plan, reluctantly concurred with her elder sister's idea, but not without offering a few parting words of caution. I'll prepare the crabs for you. Make sure to return soon. If you can't sell them, it's fine. We can always take them home for everyone to enjoy. This time, Bauer accompanied Uera, carefully avoiding the gaze of others. Having gained experience from their previous outing, they navigated the route successfully. Sister, if we make money this time, can you buy me some candy? Last time, Bauer missed out on the candy, and the little one still harbored a lingering desire for it. Uera readily promised, "All right, as long as we sell these, I will buy you some candy." With a heavy basket on her back, Uera felt grateful for her uncle's exceptional craftsmanship. Despite the weight, the basket remained intact. However, as they walked, her stomach grew increasingly hungry, and the journey felt interminable. "Bauer, when will we arrive at the town?" The little one could not articulate the distance, but observing the scenery, she pretended to understand and said, "We're almost there. When I came with my second sister yesterday, we passed this way and didn't take long to arrive." "Elder sister, hold on. Should I help you carry it?" Uera chuckled softly. "Don't even think about it. Even if you could lift it at this pace, we might not return until afternoon. You lead the way. I will follow behind you." To passers-by, it appeared as though an 8 or 9-year-old girl was struggling under the weight of a heavy basket, her back nearly bent under the load. Yet, Uera was 12 this year. Though due to insufficient nourishment, she looked merely over 9, her petite frame and youthful demeanor resembling that of a child, save for her expressive eyes. "Little girl, you must be tired. Come here. I'll give you a ride," called an elderly man driving a bullock cart, his heart unable to bear the sight. Uera looked up in confusion, thinking she had misheard, but upon hearing the old man repeat his offer, a radiant smile broke through her sweaty face. "Thank you, Grandpa. I won't be shy about it. I have a younger brother, too. Bauer, come here. Grandpa is giving us a ride." Bauer ran back excitedly. "Is this true, Grandpa?" The old man chuckled, stroking his little beard. "Of course it's true. Come here. Let Grandpa lift you up." This gesture finally rescued Uera from her near-fainting state. After staying up late the previous night and rising early on an empty stomach to carry a heavy load over such a long distance, the journey was a true test for her frail body, which already lacked nourishment. "Where are you headed with such a heavy load? Where are your parents? How can they let you two venture out alone?" Uera hesitated before replying, "Our elders are busy. My brother and I brought some things to sell." Little Chun leaned against Uera and scrutinized the old man. He did not appear to be a bad person, which emboldened him to speak up. "Grandpa, where are you going?" The old man laughed, pleasantly surprised by the child's cleverness. "I'm headed to the town to deliver some items to my daughter's family." "What are you two selling in the town?" "It's not market day, so I doubt there will be many buyers." The moon cast a gentle sigh, and the grandfather pondered, uncertain if they would be able to sell their catch. Last night, the siblings had managed to catch a few crabs, yet they were unsure if anyone would be interested in purchasing them. Upon hearing the word crabs, the old man's eyes sparkled with excitement. "My dear girl, you truly possess a remarkable talent. It is no small feat to catch crabs at this time of year. Rest assured, there will certainly be buyers for your catch." Observing the siblings' attire, the old man could discern the challenges they faced in their home circumstances. With a sigh, the girl reflected, "If we are unable to sell, as my grandfather suggests, we should seek out a tavern to see if they might be interested in purchasing. After all, securing crabs during this season is no small feat, and they would surely welcome an exquisite dish. Moreover, the clientele of taverns are typically affluent, which may allow us to fetch a handsome price. You two should refrain from lingering at the market, should you encounter unsavory individuals. It is likely that you would not only fail to sell, but also risk losing the entire basket of crabs." "Alas!" shouted Chun Ping, smiling gratefully, addressed the elderly gentleman, "Grandfather, had I not fallen ill and left our family in debt, my sister would not have traveled such a distance to sell goods. It is all my fault. She has never been to town before. The last time, it was my second sister who brought me along." Sensing the old man's kindness, the little one felt inclined to engage in further conversation. Uera, embracing her brother, observed the exchange with a subtle, almost imperceptible fondness. "Who says her younger brother is insignificant? Despite his small stature, he possesses a sensitivity that is rarely seen when he interacts with their grandfather." This time, the old man escorted Uera and her brother directly to the tavern where their uncle worked. After a heartfelt thank you, he departed. As Uera led her brother inside, a young attendant, noticing their attire, remarked, "Move along. You don't belong here. This is no place for people like you. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your circumstances." Upon hearing this, Chun Ping trembled slightly, gripping Yuer's hand tightly as he leaned closer to her. Yuer felt discomfort at the words, her tongue slipping before her mind could intervene. Who decrees that individuals like us cannot enter a tavern? Someone like you will inevitably return to the fields. Take my advice. It is best to keep your eyes open. If you lack even a modicum of discernment, do not impede the proprietor's business. Though her voice was not loud, those within the tavern were certainly able to hear her. The manager, observing the siblings, was initially unimpressed by their appearance. However, years of experience had taught him not to judge by looks alone. The audacity to speak such bold words at the tavern's entrance commanded his respect, despite the girl's seemingly naive demeanor. Her words bore the weight of wisdom not commonly found among rural children. Hastily approaching, he playfully tapped the young attendant on the head. You fool! Remember that all who enter are guests. Have I not instructed you to refrain from judging by appearances? Now go about your duties. Young lady, are you here to dine, or is there another purpose for your visit? Yuer raised her gaze, meeting the manager's steady eyes with a calm expression. His round face and smiling eyes radiated warmth, suggesting that one does not become a tavern manager merely by charm. She understood that assessing someone solely based on their exterior could lead to misunderstanding. While she was aware that her own judgment might not be infallible, she trusted her instincts. Perhaps this man could be the key to their success in trade. The shopkeeper, I wish to inquire whether you sell crabs here, particularly the large and plump ones. If you do not, I shall not impose further. Upon hearing the mention of crabs, the shopkeeper's smile deepened, revealing more of his age as creases formed on his face. Chun Ping, hiding beside her, tightened his grip on her clothes, feeling a tinge of fear towards this grandfatherly figure. When he smiled, his face was reminiscent of blooming chrysanthemums. Ah, little girl, do stay. May I take a look at your catch? It's quite rare to find crabs at this season. However, we must assess their quality. As customers do not favor mere shells, he remarked. Yuer understood the shopkeeper's words. When purchasing, one must allow for inspection. If the goods are appealing, a purchase is warranted. If not, there is little to be done. As she uncovered the grass, concealing her basket, even the shopkeeper could not help but marvel at the quality of the crabs Yuer had brought. Not only were they substantial in size, but they also appeared remarkably plump. Typically, crabs are at their fattest in September, yet finding such specimens at this time was unexpected. My dear, will you be able to provide these crabs in the future? He inquired. Yue shukia hit uncertain. I gathered these in the mountains by chance, and have never procured them before. If I happen upon them again, I shall be sure to bring some to you. While she could not make any promises, her words delighted the shopkeeper, who realized that these crabs were unique to his establishment. Regardless of future availability, this basket alone promised considerable profit, especially as the weather grew milder and such delicacies would become more common, merely a matter of time. Very well, we shall take them. I shall offer you 15 won per pound, as this is your first batch and of excellent quality. However, should the weather warm and the supply increase, this price may not hold. Let us weigh them, he concluded. The crabs that Yuer had brought totaled over 30 pounds. She declined a small change, suggesting instead, as Chun Ping put it, that the shopkeeper enjoy a taste of the fresh catch. Thus, the siblings received 451. After receiving the payment, Yuer recalled her desire to inquire about her uncle's whereabouts. Initially hesitant to broach the subject for fear of causing trouble, now that they were welcomed by the shopkeeper, the siblings felt emboldened to mention it. Oh, by Baotian? He took leave to return home and tend to the fields. How do you know him? The shopkeeper inquired. Yuer merely offered a smile in response to his probing gaze. Since he is not here, we shall discuss this another time. Thank you, and we shall be on our way. As the shopkeeper watched the peculiar siblings depart, he found himself puzzled. The girl had an odd air about her. While one might label her astute, her gaze was somewhat vacant, hardly befitting a typical individual. Conversely, she was articulate and competent in her dealings, leaving the seasoned shopkeeper bemused by this contradictory character. Observing the fellow beside him peering curiously, the shopkeeper swiftly turned and delivered a sharp slap to his neck. You nearly jeopardized a significant business deal for us. Hurry and inform the regular customers that we have fresh crabs in stock. If they arrive late, they will miss out. Yuer, accompanied by Bauer, exited with determination, heading straight for the market. She had yet to fulfill her promise to buy her brother some candy. So this time, her first purchase will be sweets. Unlike her previous outing with Panner, where the little girl was nervous with a hefty sum of money in her pocket, Uera felt no such trepidation. The frequent beatings from the old woman had rendered her indifferent to pain, creating a stark contrast in their mental states. However, before they reached the candy shop, Uera stumbled and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Bauer, terrified, began to cry out, "Sister, sister, please wake up. Someone help my sister." The little girl was genuinely frightened by Uera's condition. Though her sister was slender, she had never fainted before. Was it possible that her sister had fallen ill? Bauer was at a loss, only able to hold Uera and weep. Suddenly, a girl collapsing in the street attracted the attention of passers-by, who gathered curiously. What happened? Why did this young girl fall? Upon seeing the crowd, Bauer knelt and began to bow her head, pleading, "Uncles, I beseech you, please save my sister." Witnessing Bauer's earnestness, some onlookers discreetly slipped away, fearing they might be compelled to contribute financially. Watching a girl on the ground was common. Such occurrences were not rare. Besides, judging by the children's attire, it was evident they were not affluent. Who would pay for a doctor when they could use that money to buy food for their own children? A few compassionate souls remained to offer assistance, but they were not medical professionals. They attempted to rouse Uera through various means, yet she remained unresponsive, leaving them in a quandary. They contemplated taking her to a physician, but the risk loomed large in their minds. If something were to go amiss, and they encountered a difficult family, what would become of them? At that moment, Luo Buishuan had just freed himself from a poison and was preparing to return to the capital with his subordinates. However, shortly after departing, he found a road ahead obstructed by a crowd. Curiosity piqued. He leaned out of the carriage to observe. To his surprise, he recognized the little boy kneeling in supplication. "Qing Shu, I believe I've seen that child before." Qing Mu, possessing superior agility and perception, surveyed the situation and discerned the circumstances. With a wry smile, he remarked, "It seems we are indeed fated to cross paths with them. Look at that girl lying on the ground. I assenti she the one who led us to the medicine? But what has happened to her? Young master, shall we go and take a look? Since the old monk has declared her to be your fated companion, she might prove useful in the future." Aoki was not one to meddle in such affairs lightly. Yet the individual sprawled on the ground was none other than the one who had recently saved their young master's life, rendering it a moral obligation for them to assist in this matter. Luo Buishuan's attractive brows furrowed slightly. His previously pallid complexion had gained a touch of color. "We have already given her 10 taels of silver. Surely she wouldn't be reduced to wandering the streets. Uncle Qing, let us descend and investigate. Ah, if we consider it, this young girl has saved my life. I shall return the favor, and we will be even." Aoki hesitated. Their itinerary was somewhat tight, and he feared that if the girl were gravely injured, it might delay their journey. However, seeing that the young master had already leapt from the carriage, as his devoted bodyguard, he felt compelled to follow suit. Chun Ping had cried until his voice was hoarse, his eyes clouded with tears, unable to discern which of the individuals before him could offer assistance. "Hey, do you still remember me?" Hearing Aoki's voice, Bauer found it somewhat familiar and hurriedly wiped his eyes. Upon recognizing Aoki and Luo Buishuan, the little one exclaimed, "It's you, brother. I beg you to save my sister." He attempted to bow deeply to the two, but Luo Buishuan would not allow such a small child to prostrate himself before him, promptly stopping Bauer. "Uncle Qing, please see what has happened to his sister. Is there any hope for her?" Luo Buishuan was indeed anxious. The foolish girl had appeared quite healthy earlier, albeit slightly frail. Yet she had managed to walk a considerable distance without showing signs of exhaustion. How could she have suddenly collapsed after just a few days? Aoki crouched down to examine her closely, then checked her pulse, offering a wry smile to the guard behind him. "Go fetch some water and a steam bun." Given their need to travel, they had only prepared these provisions, and it seemed the child had fainted from hunger. A bun would suffice to alleviate her distress. "Hungry?" As he spoke, Luo Buishuan was taken aback. "What? Hungry? Is this person out of her mind? If she's hungry, why not eat? Hurry, bring the bun." Though incredulous, he deftly fed the water that the guard had brought to the girl. With the moisture revitalizing her, she gradually stirred. her stomach's emptiness causing her to break into a cold sweat, devoid of any strength in her limbs. Foolish girl, have a bun to tide you over. Upon seeing the large, fluffy bun before her, the girl abandoned all else and began to devour it ravenously, oblivious to the identities and words of those around her. Only once her hunger was sated did she take a moment to scrutinize the person who had offered her the bun. Are you the one who asked for directions? Luo Buishuan's smile blossomed. It's me. I'm impressed you still remember me. Not too foolish after all, huh? Silly girl, we're even now. Yue rolled her eyes at him. Even indeed. The only thing I owe you is a big steamed bun, which I shall repay later. Luo Buishuan felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate at Yue's teasing. Could they not have a pleasant conversation with such a silly girl? He hoped to never see her again. I can't be bothered with you, Qing Shu. Let us go. As Luo Buishuan departed in his carriage, Yue was left puzzled. What is his problem? I didn't say anything to upset him. The little one, observing his sister's innocent expression, sighed inwardly. You made him leave. He saved you when you fainted, and you think saying you owe him a bun wouldn't annoy him? The onlookers, seeing that Yue was all right, began to disperse. Some kindly advising Bauer to take her sister for a meal, noting that one bun wouldn't suffice to satisfy their hunger. Yue appeared innocent. Is he truly angry over this? How petty! Ignoring her confusion, Bauer urged, Sister, can you get up? Let us eat together. I'm hungry too. And this time we have money for the bill. Yue agreed, feeling drained after her earlier ordeal. Bauer led her to the stall where they had enjoyed wontons before, and upon seeing them, the elderly woman greeted Bauer warmly. I was worried about you both. Now that I see you're well, I can finally relax. With a sweet smile, Bauer revealed, Grandma, this is my elder sister. We would like 2 bowls of wontons. Your wontons are delicious. I didn't have enough last time. The elderly woman beamed at Bauer as compliment, her missing teeth gleaming with joy. This child has such a sweet tongue. Just wait. Grandma will prepare it for you. Upon realizing that the elderly couple were the ones who had exchanged silver for her younger siblings previously, Yue felt a sense of gratitude. She recalled her own worries on the mountain. Before departing, she suddenly bowed deeply to the elderly woman, leaving her momentarily stunned. However, upon reflection, she understood the gesture's significance. Don't underestimate this girl. Though she may not speak much, she is quite perceptive, remarked her husband, as they observed Yue and her brother from behind. Yue paid no mind to their discussion, focusing instead on satisfying their hunger. After enjoying a hearty meal, she took her brother to buy some candy, purchasing extra to ensure he could indulge, as their next visit was uncertain. Following that, she bought meat buns, determined that this time their mother would surely get to enjoy them. The moonlit night saw the little one spending money with little restraint, treating her younger siblings to an array of snacks. Such delights, once savored, proved to be the most rewarding of expenditures. Everything else seemed inconsequential. The currency saved for future endeavors could wait, as there would always be a time to spend it. The little one returned home brimming with joy, not once feeling fatigued during the journey. Sister, if we can catch crabs again, we should come back and sell them. With the profits, we could treat ourselves to many delicious things. I'll save some for our mother. Yet, she hesitated to indulge too much, contenting herself with just a taste. The moonlit child felt a twinge of worry. She pondered how to present the crabs to their father. Her mother posed no concern, but her father indeed presented a conundrum. Bauer, perhaps you could discuss with your second sister how to present these to our father without letting our grandmother snatch them away. This dilemma, she decided, was best left for her younger siblings to resolve, for she could not conjure a satisfactory solution. The thought of the matter weighed heavily on her heart, especially since the buns from the previous night had not reached their mother's lips. Moonlit gently ruffled her brother's hair, knowing they shared an unspoken understanding. Persuading Chun Dahua would be a daunting task. Meanwhile, Wanner awaited on the mountain. Her companions who foraged for wild vegetables had departed, leaving her alone. As she gathered firewood, a flicker of fear crept in. She longed for her sister and brother to appear in her line of sight. Even the crabs she had prepared lost their allure as her hunger grew. She yearned to share the feast with her family. Sister. Upon spotting Moonlit and Chun Ping at the base of the hill, Wanner disregarded everything and dashed down, abandoning her firewood. Be careful, don't fall, Moonlit called out, her concern palpable. The joy of seeing her sister was immense. The day's events felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Chun Ping, noticing his second sister-'s approach, eagerly retrieved their purchases. "Sister, look, we brought you delicious treats. Hurry, eat the meat buns first." Wainer, famished after foraging wild vegetables that morning, had merely managed to wash them down as a temporary fill. She dared not return home to partake in the bustling meal, knowing their grandmother wouldn't tea provide for them. And thus she waited anxiously for Moonlit and the others to return with crabs. She held little hope that they could sell them for profit. However, the surprise for Moonlit and Bower was delightful. They had indeed sold the crabs. Moonlit nodded excitedly. "Here, this is the remaining silver. You take it and figure out how to give it to our mother." After the trio feasted heartily on the mountain, Warner felt rejuvenated. "Sister, you too are remarkable. You truly managed to sell the crabs. We should continue this venture. It will allow us to save some money." The moon let out a sigh, expressing that it was not a lack of desire to engage in the task at hand, but rather the unpredictability of it all. The last time they used chicken intestines, one could argue that in their village, who among them did not regularly slaughter chickens for meals? This endeavor relied heavily on fortune. Should they acquire a surplus, they would sell it, and if it were scarce, they would consume it. In the absence of such provisions, fish would suffice, as their priority was to fill their stomachs first. By the way, could you devise a plan for these matters? I am at a loss on how to broach the subject with Mother. Panner hesitated for a moment, leaving behind a portion of the money owed, while pushing the rest back to the moon. "Sister, you should keep this hidden. If there is too much, I fear it would not be safe for Mother. I will find an opportunity to allow her to settle the debts, but I am concerned about the others in the household." The moon silently accepted the remaining money. "Very well. I shall take it out again when needed. It is likely that it will not be safe in Mother's hands, especially with the family frequently visiting our quarters." During dinner, Chin Yuji cast a sardonic glance at the three siblings. "Did you encounter anyone asking for directions today? Surely you Haven Tea had the fortune of eating meat buns again?" The moon felt an urge to scold this petty aunt, yet hesitated. Before she could speak, Chun Lien interjected with a meaningful look. "Aunt, how can such good fortune occur daily? To experience it once a year is quite remarkable. If we had meat buns every day, we wouldn't need to do anything else. We would simply wait for Moon and Pan to bring us buns." Pan felt a surge of annoyance at these words, recognizing the underlying favoritism, yet the statement felt awkwardly dissonant. The moon seemed to share in her sentiment and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, perhaps tomorrow, cousin and aunt could accompany us to the mountains. Look at how lovely you both are. Anyone asking for directions would surely seek you out first. Who knows, it might not just be meat buns that you receive. Perhaps even a gold bracelet." Chun Fangshi narrowed her triangular eyes, scrutinizing the moon, realizing she was not oblivious to her granddaughter's intentions. "You might say she is foolish, yet she has learned to retort. If she is not foolish, then her gaze remains unerringly fixed on others. You can't silence yourselves during meals. If you don't want to eat, then leave quickly. It seems that starving you for a meal is too lenient. Do you not recognize your elders? Your aunt is a senior. You must heed her words. You have never seen such disrespect toward an elder." The old lady's outburst silenced everyone, leaving only Chin Yuji to revel in the moment as she cast a triumphant glance at her nieces and nephews. After finishing his meal, Chin Dahai spoke up. "Mother, there is little food left. I shall depart for the county tomorrow to find a place for the fourth son. I cannot be of much assistance at home. So please take care of your health and do not overexert yourselves." The old lady nodded. "You should tidy up first and then come back. I have important matters to discuss with you regarding what you need to be cautious about." Chin Yuji looked at the old lady with eager anticipation, wishing to accompany her elder brother to the county, as she had never been there before in her life. "Mother," the elderly lady shot her daughter a glance. "Your elder brother is attending to important matters. Do not create more trouble for me. Once your younger brother passes his exams, I will not hinder your desire to visit him. At that time, he can take you to see him. For now, remain at home. There are still fields yet to be sown." After dinner, it was the turn of the elder family members to clear the table. Chun Lien was reluctant to work and called out to her sister, I am not feeling well today. Could you help me wash the dishes?" Yue instinctively wanted to agree, but Panner interjected with concern, "Sister Lien, It's not that my sister doesn't wish to help, but she must hurry to weave cloth. Otherwise, she will not complete what grandmother has assigned. It will be truly unfortunate. Perhaps Annie can handle the dishes herself. There aren't many dishes to wash. Sister, you should return to your weaving promptly. Panner had learned from her brother about the day's events and was worried about her sister's health. With everyone in the household giving her orders, when would it ever end? As she observed the sisters' departing figures, Lien's eyes reflected a glimmer of resentment. That troublesome girl could no longer be commanded, especially Panner, who had become increasingly sharp-tongued. In her eyes, Lien, the elder sister, seemed to hold no status. Wang Meiqin noticed her daughter's gloomy expression and quickly called her into the kitchen. Why are you letting them upset you? It is not worth damaging your health over such trivial matters. One is foolish, and the other is overly competitive. They will learn their lesson in due time. When we reside in the town, do not emulate them. Those children taught by your third and have no sense of propriety. You are destined to marry into a wealthy family and must not wear your emotions on your sleeve. If you seek revenge, use your intellect instead. Lien's beautiful face lit up with joy as she playfully leaned against Wang Meiqin. Mother, are you serious? Do you truly intend for me to find a suitor in the town? Will grandmother agree? I fear she might interfere. I heard that Annie Hawa from my second uncle's family has personally found a match for her, and grandmother seems quite pleased. I worry that if grandmother becomes involved in my marriage, we will lose control. Wang Meiqin was well aware of the reason the elderly lady had not expressed her anger over the second family's actions. It was because Lin Xiaoling's mother was a sister of the elderly lady from her youth. Otherwise, given the elderly lady's temperament, she would not have allowed such insolence. However, thinking of her own daughter, who was not only beautiful but also capable at her dealings, Wang Meiqin was indeed unwilling to see her marry into a peasant family. Rest assured, your father is mindful of this matter. Your grandmother has your father on her side. You are our only beloved daughter. We cannot afford to lose you. Life at home, as it is, feels quite mundane, even for me. In the future, we will certainly find you a well-suited family. One where you can enjoy finer things rather than subsisting on wild vegetables every day. Panner led Yuer into the house. Yuer still wished to help their mother with weaving, but her sister pressed her down onto the Kong, worry etched across her small face. Sister, please speak candidly. How are you feeling now? Bauer has already informed me about this morning's events. You truly leave us in a state of unease. In the future, when we go out, I will accompany Bauer, and you may stay at home. The little girl, as she spoke, had tears welling in her eyes. What if something were to happen to you? Who would protect them then? Yuer, observing her sister's distress, gently cradled Wanner's face in her hands, earnestly assuring her, Sister is perfectly fine, just a bit hungry. Once we are well fed, such worries will dissipate. I even plan to make you a beautiful flower-patterned dress in the future. As she spoke, Wanner could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into Yuer's embrace, bursting into tears. Bai Xiaomei, weaving cloth in the next room, heard her daughter's sobs and hurried over to investigate. What troubles you, my dear? Who has upset you? Please tell mother. Yuer patted her sister's back. Mother, it's nothing serious. Wanner is simply feeling a bit down. Bai Xiaomei sighed, pulling out a piece of cloth to wipe Wanner's face. Why are you only now expressing your feelings? You didn't cry in the morning, and now you choose to weep. If you must cry, do so in front of your grandmother. Reflecting on the meager portions of food the three of them would share that evening, even Bai Xiaomei felt a tinge of resentment. The elder had taken away both their belongings and money, leaving them with nothing, and it felt as though they had suffered a loss rather than gained anything. As Wanner pondered over the buns and money, she seized the opportunity while her father was with Bauer at their grandparents' home to retrieve her hidden treasures. Mother, quickly eat the buns. There will be time for questions later. Bai Xiaomei, though surprised, assumed the buns her daughter had brought out were merely a reward for asking directions. But with the second batch appearing, she was skeptical. However, seeing her daughter's anxious expression, she understood Wanner's concerns. Have you all eaten already? Wanner presented 2 more buns. Let's eat together quickly. We mustn't let grandmother see. Guarding the door, Wanner secretly took a bite of the fragrant meat bun, glancing outside, fearful of anyone's sudden arrival. If they were caught, not only the meat buns, but they might also face punishment the following day. Bai Xiaomei, noticing her children were eating, felt both hunger and a sense of reward. It had been too long since she had tasted something nourishing. Since the children had food, she did not hold back, devouring the large bun in just a few bites, and Uera promptly offered her another. Observing her eldest daughter's expression, Baishiome hesitated, concerned she might consume her son's share as well. "Mother, hurry and eat. We are aware of how to manage." With Wanner keeping watch, Baishiome felt reassured. And soon the meat bun was gone. The sisters finished one each and decided not to eat more, saving the remaining 4 for their father and younger brother. Exchanging glances, Wanner produced 2 crabs, urging her mother, "Mother, please eat quickly. We caught these on a mountain. They are far tastier than wild vegetables." In a fleeting moment, Baishiome found herself enveloped in a haze of confusion brought on by her 2 daughters. What was the origin of these meat buns? And how had they procured such large crabs? She contemplated inquiring, yet the eager glances of her daughters compelled her to indulge in the feast first. This time, Uera and Panner stood vigil at the entrance, and with a mere morsel of meat from the crab, Baishiome quickly finished her meal. Panner took the crab shells outside to bury them properly before returning to explain the source of their bounty and handing her some money. Did you sell crabs?" Baishiome asked, to which Uera nodded affirmatively. "This is all that's left. We'll buy some food for our brother, and the remaining money can be set aside to repay our debts. But do not rush. Wait until father has left for work before repaying, lest our grandmother scold us again." Baishiome was well aware of the intricacies at play, yet hearing such words from her daughter was a rare and precious occurrence. It seemed that the child had recently shown signs of improvement. She pondered that once her husband earned some money, she would take the children to the temple to seek blessings, hoping for a swift resolution so that her children would not be subjected to ridicule. As a mother, the sting of such taunts was far more painful than any insult directed at herself. "Mother, quickly hide it away so that grandmother does not take it again. I will stash the food until father returns," Panner said, and without forgetting to open the window to disperse the lingering odors. She recalled the last time their grandmother had caused such distress. What should have been a joyous occasion had turned into a significant burden, one that Panner wished to avoid repeating. "Uera, come, help me take down this piece of cloth. We shall replace it with new threads. This time, I will weave you some fine cotton fabric with the yarn your grandmother gifted me last time. Once completed, I will make you both new clothes." Just as the 3 of them busied themselves with the warp and weft, Wang Meiqin entered with Chun Yuji and Chun Lian, carrying a basket as if to join Baishiome in her sewing endeavors. However, both sisters shared an unspoken sentiment. The timing of their arrival was rather fortuitous. Had they come earlier, they might have witnessed the meat buns. "Ah, sister-in-law, you weave this cloth with such speed. Only you and the second family possess such skill. Word has spread far and wide that you're the only one capable of weaving cloth. Alas, I, your elder sister-in-law, am clumsy and can never match your finesse. May I see that piece of fabric?" Baishiome replied with a hint of a smile. "Oh, sister-in-law, you flatter me. I am merely fortunate to have inherited this skill from my ancestors. Otherwise, I would not be weaving at all. I wish I could be idle. But with so many mouths to feed, how could I not work? At least your elder brother earns a wage outside, while in our family, if we do not labor, we might not even have soup to drink." Wang Meiqin, stroking the fabric in her hands, felt a tumultuous wave of emotion rise within her. "You all know that your elder brother earns his wages outside, but we have not seen a single coin. It all goes to his grandmother. Alas, it seems that my life is even more challenging than yours. Here, one must hesitate for a long time before even buying a few vegetables for the children." Wang Meiqin's voice faltered momentarily as she sighed, refraining from further commentary. "You all need not fret so much about eating. It's not as dire for us. Therefore, do not envy my situation. Were it not for your brother and nephew looking after things, my daughter and I would not have left home. Dear sister-in-law, this fabric you have woven is quite commendable, indeed dense. How about I take a few yards to make garments for our de Zhuang and de Zhu? Once the children don these clothes, they might fondly remember the efforts of their third aunt." Baishiome was least inclined to hear Wang Meiqin's words, as it seemed she was making a request sound as though they owed her gratitude. Panner, standing by, let out a small sigh. "Aunt, it's not that we are unwilling. This fabric is required by grandmother. If you wish to make clothes, you must speak with her. She mentioned that for uncle's wedding, They hope to sell this fabric to buy meat, so we truly cannot make decisions on this matter. How about this? Come with me. I need to deliver the fabric to grandmother. You can speak directly with her, which would save us all from discomfort. Although Uera was not particularly astute, she discerned that her aunt had no intention of wearing such coarse cloth. Observing her attire, though somewhat worn, it was undoubtedly finer fabric, adorned with pleasing patterns. It was evident that her aunt's style had evolved since moving to town. Wang Meichin did not expect Panner to interject at that moment. Noticing Bai Xiaomei's troubled expression, she concluded that obtaining the fabric for free today was quite unlikely. Very well, I shall not press further. Later, I will speak to the old lady. Come, sister-in-law, let's sit for a while and catch up. It has been ages since we worked on needlework together. As Panner clutched the fabric, she observed her small aunt scurrying about like a curious puppy, sniffing and peering around. If she failed to grasp the situation now, it would indeed be foolish. Oh, little aunt, what are you looking for? Do tell me. Chen Yuji had come along primarily to see if her two nieces had brought back any meat buns. After searching for a while, she found no place to conceal such items. Noticing Panner's inquisitive gaze, she offered an awkward smile. I wasn't looking for anything in particular. I merely wanted to see how tidily you have organized your home. Ah, quite nice indeed. Did you not mention bringing fabric? Come, let us go together. Since she had found nothing of interest, she had little desire to linger in the cramped, damp surroundings of the third house. Remaining there too long felt stifling, and the discomfort was palpable, prompting Chen Yuji to hasten back to her own abode, unbeknownst to Panner, who exited with the fabric in her arms. The conversation among the sisters-in-law on the Kong was primarily Wang Meichin speaking, while Bai Xiaomei listened attentively. Her visit was not without purpose. Her maternal family had a niece who was born with a hunchback, given that she was the sole daughter in a family reluctant to see her suffer in poverty. They had been unable to find a suitable match for her, and now she pondered the prospect of marrying her family's godson to Bai Xiaomei. Bai Xiaomei inwardly cursed, knowing full well that her sister-in-law harbored no good intentions. Sister-in-law, I truly apologize. The last time I returned home, I heard from my younger brother that he has someone in his heart. As for what happened afterward, I haven't been back since, so I'm unaware of the developments. I fear this matter may not come to fruition. After all, for a young couple to become husband and wife, they must at least share mutual affection. Moreover, my brother is a soldier, often away from home, and I doubt he is considering anyone else for the time being. Sister-in-law, if your niece is a suitable match, do seek one promptly. This young lady is growing older and cannot afford to be delayed. Upon receiving this rejection, although Wang Meichin did not show it outwardly, she was seething inside. To think they could even aspire to her brother-in-law, considering they were merely outsiders in the Bai family, lacking land and resources and only skilled in weaving cloth. She sighed, your brother has high standards, and my niece is rather unfortunate. By the way, sister-in-law, when you have the time, do weave some beautiful fabric for us to benefit from, if we wear it and say it's your handiwork. Perhaps others will come seeking your weaving skills. After all, homemade goods are much cheaper than those sold in stores. Bai Xiaomei sighed, sister-in-law, weaving fabric is indeed straightforward, but the fine threads are quite expensive. Furthermore, my mother is hoping to sell some cloth to supplement our household expenses. Look at our children. I, as their mother, can weave, yet they are still clad in patched garments. Besides, there is so much work to be done at home. I can only manage to weave for a short while when I find a moment. Let us see if my mother can spare some money to buy fine threads. Otherwise, I may have the will, but lack the means. Bai Xiaomei now felt she had no authority over any matters, leaving her sister-in-law to seek her mother-in-law for financial assistance. Wondering why she hadn't noticed what the sister-in-law had contributed. They had worn plenty of the coarse cloth she produced, yet it had yielded no benefits in the end. And even her brother's marriage prospects had been manipulated. It seemed that within this household, her children and husband suffered the most. Seeing that Bai Xiaomei neither accepted nor declined, Lian, with a beaming smile, spoke, Aunt, I will mention this to Grandma later. If you manage to weave fine cloth for sale, the price will undoubtedly differ, and the household income will increase, allowing everyone to benefit. Bai Xiaomei, however, was not so optimistic. In truth, fine cloth is rarely worn by farmers. It is not as durable as coarse linen. and it comes at a higher price with greater cost and labor involved, yet fewer people purchase it. Hadn't she previously mentioned this to your grandmother? But she didn't agree. If you can persuade her, I would be delighted, and I will eagerly await your good news. The two women were not entangled in any bargains, and thus Wang Meichin did not linger long before returning home with her daughter. Bai Xiaomei watched the retreating figures of the mother and daughter, shaking her head in contemplation. Previously, her sister-in-law seemed jovial at home, but since their trip to town, she felt increasingly unable to see through her true nature, as her words were laden with veiled meanings, and her heart appeared to harbor many ulterior motives. The moonlight spills into the adjacent room, where Yue deftly maneuvers the shuttle, weaving fabric intended for herself. She imagines how lovely her sister would look adorned in it. Thus she is eager to finish swiftly, anticipating the warm weather when Panner can don her new attire. When Bai Xiaomei visits her daughter, she finds Yue wholly absorbed in her craft. Observing her daughter's earnest and focused demeanor, Bai Xiaomei feels a pang of emotion. How could anyone label her daughter a fool? Clearly, she possesses remarkable skill in weaving, perhaps even surpassing her mother's own abilities. Bai Xiaomei recalls her own mother's words, stating that proficiency in weaving depends on innate talent. It seems evident that Yue is no fool. Rather, her spirit is simply invested in this pursuit. My dear, there is no need to rush. Take your time and don't exhaust yourself. Here, let me take over for a bit. Oh, what is your father doing over at your grandmother's house? Why hasn't he returned yet? At that moment, Chen Dahu is in the main house discussing the matter of housing. With the eldest son about to wed, the family's accommodations remain unresolved. The matriarch has pondered this dilemma extensively and concluded that the third son's family must vacate their home and return to the old residence. Although it is thatched and in disrepair, with some repairs, it could still serve as suitable shelter. Third son, what do you think? Chen Dahu scratches his head, hesitating. Mother, the old house has been uninhabited for years. It's on the verge of collapse. How can we live there? With a wave of her hand, the matriarch dismisses his concerns. We can easily arrange for someone to assist in restoring that house. Once repaired, it will be livable. This is unavoidable. Your elder brother is the firstborn, and his house must remain untouched. Your second sister-in-law is not in good health, and your second brother is hoping for a son. They cannot relocate either. Only your family is free to move, and it is simply not feasible for us to provide the funds for your younger brother to build a new house. Oh, with Dahu's education, the family finances flow like water, she sighs. Third son, your father and I have considered that moving to the old house may offer you more space. Just then, Panner enters with fabric in her arms and overhears the matriarch's suggestion of relocating. The little girl, unlike her father, expresses her discontent. Grandma, if we move there, how will we manage meals? In the dead of winter, we would have to traverse such a long distance, and to fetch hot water for bathing, we would have to come all the way here. By the time we arrive, it surely won't be warm anymore. You keep saying it's next door? It's hardly next door. It's separated by a road. There are no neighbors in the old house, and we wouldn't feel secure living there. The matriarch shoots Panner an exasperated glance. What do you know, child? Our home lacks sufficient space. What do you propose we do? Surely, it isn't reasonable for your grandfather and me to move there instead. With a pout and an expression of grievance, Panner exclaimed, but we can't make our family move. If we must relocate, we should draw lots together. Chen Dahua, wearing a look of sincere apology, addressed Chen Fengshu, saying, Mother, please do not heed Panner. She is just a child and does not understand. However, repairing the house requires financial resources, and I find myself quite lacking in funds. You must see. Chen Fengshu, noticing her son's pleading gaze, sighed, Ah, my dear third son, I truly do not wish for you to move out. Yet, our circumstances are as they are. Your younger brother is about to marry, which will demand a considerable sum of money, and I simply cannot provide it. Thus, I suggest you borrow some from outside. After all, we have not yet divided the family. Once you earn some income, we can repay it. Nestled in Chen Dahua's embrace, Chen Ping comprehended the conversation and remarked, Grandmother, you must realize that our situation feels no different from being separated. Furthermore, our comings and goings are quite inconvenient. It would be better to officially divide our household. Chen Dahua playfully swatted his son's rear. You little rascal, What do you mean by dividing? Your grandparents are still with us. I do not possess the means to support you all. Initially, Chandahua had merely spoken in jest, hoping the elders would not think poorly of the children. He understood well the responsibility of raising them. Many families with more children thrived, and their household, with merely 3, was not overly burdensome. Besides, they had 2 daughters, which certainly eased the pressure compared to the larger families. However, the elderly lady, with her squinting eyes, began to ponder the words of her grandson. The third branch of the family, aside from weaving some cloth, possessed little else, and with a simple-minded daughter in the mix. The elderly matriarch hesitated when comparing them to the second branch. "Let us discuss this further with your father later," she finally said. "We shall revisit this matter tomorrow, but the house must be vacated. How we will manage that is a conversation for another time." Upon noticing the cloth in Panner's hands, the elderly lady gleefully took it from her, thinking, "This is money. If the third branch is severed, this wealth will no longer be mine." As the elderly couple reclined on their bed, the matter was brought up again. "No, we are still here. We cannot simply separate the third branch without considering how others will perceive us," the elder man protested. Chun Fengshi sighed. "Do you think I desire this? However, if they do not move out, it is not feasible for them to travel back and forth in inclement weather. What if they are caught in heavy rain or snow and cannot leave? Should we deliver meals to them? Providing them with rations is hardly different from dividing the family. The issue lies with these 2 burdens. Eventually, they will marry, and we must prepare their dowries. Panner is somewhat fortunate, as she can receive a bride price. But with her temperament, it is only a matter of time before trouble arises in her in-laws' household. Just observe how the children of the third couple behave. Even before the adults speak, their children are eager to chatter away. I see little discipline in the third couple. This will surely lead to complications. Should they find themselves at odds with their in-laws, will we not be left to support them? As for Yuer, she is merely a simpleton, perhaps not entirely foolish. Yet her reputation is well known among those around her. Who would be willing to marry her? To secure her hand, a substantial bride price would be required. Alternatively, there lies the option of selling her. Do you believe the family of the third son would permit such a thing? In truth, selling Yuer might be beneficial. At least it would ease the financial burden for the fourth son's future studies. Chen Musheng remained silent, simply donning his coat and resuming his seat, lighting his large pipe once more. The elderly matriarch turned to him, her frustration evident as she remarked, "You only know how to smoke. Speak up, will you? Both the fourth son's exams and the wedding require funds. Building a house in the next couple of years is certainly out of the question. What do you propose we do?" With a puff of smoke, Chen Musheng sighed. "What can I say? You've voiced all that needs to be said. I find it rather inappropriate to separate from the third son's family. If we do not part ways, the back and forth will be troublesome. Do you have any other ideas?" The old lady shook her head. "Do you think I want this? He is my own son. How about this? We do not separate the households. They can move out to live independently. During busy farming seasons, we can share meals, and in winter, we can send them some grain to sustain themselves. Once the fourth son's wife arrives, we shall reassess our situation." Chen Musheng agreed with the matriarch's suggestion, saying, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. After the elder son's children marry, we can discuss other matters. Eventually, this house will not suffice, and when the time comes, a separation will not be too late." Chun Dahilu returned home to convey the matriarch's thoughts to Bai Xiaomei, who immediately expressed her discontent. "What do you mean? We are the ones moving out while the others remain? Are we mere stones that your mother can toss wherever she pleases? This is unreasonable. We are all sons. Why are we treated differently?" Chen Dahilu gazed at the ceiling, his eyes filled with confusion. He sighed, "But what can we do? My mother has spoken. We can't possibly compare ourselves to the elder and second brothers. Moving out might be for the best. At least our child would not have to live in constant fear of hunger. I suspect that arguing with my mother would yield no results. It might be better to relocate. The child went without buns yesterday, and that weighs heavily on my heart." Bai Xiaomei initially intended to quarrel with her honest husband, but upon reflection, she considered that this could be an opportunity. At least she would have the freedom to weave and make clothes for the child without her mother-in-law constantly hovering. However, she interjected, "I will only agree to move if the house is repaired." I refuse to leave this home. Let us not forget, you are the eldest brother. The fourth son has two older brothers as well. Not every responsibility falls upon you. Chindahai earns wages. Are we all just idling at home? We have our land, our chickens, ducks, and pigs, and we earn from selling cloth. We contribute equally. Do not presume that this household success is solely due to the eldest brother. The three of us have all lent a hand. Reflect upon the endeavors of your dear sister and brother, though our precious Bauer is but a child. Even she understands the importance of feeding the pigs, chickens, and ducks. Chun Yuji, in her kindness, requires our ailing son to assist in delivering her meals. If it were possible, perhaps we should simply part ways. I care not for others. If we were to be separated, so be it. I refuse to believe that we, as a family of women, cannot sustain a household. Listen, our Yuer is still weaving cloth. They claim my daughter is foolish. Yet she has witnessed her grandmother's behavior towards her own granddaughter. How can you, as a father, harbor no thoughts on this matter? Regardless, it unsettles me. Were it not for her age, I would have engaged in a spirited debate with her. She often wields the notion of filial piety against us. Your mother seems to possess little else. From now on, be more discerning. Alas, our children face great challenges. Here, take this bun. It is purchased with the money your child earned from selling crabs. Do you understand? Yuer, in her determination to deliver crabs to the market, nearly fainted from hunger on the street. Had it not been for the kindness of strangers, you might not have seen her this evening. As Chundahua listened to his wife choke back tears while explaining the origin of the buns, he found them difficult to swallow, even as Bauer supplemented her words. Father, you must align with us from now on. Otherwise, I may grow to dislike you. My elder sister has already endured so much. Yet she still worries about repaying the debts incurred during her illness. Yet what of grandmother? She took the money and left not a single bun for me. This morning, I even saw my aunt sneaking a bun in the house. Chundahua felt a heavy weight in his heart. He never imagined that his daughter would risk fainting on the streets just to ensure her siblings were fed. The thought filled him with dread. What if Bauer had not gone with her? Would they have lost the child they had raised with such care? Bai Xiaomei sighed, stating that her intention was not to invoke guilt. She, as a mother, recognized her shortcomings. Had they possessed even a modicum of ability, their children would not suffer so. The children, already with empty stomachs, endured further hunger. The thought brought tears to her eyes. Eat, for this meal is not merely buns. It is the heartfelt devotion of our children. Bauer, nodding in agreement, added, Yes, mother, you are right. We desire nothing more than to ensure you are well fed, so you have the strength to work. The pangs of hunger are unbearable. My second sister mentioned that she has been eating grass on the mountain. Chindahua gently caressed his son's small face. Bauer, is there enough for you? I shall save this for you to eat in the morning. The little one quickly shook her head. No, sister said you should eat quickly. Who knows where it might end up tomorrow? Bai Xiaomei playfully nudged her husband, urging him to eat without overthinking. Let me tell you, if you mention this to your mother, we will have unfinished business. Chundahua chuckled bitterly. Do you really think I'm foolish? If my mother had left a bun for Bauer, I might have thought differently. But she didn't even save a morsel for her grandson. It was our child who brought it back. At that moment, I truly didn't know how to feel. She is my mother, yet at times, I cannot comprehend her. Perhaps to her, I am a son she can easily discard. Let us not dwell on this, he sighed. The more I think about it, the more disheartened I become. In truth, our child is quite capable. Bauer can even accompany her sister to the town. The little one puffed out his chest, eager to prove his maturity. Dad, I have something delicious for you. Look, this candy is for my sister. You should have a piece too. The child, not forgetting to share his treats with his father, prompted Chundahua to wave his hand dismissively. No, father doesn't eat such things. Save them for Bauer. Did you share with your sister? Bauer shook his head, explaining that his elder sister and second sister didn't want any, claiming it was too sweet. Dad, have you seen our old house? My sister and I went to check. The walls are about to collapse. Can anyone really live there? Bai Xiaomei wiped her son's hands and said, Why worry about that? Just sleep well. That is how you'll grow. She also reminded her daughter next door to turn in early. Finally, after 3 days, the Chen family's fields were sown. Yu, and Pan had not caught any crabs lately. Much like their sudden appearance, the crabs had vanished. Yu was puzzled and wished to catch chicken entrails, but every household relied on the old hens to lay eggs for money. Who would be willing to slaughter a chicken for a meal? Chen Dahua did not go out to work, but sought help to repair the old house. As the elderly matriarch ultimately decided they should move out, Wang Meichin took her children back to town the very day the fields were planted, seemingly fearful of further chores awaiting them at home. Lin Xiaoling felt a tinge of reluctance at the thought of the third family moving out and offered to assist Chen Dahua with the repairs. Oh, sister-in-law, we've lived under the same roof for so many years. To be honest, I find it somewhat awkward with the fourth sister-in-law moving in. After all, we have spent so much time together. Working with you is comfortable, unlike the eldest sister-in-law, whose words are sweeter than honey, yet when it comes to work, she tends to be sly and lazy. If only the old house were larger, otherwise, I would have considered moving in with you to avoid the old lady's constant reproaches about not bearing a son. Bai Xiaomei was aware that her sister-in-law had a silver tongue, so she merely smiled at her words, taking them lightly. What a wonderful place to reside. Having lived here for over a decade, the thought of leaving suddenly leaves me feeling rather hollow. Moreover, staying in the old house brings a sense of liveliness. Just look at the neighboring houses. They are completely vacant on both sides. I genuinely worry that if anything were to happen, we would have no one to call for help. Thankfully, there are a few families at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, I would be reluctant to let the children venture outside. Lin Xiaoling sighed. Look, we could ask for assistance. If we don't pay them, that's fine. We're all neighbors, after all. It's reasonable to lend each other a hand. Just consider what we have to offer. I feel quite embarrassed to do so. Bai Xiaomei replied with a sigh. What else can we do? We don't have any grain in our possession. We'll manage gradually. After all, wild vegetable pancakes with soup should suffice, and I doubt anyone will be picky. Let's focus on repairing the house first and address future concerns later. She had resolved to endure any hardship as long as it meant escaping the watchful eyes of the old woman. Once they had saved enough money, she would repay the favors owed, though she had no expectation that the old woman would assist her in doing so. Especially given today's behavior, it had become quite clear to her. Yu, and Pan gathered firewood and checked the basket they had set aside, only to find a mere few fish. It seemed unlikely they could provide a substantial dish for everyone, particularly since the sisters were aware of what they would be having for lunch. Sister, how about we take the fish back for Mother to make some fish soup? Though there's little, soup would still be delightful. I'm rather tempted by that fish soup, but I wonder if Mother would be willing to spare some oil. Without it, the dish would lack flavor. You wish you it. Let us not. We should roast it for Bao or instead. It's better to avoid complications. Mother is already stressed about the house. If this causes her to scold us again, it wouldn't be worth it. You roast the fish, and I'll check the traps to see if we've caught anything. It's been so long with no results. I truly wonder how those hunters manage. Sigh. Although you couldn't articulate the reason behind her feelings, she simply sensed that it was not the right time to spend their meager funds. Panya, Tul, refrained from suggesting they use the silver they had previously obtained. In the little girl's mind, this was still their communal house, and they had yet to separate. So why should they be the ones to contribute? Today seemed to be Yu's lucky day, as she had caught a wild rabbit and a wild chicken in the trap she had dug. Excitedly, she emerged, holding the two creatures aloft. Pawn nod, look what I caught. Seeing her sister's beaming smile in the sunlight, as if touched by golden rays, even Pan could feel Yu's exuberance. Sister, let me see. The little girl, too, was caught up in the excitement, momentarily forgetting about the fish, and seized the two catches from Yu to examine them. Meanwhile, Yu ignored her, continuing to roast the fish. Knowing that lunch might not be for them, these fish would serve as their meal instead. Pan, holding the game, appeared troubled. Sister, should we take this back or sell it? You was positive. Why sell it? It'd be nice to bring something back for those who helped us. As Warner pouted and shook her head, she expressed her disapproval of the idea. If we were to take this back, who knows what might happen to it? I believe we should sell it. After all, it could bring a few coins. Sister, do you remember that winter when our father and second uncle stumbled upon a frozen wild rabbit in the mountains? We never got to taste its meat, and it was ultimately sold by our grandmother. I fear this rabbit may meet the same fate. Sister, wait here. I shall call over Bauer, and we will sell the rabbit together. You stay at home, and, if grandmother inquires, just say we are foraging for wild vegetables. Uera hesitated for a moment before nodding. Take this fish with you to eat on the way. If you get thirsty, ask the folks by the roadside for some water. She certainly did not want the same misfortune to befall her sister as had occurred previously. Hunger could be endured, but quenching one's thirst was paramount. As long as one's stomach was full, the pangs of hunger could be overlooked. Chindahu was making swift progress on the house, which was originally a thatched cottage. After replacing the beams and thatch and applying a layer of mud to the walls, it was nearly complete. Many hands had come to assist, and within 2 days, the work was essentially finished. As they gazed at the newly constructed home, the family engaged in lively conversation. However, upon hearing of this development after his examination, Chundaya resolutely opposed allowing Chundahua's family to move in. Mother, how can you permit third brother's family to relocate? As a younger brother, it would be shameful for me to marry while pushing my own brother out. If outsiders were to find out, who knows how the rumors would spread. It would be better for me to move to the old house after marrying. That place is already secluded, and are you not concerned for your little grandson's safety? In truth, Chundaya was contemplating that if he moved, his new bride would no longer have to serve his mother, thus allowing him a more comfortable life. Over the years, he had observed that none of his sisters-in-law had escaped the old matriarch's scrutiny unscathed. Should his junior sister marry into their household, she would undoubtedly struggle to adapt to their way of life, and the matriarch could hardly be expected to coddle her daily. Unaware of the complexities swirling in her youngest son's heart, the old matriarch insisted, "No, you cannot move into that house. To be frank, it will require repairs within a few years. Setting aside its leaks during storms, how can you study there? Perhaps your in-laws would not be pleased either. Once your sister is married and the house is vacant, you may move in. Besides, you won't be home often, so how can you expect your wife to live in such a remote place? It would not only be unacceptable to you, but it also causes me concern. Keeping her close at hand would bring peace of mind to all." Chunde remained unconvinced, troubled by the thought of the house's instability. The prospect of it collapsing one day weighed heavily on his mind. Both he and his wife could be trapped beneath the rubble, with their survival in jeopardy. Understood. He nodded in acquiescence. I will heed your advice. Whatever you suggest, I shall follow. It was then that the old matriarch found the opportunity to inquire about her son's examination results. It goes without saying that I feel quite well. In due time, news will surely arrive. I have asked my brother-in-law to keep an eye out. He will certainly inform me should anything come up. Originally, there is a glimmer of hope with the third household, but after much persuasion from the elderly matriarch, their departure seemed fated. Although the third family has moved away, the two troublesome granddaughters are no longer a source of irritation for her. Nevertheless, life continues as it always has, unaffected by their absence. On the very first day of the move, the matriarch spoke up, requesting Bai Xiaomei to leave the weaving machine, which had been part of her dowry, for her sister-in-law's use. Bai Xiaomei indeed possessed weaving skills, and since her marriage, she had generously shared her knowledge with those who were eager to learn, including her sisters-in-law. However, despite their efforts, none could match her proficiency. This was partly due to their lack of skill, and partly because the new weaving machines did not function as well as the old ones. The newly crafted shuttles could never compare to those that had been worn smooth through years of use. Thus, the matriarch reasoned that keeping the machine at home would allow her daughter to practice, equipping her with a valuable skill for her future household. Even if times grew dire, the ability to weave could provide sustenance. It was not that she desired to create a new machine for her daughter. Rather, the practicality of her daughter-in-law's weaving machine was too advantageous to relinquish. Additionally, the matriarch harbored ulterior motives. If her daughter-in-law were to weave here, she need not fear that they would secretly sell the fabric. Any profit would rightfully belong to her. And who could ascertain how much her daughter-in-law could weave if the machine were taken to her own home? Upon hearing the matriarch's intention to keep the weaving machine, Bai Xiaomei was filled with indignation, trembling with anger, and on the verge of tears. Mother, this was a gift from my father before his passing. The matriarch, with an air of entitlement, merely replied that it was not a matter of claiming her dowry, but rather a means for her younger sister to practice. Furthermore, you are welcome to use it whenever you wish. I am not forbidding you from weaving. Chen Dahua, this time, stood against the matriarch, asserting, "This is the only memento my father-in-law left for Xiaomei. What right do you have to keep it here?" The neighbors who had come to assist in moving the weaving machine found the matriarch's behavior rather unreasonable. Despite not having divided the household, the dowry was still at the discretion of the bride, and for it to remain, by Xiaomei's consent, was essential. The matriarch's brazen demand revealed an audacity that was truly remarkable. Yuer quietly approached, caressing the weaving machine. This object had been her companion since childhood, as her mother had taught her the art of weaving. Over the years, it had become a vessel of her most cherished memories. She paid no heed to others, merely caressing a particular spot. "Mother, is this the place where grandfather bled so profusely? Look, the crimson mark still lingers." As she wove at night, she often felt as if grandfather was there beside her, and loneliness never touched her heart. The ethereal words of the moonlit night startled the elderly woman. She understood her granddaughter was somewhat disoriented. Generally, the child was not prone to deceit. Could it be that this object possessed some sinister quality? Zhang Dachui interjected, "Aunt, I realize this matter is not mine to speak on, but considering what you has said, it seems clear that the child's grandfather is still concerned for her well-being. This object cannot be retained. It would be best for your daughter-in-law to take it away. Crafting a new one is no arduous task, after all. Your son-in-law is a carpenter. Surely, presenting a new item when Yuji marries is preferable to keeping this old relic. Wouldn't you agree?" The others nodded in agreement. "Aunt, this object represents a cherished sentiment from the daughter of Dahu. Given the circumstances surrounding her father, he still made this for his daughter. We need not debate its quality. It is a final memento left for the child. If you insist on keeping it, the implications may be troublesome." Feeling unsettled by Yu's words, Chen Fangshi found herself in doubt. Although she held skepticism regarding the object, what if there was truth in it? Would peace still reign within their home? With a sigh, she conceded, "It is not my intention to cling to it, but I believe my daughter's daily weaving adds warmth to our home. She's engaged in her craft over there, and I feel something is amiss. Since they have not wished to keep the weaving loom, let it be taken away. Alas, Xiaomei, I harbor no ill intent. Please make your move swiftly." By Xiaomei silently cursed inwardly, yet she could not voice her true sentiments. "Mother, shall we then proceed with the move? Rest assured, I will ensure that the fabric needed for the household is not lacking." The elderly woman's intentions were all too clear. Her concern was evident. Yet, Bai Xiaomei felt a sense of relief, for her daughter had been diligently completing the delicate fabric. Had the elderly woman seen the unfinished work, it might have incited further complications. As they observed the belongings being moved from Chen Dahua's home, a collective sigh escaped the onlookers. There was little to see, merely a couple of chests, which Bai Xiaomei had originally brought as part of her dowry. Neighbors assisting with the move exchanged glances filled with wistfulness. In contrast, Yuer and her companions were unperturbed by these matters, each carrying their own bundles, joyfully racing ahead like birds released from their cage. "Mother, please hurry." Upon arriving at the new house, Song Dachui and the others could not help but shake their heads. "Why haven't you set up a stove here? The weather is fine now, but when it gets cold, how can you manage without hot water? It's inconvenient to fetch water from your mother's place. And how will the children take a bath? The hot water will have cooled down by the time you bring it back." Chen Dahila scratched his head awkwardly. "My mother didn't say anything about buying a new pot, and I don't have any money on me. I'll buy one once I save up." Song Dachui sighed and shook his head. "I don't know what to say to you, brother. I have an old pot at home. The only problem is that the rim is cracked. If you don't mind, you can take it." Chen Dahila naturally did not object. He understood that not having a pot would bring considerable inconvenience, and nodded apologetically. "That sounds good, Brother Dachui. Thank you in advance." Song Dachui called his eldest son, Bao Jin, to bring the old pot over. Bai Xiaomei sighed nearby and said with some embarrassment, "I initially wanted to offer you some water, but we don't even have a bowl at home." Wu Lion and the others could hardly be unaware of Bai Xiaomei's predicament upon entering the house. There was nothing, not even a stool to sit on. They had not expected her to be able to boil water. "Oh, sister-in-law, don't say such things. What's the relationship between us and Dahilu? We grew up together, bare-bottomed. I know your situation well, so don't worry. Life is meant to be lived slowly. Who knows, in the future, you might have not just bowls and chopsticks, but a good deal of money as well. Take it easy, things will get better. The children are still small. Once they grow up, there will be hope. I'll have my wife send over some essentials for you. Your mother-in-law, though you haven't separated yet, you're not living together. You shouldn't lack the necessities for life. Just look at your home, aside from the few of you. All that is left is the loom. Without needing to be told, Chindailu also felt that his mother was being a bit unreasonable. He was no longer living in the family home. Surely they should have the essentials. When the time comes for separation, he could ask for more. Alas, my mother is having a hard time. With the 4 child in school, our family has to tighten its belt. There's no other way. Before long, Baojin returned carrying the pot, followed by Arya, Suaju, and Chun Xiao, the latter holding 5 pairs of chopsticks and bowls. Although they were old and somewhat chipped, these items were exactly what Bai Xiaomei's family urgently needed. She did not mind their condition. Anyone willing to help them during this time was a good person. Moreover, Wu Lion's family was not in a good position either, and she felt grateful for their kindness. Father, Mother asked me to bring this over. She said once you finish moving, you should return. Wu Lion smiled and affectionately patted his daughter's head, understanding what his mother meant. She was concerned that Chun Dahilu and his wife might feel burdened. Once Song Dachui and the others had settled everything in the house, they did not linger, noticing the couple's expressions of guilt, and they couldn't resist teasing them a bit. Why fret? Now that we have moved out, perhaps your lives will improve even further. Although we are not yet separated, living independently is far preferable to cohabitation. At the very least, the children will no longer endure daily scoldings. We're leaving now. Everyone recognizes the advantages of moving out. Yet only Chun Dahua feels as though he has been abandoned by departing from home. However, Bai Xiaomei remains unconcerned with his petty grievances, joyfully assisting the children in organizing their new abode. Despite its dilapidated thatch structure, she finds solace within its walls. Mother, what if we raise a few chickens? This way, Bayer can enjoy fresh eggs regularly, and you and Father can indulge in better nourishment, which would surely provide you both with more vigor for your labor. When it comes to raising chickens, Bai Xiaomei is somewhat troubled, setting aside the fact that she lacks the funds to purchase chicks. The real issue is that this endeavor would not belong solely to them, as they have yet to separate. If the old matriarch discovers they are keeping chickens, it is likely that nothing will remain for them. Her hesitation leads to a realization for one. Sister, let's not raise them. If we spend our money on the chicks, will the eggs belong to grandmother or to us? You, somewhat puzzled, looks up. What does it matter? Whoever pays owns them. The ink and paper that Uncle bought were also funded by our collective resources. Did he ever allow us to use those items? By rights, those should belong to everyone, yet they are now his alone. Why should we spend our own money to raise chickens only for them to take the benefit? We might as well starve ourselves and have nothing to do with grandmother and the others. Chun Dahua, upon hearing this, grows anxious. What nonsense are you spouting? Your grandmother wouldn't be so unreasonable. Raising chickens would allow you to enjoy some eggs, and it doesn't require her to contribute any money or resources. It is largely independent of the collective. Truth be told, he is also tempted. These past few days have provided enough to eat, even meat, which has become a rarity for him. He believes that if they are to raise chickens, they should reap the rewards themselves. If the elders wish for some, they may share, but the majority should be for their own family. Bai Xiaomei shakes her head, unconvinced. Your opinion holds little weight. Your mother's words carry more authority. If she disagrees, how can you oppose her? I have never seen you contradict her. Let us do this. You go back and ask Mother for some eggs or money. We can either enlist someone to help us incubate the chicks, or we can purchase them ourselves. If she objects, we shall see how she responds. Encouraged by his wife's words, Chun Dahua, eager for chicken meat, takes his youngest son to the old homestead. As Bai Xiaomei predicted, the old matriarch disapproves of every suggestion. She refuses to contribute any eggs and further dismisses the notion of funding the purchase of chicks. If you wish to raise them, you will need to find a way to do so yourselves. Chun Ping, observing nearby, blinks innocently, his mind racing with possibilities. Grandmother, if you want to help us, how can we raise chickens? If we borrow money to do so, whose chickens will they be? The old matriarch glares at him with her squinting eyes. Whose else could they be? We have not yet separated, so they belong to the collective. What? Do you have other ideas? Chen Dahua sighed. He had come with high spirits, only to find that everything had been correctly anticipated by his wife. How could the chickens we raised with borrowed money be counted as part of the family? Only the chickens raised with the family's funds could be considered as belonging to this household. You say we owe money, but have nothing to show for it. Who will repay that debt? Forget it. We won't raise these chickens anymore. Their mother is busy with housework and weaving, and there isn't enough time. You still have a yard full of pigs, chickens, and ducks to care for, and 2 children to look after. It's settled. We shall leave. The elderly lady, realizing the situation, quickly called out to the father and son. Raising chickens is not impossible, but you must cover the expenses. The chickens will belong to you, while the eggs will belong to the family. Chen Dahua felt somewhat dispirited. We want to raise them. We're managing just fine as it is. He had grown weary of extraneous words. His mother would never suffer a loss and could not bear to see their family prosper. Reflecting on this made him feel a twinge of discomfort. Little Bower pouted, following her father outside. Why don't we just move back? We have nothing there. What is the point of living there? We have to travel so far for a meal. What if I faint from hunger? Will the milk even be worth it? Upon seeing the father and son return dejectedly, Bai Xiaomei, without needing to ask, understood the gist of the situation. With a teasing smile, she inquired, how did it go? I guess correctly, didn't I? I told you that raising chickens wouldn't work, yet you insisted it could be done. Thankfully you asked, otherwise. The children would have worked hard without even seeing a feather. It's better to let our kids have an easier time. Due to Chen Dehua's intention to raise chickens, the old courtyard had become quite a hubbub. The old man suggested it would be better to let his son raise a few chickens, so they wouldn't lose out, leaving 2 for the son to satisfy his cravings while the rest would still belong to them, requiring minimal effort. Chen Yuji also found his father's reasoning sound. Mother, you haven't calculated the benefits. It seems like they gain, but in reality, we stand to gain the most. They will exert effort, provide the grain, and we will receive both eggs and chickens. Isn't that a windfall? The elderly lady began to grasp the implications. Initially, she had intended to control the 3rd household, but she and realized that the 3rd family could indeed raise chickens. If they kept 2 for themselves and the rest were for the family, then she would be reaping considerable benefits. Understanding this, the elderly lady felt regretful. All right, during dinner, I will discuss this with your 3rd brother. After all, they have a yard, and raising these creatures isn't too burdensome. However, when she brought it up during dinner, Bai Xiaomei shook her head. That won't do, mother. Do you think raising chickens only requires grass? Besides, this grass is only available in this season. There won't be any in winter. Will I feed the chickens? The chickens and eggs will be yours, yet I don't even have money to buy grain for them. Let us forget it. This is just Dahua idly toying around. Don't take it seriously. Moreover, the children still need to help with cutting grass and firewood. They don't have the time for this. If they were to raise chickens, they would likely end up so thin that no one would want them, let alone lay eggs. Bai Xiaomei was resolute in her decision not to raise chickens, insisting that they shouldn't have to endure hardship for the benefit of others. Lin Xiaoling stood nearby, her face beaming as she assisted the elderly lady in persuading her younger siblings. Look, this matter is as trivial as 2 handfuls of grass. If we truly raise the chickens, the children will surely enjoy chicken meat. We hardly eat chicken here throughout the year, and if you move out, your situation will undoubtedly be much better than ours. The reason Lin Xiaoling chose to advocate for the elderly woman was that Shan Fong had requested Anhua to procure some medicine for her, which she was currently taking, and in light of the elderly lady's sentiments, she felt compelled to lend her support. After all, they lived under the watchful gaze of the elderly woman, and a little comfort for herself was worth the effort of speaking up. Bai Xiaomei smiled serenely, replying, Sister-in-law, you need not persuade me further. I am already troubled about what to feed the chickens. The chicks eat millet, and not everything can be fed to them. As she raised her head, she noticed the elder gentleman exchanging glances with the elderly lady. He slowly put down his chopsticks and said, Grandmother, Do not entertain thoughts of raising chickens. Who will cover the cost of the chicks? We have no money. We still owe Grandpa Manton for my brother's medical expenses. Besides, even if you were to provide the funds, considering our remote location, what if a weasel comes and kills the chickens? Who will take responsibility for that? Her words ignited the elderly lady's anger. Pointing her finger at Uera, she began to scold. You foolish child. Where do you find the audacity to interject? Leave this place. Who taught you to speak to your elders in such a manner? You, from a third family, should manage your good daughter. If she is indeed a fool, then she should refrain from speaking out of turn. If you cannot discipline her, I shall take it upon myself. I do not believe that daily reprimands will not instill some sense in her. Her expression blank, stood up. Bai Xiaomei quickly pulled her daughter away, saying, Mother, please do not be angry with the child. I will have a proper talk with her. Panner, her little face tense, set down her bowl, declaring, I am full. You may continue eating. The elderly lady, witnessing her demeanor, nearly flung her chopsticks at Panner in frustration. Third child, you must discipline your children properly. I worry day in and day out, and yet you have raised such disappointing offspring. Look at the upbringing of your daughters. If you cannot manage them, I shall sell them to others. Let us see if they dare to behave so disrespectfully under someone else's roof. The elderly lady was seething with anger. As today, as proposal had been thwarted by her daughter-in-law, she had initially thought that Bai Xiaomei would joyfully agree to raise the chickens. But now it seemed that the chickens had not even been raised, and already complaints had arisen. Has the world turned upside down? Do you no longer see me as your mother? Third child, will you raise the chickens or not? With the elderly lady causing such a ruckus, Qin Dahua found himself in a difficult position. His mother-esque glare was almost as sharp as a knife. If he chose not to raise the chickens, there would surely be more trouble to come. Although he was reluctant to raise them, the elderly lady was clearly pressing him for an affirmative response. With a sigh, he steeled his heart and said, Mother, if you wish us to raise them, you must cover the cost of the chicks and their feed. Otherwise, how shall we sustain them? Just as the elderly lady was about to protest, the elder gentleman interjected, We are all family here. Let us not speak as though we are strangers. Mother, let the children have a few eggs to hatch into chicks. But we must agree that you will keep 2 chickens for yourselves. Chen Dahua bitterly smiled at his father, saying, Your words are quite something. It's like trying to hatch chicks from eggs without knowing what will emerge. What if they all turn out to be roosters? I cannot guarantee anything. How about this? Let mother produce a few more eggs. Who knows, we might get more hens. However, I do have a condition. I want to keep 2 hens for myself. You're all aware of Bao-er's frail health. Setting aside everything else, considering Bao-er is your little grandson, you must ensure that these hens are reserved for him. Otherwise, if you don't want to raise them, anyone else is welcome to take them, including you, second sister-in-law. If you desire, you can build a coop by the wall. It won't hinder anything. Lin Xiaoling curled her lip, thinking to herself that despite her hard work in raising a few chickens, how much meat would eventually make its way to their mouths. Sigh, I don't have the strength for that. Just managing the embroidery has nearly exhausted us women. I lack the energy to tend to chickens. You all can take care of them. I'm not envious. She also reasoned that the third family didn't even have a proper meal set up. If they wanted chicken, they'd have to come to the communal dining area. They could still enjoy the meat. Qin Dahua returned with 12 eggs and half a bag of feed. Upon seeing this, Bai Xiaomei blocked his entrance, insisting, You can keep them. Chickens only eat feed. If you're capable, you can feed them yourself. I'm not taking responsibility for this. If there's an issue, ask your mother. She felt wronged, burdened with all the responsibilities while hoping that moving here would bring some peace. Yet, it seemed she had only invited trouble upon herself. Chunda's bitter smile reflected the plight of a father. You think I wanted this? We're being forced into it. If we don't take this on, just wait and see. The children will be drinking nothing but water for every meal. Sigh, I'm filled with grievances. Who should I direct them towards? It's only my mother. If it were someone else, I would be too indifferent to cater to her whims. What can I do? But let me make it clear. Regardless of whether they are roosters or hens, we need 2 hens for our family. The eggs must be reserved for the children. My father has already spoken. We cannot refuse this matter. Bai Xiaomei shot a resentful glare at her husband. Without millet, the chicks will choke. They want to even eat this feed, Chindahua chuckled at his wife. I'm not that foolish. I've saved some millet. But the old lady didn't give much. It'll barely be enough for chicks. Bai Xiaomei scoffed. Your mother is not worried about the chickens eating. She is concerned about us getting our share. All right, just bring everything back and store in the house. Let me tell you, if your mother dares to go back on her word, we might as well stop living together. Think about it, Pan, puffed her cheeks in frustration, feeling exasperated. Father, why are you so obedient? I'm telling you, you can feed the chickens yourself. I'm not taking care of them. Day in and day out. Gathering pigweed to feed the chickens and ducks, we've become nothing but a burden to Grandma. Look at my sister. She's the one fetching firewood all year round. Have you heard what Grandma says? She calls my sister foolish. Is she even a blood relative? She's not better than the others either. Try finding other families in the village where it's the girls who gather firewood. Upon hearing these words, the young girl could not help but shed tears, feeling indignant not only for herself but also for her sister. Indeed, every household's children were occupied, yet the boys in their family shirked work, claiming to be apprentices in town. However, she had yet to see what those apprentices had truly learned. Moreover, her cousin's sister merely engaged in embroidery, while their family, despite weaving cloth, was burdened with an abundance of household chores. What was wrong with them? What were they lacking? She simply could not comprehend it. With a melancholic sigh, Yuera approached her younger sister, embracing her. We raise chickens, but who knows if a weasel will carry them away in the end. As long as Bauer and you can enjoy the eggs, that is worth more than anything. If you call me a fool, then fine. I shall obediently play the role of a fool from now on. Just look at which fool works tirelessly every day. As for me, when I fall ill, I could do nothing. Father, tomorrow tell Mother that I have gone mad, running about in the streets. This time, I will solidify her claim that I am a fool. Chen Dahua was taken aback by Yuer's words. His daughter had never spoken like this before. What had happened? His face was etched with worry. My child, tell me, is there something wrong with you? Yue shook his head. How could a fool know comfort or discomfort? I am a fool now, and I wish to sleep. Ignoring her parents, Yuer took Panner back to their shared room. Be good, sleep now, and do not dwell on those chaotic matters. This time, I shall truly be a fool. Panner was not afraid of much, but she feared that her sister might be driven mad by the old lady. Grasping Yuer's hand, she scrutinized her sister closely. Are you really all right? Please do not frighten me. Yuer waved her hand. Sleep now, I am tired. Chun Dahua and his wife were genuinely startled by their eldest daughter's behavior, sitting on the Kong and exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. Bai Xiaomei felt a deeper sense of urgency. Her child had changed significantly. She did not know whether this was a good or a bad thing. Previously, she had been simple-minded, but now her temperament had grown sharper, and while her actions could not be deemed extreme, they certainly deviated from the norm. Could it be that the child's condition had been exacerbated by the old lady's provocations? No. Tomorrow I must take the child to the temple to seek guidance. The last monk said that our child is not a fool, but rather has lost her spirit. I simply wish to discern whether this child is improving or deteriorating. Chun Dahua's heart was in turmoil. They had always referred to the child as a fool, yet he had never found it concerning. His daughter was merely quiet and simple-minded. She lacked nothing compared to other children. However, he was now aware of the changes in her, though he could not ascertain whether they were for better or worse. He felt a heavy sense of anxiety. While he knew they ought to go, he worried about the money. Surely, their mother would not provide the funds for this. How could they go to the temple without offering incense money? After what had happened with Bauer, their mother had already voiced her concerns. It was unlikely she would be amenable to this request. In a moment of contemplation, Bai Xiaomei considered seeking assistance from De Chue Ge, pondering the potential financial aid he might provide. It was certainly more prudent than her and her husband's empty-handed approach. She gazed at her partner, hesitated momentarily, then nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, she possessed 2 coins, a modest sum bestowed upon her by her daughter. One was 50 when acquired from selling crabs, and the other was proceeds from selling wild chickens and rabbits, totaling over 100 won, sufficient for a visit to the temple. However, the debt for medicine loomed uncertainly, and she chose not to disclose this information. Borrowing money seemed a better option, as it would prevent her mother-in-law from discovering their financial reserve, which might incite unwelcome thoughts. Chun Dahua stepped outside, burdened by a heavy heart. The absence of even a single coin weighed heavily on him. Yet, he understood his mother's frugality was driven by a desire to support the family's sole scholar, his younger brother, who they all hoped would achieve a respectable position. The ambition to honor their ancestors was paramount. Bai Xiaomei, undeterred by her husband's concerns, found herself restless despite her fatigue. She retrieved previously woven fabric, intending to craft spring garments for her two daughters. Although she wished to create outfits for each child, the fabric was insufficient, and making skirts would consume even more material. Thus, she could only manage to sew tops. Upon Chen Dahua's return, he produced 101 from his pocket. Alas, this is all I can lend. Bai Xiaomei, dismissing any formality, accepted it gratefully. This is a decent amount. Let us show the children, lest your mother continues to scold them incessantly. As their mother, it pains me to hear such words directed at my children. I can only imagine how you feel, but I cannot bear others speaking ill of my offspring. Not even your mother. Chen Dahua now comprehended the rift that had formed between his wife and his mother. Bai Xiaomei, a woman of admirable qualities, would rather endure hardship herself than allow her children to be belittled. His mother had repeatedly provoked his wife's ire, and it seemed increasingly difficult for his wife to recall any fondness for her mother-in-law. Caught between his wife and children on one side and his mother on the other, Chen Dahua found himself in a precarious position, unsure of where to align his loyalties. Do not harbor resentment towards your mother, he sighed. After all these years, you should discern her character. She is sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. We are family. There is no need for deceit or malice. Bai Xiaomei scoffed at this notion. That is your perspective. To me, your mother is undeniably biased. Take the eldest family, for instance, and even the second. Both have daughters, yet their children do not gather firewood, citing that embroidery could injure their hands. But what about you? Is her hand in weaving any less vulnerable? What tasks have our daughters been deprived of? You often dwell on your mother's hardships, yet consider the burdens we bear as well. Look at the children, when compared to those in the village. Can you not see? Realizing that any further words might exacerbate the situation, Chen Dahua chose silence. He understood his wife's frustration, but felt equally pent up, struggling to discern who to direct his own frustrations toward. The following morning, early at dawn, Pan was outside, hopping anxiously. Mother, we have no water to wash our faces. What shall we do? Bai Xiaomei sighed, pondering what could be done, suggesting they wash at the grandmother's house instead. Her father had gone to fetch water early in the morning, so they should head over to take a look first. Yue leisurely dressed her younger brother before leading Bauer out, the little one sighing as he walked, expressing concern about the lack of water. What shall we do? We can't just wash our feet at Grandpa's and then return. That would be as if we hadn't washed at all, wouldn't it? Yue sighed again, her gaze drifting into the distance, lost in thoughts of the peculiar nightmares that had plagued her sleep the previous night. Among those strange occurrences, she had heard a voice calling her. She had wanted to share this with her mother, but upon turning around, much of it had slipped from her memory. Another sigh escaped her lips as she listened to her brother's complaints, stirring a sense of frustration within her. Bauer, come here, let me tell you something. The little one hesitated, contemplating shaking his head, but upon seeing his sister's determined expression, he nodded vigorously. All right, I'll go find mother and sister. The child dashed off in pursuit of Bai Xiaomei, while Yue followed at a leisurely pace. By the time they entered, the elderly matriarch had already taken out the sorghum for breakfast and was scolding them as they arrived. Look at the time. Everyone is waiting for you to cook. Hurry up and be more diligent. It seems you've learned to be lazy. As Yueka stepped inside, the old lady continued her tirade in the courtyard. Without uttering a word, Yue entered the storeroom, grabbed a water bucket, and made her way outside. This action only aggravated the old lady further. You fool! What do you think you're doing? Put that down immediately. You outholted, casting aussi de l'onglans at Shenfeng. Who are you scolding, you old woman? Seeking a fight? What does my family's bucket have to do with you? Mind your tongue, or I shall teach you a lesson. Initially taken aback by Yue's fierce demeanor, the old lady was rendered speechless, her granddaughter seemingly a stranger to her. Once she regained her wits, the old lady lunged forward. You little demon, trying to scare me. Are you? I'll teach you a lesson. Before she could reach her, Yue sidestepped, causing the old lady to miss her mark and stumble. Then, with a swift kick, she sent the old lady sprawling to the ground. Who are you? Why have you come to our home? Speak quickly, or face the consequences. Yue pointed the pole at the old lady, leaving Chun Fong utterly dumbfounded. Oh dear, the fool has gone mad. Someone come help me. At this moment, Yue left haughtily, Mel. The fool is mad. Her actions only solidified the old lady's fears, prompting Chun Fong to scramble to her feet and flee desperately into the house. In the backyard, Chun Musheng and Chun Dajiang, who were busy tilling the soil and planting vegetables, rushed over upon hearing the commotion, while Lin Xiaoling kept her two daughters inside, peering out the window to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. What on earth is happening? When the old gentleman arrived, the moon had already departed with a water bucket and a yoke, while Bai Xiaomei stood in the courtyard, perplexed. Mother, what is going on? What has happened to the moon? She was never like this before. It seems troubling. After you scolded her last night, she returned home acting rather strangely. Bai Xiaomei hesitated to declare that her daughter had gone mad, yet the message conveyed by her son compelled her to do so. Although she disagreed with this notion, the distinction between a fool and a madman was minimal. It was imperative to navigate through this predicament for the sake of the children's future well-being. The old gentleman furrowed his brow and admonished his wife softly to lower her voice. The matter of the moon's madness must not be spread. Third daughter-in-law, kindly elucidate the situation for me. Although the moon may not be entirely sane, she has not reached the brink of insanity. Bai Xiaomei, in tears, exaggerated her daughter's behavior. By the time Chan Dahua returned with water, the old lady was already in the room, lamenting and bemoaning her fate. What sins have I committed? Having a foolish granddaughter was already a burden, and now she is transformed into a madwoman. How shall we endure in this household? Chen Dahua was puzzled. Xiaomei, who are you speaking of? Bai Xiaomei, her eyes red-rimmed, shot him a glance. Who else could it be but your daughter? The moon has been acting strangely since this morning. Not only did she leave with a water bucket, but she also quarreled with me. I am currently scolding her in the house. I sent Panner and Bauer outside. You must go and see her quickly. I am about to finish preparing the meal, but I am deeply unsettled by her behavior. Chen Dahua disregarded the water, abandoning the yoke to rush outside, while Bai Xiaomei completed her tasks in the kitchen and followed suit. Inside, Chen Laojia smoked in silence as the old lady wiped her tears and sighed. I warned them to send that troublesome child away, but the third couple stubbornly refused. And now, look at the trouble we are in. She was merely foolish before, able to care for herself. Now, she has learned to strike others. What are we to do? The villagers will surely come to seek us out, and with a madwoman roaming about, our daughters will have no hope of marriage. Chen Laojia sighed. I told you to refrain from scolding that child, yet you would not heed my counsel. Now look what has happened. You have provoked her into madness. Are you satisfied now? What are we to do? The old lady had no solutions to offer. Her son was absent, and even if one of them returned, it would provide some guidance. Having such a madwoman in the house would eventually lead to trouble. Tentatively, she suggested, what if we have the third daughter-in-law seek help? Did we not hear from the monks at the temple that her foolishness stemmed from a lost soul? Perhaps they could assist once more, and there's a chance they could cure her. Chen Mushang sighed. The third couple seems quite honest and has committed no sins. Why must they bear such an unmanageable child? We must promptly have the third daughter-in-law take her for assistance. If that fails, we should ask the eldest for a solution. We cannot allow such a calamity to remain in our home. The elderly lady shot an irritable glance at the old man, exclaiming, What have you been doing all this time? I warned you from the very beginning, yet none of you agreed. Now, look, it has finally come to madness. Now you understand fear, do you? I shall go find the third child. We must hurry and bring her here to see if there is any hope. At the very least, we might recover some of the bride price. Otherwise, it would have been futile to support her all these years. When Chen Dahua located his daughter, Yue had already brought the water bucket back home. Upon seeing his daughter's demeanor, he did not perceive madness at all. My dear girl, what on earth is going on? Speak to your father. Yue, expressionless, tilted her head and regarded Chen Dahua with an unfamiliar gaze. Chen Dahua felt a pang of uncertainty. Could it be that the child was not merely pretending after her words the previous night? My child, do you still recognize your father? I am your biological father. Yue chuckled softly. Fata? You are my real father? I thought you were a bad person. But what is a father for? Upon uttering this, Chen Dahua noticed a glimmer of confusion in her eyes, a look she often bore when struggling to comprehend something. His heart tightened. Could it be that the child was truly unwell? At that moment, Yuer's mind was in a haze. She found herself bewildered by the man speaking to her. Pain surged through her head. She cradled her head and crouched down, curling into a ball. Chen Dahua, at a loss, anxiously rubbed his hands and paced in circles, unable to assist his daughter. Observing Yuer in distress, he ultimately gathered her into his arms and rushed toward the physician's home. Bai Xiaomei, witnessing her husband carrying their child away, followed closely, her heart filled with worry. Meanwhile, Panner and Bauer were unaware of the events unfolding. The siblings were still washing their faces in the courtyard. Their actions earned them a scolding from the elderly lady. Is it easy for your father to fetch water? You children have the audacity to demand so much. You could wash at home. The place you reside is water, so why come here? Panya, unperturbed by the old woman's reprimands, retorted, We do not wish to do this either. However, our home lacks a water bucket and a cistern. What do you expect us to do? Should we crawl over the well and pour water down on ourselves? Our necks aren't that long. The elderly lady, already irked by Yuer earlier that morning, felt her temper flare as Panner spoke back. With a darkened expression and without uttering a word, she approached Panner and slapped her twice. I'll teach you to talk back. You wretched child, are you trying to outsmart an old woman? Is that what your mother taught you? Born of a mother, yet lacking her guidance? Panner was taken aback by the elderly woman's actions, while Chun Ping, standing nearby, was frightened into tears. Don't hit my sister. The little one attempted to defend his sister, but his small stature rendered him ineffective. In her fury, the elderly lady disregarded even her little grandson, kicking Chun Ping aside and seizing Panner by the hair, striking her vigorously. Panner cried and dodged, while Chun Ping wailed, calling for help. Lin Xiaoling witnessed the tumultuous scene unfolding within her home, exclaiming, What on earth is happening? How can you still strike her at such an age? I must intervene. You two stay back lest you become the targets of her wrath. The sisters, unable to remain seated, felt compelled to act. Despite their cordial relationship with Pan as cousins, it seemed unacceptable to stand by while their sister suffered. Thus, as Lin Xiaoling stepped outside, the sisters followed suit. Mother, please cease this violence. Let us discuss matters calmly. They pleaded, hoping to persuade their grandmother to relent. In the back room, Chen Dajiang and Zhang Dachui were engrossed in conversation while tending to the fields. The sudden outcry from the courtyard sent a shiver of unease through them. Something is amiss. Who is the old lady attacking? The child's cries are heart-wrenching. We must investigate. As they approached, they found Lin Xiaoling desperately trying to mediate between her daughters and the enraged matriarch. The old lady, seemingly blinded by fury, was treating Pan not as a granddaughter, but as an adversary. Neighbors from the adjacent houses rushed over to assist. My goodness, Aunt, what are you doing? Pan is but a child. Why unleash such fury upon her? She is innocent and does not comprehend. Certainly, discipline is necessary, but not to such extremes. Look at her face. She is nearly disfigured. Though Pan possessed a certain maturity, she remained a child, lacking both the physical strength and resilience to withstand her grandmother's assault. The child had been reduced to a dazed state, akin to a marionette with severed strings. Chun Dajiang enveloped his mother in a desperate embrace, shouting, Mother, you are going to kill Pan Will you not allow this child to live? Will you not spare your youngest? Remarkably, his words pierced through the fog of the grandmother's rage. She, still simmering with anger, retorted, Perhaps it would be better if I did. It would save me the daily burden of wasting food and enduring frustration. I have only voiced a single complaint this morning. Yet this wretched child has 10 grievances awaiting me. What is left for me as a matriarch? I might as well perish, to avoid being driven to my grave by these children. Song Lanhua and Arya cradled the stunned Pan, tears streaming down their faces. Little one, please awaken. Do not be afraid. Everything will be all right. At this moment, Pan-er's eyes appeared vacant, mirroring the expression of the moon. Arya, gripped by fear, thought to herself, Oh no, has Pan lost her wits? Upon hearing that her second sister had been rendered senseless by their grandmother's actions, Bao, sprang up from the ground, rushing towards the old lady, and collided with Chun Fengshu's legs. This is all your fault. My sister merely washed her face with water. Why did you strike her? You have made her foolish. It is all your doing. Return my sister to me. The innocence of the child's outburst brought tears to the eyes of those present. How could a grandmother inflict such cruelty upon a child for such a trivial act? Sympathy for Pan and her parents, Chindahu and his wife, filled the hearts of everyone gathered. The old lady, with her piercing gaze, admonished the young rascal, questioning what wrong she had ever committed to deserve such treatment. Overwhelmed with despair, Chun Fengshu collapsed onto the ground, her small eyes glancing at Panner, whose expression was blissfully vacant. She wept uncontrollably, voicing her grievances and lamenting the hardships she had endured, while also casting aspersions on the children of the third family. At this moment, Bauer, disregarding everything else, seized Panner and began to cry, "Second sister, look at me. I am Bauer. Please do not frighten me. I cannot bear to see second sister turn out like eldest sister." With a heart full of concern, Song Lanhua turned to her husband, Chue, beseeching him to take Panner to see the doctor, for she felt something was amiss with the child. What if she has been rendered foolish? That cannot be allowed to happen. If Xiaomei finds out, how shall we manage? Inside, Chun Mushing initially thought that his granddaughter's defiance warranted a reprimand. However, by the time he considered intervening, his daughter-in-law had already engaged. He had anticipated that the old lady would relent, but, to his surprise, she had succumbed to madness today. As others gathered, he felt reluctant to step outside, fearing the rumors that might circulate about his role as a grandfather. Once Panner was sent away and the crowd dispersed, the old man emerged, hands clasped behind his back. "You, old woman, heed your daughter-in-law's counsel and cease this folly. Now, with the third family likely to resent you for their daughter-esque condition, you ought to let go of your grievances against Panner. The damage is done, and if the third couple remains silent, do not persist in your discontent." Chun Fengshu shot an exasperated glance at her husband. "You are merely a backseat driver. Why did you not intervene when that insolent girl spoke out? This child's defiance is not a new occurrence. If we do not discipline her now, what standing will we have in our own home? If a mere child dares to challenge us, what will stop our son and daughter-in-law from doing the same? Who will regard us as elders then? Alas, I am left to bear the brunt of this displeasure while you feign benevolence. Should the third family inquire about this matter, it will be your responsibility to address it." Though the old lady's words held some merit, a flicker of trepidation lingered within her heart. She remained uncertain about Panner's true condition. If the girl had indeed lost her mind, the repercussions could be dire. Meanwhile, Chun Dahua and his wife were anxiously concerned about their eldest daughter's ailment. Dr. Li had been unable to diagnose the issue, although he had pointed out one crucial aspect. Yuera cannot withstand stress. It is likely that some incident has triggered this reaction in her. You both need to be aware of her state. Try to minimize her exposure to distressing situations. Yuera is inherently sensitive, and if she becomes despondent, she might stray down an unfortunate path. Now, look what has happened. She is now suffering from an ailment. To be frank, I cannot treat this condition, and few others may succeed either. It requires gradual adjustment and minimizing stressors. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves in regretful circumstances later on. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Dajiang and Zhang Dachui rushed in, cradling the child. Panner, "Doctor, please take a look. We don't know what has happened to her." The couple, upon seeing their daughter's face, swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head, were struck with disbelief. Is this still their daughter? Bai Xiaomei could no longer contain herself, letting out a piercing wail as she threw herself onto the indifferent Panner. "Oh, my dear child, what has happened to you? Speak to your mother, please. Don't be like this. Tell me who has wronged you, and I will take revenge for you." Zhang Dachui hesitated to mention that it was Chun Fengshu who had struck her, and Chun Dajiang, even more so at this moment, refrained from saying anything. "Sister-in-law, do not panic. Let the doctor examine the child first. We'll discuss revenge later." Chun Ping, short-legged and breathless, hurried in. "Mother, how is my sister? It's all Grandma's fault. When we try to wash our faces, Grandma wouldn't allow it. And when my sister said there was no water at home and no place to keep it, Grandma got angry and hit her. Despite being young, The child had become quite articulate due to the events surrounding the moon. She recounted the incident clearly, leaving by Xiaomei too distraught to attend to her child. Like a wounded wolf, she let out a howl and dashed out. Seeing his wife in such a state, Chen Dahua grew concerned. Second brother, come with me. Dachui, sister-in-law, please stay here and watch over the children. I fear something may happen. Song Lanhua nudged Lin Xiaoling, urging her, you should go and see. If Xiaomei gets stubborn, not even 10 oxen can pull her back. Help persuade her, as historically, a mother-in-law is never in the wrong. If she believes she is right, it could lead to further trouble. At that moment, although Yuerer had been unconscious, the commotion gradually roused her senses. As she opened her eyes, she found her younger sister staring vacantly in one direction, her gaze devoid of the vitality and joy that once characterized Panner. She murmured, sitting up and embracing her sister, gently patting Panner's back, her voice remarkably tender. Even Song Lanhua had never witnessed such gentleness in Yuerer before. Do not be afraid. Your sister is here. Panner, tell me who has harmed you. I will seek vengeance. I am strong and fear no one, not even Grandma. Please speak to me. Who has wronged you? Amidst Yuerer's soft yet slightly melancholic words of comfort, Panner suddenly burst into tears, clinging to Yuerer. Dr. Li, observing the scene, finally let out a sigh of relief. It was good that she could express her feelings. What he feared was that the child might bottle up her emotions, leading her heart to despair. Alas, what has happened? Yuerer has fainted, and now Panner is in this state. What a tragedy it is that these two lovely children cannot be treated kindly. Dear aunt, please stay here with the children while I fetch some medicine for Panner. I cannot do anything for Yuerer, but Panner must take some medication. Her face needs treatment as well, otherwise she will be unable to step outside. Alas! In her sister's embrace, Panner wept with a heart-wrenching sorrow, pouring out her grievances as if she wished to unveil every ounce of her suffering. Those present, as well as the family of the doctor next door, could not help but shed tears of sympathy upon hearing Panner's lamentations. Yuerer sighed deeply. Do not fear. Your sister is here for you. I shall remember this debt. Chen Ping wiped her tears and in a tender voice said, Sister, mother has gone to seek justice for you. Do not be afraid. We will protect you. Song Lanhua sighed. Silly girl, why do you let your temper flare so easily? Your grandmother has been strict with you for quite some time. Bear it a little longer, and it shall pass. Unless you separate from the family. This hardship is something you must endure. Life is indeed more challenging for girls in this world than for boys. Your grandmother, being a woman herself, ought to show compassion towards her granddaughter. If you had been at fault, it would be a different matter. Yet it is clear that you have done nothing wrong, and all the ire is unjustly directed at you. Where is the fairness in that? Dr. Li entered, having prepared the medicine. Do not speak of fairness, dear aunt. Come help Panner with her face. Look at it. How could one bear to inflict such pain? Song Lanhua shook her head. It is not evident to outsiders. They see only the smiling old lady, but who would imagine she could be so unyielding towards her own granddaughter? As the medicine was applied to Panner's face, she winced and cried out, the pain penetrating deeper than a mere blow. With every application, she uttered a pained cry. Yuerer, holding her sister tightly, feared that Panner might inadvertently spill the medicine. My dear, bear with it a little longer. It will soon ease. Dr. Li's medicine is remarkably effective. A couple of years ago, I burned myself with hot oil and used his ointment, which healed me well. If you apply this for a few days, your face will likely improve swiftly, but you must not scratch it, or it could lead to scarring. Imagine how dissonant it would be to have a scar on such a lovely face. Seeing the two sisters in such distress, Dr. Li presumed that the children had likely come without having eaten, so he instructed his wife to bring some food. Children, come and have a bite. There isn't much to eat at Grandma's, but it should suffice to quell your hunger. You certainly must not have had breakfast, so please do not be shy. Speaking of courtesy, the old lady was indeed quite gracious. Her meals were far superior to those of the Qin family, for even the wild vegetable porridge contained a good amount of rice, and there seemed to be medicinal herbs within, exuding a fragrant aroma. Song Lanhua had already dined, so she refrained from eating, but the three siblings, unable to resist any longer, expressed their gratitude to the old lady and picked up their chopsticks to eat slowly. Although Bai Xiaomei rushed out, she did not directly seek out Chen Fong, but instead sought the village chief. "Uncle, I can no longer endure this life. My daughter Yuer has gone mad, and Panner, after being beaten by her grandmother, has become mute. I want to separate our household. I can no longer live with them." Gao Monsong sighed upon seeing Bai Xiaomei in such distress. He had heard some of the recent events concerning the Chen family, and, furrowing his brows, remarked, "Dahe's wife, this matter of separation cannot be resolved with just a few words. Your in-laws will not consent, and without their agreement, the family cannot be divided. We cannot simply call for separation because of a beating. It is not as straightforward as that." Bai Xiaomei, with tears streaming down her face, implored Uncle Village Chief, "If the beating was indeed for the children's own good, I, as their mother, would accept it without complaint. But what grave fault have Yuer and Panner committed? One child has gone mad, and the other is on the brink of losing her sanity. The doctor has warned that Panner cannot endure any more distress. It is possible she might become just like Yuer. How am I to continue living? You know my mother-in-law's temperament well. Beating the children is a daily occurrence. If Panner suffers the same fate, we, the women of this family, may find ourselves without a future." Seeing Bai Xiaomei's woeful expression, Gao Monsong felt that her words were somewhat exaggerated. Every family disciplines their children, yet it was not as extreme as she described. To beat one child into madness, was that not tantamount to driving someone to despair? Just as he hesitated, Chan Dahu and a few others approached, including Dr. Li, who was concerned that Bai Xiaomei might act irrationally. If anything were to happen to her, what would become of Panner and Yuer? These two children were at their most vulnerable, and if their mother were to suffer any misfortune, he could not guarantee their recovery. Chen Dahu, pulling his wife back, said, "You are truly being unreasonable. Asking Monsong to facilitate a separation only puts him in a difficult position. To separate over the matter of a beating is simply unfounded. We must return. We do not yet know how the children are faring." Bai Xiaomei's expression turned fierce. "A beating? That is no mere beating. It is a near-death sentence for the child. Monsong, I am not deceiving you. Please go and see Panner for yourself. She is of an age to marry soon. Yet look at how my mother-in-law has beaten her to the point of near insanity." Gao Monsong finally understood. It was not just that Panner was beaten. Her mind appeared to have been affected as well, and it seemed Yuer was in a similar plight. A heaviness settled in his heart. If this news spread, his reputation as village chief would be tarnished. Dr. Li stepped forward and said, "Monsong, you should go and check on Panner and Yuer. Their situations are precarious. If they endure any more trauma, this family may find it impossible to continue." While others might have some doubts, Dr. Li, known for his honesty throughout the years, carried weight in his words, and if he spoke of severity, the situation was indeed dire. Upon witnessing the distressing state of Panner and Yuer, even Gao Monsong felt a pang of anxiety in his heart, laced with a hint of wrath. What on earth does your mother intend to do? Panner is still so young, yet she exhibits such brutality. I wonder why your wife speaks to me in such a manner. It appears that her words carry less weight than the sight before my eyes. My dear, how do you both feel? Upon seeing Gao Monsong, Panner instinctively sought refuge in Yuer's embrace. Yuer, however, fixed her gaze on him with an intensity that replaced her previous confusion and emptiness with a terrifying resolve. Even Gao Monsong felt a twinge of fear in response to her gaze. How has this child transformed so drastically? My dear, with a deep sigh, Yuer addressed the village elder. I beseech you to assist us in separating our households. I find myself losing control, and I fear that continuing to live together may lead to even graver consequences. Li Longzhong, standing nearby, sighed as well. If Yuer's condition persists, I cannot guarantee that she won't resort to violence. For the sake of the Chan family as a whole, I propose that we facilitate their separation, which may lessen the psychological burdens on the children in the future. Gao Monsong sighed deeply. Then let us proceed. Longzhong, you should accompany us. You are most familiar with the children's circumstances and can serve as a witness. Let not be said that we have turned a blind eye to the plight of these two children. Seeing her daughters in such a state, Bai Xiaomei resolved to press on, feeling there was no turning back. After embracing the two children and wiping away their tears, she said, "Sister-in-law, Please take the children to your home. Once this matter is resolved, I will come to fetch them." Song Lanhua nodded, her expression tinged with concern as she gazed at Bai Xiaomei. "Are you sure you can manage? Do you need your family to come and assist?" Bai Xiaomei sighed. "As a mother, if I cannot stand up for my children, how can I expect assistance from my family? I must leave now." At that moment, Bauer, nestled beside Yuer, suddenly burst into tears, calling out for her mother. "Please take care of yourself." With her sister in such a condition, she feared that her mother might suffer a similar fate. Despite her intelligence, the young child was still perplexed by many things and was consumed with worry for her mother's safety. Bai Xiaomei offered her son a sorrowful smile before turning away. Li Longzhong's daughter-in-law and mother-in-law exchanged glances, both sighing in unison. Xiaomei is uncertain whether she can successfully separate the households. If she fails, there will be much to endure, especially with her mother-in-law. What? Has she lost her mind? Shen Fangshi could hardly believe what she had heard from Li Longzhong. Indeed, if she experiences another shock, it would not surprise me if she were to resort to violence. I have shared my concerns with you. Now, you must contemplate the situation. If Pan'er continues down this path, it is only a matter of time before she follows in Yuer's footsteps. Alas, to think that a family could produce 2 children with such troubled minds. What will become of them if word spreads? Even the reputation of the family is at stake. However, Bai Xiaomei was no longer preoccupied with concerns about family reputation. Her foremost priority was to shield the 2 children from further emotional trauma. "Mother, let us part ways. I can no longer endure this life. With both children in such a state, you say that Pan'er and Yuer have truly erred, and while you might strike me, I would take action myself. Yet, which of our children lacks understanding? Take Yuer, for instance. Though her intellect may falter, she has not shied away from her responsibilities. However, you, my dear, respond only with blows and harsh words. Now, look at the consequence. Both granddaughters have been driven to madness by your hand. Thus, I shall refrain from further commentary. Either you provide the means to treat the children, or we must separate. Without your incessant provocation, perhaps the children might find a glimmer of hope. What? Have you lost your senses over money? I possess none, yet I have but one life to live. I refuse to agree to this division of the household. Third son, is this the way you honor us? Allowing such a deranged woman to wail and threaten before your mother? Is there no decorum left? Village chief, you must admonish this ungrateful daughter-in-law of mine. Observe her insolence, as if I owe her a debt. I have diligently nurtured my son to adulthood and raised my grandchildren. Have I then committed a crime? This time, the old matriarch neither wept nor raged, but approached Gao Montsong, lamenting with a pitiful demeanor. What household does not discipline their children? Faced with such a defiant offspring, I would be remiss not to administer correction. Otherwise, we would be scorned as an ill-mannered family. Am I in the wrong for this? Ask yourselves, has anyone here never chastised a child? Chen Fangshi, noticing that the crowd remained silent, grew increasingly convinced of her righteousness and began to enumerate the many faults of Bai Xiaomei, her daughter-in-law. This daughter-in-law cannot remain. Third son, hasten to divorce her. Mother will find you a suitable match. Oh, dear mother-in-law, your tone is quite audacious. What has my daughter Xiaomei done to deserve such treatment? Speak clearly, for if you do not provide a satisfactory account, I assure you this matter will not end today. Do you believe you can bully us? A bereaved mother and her children? That depends on your capabilities. I warn you, unless my daughter and granddaughter receive a just resolution, our family shall be at odds. For the children are driven to madness, and what purpose is there for us to live on? Outside, Bai Xiaomei's mother, accompanied by her family, rushed to the scene. Upon seeing her mother, Bai Xiaomei, who had been holding back her tears, finally found solace and collapsed into her mother's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Bai Qianshi, with a firm hand, chastised her daughter. You foolish girl, with our home in disarray, you failed to give us a sign of life. Were it not for our visit today, would you have borne all burdens alone? While scolding her daughter, the old woman could not suppress her own tears. Hearing that her daughter had been ousted by her mother-in-law, she felt compelled to check on her, but upon entering the village, she learned of the troubles at her daughter's home. The turmoil in her heart was indescribable, filled with a mix of regret and despair. Had it not been for her husband's illness and their inability to procure the necessary funds, waiting for the bride price to save him, her daughter would not have found herself wed to such an unreasonable family. Upon the arrival of her mother-in-law, Chun Fang's heart fluttered with apprehension. The elderly lady possessed formidable strength. After all, she had raised her children single-handedly without a single plot of land to her name. Such tenacity was not to be underestimated, as it was precisely this resilience that allowed her to thrive in the village. Although Chun Fang had heard tales of the matriarch's reputation, she had never directly confronted her until now. With her slanted eyes narrowing, Chun Fang mused that today's encounter would likely not conclude amicably. She cast a glance at her husband, who was quietly smoking, pondering what his silence might signify. In truth, Chen Mushing awaited Gao Monsong's response. The village chief remained reticent, and so did he. Given the gravity of the situation, it seemed prudent to let the women air their grievances. After all, it would not be appropriate for a father-in-law to intervene in matters concerning his daughter-in-law. Gao Monsong furrowed his brow as he observed the elderly lady's performance. He too was restraining himself, for in rural customs, a division of families was rarely devoid of conflict. If everyone were content, who would desire to separate? Bai Qian wiped her tears and pushed her daughter closer to her eldest daughter-in-law. You wretched old woman, look at how you've treated my daughter since her marriage. You have no house to offer her and have forced her into a thatched hut. If you truly cared for the child, I would remain silent. But just look at how you've treated my granddaughter. The two children are nearly driven mad, while you sit comfortably at home. Those who know you recognize you as their loving grandmother. Those unaware might mistake you for a tyrant. Since my daughter insists on a separation, you must comply. I am unafraid of involving the authorities. With Yuer and Panner as witnesses, I refuse to believe the officials will ignore this. You, who should be nurturing the children, seem intent on driving the third household to ruin. Bai Qian had survived all these years in the village due to her cunning and her sense of fairness. Initially, she had opposed her daughter's desire for separation, believing that with so few male heirs in their branch, it would be unwise to divide, as unity would surely yield better fortunes. Yet now, she regretted having dissuaded her daughter from pursuing her rights. With both girls in such distress, she feared for Bauer's future as well. What hope remained for her daughter? Chun Fang, hands on her hips, pointed a finger at Bai Qian. You meddlesome old hag. What brings you to our home? Very well, you have the audacity to intrude. Consider this family undivided. Take your daughter and leave. We cannot afford the likes of you. I would rather not cross paths with a relative as disgraceful as you. Bai Qian stepped forward and swatted Chun Fang's hand away, declaring, How dare you? You think you can cast off my daughter at will? Is there no law in this world? If you wish to abandon her, I will see to it that you face imprisonment first. At the mention of jail, Chun Fang's bravado faltered. Though she knew little of Panner's character, the village doctor's comments suggested she was not in a favorable position. Chun Musheng, observing the imposing demeanor of the old woman, hastened to mediate on behalf of his mother-in-law. It is not as grave as you suggest. The old lady may have disciplined the child a tad too harshly, and I have already reprimanded her for it. However, since the child is in this state, we cannot demand that the grandmother pay with her life. Besides, isn't it true that Puan has not lost her sanity? With time and care, she will recover. As for Yuer, you are aware of her situation. Her mind has never been particularly sharp, and it is understandable that it has worsened. We cannot let this minor incident provoke a family division. As the old saying goes, while our parents are still alive, it is not the place of the younger generation to split the family. Don't you agree, mother-in-law? Bai Qian spat disdainfully. You are aware that the older generation should not divide the family. Yet what are you doing? Merely consuming without taking responsibility? While your wife was disciplining the child, where were you? Standing idly by, speaking without feeling. If it were your daughter in this predicament, would you not feel pain? Could you remain seated? Before the old man could respond, Chun Fangshi, hands on her hips, began to scold. You wretched old woman, are you cursing my daughter? This matter is far from settled. My precious daughter, and you dare to label her a lunatic. Chen Yuji, the apple of Chun Fangshi's eye, was deeply wounded by such words. Chen Yuji herself, incensed, pointed at Bai Qianshi and exclaimed, Who do you think you are, you mad woman? Brother, throw her out. Our family affairs do not concern an outsider like you. Do you think you can bully the Chun family because you believe we are defenseless? Chun Da-hook and his brother found themselves in a quandary. If this matter were to be scrutinized, the fault lay with their own mother. Yet she was their mother, and such judgments were not easily cast by her sons. No matter her faults, she was still their beloved mother. Chun Dajiang interjected, attempting to soothe his mother. Sit down and talk with Yuer's grandmother. We are all family here. The more we argue, the more distant we become. Yuer's grandmother only wishes the best for the children. The old woman leapt up, her motives clear to her. You merely wish to incite a division in our family. Dream on. This household is governed by me, and we shall not split. You may do as you please. Even if it leads to imprisonment, the day I emerge, you shall see. At that moment, Gao Montsong finally spoke up, having perceived the sorrow etched on the faces of Bai Xiaomei and her mother. The desolation in their eyes compelled him to intervene. Sister-in-law, your words have crossed a line. While your imprisonment may not concern you, do not forget that there are still children in the family who are unmarried. With a grandmother of such notoriety, who would be willing to marry your daughters? Which family would allow their daughters to join yours as brides? One must not only think of oneself. Considerations for future generations are paramount. Beneath the surface, Xiaomei's mother remained silent, her intentions rooted in the welfare of her children, yearning for separation from the family. However, I must remind you that every household abides by its own rules, just as a nation adheres to its laws. You must be aware of the origins of our Peach Blossom Village. Thus, we, too, have our own village regulations. One such rule dictates that anyone who inflicts severe harm upon a child through abuse will be expelled from Peach Blossom Village. As for the circumstances surrounding you, and Pan, you have heard the doctor's opinion. The severity of the situation is not solely for me to determine. Everyone possesses their own sense of judgment. The fact that a child could be driven to madness reflects poorly on your capabilities as a grandmother. Chun Fengshe was on the verge of unleashing a tirade, but upon realizing she was addressing the village chief, she quickly silenced herself, adopting a pitiful demeanor. It is not my intention to play the villain. Rather, these two children are utterly outrageous. I am merely attempting to educate them, though perhaps my methods are not ideal. Nevertheless, I assure you that I treat all the girls in my household equally, without bias. Bai Xiaomei, filled with indignation, retorted, Do you dare to swear that your treatment of our children mirrors that of your own daughter? Do you truly believe that the firewood in this household is shared among all? Everyone is watching. Your so-called foolishness is evident. My daughter, toils all year round in the mountains for firewood, and you have the audacity to allow that. Why do you not send your daughter instead? In the dead of winter, you refuse to let the children rest at home and instead compel them to gather firewood. Do not claim that there are men in the household. While I do not wish to compare ages with the elders, when the busy season ends, you still forced Hu and Ergo to work, not allowing them to return until the year's end. Yet, where's the money they earn? I have seen not a single coin. I work tirelessly weaving cloth all year, and everyone can see how my children are dressed. As she spoke, her voice broke, overwhelmed by emotion. The thought of her children dressed in rags, despite her own skills in weaving, was heart-wrenching. Thus, she resolved to stand up for her children today, unafraid of offending anyone. If they could not enjoy a good life in this household, she would tear off the mask of pretense. Gao Montsong sighed, addressing old Chun. What do you propose we do? Given the current state of affairs, do you believe that you can continue to live together harmoniously? It's not just your son. These two children will also create future complications. Mark my words, should Pan, and you, ever resort to violence, you will find no solace in regret. Upon hearing this, Chun Mushing shivered involuntarily. While he might doubt others, he couldn't dismiss the notion that his granddaughters could indeed commit such an act. This foolishness had already gone beyond control, and the rebellious nature of Pan only compounded the issue. Retaining both children was a precarious situation. The old man glanced at his third son, Chan Deho, who was engulfed in conflicting emotions. He felt sympathy for the children and understood the parents' reluctance to separate. Being the intermediary placed him in the most uncomfortable position. However, he did not shy away from his father's gaze, as he wished to prevent the family from fracturing. If he were to insist on living with his parents, he feared that his wife and children might grow distant from him. Thus he chose silence, aware that words could lead to further complications. Chun Mushing discerned nothing of the expectations he harbored in his son's gaze, which inevitably filled him with disappointment. It seemed his son had strayed from the familial bond. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he lamented the fading hope of a four-generation household, reflecting on the unfortunate reality that he and his wife were not destined for such blessings. Upon hearing his words, the matron sensed impending trouble and, upon entering the courtyard, began to create a scene. Yet, Gao Monsong had grown accustomed to her antics. "Sister-in-law," he said, "since my elder brother has spoken, as the head of the family, it is incumbent upon us to heed his authority. Let us sit down and discuss the division of assets. Since I have taken charge of this matter, it is best to see it through to completion." Bai Qianshi cast a grateful glance at Gao Monsong, recognizing that her in-law's obstinacy could only be managed by someone of the village head stature. She nudged her daughter, who cast a bewildered look at her husband, urging them to approach the elders for the division of their household. In truth, Chun Mushing possessed a considerable amount of land. However, the elders' distribution was far from equitable. Although the land appeared abundant, it was a legacy negotiated by the eldest and second sons alongside the elder couple. With the third son now to be allocated a share, it was imperative not to shortchange the other brothers. The third son, having only one male heir, would receive 5 acres, comprising 2 acres of sloped land and 3 acres of arable land. The waterlogged fields would not be included, as the family had limited irrigation resources. Cultivating dry land would suffice for sustenance. Household items would be divided according to the number of individuals in the third son's family, with little else to deliberate. Gao Monsong scrutinized the elder, chuckling incredulously. "Are you jesting with me? You expect them to survive on mere air? They require grain from your stores. Additionally, how will the forest resources be allocated? Surely the third son cannot be left with nothing." The elder faltered at this mention, caught off guard by Gao Monsong's astuteness, and offered a wry smile. "As for the forest, there is no need for division. The third family may gather firewood as needed. They're my children, after all. Furthermore, it is impractical to divide it. Let us simply keep track that the third family is accounted for. As for the grain, dear wife, please ensure some is sent to the third family. After all, he is our son." Chun Dahua looked at his father with gratitude, feeling understood and remembered. Gao Monsong acted swiftly, summoning assistants to inventory the household items. When Bai Xiumei lamented the absence of any possessions, the villagers cast incredulous glances at Chen Fengshi. This was indeed their grandmother, and yet, prior to the division, she had so hastily expelled her son, leaving the family devoid of even a bowl for water. Who would believe such actions were taken by a mother? Chun Feng rolled her eyes at the crowd, exasperated. Why are they staring? If we aren't splitting the family, what's the fuss about? It wasn't just Chun Mushing and his wife who were reluctant to separate. Even Lin Xiaoling was against the idea of the third branch moving out. With both Huaner and Yuer, the 2 laborers, leaving, who would chop wood for the household, she certainly didn't want her daughters to endure hardship. Hence, her gaze towards Bai Xiumei was imbued with a complex mix of resentment and envy. Bai Xiumei, however, was unconcerned by such thoughts. Today, Gao Monsong was overseeing the division of the family property, and with her own mother present, she felt no anxiety. When it came time to draft the agreement, Bai Qian reminded her to include a share of the mountains and forests for the third branch, cautioning that she wouldn't want her grandchildren to face discontent from their in-laws in the future. Not to mention, she added, "I worry about my granddaughter." As the signatures were affixed, Chun Mushing felt as though his hand bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. With that mark, his capable son would be departing, and a sense of reluctance washed over him. If the third branch left, it would just be him and the second son working the vast fields. When would they ever finish? Gao Monsong paid no heed to the elder's melancholic musings. He handed the prepared document to Bai Xiumei, who then passed it to Bai Qian. Although she recognized some characters, the lessons she had imparted to her children had likely faded from her daughter's memory. After reviewing the document, the elderly lady nodded at the village head. "Thank you for your assistance today. When you have time, please visit Xiumei's home. I haven't treated everyone to a meal since the division. Once things settle down, I hope you all can come over." Gao Monsong smiled and nodded. "We all live in the same village. There will be plenty of opportunities. Dear sister, you should hurry and help Dahu's wife. You two hardly see each other throughout the year. This time, with your presence, Xiaomei will find it easier to settle in. Gao Monsong knew that over the years, Bai Xiaomei had only received her mother's help during childbirth, and even then, Chen Feng had not been particularly gracious, begrudging her the food and drink. Yet, when it came to serving, she would claim exhaustion, for one cannot feel for others unless they are their own flesh and blood. Bai Xiaomei's sister-in-law, Sangni, quietly inquired, "Mother, why didn't you let me confront her? I could have silenced that old woman." Bai Qian sighed. "After all, she's your brother-in-law's mother. We must avoid unnecessary confrontations unless absolutely necessary. In the future, your sister will still have to live with him and raise the children. Though the families have split, how can we truly sever the ties of human sentiment? One must leave a line for future encounters. With the family officially divided, everyone lent a hand to transport their belongings to the thatched cottage. Bai Xiaomei was so elated that she momentarily forgot about her husband, rushing next door. Her and her younger siblings huddled together, and the sight brought tears to her eyes. Lately, she found herself unusually prone to tears, though she could not fathom why. Yue was the first to notice their mother standing at the door, tears brimming in her eyes. Though her hair was disheveled and her clothes somewhat dirty, she could feel the genuine joy radiating from her mother. "Mother, have we truly separated?" Bai Xiaomei smiled widely and replied, "Yes, our Yue has also grown wiser. Children, we have indeed split our household. You shall no longer fear your grandmother. As long as you do not err, I assure you, I will not strike you." Panner trembled slightly, her eyes widening with disbelief. "Mother, are you truly speaking the truth?" Bai Xiaomei nodded happily. "Indeed, and I will take your sister to see a doctor. Although we may have little silver at home, as long as we are willing to work, poverty shall not be our fate." Bauer, filled with joy, leaped into Bai Xiaomei's embrace, exclaiming, "Mother, I am overjoyed. I will no longer fear my aunt and grandmother." Song Lanhua sighed from the side. "Look at your lives. A grandson fears his grandmother, and a niece fears her aunt. How did it come to this? I cannot fathom why that old woman in your family remains so obstinate, truly accustomed to her tyranny, refusing to yield even in old age." Bai Xiaomei chuckled. "It seems no one has ever opposed her will in her lifetime. Today, I have set a precedent. Sister-in-law, I shall take the children home. Their maternal grandmother and uncle have come to visit, and they should see them." At this, Panner finally extricated herself from Yue's embrace. Although her face was puffy, obscuring her expression, the cheer in her tone was unmistakable. Bai Xiaomei carried Panner on her back, while Yue held onto her brother. Just as the three were about to leave, they were called back by Song Lanhua. Seizing the opportunity while they conversed, she gathered some pickled vegetables and collected 10 eggs. "Sister-in-law, take these. Your mother and brother have come a long way, and coincidentally during this event. Prepare a dish for them at noon. I have little else to offer. When Arya returns, I will have her bring you some wild vegetables. As for your grandmother, Sai, she has taken the eggs I previously gave you instead of dividing the chicken. Never mind that matter. Your separation is a good thing, and these provisions can be arranged slowly. I will bring you some chicks later." Speaking of which, Bai Xiaomei recalled the previous discussion among the children. "Sister-in-law, I am not one to burden you with issues. Since you have hens, could you assist me in hatching some chicks? I wish to raise them myself, but I currently have no hen. I will send you the money. Consider these eggs as my purchase. I sincerely appreciate your help, and we shall converse further later." Bauer insisted on helping carry things, and Song Lanhua, instructed by Xiaomei about the medicine prescribed by the doctor, make sure to send a bit of money to him. Regardless of the amount, it's the gesture that counts. I believe Dr. Li will not mind. On their way home, everyone noticed the expression on Panner's face, and a wave of compassion washed over them. "Dear daughter-in-law, ensure you take good care of the child at home. She has been quite startled. Once you save some silver, let Yue see a doctor too. These past years have been taxing on the children." Understanding their good intentions, Bai Xiaomei smiled and agreed. Little Bauer joyfully trotted home with a pickled radish in hand, cheerfully instructing her elder sister behind her. "You two can take your time. No need to rush. I'll go see Grandma and Uncle first. Mother, hurry up. Let's prepare a meal for Grandma." The cheerful sound of Bauer lifted the spirits of even those passing by on the road. Bauer, slow down. Be careful that your grandmother doesn't see you, a voice cautioned. The little one paused momentarily, flashing a grin and revealing her tiny teeth. I'm not afraid. I have my sister with me. Bai Qianshi was busy organizing the distributed items with her son and daughter-in-law, directing her husband to fetch water quickly. Look, now, this resembles a home. Can one even survive in a place without water? Chen Dahua went to fetch water, though he felt somewhat troubled. The division of the household had been quite tumultuous, and the parents were not entirely pleased. He wondered what his elder brother would say upon returning. Yet, when he saw his daughter's face swollen like a pig's, his heart ached with compassion, leaving him at a loss for expression. Panner, does it still hurt? The little girl looked up at him with timid eyes, a stark contrast to her usual playful demeanor. Father, Yue at her side, the doctor said it will take some time for Panner to recover. We won't be going to the milk supplier anymore. I don't want my sister to end up like me. Besides, the doctor has not concealed anything from me. If one day I act unusually, please don't be alarmed. There may come a time when I forget who you are, so you must treat us well. So I remember you are my father. Hearing these words made Chen Dahua's heart ache. The child was aware of her condition, and the thought of their future filled him with bitterness. With another child still unwell, this added burden weighed heavily on him. He patted his daughter's head and sighed. It's all right, as long as I remember you are my daughter. Now let us go inside and keep your grandmother company. I'll gather some firewood. At that moment, Bai Bounning had already entered with a bundle of firewood. Brother-in-law, don't worry about it. I've got the firewood. You can continue tomorrow. Relying solely on Panner and Yue one tea suffice, and their health isn't great either. For now, take care of the home. Don't rush into work outside. If you wish to go out, just let me know. Our employer needs help, and the pay is quite fair, so it wouldn't be a loss for us. Chen Dahua, blushing and rubbing his hands together, replied, Look at you all, making the journey here just to work. Well, since we've divided the household, you should come often. Brother-in-law, I may not have many skills, but treating you to a meal is certainly within my capabilities. Bai Bouning's fair face concealed a hint of anger. Brother-in-law, whether we eat or not is of little concern to us. We only hope you treat my sister and niece well. Look at this household. Both daughters are in such a state, you cannot be utterly indifferent to it. We, the men of the household, cannot solely rely on women to uphold our family. I shall refrain from discussing the past, but moving forward, you must take proper care of things. To speak of nothing else, we cannot afford to halt the medicine for Panner, and you must diligently attend to Yu's illness. We cannot dare to hope for miraculous recoveries, but we must not allow her condition to worsen, can we? For the sake of Bauer, you must ensure that both sisters, Yu and Panner, remain in good health. A family like ours cannot bear the burden of illness. As Bai Bounning spoke, he could not help but reflect on the past, lamenting how, had they not experienced their father's illness, his elder sister would not have rushed into marriage, leading to their current plight. Chen Dahua nodded sheepishly, acknowledging that he had provided them with a source of humor today. Ah, my mother is simply that sort of person. Do not take her too seriously. At this moment, Yu had already begun to prepare a meal. Bai Bounning gazed at his niece, feeling a surge of admiration. Look at Yu. When she is not unwell, she surpasses many children from ordinary families in capability. As long as we have hands and feet and work diligently, we need not fear the hardships of life. Just then, Arya arrived with Suaju, bringing wild vegetables to Yu's home. Here, these are for your meal. This afternoon, we shall go gather more. My mother mentioned that this mortar is for preparing medicine for Panner. Inside, Bai Qianshi, and the younger siblings were busy tidying up. Upon seeing Arya, they hurried out to greet her. You and Suaju must stay for lunch. It is the first time we are cooking today. It would be wonderful to have you both here to keep Panner company. Arya understood Yu's current situation and initially hesitated to impose, but she could not resist Bai Qianxi's warmth and Suju's eager gaze. Every household usually prepared 2 meals, and since Yu's grandmother was visiting, it would have been the same at Yu's home. All right, we shall impose upon you then. After lunch, we can go gather vegetables together. Yu entrusted the cooking to Bai Qianxi and took Bauer with her to the place where they kept the baskets. Fortune seemed to smile upon them, as they found 2 large fish and several smaller ones. She had already devised a plan, to stew the larger fish and make soup from the smaller ones. with fish in their possession. She was confident that her younger sibling's health would improve. "Ah, so are you working fish now?" Bai Bounding joked as he noticed the fish in his niece's hands. Smiled shyly, revealing a rare expression that the villagers seldom witnessed. In that moment, Bai Bounding thought her quite beautiful. If only her complexion were a shade lighter, her smile would be an undeniable charm. If only this child were a touch more astute. It was not caught, but gathered with a basket. "Uncle, you should come over more often if you wish to eat fish." "Where is my little uncle?" Bai Bounding took the fish from Er's hands and sighed. "Your little uncle has gone out with someone to run the boat. He will not return for a while. When he does, I shall bring him to see you." You are unfamiliar with the notion of a boat, had never seen one, as their home was quite distant from the sea. With nothing to occupy my time, I prepared my sister's medicine. I watched my father squatting on the ground, smoking. I scratched my head and suggested, "Why don't you and uncle work together to clear out the chicken coop? When you have time, you could also tackle the pigsty. Although the milk and tea provided for our pigs, we can raise them ourselves." Sunny clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Indeed, how could I forget? Brother-in-law, you needn't purchase piglets. Our old sow has given birth to many piglets. We've sold some, but 2 remain with minor ailments, which aren't significant and won't hinder their growth. I shall gift you one, while we keep the other at home. By the year's end, both our families will enjoy pork." The elderly lady nodded in agreement, realizing her oversight. "How could I forget this? My daughter-in-law and I can rear pigs and sell piglets during our idle hours. It will certainly supplement our household." The lunch, though not lavish, was what Bai Xiaomei's family could provide, consisting of eggs, fish, and vegetables. Bai Xiaomei's mother and sister-in-law also brought a half bag of grain, making cornmeal pancakes the main dish, devoid of wild vegetables. Locked in contentment, the 2 little ones, Zhua and Bao, wore satisfied expressions that even Yuer found heartwarming. Before leaving, Bai Qianshi expressed her concerns to her daughter. After all, this unexpected visit was timely. She was unaware of how much her daughters were being bullied by their mother-in-law. "Don't dwell on the issues over there. Focus on your own lives and ensure your children are well nurtured. That is what truly matters." After sending off her mother-in-law, Qindahai seemed somewhat unaccustomed to this new way of life. He wandered aimlessly around the yard, unsure of what to do. Initially, Bai Xiaomei did not notice her husband's unusual behavior, but when she and Yuer finished untangling the thread their mother had brought, she saw him pacing in circles throughout the yard. "What are you doing? Why aren't you working? We've just separated from the family, and we have nothing. Hurry up and gather firewood. We need to find someone to help us build a pigsty. My mother has mentioned getting piglets, but if you bring them home, we have nowhere to keep them." With someone prompting him, Qindahai snapped back to reality. I'll get to it right away." Bai Xiaomei sighed and shook her head at Qindahai's retreating figure. Although Yuer struggled to articulate it, she understood deeply. Her father had grown accustomed to being directed by their grandmother. Suddenly being in charge left him at a loss, much like her and her sister, who were constantly instructed to work. If they were suddenly told to stop, they wouldn't know what to do. Bai Xiaomei gently touched her daughter's head, gazing into the distance with a glimmer of determination and hope. "In time, you will learn to organize your own tasks and gradually adapt. Everything will be all right. Trust your mother. As long as I am here, our family shall never go hungry." The moonlight cast a gentle glow, yet the daughter bore a heavy concern for her mother. "What shall I do about my illness?" Though today's incident was premeditated, the urge to strike my grandmother with a shoulder pole was not something I had intended. However, I found myself unable to restrain my impulses, and now I am shrouded in confusion. After losing consciousness, I became oblivious to everything. What shall become of us if I inadvertently harm someone? Our family cannot afford such repercussions. Bai Xiaomei sighed, then, with a smile, took her daughter's hand. "Do not fret, my dear. Tomorrow, I shall take you to seek guidance. Fear not. The monk from the temple remarked in your childhood that you are not foolish, merely a soul adrift. Your current condition appears unusual, prompting me to ponder a return to the temple. I cannot ascertain whether it is a matter of control over you or a sign of impending recovery. The doctor seems unable to remedy your ailment, so let us not tread a fruitless path. We shall depart at dawn." The elderly couple of the Chun family endured a rather trying day. The third son's abrupt decision to partition the family home was made without informing the eldest. Chun Dajiang, who was dispatched to the town to summon Chun Dahai back. Upon entering, Chun Dahai immediately began to reproach the matriarch. Why did you allow them to separate? Why did you not consult me? This division cannot be hastily concluded. What prompted such urgency? Even with the third son's mother-in-law present, you ought not to heed her counsel. Upon seeing her eldest son return, Chun Fangshi felt a glimmer of hope as she wept and expressed her grievances. I cannot possibly be imprisoned. If the fourth son succeeds in his examination, he cannot be shamed due to this situation. I am left with no choice, and with the village head pressuring us. What can your father and I do? Chun Dahai sighed, recognizing the turmoil this caused. The fourth son is expected to return shortly. With both of us absent, the family has been divided. I was contemplating finding a suitable match for you, and now this division leaves me a loss. The matriarch, upon hearing this, blinked her slanted eyes and, noticing her second son nearby, promptly instructed, Second son, go see how your wife is preparing the meal. Have her cook extra. Your brother is dining at home. Confusion flickered in Chun Dajiang's eyes. This matter seemed unnecessary for him to address. Was it possible that his elder brother wished to discuss something confidential with their mother? Nevertheless, since the elder had given an order, he could not linger indoors and decided to check on the kitchen. The matriarch squinted at her eldest son and queried, Tell me about this prospective match. It is precisely due to the troubles caused by these two miscreants that the third son's side has chosen to separate. Keeping them at home would only invite disaster. Chun Dahai stroked his chin, blinking eyes reminiscent of the matriarch's, and glanced at the silent patriarch before responding slowly. Actually, a household has approached our family for assistance. Externally, they claim to seek a maid, but in truth, they are searching for a bride for their simple-minded son, who appears to be ill and in declining health. Thus, the urgency of the matter has prompted a larger reward. How could you have hurried the division so quickly? If only we had delayed a couple of days. We would have secured that sum of silver. Not only could we have purchased cattle, but even a carriage would have been within reach. Alas, mother, is there any way to persuade the third son to agree to this matter? Upon hearing the conditions, Chun Fang's heart was indeed stirred. Having a fool at home serves little purpose, and marrying off a fool or an old widower would scarcely yield a substantial bride price. However, this family is different. Observing the figures his son gestured, her heart truly fluttered. At this juncture, Chun Mushing remained silent, allowing the two women to deliberate, while he indulged in his smoke. The elderly woman furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment. Is this plan foolproof? We must ensure that it does not backfire on the fourth son, especially as he is soon to be wed. Should this information leak, not only will we lose face, but it would likely cause trouble for him as well. Chun Dahai, yearning to secure this sum of money, had withheld certain details from the elderly woman. Should this plan succeed, their purse would swell considerably. The elderly lady, suppressing her racing heart, cautioned her eldest son with a few words. Let us keep this matter under wraps for now. If the third son consents, that would be splendid. But if he does not, at least you won't be put in a difficult position. You must allow your mother to devise a strategy. Being forthright with him would likely meet with resistance, and I suspect Bai Xiaomei would oppose it first. Alas, in this household, attempting to assert control is no simple task. The old man, squinting his eyes, gave the impression of being asleep, yet once the mother and son had finalized their discussion, he opened his eyes, revealing a gaze filled with scrutiny and a hint of inscrutable thoughts that Chun Dahai could not decipher. Eldest, I perceive that introducing you as a maid is not so straightforward. The girl has been acting quite erratically today. If she were to be taken and harm ensued, you could very well find yourself embroiled in the aftermath. Take your time to ponder this matter thoroughly. The elderly lady, however, seemed unconcerned by such complexities. In my view, it would be better to sell her to someone from afar. This way, once taken away, she need not return. Even if she were to truly lose her wits, who would come all the way back to settle accounts with our son? As long as we inform the other party that Yuerer is not particularly shrewd, that should suffice, and they can gauge the situation themselves. Chun Dahai gave his mother a thumbs up, exclaiming, Mother, your wit shines brightly. I shall contemplate this matter further. We must earn our silver while avoiding unnecessary troubles. As the mother and son exited the room, Chun Musheng sighed, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the ceiling. What was the eldest doing in his childhood? The old man struggled to recall, as it seemed that among his children, only the second and third had been particularly obedient in their youth. Little did the Chun family know that plans for their daughter were already being devised. Early that morning, Bai Xiaomei hurried to the temple with Yue in tow. At that moment in the temple, a white-haired monk, with a complexion far softer than his brittle locks, paused mid-game, intrigued. "Brother, it seems we are to have guests. Do you remember the little girl I once spoke of?" Observing his brother's bewildered expression, Liao Kong sighed. "Brother, do you recall the lad who fell ill from poisoning?" At the mention of this, Liao Wu's eyes lit up with realization. "Surely, you do not mean to suggest that the fated one has arrived?" Liao Kong nodded slightly, closing his eyes and calculating with his fingers. This child arrives at just the right moment. Suddenly, Liao Wu recollected an event from many years past. "You can't be referring to that child, can you? Is it possible her soul has returned?" Liao Kong smiled knowingly. "It's about time. However, I am unable to assist her myself. Take this rosary and give it to her. Let her wear it on her wrist. I estimate it won't be long before her mind returns to normal." Liao Wu glanced at his junior brother, disbelief evident in his eyes. "This item has been with you for quite some time. Are you truly willing to part with it?" Liao Kong shook his head. "Saving a life surpasses the construction of a 7-story pagoda, especially when it concerns material possessions. I view this as an act of benevolence. In time, you shall comprehend the significance of my actions today. Brother, I have overstayed my welcome here. It is time for me to embark on a journey." Liao Wu eyed his junior brother pointedly. "You didn't come here solely for this child, did you?" Liao Kong chuckled lightly. "Think what you will. I entrust that child to your care. My duties are fulfilled, and I shall take my leave. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Liao Wu wished to say more, but his junior brother was indeed an enigmatic character, appearing and disappearing without a trace. As an elder brother, he could only admire his junior's abilities from afar, shaking his head in resignation. What is he so anxious about? Just as Liao Kong anticipated, Bai Xiaomei brought Yue into the temple, first paying homage to Buddha and offering incense money, before expressing her intentions. Without needing the little monk to announce her presence, Liao Wu approached. "Benefactor, I understand your purpose. Have the child wear this and do not allow her to remove it. When the time is right, her health will naturally be restored. Remember, it must not be taken off." Before Bai Xiaomei could express her gratitude, Yue was already captivated by the rosary in Liao Wu's hand. She felt a refreshing sensation in its proximity, as if the heaviness within her had dissipated. Unable to resist, she grasped the rosary. Liao Wu recognized the child's response. Yet Bai Xiaomei felt embarrassed. "Master, please excuse my child's behavior. She is not fully aware of her actions. Her illness has been tormenting her, causing her to act unusually these past few days, which is why I brought her to see you." Liao Wu nodded with a smile. "No witties. The child will soon recover. Remember my words." Having paid her respects to the Buddha, met the master, and obtained the rosary, the mother and daughter hurried back. To save money, they chose to walk instead of taking a carriage, eating the provisions they had brought when hungry and seeking water from kind strangers when thirsty. With each step, Yue felt lighter, and she sensed a cooling clarity in her mind. "Mother, perhaps this item truly works. My thoughts are no longer muddled." Bai Xiaomei had come with a final glimmer of hope, and she was unexpectedly delighted to see her daughter feeling better. "Really? You aren't deceiving me, are you?" The moonlight cast a gentle glow as she nodded earnestly, tilting her small head with a playful smile. "Perhaps one day I shall become wise," she mused, "and those who call me foolish will witness the transformation of a simpleton into someone enlightened." Bai Xiaomei laughed heartily. It seemed she had not felt such joy in many years. "Dear child, remember to always conceal your talents, for it serves as a form of self-protection. The trees that stand tall in the forest will inevitably be swayed by the wind. This was wisdom imparted to me by your grandfather, and now I pass it on to you. How you interpret it is entirely up to you. Should the opportunity arise, I hope you and your sister can learn to read." She continued with a sigh. "Alas, the characters I once knew have faded from my memory. It is only through literacy that one can truly comprehend the world." The young girl considered her mother's words, finding them quite sensible. "Why not send Bayer to school?" she suggested. "We can save money gradually, and once we have enough, we shall send him. That way, when he returns, he can teach us to read. Although he is still quite young, there is no rush. Bai Xiaomei understood that in affluent households, children of his age would already be learning, yet in their rural community, he was still considered small. Nevertheless, this provided her with the breathing room to save. The two of them returned quietly, drawing little attention to their visit to the temple. However, Shun Dajiang had come by that morning to check on his younger brother, partly out of concern for how he managed after the division of their family, and partly due to his wife's incessant complaints. Since the previous night, Lin Xiaoling had expressed her envy and grievances about Bai Xiaomei's family moving away, leaving their side as the primary laborers at home. Consequently, Shun Dajiang found himself at the receiving end of her lamentations, astonished at the multitude of complaints that flowed from her lips. Seeking solace and a moment of peace, he turned to his third brother for comfort. "Ah, my dear third brother, you have fared well. Not only I, but even your sister-in-law envies you. The younger siblings and children no longer need to toil, yet now your sister-in-law and niece are burdened with work, toiling by day and embroidering by night. I can scarcely find peace myself." Chen Dahua chuckled foolishly at his elder brother. "This is hardly my fault. I did not seek to shirk my responsibilities at home. It was simply unavoidable. Without the separation, one must wonder if the children would survive at all. The household chores are limited. If you could lend a hand, it would suffice. Let her speak as she pleases. You can simply let one ear take it in and the other let it out." He then inquired, "Would you consider working outside? Now that the fields are planted, it may be wise to earn some money during this time. Mother did not give me a single penny upon our division, and with the need for medicine for our child, we cannot afford to owe the doctor. What if we find ourselves in need of care in the future and feel embarrassed to seek help?" Chen Dajiang found merit in this suggestion. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Dahua spoke of how his brother-in-law could assist them in finding work. "Dear brother, over the past few days, I have managed to bring back both the pig pen and the pigs. Once you are ready, we shall embark on our journey. With your departure, my sister-in-law will find it difficult to express her longing for you." Chen Dahua nodded, indicating that there was no need to wait. "I will fetch some people shortly. You can ask Panner to prepare lunch for everyone. With 3 or 4 individuals working, we could complete the construction of the pig pen by midday. However, the food supplies at your home are insufficient. The few acres of land you possess yield little, with only the dry land producing a decent harvest, while the slope fields have not fared well at all." Chen Dahua was aware of this predicament. "No worries. The child's maternal grandmother has offered to bring us some grain husks to tide us over for the time being. The children can also gather some wild vegetables. It does not need to be overly abundant. As long as the pigs can be fattened for slaughter, that will suffice." Chen Dajiang hesitated for a moment before voicing his innermost suspicions to his brother. "What? Are you suggesting that our elder brother might have intentions towards our children?" Chen Dajiang hesitated but eventually nodded. Although I was not present, his demeanor seemed rather unsettling. "You and your spouse have nothing of significant interest to him, except for the children. Our eldest daughter is already betrothed, and the second daughter's mother has begun seeking suitable matches. Nevertheless, this is merely my conjecture. You should be aware of the situation and avoid falling into his trap. In recent years, our elder brother has changed significantly. While our sister-in-law appears amiable on the surface, I have an unsettling feeling about her smile. You, dear brother, tend to be rather inarticulate. I cannot articulate much more, so do be cautious." When the two ladies returned home, the pig pen and chicken coop were tidy and organized. However, upon observing the meager food supplies by Xiaomei's side, realizing that it would be impossible to sustain until the autumn harvest, even subsisting on gruel for every meal would not suffice. You were perceptive to her mother's anxious expression, understood the gravity of the situation. She devised a plan and said, "Mother, do not worry. During this time, my sister and I will venture into the mountains to dig some traps. Who knows, we might catch something. Additionally, we can also fish if we gather enough. We can sell them. You can weave cloth at home, and we can alternate our efforts. This arrangement is far better than living under the thumb of our grandmother." Bai Xiaomei sighed, acknowledging that this was the only course of action. It was unfortunate that we lacked other skills. If we could engage in other trades, at least we could earn some money to purchase food. Mother was also troubled about the forthcoming autumn harvest. fearing that our food supply may not last until next year's harvest, as our land remains limited. Sighing, she resolved to take each day as it comes. Qin, accompanied by his daughter and son, was preparing to cultivate vegetables, as it would not be appropriate to burden his wife and children with such labor. Bauer cheerfully followed Panner, assisting in sowing seeds and tending to the soil. Father, please let me plant some sweet melons. Dogshung's family has planted them, and when it's time to eat, he always flaunts them to us. I cannot stand him. Qin chuckled, ruffling his son's hair. Very well, I shall go fetch some seeds from Uncle Ian shortly. His family planted them last year. As soon as he finished speaking, Yue approached. Father, why don't we plant more? There is ample space in front of and behind the house, and if our chickens grow, we can sell them for some extra money. Qin nodded, observing the ample wasteland surrounding the house, devoid of any nearby homes. He mused that cultivating sweet melons could indeed be a viable endeavor. He instructed the two sisters to assist their brother in erecting a support structure, expressing confidence that their chickens wouldn't wreak havoc, although the chickens and ducks from neighboring farms might stray into their territory. During the absence of their father, he urged them to diligently water the crops, as their family's future vegetable harvest depended on this effort. Finally, the day arrived for Qin and his brother to part ways. Having only recently divided their household, he felt a pang of reluctance to leave. The sensation of being the head of the household was immensely satisfying. He could plant whatever he desired and dine without concern for others' preferences. Moreover, any earnings he made would be his to keep. With a heart full of hope and joy, Qin set off with Qin Dajiang. At home, Lin Xiaoling found herself without a confidant, prompting her to seek out Bai Xiumei. She could not openly criticize her mother-in-law in front of others, as such words might return to her and complicate her standing within the household. Thus, seizing the opportunity while her mother-in-law was away, she visited to observe the lifestyle of her sisters-in-law post-separation and to unburden her own frustrations. As Lin Xiaoling spoke, Bai Xiumei listened with a smile, albeit internally harboring her own grievances. Now, they understood the hardships endured by her and her sisters. While she too possessed embroidery skills, she acknowledged that her work paled in comparison to her sister-in-law's. It seemed that this woman had become a crutch for the family, and even her daughter basked in the advantages that came with it. In comparing their hands, Bai Xiumei felt that her family's skills could not rival those of this trio. Though a tinge of schadenfreude lingered in her heart, her expression betrayed a semblance of sympathy as she continually reassured her sister-in-law. Endure a little longer. You know our mother's temperament, and you have witnessed the trials I faced. Do not oppose the old lady. Once the eldest sister returns, life will improve significantly for you. Dividing the labor between households is far preferable to shouldering the burden alone. If only our younger sister could lend a hand. Upon mentioning the younger sister, Lin Xiaoling was overcome with frustration. Do not even get me started on her. The moment you moved away, we three have become her emotional punching bags. She has become so lazy that she even refuses to wash her own clothes, expecting our Xinhua to do it for her. Can you believe it? How can a young lady be so shameless? Bai Xiumei chuckled, recalling that this behavior was not new. Didn't she once have you or wash her clothes? I had to intervene. Otherwise, she might have continued using you as her maid. If she misplaces any clothing, what will become of her reputation? It was likely fear of Yu's potential mistakes that had led her to avoid asking her for help. In the future, she would likely trick our Panner, who is quite headstrong, insisting she would wash for her father. While he is indeed her brother, their clothing should never be mixed. You could use that as an excuse. Lin Xiaoling sighed, realizing that such an excuse would not suffice. Your second brother has gone to work, and I doubt she would accept any other reasoning. Alas, this is truly a source of distress. Sister-in-law, tell me, did you manage to save any private funds before the separation? There was little for Bai Xiumei to conceal regarding the matter. Sister-in-law, she remarked, the fabric I weave is accounted for. The old lady has long set her sights on it. Unlike your embroidery, it would be nearly impossible for me to hide it. The threads I use are all purchased by her, so I dare not keep even half a bowl for myself. Otherwise, how could I, having woven the cloth, allow my family to wear such things? It would be no different from a beggar, albeit a somewhat cleaner one. Bai Xiumei's eyes sparkled with a hint of jest. Sister-in-law, I suspect you might have a couple on hand. I advise you to keep them well hidden. Our family has previously faced scrutiny from others. Sigh. Now that we have moved away, I have nothing to fear. Lin Xiaoling was not naive. She merely chuckled without further comment. All right, I've been out for quite some time. The old lady will likely return soon. If she discovers that I've visited you, I shall surely be met with her displeasure. I must take my leave. With no one to disturb her, Bai Xiaomei hurried to feed the pigs and then took her basket to the mountains in search of dye plants, determined to weave fabric for Pan'er. However, the stark white cloth was not suitable for a young girl, and wearing such a thing would surely invite ridicule. Panya, stay at home. Mother will return shortly. Upon her arrival in the mountains, she found that Yuerer and Chun Ping had made an unexpected haul. Having lacked the time to check the traps in recent days, she brought her brother along this morning to see what they had caught. The siblings were in high spirits. Whether by divine favor or mere chance, aside from 2 empty traps, the rest yielded a bountiful catch. Bauer was gleefully observing 3 wild rabbits and 2 wild chickens that had been bound, while Yuerer returned with several fish. Having divided their spoils, the siblings no longer needed to roast their catch in the mountains. Instead, Yuerer threaded the fish gills with grass for Bauer to watch while gathering firewood and foraging for wild vegetables. With the addition of a piglet to their home, their food supply had significantly increased. As Bai Xiaomei approached, she spotted her son sitting on the ground, grinning widely. Bauer, what are you up to? The little one rushed over joyfully upon seeing his mother, pulling Bai Xiaomei to show her their day's labor. Mother, look at what my sister and I have caught. It must be worth quite a bit. Bai Xiaomei was taken aback by the sight of their plentiful catch. And where is your sister? The child pointed inside. My sister is over there gathering firewood. Mother, I can't carry it. Otherwise, I would have taken it back. She said to keep an eye on things until she finishes. Bai Xiaomei was at a loss for words, overwhelmed with joy. She embraced her son tightly and planted a kiss on his cheek, not forgetting to praise him. Indeed, our Bauer is quite capable, and your sister is too. Let us help her. We'll place the rabbits and chickens in the basket and bring them home. Once sold, Mother will buy you something delicious. The little one shook his head. No, Mother, my sister said we should save the money for my education. The child's words brought a warmth to Bai Xiaomei's eyes, as she realized that while they, as parents, had not yet considered this, their daughter had already thought of it. Yet, she was secretly astonished. Could it be that her daughter's mind had begun to improve in recent days? The thought brought a smile to her face. Bao Bao, wait here for your mother. We shall emerge shortly. Yuer had already prepared the firewood, but had yet to gather sufficient wild vegetables. There she was, crouching on the ground, searching for edible greens. When Bai Xiaomei approached, she saw her daughter diligently digging for vegetables. Not daring to call out too loudly for fear of startling the child, she whispered to her. Chun Yu raised her head at the sight of her mother, a smile brightening her small face. Mother, have you seen our harvest today? So many rabbits. We can sell them for quite a sum and have enough food for a while. Bai Xiaomei cautiously inquired, My dear, tell me, do you feel much better since wearing that bead? Yuer scratched her head. Mother, I'm not sure how to describe it. I just feel particularly comfortable, and I seem less muddled these past few days. Perhaps what that old monk said is true. There's no need to rush, after all these years. Recovery 1T comes swiftly. Bai Xiaomei concurred. It was not a miraculous elixir, merely a string of prayer beads. Healing would not be instantaneous. However, neither mother nor daughter anticipated the sudden arrival of Chun Dehai and Wang Meichin at their home. Facing the two, Pan'er felt unprepared. Her uncle seldom cast a glance in their direction, and as for her aunt, she was uncertain whether to categorize her as good or bad, harboring an innate dislike. Upon entering, the couple was momentarily taken aback, unsure where to sit. It wouldn't do to stand while conversing. Pan'er's expression was inscrutable. She merely stated, Uncle, we don't have any stools at home. Perhaps you could sit on the Kong? My mother and the others are not here. It's just me. Wang Meichin, holding Pan'er's hand, remarked as they walked, We didn't come for any particular reason. We merely wished to see how you were doing. The last time you divided the family property, things were rather abrupt. We didn't even know the news. If we had known earlier, we could have come to assist you. Where have your mother and the others gone? Wang Meichin's seemingly casual inquiry was met with no shameful secrets from Bai Xiaomei. So Pan'er felt no need to conceal the truth. My mother went up the mountain to gather grass. Uncle and aunt, do you need something? Although Pan-er was young, she possessed an acute awareness of the situation. Her aunt claimed to be merely visiting, yet it was evident they had come bearing goods. Lacking any genuine intent, Pan-er's face still bore signs of swelling, yet Wang Meichin failed to notice the disdain etched on the little girl's features. Continuing to engage in conversation about matters from the outside world. In the countryside, we only see a tiny piece of the sky above us. It is only when we venture out that we realize how vast the world truly is. We once thought that families able to afford steam buns were wealthy, yet outside, we discover that such notions are but a fraction of reality. The truly affluent possess clothing and sustenance that we have never even laid eyes upon, let alone other luxuries. Dear Pan-er, perhaps in the future, your aunt can take you out to explore. I have heard that finding work in the county is rather effortless, and the remuneration is quite substantial. I even wish for your sister Leonor to try it. Once you earn your own money, you can buy beautiful clothes and improve the family circumstances. Pan-er, however, displayed no interest in Wang Meichin's words. She thought her mother could make her clothes, and even if they had the means to eat well, it would be futile without money. She had been to town before. Every corner required funds. What could she do? It wasn't as easy as her aunt suggested, as if the city were paved with gold, where one could simply bend down and collect silver. Noticing Pan-er's silence, Wang Meichin pressed further, if you wish to work in the county, perhaps your uncle can assist in finding opportunities. I've heard many households are looking for young girls to help out, and the hours aren't too long. They provide meals and lodging, along with wages. What a splendid arrangement. There are even a couple of families in our village who could seek your uncle's help regarding this matter. I thought such a fortunate opportunity shouldn't be overlooked for your family. If you're inclined, please let us know later. Pan-er offered a wry smile to her aunt, thinking, with this face of mine, wouldn't I scare everyone away? The physician advised her to take good care of her complexion. If not, she might end up disfigured. For now, venturing out was out of the question, but she promised to discuss it with her mother later. Having achieved their aim, Wang Meichin and her husband chatted with Pan-er for a while before they took their leave. Watching their retreating figures, the small girl couldn't help but sigh. She, too, longed to earn money, but with only her mother and sister supporting her, she did not wish to abandon them. When Bai Xiaomei and the others returned, Pan-er relayed the visit of Chun Dahai and his wife to her mother. Upon hearing this, both Bai Xiaomei and Yuer's expressions darkened. Mother, my sister will not go out to earn that money. Dear girl, that sounds appealing, but if we consider it deeply, once you're in their household, you must conform to their whims. Furthermore, my sister should not be serving others. Even if we must endure hardships, we should do so together as a family. We can earn silver in due time, but this path is one we must absolutely avoid. Although unsure of what exactly the girl was being asked to do, Bai Xiaomei's instinct told her it was not a good idea to support it. With a pained expression, she sighed. What do your aunt and uncle mean by this? Coming here to deceive us. Pan-er, do not heed your aunt's words. If such opportunities were genuine, your second aunt would have already taken notice. Besides, Lena did not go either. We must not entertain such thoughts. As her sister said, let us remain here at home. While Bai Xiaomei did not fully grasp why the couple had come to discuss this matter with her daughter, she was resolute in not wanting her children to leave her side. She gently patted her daughter's hand, reassuring her, do not worry, my dear. I have no intention of sending you out to work and support the family. You're not like the boys. Life is already arduous for girls. Moreover, finding work outside is not as easy as it seems. Enough, let's not dwell on this matter any longer. Panya, go and check on the rabbits and wild chickens your sister has prepared. Your elder sister has mentioned that we should raise these chickens and rabbits for now. I entrust their care to you. Who knows, perhaps the rabbits might even give birth to little ones. Bai Xiaomei merely mentioned this in passing. Yet Yuer shared the same sentiment deep within her heart. The daily pursuit of catching wild game may not guarantee success, and raising them seems far more prudent. The more we raise, the more opportunities we have to sell them as we please. Bauer, in her eagerness, clutched Pan-er's hand and hurried off to find a suitable cage for the little rabbits, while Yuer retreated indoors to resume her weaving. This time, however, she sat before the loom, not in haste, but lost in thought. Given their limited circumstances, She pondered whether now was the right moment to part with their silver. Yet, contemplating the immediate improvement in their living conditions, she also worried that the old matriarch might create further disturbances. It was not yet a critical juncture. Perhaps it was best to wait and see. With that thought, she lowered her head and continued to weave, for even without spending any silver, producing a length of fabric could still enhance their current situation. After feeding the rabbits, Panner entered and broached the subject of money with Uera. There is no need to rush. Our family has just settled. Let us hold on for a couple of days. In a few days, I can use the small change to buy food for our mother, but let us refrain from touching anything else for now. Uera gently caressed her sister's small face, asking if it still hurt. Panner shook her head, indicating that the pain had lessened. Sister, I'll head to the village shortly. Perhaps someone has chicken intestines. If so, I shall bring them back. Who knows, we might even catch some crabs this time. Uera did not dare to hold on to such expectations. Every household was relying on their chickens to lay eggs for income, who would willingly slaughter them for a meal. Nevertheless, she did not dissuade her sister. A little outing might lift Panner's spirits, while also demonstrating to everyone how ruthless the old matriarch could be. Xiaomei was preoccupied with dyeing the fabric and paid little attention to what the two children were up to. However, fortune smiled upon them. Upon Panner's arrival in the village, she spotted her long-absent second aunt, who was carrying a small parcel alongside her cousin, making their way to their grandmother's house. Panner contemplated calling out to them, but noticed the duo wore expressions of joy, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Furrowing her small brows, she muttered to herself, "What good fortune could our grandmother be celebrating? Why has our second aunt returned so suddenly?" Before the siblings could inquire further, their elder cousin began setting off firecrackers at the door. The moment the firecrackers echoed, the village erupted into a flurry of activity, with everyone startled by the unexpected commotion. In such a time, unmarked by festivals and with no elders having passed away, why would firecrackers suddenly sound? Those who were fond of excitement gathered at the entrance of the old Chun family's home to uncover the cause of the ruckus. "Dezhu, what good news does your family have today?" Chunu, brimming with pride, explained to the crowd, "My uncle has achieved the title of scholar. He will return shortly. My grandmother has instructed to set off a string of firecrackers." No sooner had he finished speaking than Chun Mushing emerged, his face alight with joy, and greeted everyone with a bow. "Ladies and gentlemen, our day has become a scholar. Please come inside, enjoy some tea, and partake in some fruit to share in our happiness. My daughter mentioned that Day has gone to inform his teacher and will be back soon." Upon hearing the news of Chun Day's success, a chorus of good wishes erupted from the crowd, mingled with envy and admiration. "Ah, Brother Chun, congratulations. Your Day is indeed a talented young man. I recognized his potential for learning long ago, and it seems I was right. He has brought honor to your family." Another chimed in, "I must go in for a cup of your tea. Perhaps a taste of it will inspire greatness in my own household." The crowd erupted in laughter, to which an elder remarked, "Indeed, Brother Chun, your reasoning seems a bit askew. Day is naturally gifted, a born scholar. But even if you were to drink every drop from the Chun family's water jar, your own dimwit would still be far from achieving the title of scholar." Observing her grandfather, dressed anew and sporting a beaming smile, Panner suddenly felt disinclined to watch any longer. She tugged at Bayer, turning to leave. Although Bayer did not grasp the significance of the scholarly title, witnessing their grandfather's wrinkled smile stirred an unfamiliar discomfort within him. During their time together, he had rarely seen such a smile from him. Today, he realized that their grandfather could indeed smile, albeit not for them. The little boy lowered his head, glancing at his worn shoes that revealed his toes, and kicked a stone by the roadside with determination. "Sister, when I grow up and study, I will achieve a position even greater than a scholar to make you proud." Amidst the festive atmosphere of the old courtyard, Panner, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted, found herself uplifted by her brother's words. "I will be waiting for that." Yet, a tinge of sadness lingered in her heart, as she reflected on how their uncles had not mentioned this joyous occasion upon their return, and despite the firecrackers, no one had come to inform them about their uncle's achievement. Xiaomei and Uera, at home, also heard the sounds of celebration. Uera, not one for festivities, continued her tasks undisturbed, while Bai Xiaomei busied herself with dyeing and making shoes for the children. As she stepped outside, curious to discover which family was celebrating, she worried that with so many matters at hand, she might forget to pay her respects. However, upon exiting, she encountered her son and daughter, each appearing despondent. Bai Xiaomei, with a needle in hand, asked, "What troubles you? Did you not go to see the firecrackers? Whose family is celebrating?" Pan Zait, pouting in discontent. "It's grandfather's family. I heard that uncle has passed the scholar's examination, and second aunt has returned. Why didn't our uncles mention it when they came by? It's just a scholarly title. Why act as if they were hiding it from us?" Bai Xiaomei paused, her hand clutching the needle, and her expression darkened as she observed the child's discontent. A pang of sympathy stirred within her. Perhaps it was best not to reveal the truth. After all, their grandmother likely had little desire to see them, especially since their separation had occurred not long ago. Given the turmoil of that time, it was prudent to avoid exacerbating tensions. "Come, let mother measure your feet," she said gently. "Look, your shoes are worn out. Our precious darling has grown." Despite her earlier mood, the child, upon hearing of new shoes, brightened considerably, clinging to Bai Xiaomei with unyielding affection, her words dripping with sweetness. "Mother, you are the best. I will soon have new shoes." Seeing her daughter's sullen expression, Bai Xiaomei couldn't help but chuckle as she affectionately ruffled the child's hair. Each family has its own way of living, since they chose not to share their circumstances with her. Perhaps it was due to their concern that she might seek to benefit from their fortunes. Thus, it was best to maintain a respectful distance and lead their own lives. If they did not welcome her, she would not impose upon them. "Come, let us return indoors," she urged. Yet, internally, Bai Xiaomei felt less detached than her words suggested. Memories of supporting her younger brother-in-law during his studies surfaced. She had never anticipated that his success would somehow reflect on her. She merely believed the Chun family acted ungraciously. Even if they informed her, what difference would it make? As the sister-in-law, her role was solely to celebrate his achievements. With a sigh and a shake of her head, she guided the two children into the courtyard. Although Iwerer had not ventured outside, her mind was occupied with thoughts. She recalled that Chun Day was to take an examination soon. Could the sudden sound of firecrackers be related to her uncle's fate? Upon seeing her mother and siblings enter the courtyard, Iwerer called out, "Mother, did uncle pass the exam?" Before Bai Xiaomei could respond, Panna lamented, "What a pity, it has nothing to do with us." Iwerer laughed and teased her sister. "Why are you upset, Panna? It's just a scholar. Far from being an official, he still has more exams to take. Who knows if he will continue to succeed? If he pursues further studies, it will merely drain resources. You should be joyful that our family has separated. Otherwise, we might not even see new clothes, let alone meet." Panna pondered this and realized the truth in her sister's words, her spirits lifting as she smiled. "Sister, I see your mind is sharper than ever. Is your health improving? While you are deftly work the loom," she continued to converse. "Though I still have some way to go, I find myself less muddled and able to remember more. Panna, do not dwell on your frustrations. Go prepare the fish for soup. We shall have fish broth for lunch. Mother, do not let this trouble you. Even if they did inform us, what would it matter? We would still have to contribute something. In truth, with just a scholar, we would gain little." As Panna recalled a certain matter, she dashed into the house, her face alight with excitement. "Sister," she exclaimed to her, "since uncle has passed the examination and become a scholar, grandfather's family must be preparing a feast for lunch today. Don't forget that second aunt is here. Surely they will prepare something delicious for her. They must be slaughtering a chicken. I'll go and fetch the chicken entrails in a moment." Yor gave her sister a thumbs up, nodding with a smile. "Yes, go ahead and prepare the fish soup. You all need to nourish yourselves. Although we may not have meat, at least we can enjoy some fish soup." The Chen household was abuzz with excitement. After all these years, they had finally produced a scholar. What a source of pride it was. In the future, people would surely address them as scholars' father and scholars' mother. Thus, Chun Fong, in particular, was exceptionally joyful today. Even she, who was usually frugal to a fault, was willing to bring out food to entertain everyone. These delicacies had been saved for her daughter and youngest son, but now she felt it was time to share, relishing the feeling of being the object of envy and admiration. After all, Many had often speculated about her son's studies. Now, it was their turn to feel a twinge of jealousy. In contrast to the radiant and well-dressed members of her family, Chen Yueying felt somewhat out of place. Initially, she had intended to borrow money from her elder sister. Upon arriving at her sister's house, she learned from her sister-in-law that her younger brother had become a scholar. Her sister and brother-in-law had already taken their children back to their family home to celebrate. While she was happy for her brother's achievement, thoughts of her own family situation weighed heavily on her mind. Observing her sister and brother-in-law bustling about to entertain guests, and watching her mother walk with an air of triumph, she pondered that perhaps today would be the right moment to broach the subject of borrowing money. When Chun De returned home, the atmosphere naturally reached a small climax. The newly minted scholar was greeted with cheerful salutations from the villagers, who seemed to believe that merely speaking to him would bring a touch of good fortune into their own homes. As guests gradually departed, the family reconvened, and the elderly matriarch sighed with sentiment. "My son, you have truly brought honor to your father and mother. You cannot imagine how the last incident with your third brother's family left us feeling like pariahs." Chunde had heard his eldest brother speak of family matters before. A shadow of bitterness crossed his spirited expression. "What is done is done. If she does not wish to share our lives, we do not need her. There is no need to dwell on her during such a joyous occasion. I am certain she is at home regretting her decisions right now." The elderly matriarch nodded with a smile. "Indeed, let her regret. My son, let me see. You have lost weight. Make sure to eat plenty of meat later to replenish your strength." Chunde smiled and nodded, affirming that his mother cared for him the most. "By the way, mother, I must go out for dinner tomorrow. It seems someone is treating us scholars to a gathering. You and my sisters should take care of the wedding preparations at home. I will visit third brother's house shortly. Although we've separated our households, there is no reason for us to become adversaries. Since I am about to marry, my sister-in-law cannot avoid showing her face altogether. Or else what would others think of us?" The elderly lady nodded repeatedly at her son's words, realizing she had overlooked this matter. "You should go with your sister, Yuji. Go and see what good things your sister-in-law has been weaving lately." Chen Yuji nodded in understanding and left with Chinde. As soon as the siblings departed, Chun Yueying eagerly pulled Chen Yuyin and the elderly lady into the adjacent room. "What are you doing? Why come here when you could speak comfortably in the other room?" Chen Yuyin was reluctant to move, sensing her sister's demeanor did not bode well for anything positive, and she wished to distance herself from the situation. Chen Yueying smiled sheepishly. "Sister, it's just that there is an urgent matter at home, and since my sister-in-law is here, I feel awkward discussing it in front of them. Mother, could you lend me some money? The family is on the verge of starvation, and the children are crying from hunger. I truly have no other choice but to come back seeking help." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yuyin's expression changed immediately. "Oh dear, sister, I'm still living on my own. I have no money to spare. Although my husband earns by running errands, none of it reaches my hands. All our funds are with my mother-in-law, and even if I had the heart, I lack the means. Mother, perhaps you could assist my sister," Chen Yueying implored. "After all, she is your daughter." The elderly lady's initially cheerful demeanor darkened, her small, triangular eyes fixed on her daughter. "What should I say to you? How can you live like this? There are still several months until the autumn harvest. How can your family be out of food so soon? What will you do in the future? Your brother is studying, and everyone at home is tightening their belts. He has just passed his exams and is about to marry. We require funds for everything. Alas, you truly cause me worry. If I help you, your brother won't be able to marry his bride. This money is hard-earned by the entire family." Upon hearing these words, Chen Yueying began to cry. "Mother, what am I to do? The father of my children has injured his leg. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have come to you for help." Chen Fengshi sighed. Though she held a disdain for her daughter's in-laws, she could not ignore her own flesh and blood. "Take some food with you when you leave. But this is not a long-term solution. There are so many of us in the family, and scraping together from everyone's mouths is not a sustainable way to live. I advise you to think of another way." As Chun Dehai approached the door, a smile spread across his face upon hearing the conversation. "Sister, why the long face? If your husband is unable to work, you still have a daughter, don't you? The girl is not so young anymore. It's about time she shouldered some responsibilities for the family. I have some work available that your daughter could take on. It provides food, lodging, clothing, and even a salary. Isn't that better than staying at home and just eating? We are not selling our children. We can sign a contract, and when the time comes, you can take the child back. This could alleviate your family's situation, and the child would gain valuable experience outside. The elderly lady was somewhat reluctant about this suggestion regarding her son, yet she did not openly oppose it. She merely glanced at her younger daughter to gauge her reaction. At that moment, Chen Yuang was also troubled. Instinctively, she disliked the idea of sending her child to work as a servant. What was that but servitude? When a master was pleased, you were considered a person. When displeased, you were treated worse than a dog. However, if they did not take action, their family's circumstances were dire. It seemed their mother could not manage the situation. After a lengthy moment of hesitation, she said, "Elder brother, how about this? I will discuss this matter with your brother-in-law. Although I am the child's mother, I cannot proceed without the father's consent. If he agrees, I will take the child to you." Chen Dehai nodded. "Just don't take too long. There are many who are eager for this opportunity. I'll reserve a spot for you since you are my sister. Otherwise, others might not get such a chance." Chen Fengshi, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Eldest brother, what kind of family is this that is looking for help? Please do not push your niece into a perilous situation. Finding work depends on the character of the employer. Even if the pay is good, we cannot compromise on integrity." Chen Dehai raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Mother, what are you saying? This is my own sister. How could I harm her? In truth, being a servant is not shameful. If we compare, they live much better than we do in the countryside. So do not worry, as long as the child does not make foolish mistakes." With her son's words in mind, the elderly lady considered it a viable option. "Why not think it over? I believe this is a good idea. Given your family's current state, having one person earn money could be beneficial." Meanwhile, Chinde and Chen Yuji arrived at Bai Xiaomei's place. Chinde was relatively composed, being a scholar. He did not immediately start criticizing like Chen Yuji did upon entering. "Sister-in-law, look at your courtyard. It has been ages, and it remains unkempt. Just look at all these potholes. It was tea like this when we lived here. And what is that? Why is it locked up?" Chen Yuji's keen eyes spotted a rabbit kept in the corner. "Oh, a rabbit. It's been so long since I've had rabbit meat. I think the last time was when my brother-in-law brought some. How long ago was that?" "Third sister-in-law, you are being inconsiderate. There are 3 rabbits here. Yet not a single one has been sent to our parents for a taste." Bai Xiaomei felt a profound reluctance to heed these words. If she were to retort, although she held the upper hand at that moment, should it be divulged, it would hardly reflect well on her. As she pondered how to respond, Yuera emerged from the room, locking the door to the weaving room behind her. She had also overheard Chen Yuji's remarks and feared her mother might complicate matters by sending something to the elders in the old courtyard. Truth be told, a sense of resentment brewed within her. With a hint of scornful amusement, she approached her aunt. "Dear aunt, your words seem rather misplaced. I painstakingly acquired 2 rabbits, and while I do wish for our grandparents to partake, we are burdened with debts. Furthermore, our grain supplies are dwindling. You are well aware of how much food grandmother allocated to us. We cannot allow pride to leave us in hunger. As for filial piety, it must await our capability to fulfill it." Chun De looked at Yuera in surprise. He had scarcely paid her any mind throughout her upbringing, yet here she was, eloquently articulating her thoughts. Nonetheless, he recognized that it was rather inappropriate for his sister to bring up such topics at this juncture, prompting him to swiftly intervene on her behalf. "Sister-in-law, pay no heed to Yuji. She is young and lacks understanding. By the way, has my third brother sent any word? I am on the verge of marriage and am uncertain if he will arrive in time. If he cannot return, sister-in-law, you must lend your support to your brother." Bai Xiaomei nodded, acknowledging that it was a simple matter. After all, they were family, and how could she not attend her brother's wedding? Chun De's fair complexion bore a satisfied smile as he continued, "Sister-in-law, I have another piece of news. I have passed the scholar's examination. I once relied heavily on your care, and although we have separated our households, we remain a family. In the future, I may still need to trouble you for assistance." The mother and daughter grasped the essence of Chun De's visit. He merely wished to inform them of his success and to request Bai Xiaomei's assistance during his wedding. Bai Xiaomei could only muster a vague response, exchanging a few words with him. "You're noticing Chun Yuji peering through the window, playfully startled her from behind, nearly causing Chun Yuji to scream. "You little wretch, why did you scare me? Do you not know that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences?" Observing Chun Yuji's flustered expression, Yuera could not contain her teasing. "Aunt, what are you so engrossed in? It seems our family has little to speak of. You were present when grandmother divided the provisions, were you not?" With this remark, she caught Chun Yuji off guard, who shot her an irritated glare. "What of it? Is it a crime to merely look?" Chun Day's gaze was filled with curiosity, pondering whether this niece was genuinely spirited or merely putting on an act. He had long known her to be somewhat simple-minded and reserved in conversation, yet her behavior today had certainly challenged his previous perceptions. He turned to Bai Xiaomei and inquired, "Sister-in-law, didn't Yuer mention that her condition had worsened? What is happening? She appears quite normal, even better than before." Bai Xiaomei let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, that day, she had succumbed to her illness. I took the child to fetch medicine, and since our separation, we dared not provoke her. Thus, the child has improved somewhat. Perhaps the doctor's prescribed remedy truly works. Who can say? It is not entirely impossible that in the future, our Yuer may become indistinguishable from a normal person. Though Chun Day harbored doubts in his heart, he was too lethargic to linger on the matter with Bai Xiaomei. Having said all that needed to be said, he had no desire to remain. Chun Yuji, reluctantly following Chun Day out of the courtyard, cast a lingering glance at the wild rabbit. Yuer, lost in thought, gazed at the two departing figures for quite some time. To be fair, her uncle was generally amiable towards others, yet she sensed there was something obscured beneath his cordial demeanor. "Mother, I believe we should limit our interactions with uncle. I still find it more comfortable to be around second uncle," Yuer said. Bai Xiaomei shared her sentiments, responding, "Indeed, I feel the same. Your uncle seems different from before, though I cannot pinpoint when this change occurred. Never mind, we have already separated from them, so our contact is minimal. By the way, where has Panner gone? Why hasn't she returned with the little one yet?" Yuer glanced towards the mountain. "Isn't that them?" Bai Xiaomei was astonished to see her daughter return with an abundance of crabs. "So many. Goodness, this must be worth quite a bit." Yuer beamed with satisfaction at her haul. "Mother, I will go sell these now. You all wait at home. Once I sell them, I will buy some grain. As for the debts, we shall repay them once our fabric is woven and sold. No need to rush." Though Bai Xiaomei was apprehensive about her daughter going alone, she insisted, "No, I will accompany you. Panner, you stay home with your brother and keep the door tightly shut. I will definitely return before dark, and whatever you do, do not open the door for anyone." Initially, Yuer intended to object, but Bai Xiaomei was resolute, so she refrained from arguing. Upon arriving at the establishment, Bai Xiaomei hesitated at the grand appearance of the tavern, feeling somewhat intimidated. Yuer, however, was unfazed. "Mother, I will go in. After all, I am just a child. Even if someone talks about me, it is of no consequence. You stay outside and wait for me. If anything happens, I will call for you." Bai Xiaomei hesitated, wanting to enter, but Yuer stopped her. "Do not worry. My mind is clear now. If I encounter anything I do not understand, I will call for you." Once Yuer entered, Bai Xiaomei stood anxiously outside. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, though, for Yuer, it was merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, she found that the previous shopkeeper was present, and the price had already been negotiated. Thus, she weighed the crabs, paid, and received a few instructions, all without consuming much time. However, upon exiting and witnessing her mother's anxious demeanor, ready to rush in, Yuer smiled. "Mother, I sold everything. Now let's go buy grain." She did not take out the money yet, considering the crowd outside and the potential for thieves. Bai Xiaomei shared this concern, and thus did not dwell on the exact amount they had earned. She would find out soon enough. Indeed, while purchasing grain, Bai Xiaomei found her heart unsettled. She had not anticipated that this basket of crabs would fetch such a considerable sum. Typically, she had never encountered such a bounty. Observing her daughter, who calmly retrieved the money from her pocket, Bai Xiaomei felt as though she, as a mother, was somehow inferior to her own child. Yuer merely smiled gently at Bai Xiaomei and softly reminded her, "Mother, once I am fully recovered, today's earnings will seem trivial." Bai Xiaomei was genuinely astonished at her seemingly foolish daughter's newfound capability. Although Yuer had engaged in selling before, she had never ventured into a tavern. a place where fortunes were dictated by appearances. Yet, her daughter boldly entered and managed to earn money, something she would have deemed a mere fantasy in the past. However, the present version of her daughter left by Xiaomei feeling somewhat hesitant to acknowledge her. Reflecting on the old monk-esque words, she began to ponder that perhaps her child was innately wise yet lacked the right opportunity to shine. A satisfied smile illuminated her gaunt cheeks as she grasped her daughter's calloused hand tightly, internally marveling at the fact that her daughter was finally on the mend. She thought, who would dare to label her daughter a fool now? The real fool would be the one who uttered such words. Yuer had initially intended to buy some buns in town to bring home, but Bai Xiaomei vehemently opposed the idea, questioning the extravagance of spending such money. Why waste it when we can save enough for a pound of grain? Though it may not seem much, it will sustain us for several days. Trust me, let us endure a little longer. We will soon be home, and I shall prepare a thick porridge for you tonight. Yuer understood that their household could scarcely afford solid food. Even the thick porridge was a luxury. With autumn approaching, the meager grain they received from the division would likely run out before harvest time, leaving them in dire straits. Mother, it's all right. I am not hungry. Let's hurry home. They spent all their money on grain, each carrying some, while the few coins that remained were to be saved by Bai Xiaomei. At home, Banner and Bauer were growing anxious. The siblings huddled together in the dark, distant from the village, trembling with fear and softly comforting one another. When Bai Xiaomei and her daughter returned home, Bauer was on the verge of tears, asking, "Mother, why did you take so long?" "I was so scared." Bai Xiaomei, feeling a pang of compassion, embraced her son and gently reassured him, "It is all my fault. Next time, I shall not go. I will send your elder sisters instead. I will stay home with you, dear Bauer, and soon I will make porridge for you." The little one wiped his eyes and replied, "Mother, the second sister has already prepared the meal. We were just waiting for you to return." Banner chimed in softly, "Mother, perhaps we should buy some lamp oil next time. With light, we wouldn't be so frightened. This place is too secluded." Bai Xiaomei hugged her daughter, stroking her head, her eyes brimming with emotion, and said, "Very well. Next time I shall purchase some, so that neither Banner nor Bauer will be afraid again." The moonlight illuminated the three dark figures embracing within the room, stirring an inexplicable sense of unease in her heart. "Mother, let us hasten our meal. The porridge Puner has prepared is truly delightful. I suspect she has added fish and meat. Am I correct, Puner?" Nestled against by Xiaomei, Puner nodded cheerfully. "Yes. I was worried you might return late, so I made it. Mother, let us eat." Though they dined on simple porridge that night, the infusion of fish flavor rendered the meal satisfying for the three of them. Chen Dahua had been absent for nearly half a month without a word, and the women had grown accustomed to his absence in the household. Bai Xiaomei, along with the children, managed the farm work. Yet the continued silence of his return inevitably weighed on their hearts. Not only Bai Xiaomei, but even Lin Xiaoling found it difficult to remain at home. Aware that her husband had ventured out with the third brother, she hurried to inquire about news. Bai Xiaomei shook her head in helplessness. "Not just you. I too am anxious. I have no idea what those two are up to. The fourth brother is about to marry, and if they don't return soon, they may miss it." As they conversed, a figure entered from outside. Upon closer inspection, it was their younger brother. Bai Baodian chuckled at the sight of the two women gaping at him. "Sister, second sister-in-law, what are you staring at? Have you forgotten me?" Lin Xiaoling exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "I was just wondering who this was." "It's you, big brother. My, how you've grown. It's been ages since you last visited. No wonder I barely recognized you. You've matured significantly." Bai Baodian, feeling somewhat bashful at the praise, scratched his head. "Sister-in-law, if you keep this up, I might forget my own surname. By the way, before I returned, I saw my brother-in-law and your second brother. They asked me to convey that they're doing well and to not worry. They mentioned they might not make it back for Day's wedding, but they will return once they have earned more money. They want you all to take care of yourselves at home." Lin Xiaoling felt a weight lift from her heart upon hearing this, yet her mind drifted to lingering concerns about what they were doing. "Big brother, do you know where they're working?" Bai Baodian nodded. "I overheard my brother-in-law mention they are fishing for someone. They didn't specify how much they were earning, but they seem to be in good spirits. Sister-in-law, you need not worry. My brother-in-law and your second brother are reliable." Having learned of her husband's whereabouts, Lin Xiaoling decided not to linger any longer at Bai Xiaomei's. She had already completed much of the household chores, with her daughter also helping out. Although her mother-in-law and sister-in-law occasionally lent a hand, the majority of the work still rested on the shoulders of the three of them, leaving her no opportunity for idleness. Well, now that I am aware of your second brother's whereabouts, I shall not tarry any longer. Otherwise, should I return late, our mother-in-law might have something to say. You two siblings continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Bai Baotian winked at Bai Shumei, saying, Sister, your sister-in-law is quite the conversationalist. If she stays any longer, I fear I might not be able to sit still. Here's some gifts I have brought for you. This one is from our mother. She worries you may not have money to spare for oil, so she asked me to bring a little for you, hoping you won't be too hard on yourself. Observing her brother, dressed in casual attire and brimming with vitality, Bai Shumei felt a surge of mixed emotions. When she left home, her brother was still a mere child, and now, just a few years later, he had transformed into a handsome young man. Wiping her eyes, she took her brother's hand and sat down. Tell me, how long has it been since I last saw you? Explain to me why you no longer work at the tavern. What made you suddenly decide to take to the waters? Is that work dangerous? Bai Baotian chuckled. Sister, I've been a server for 3 years. I've learned all that I could, yet the pay has remained stagnant. I cannot serve tables for a lifetime, can I? When will that allow our mother to live a better life? An old regular of mine invited me to join him on a boat. Though it may be tiring, the pay is significantly better than at the tavern, and I can also bring back some goods to sell. Any additional earnings are still a bonus. Rest assured, I have it all figured out. The siblings conversed for quite a while, yet Bai Baotian noticed that the 3 children had not come out, which puzzled him. Sister, where have you and the others gone? Bai Shumei sighed. They went to the fields. Your brother-in-law isn't home, so we can't rely on him for the farm work. The children went to weed. They should be back shortly. Bai Baotian decided not to wait any longer. Sister, let us go together and finish the work quickly. While I'm here, you can assign me any tasks. Who knows when your brother-in-law will return? As they walked and chatted, the conversation turned to the matter of dividing the family estate. Bai Baotian harbored certain opinions about the Chun family. From now on, you and the children must be cautious at home. Not to mention your mother-in-law. I find her heart to be rather cruel. How could anyone with a kind heart treat you and Panner in such a manner? And your uncle, with those beady eyes reminiscent of an old woman, is no better. Back in town, it was said that this man could spin tales so convincing, he could make the dead seem alive. Bai Shumei also brought up the matter concerning her uncle and his wife's treatment of the maid. Bai Baotian was incensed. What disgrace! They treat their own kin in such a manner. Sister, you must not listen to him. Everyone thinks being a maid in a wealthy household is glamorous, enjoying fine food and drink, but who understand the hardships they endure? I have witnessed a maid from a rich family beaten to death by her masters. Sister, remember, unless we are truly unable to survive, we must not tread this path. It is not in the children's best interest. You see how it has turned out for you. We cannot allow Panner to leap into this inferno. It will be wise to keep some distance from them, as that couple is adept at scheming. Upon arriving at the fields, every household was preoccupied with the task of weeding. If these weeds remain, they will not only deplete the scant nutrients in the soil, but also hinder the growth of crops. As Bai Baotian surveyed the scene, his heart ached slightly. His 3 nephews, Yuer and Panner, were diligently weeding with their tools, while little Bauer, with her tiny bottom raised, occasionally assisted in pulling out a few weeds. Due to her limited strength, she sometimes struggled, yet she remained undeterred, trailing behind her 2 sisters and gathering the pulled weeds together, presumably to take home for feeding the pigs. Meanwhile, on the Chun family side, Chin Mushing was busy in the fields with the womenfolk. Although the number of men was few, their efforts appeared significantly more organized than those of his sister's family. Bai Baotian sighed and called out to the 3 children. When Yuer and her siblings turned to look, they struggled to recognize Bai Baotian from a distance. Sister, who is that with our mother? Not only did the 3 siblings fail to recognize him, but Bai Shumei also hesitated at first, mainly because her brother had changed considerably. To Yuer and her siblings, their uncle was supposed to be fair-skinned and somewhat thin, but the man they saw in the distance did not quite match their memories, leaving them momentarily hesitant to acknowledge him. Fortunately, Bauer was quick to react, scanning the group and identifying that only the uncle matched the man before them. She flung her arms wide and rushed forward. Uncle, Observing the child's uncertain demeanor, Bai Baotian couldn't help but smile broadly. This little one. Your uncle hasn't spoiled you for nothing. You even remember I'm your uncle. That's right. You're Panner. Come take a break. Your uncle will help you with the weeding. Panner looked at Bai Baotian with a tilted head, her eyes filled with curiosity. Uncle, how have you changed? You seem even better looking than before. We almost didn't recognize you. Bai Baotian affectionately ruffled Panner's hair, grinning. Oh, you little girl, how could you not recognize your own uncle? No matter how I change, I will always be your uncle. He noted that among the 3 children, Yuer had transformed the most. She remained slender, but her previously dull gaze now sparkled with life, as if she harbored secrets unknown to him. Yuel? Chen eyes glimmered with surprise as she smiled and nodded at Bai Baotian. Uncle, it's been such a long time since we last met. If you hadn't come, we might have forgotten what you looked like. Yuer's words completely astonished Bai Baotian. The niece, he remembered, would never have spoken such sentiments. He turned to Bai Xiaomei. Sister, has Yuer? Bai Xiaomei nodded with a smile, acknowledging that things were improving. However, those in the old courtyard still believed the child was becoming increasingly burdensome. I refrained from saying much to them, lest they come to bully our Yuer again. Let the madman be mad. For now, we shall focus on living well before contemplating the future. You know that both your brother-in-law and I have limited capabilities, and I fear that entanglements with those people could jeopardize the 2 children. Bai Baotian nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in this approach. It was best not to discuss matters with outsiders for the time being. After all, the child would not be marrying into her in-laws for several more years, so there was no rush. During my recent travels, I learned that marrying off girls too early is not necessarily a good thing. We should wait until the children are older before discussing marriage prospects. Our kids are quite presentable, and finding a suitable family for them should not pose any difficulty. With Bai Baotian's assistance, the speed of weed removal significantly increased. Although the Bai family did not own land, the 2 brothers had toiled for years to support their family, working for others, thus honing their skills. Even Yuer could not help but observe her uncle's work with admiration, wishing to match his pace. While working, Bai Baotian took the opportunity to bond with his niece. Yuer, how are you feeling now? Can you remember more things? Yuer nodded. I can hardly forget things now, but my memories from the past are still quite limited. I suppose I am not yet fully recovered. The master said it would take some time to heal completely, but there is no rush. It does not hinder my work or meals. Uncle, how is the outside world? Where have you been? Please tell us about it. Bai Baotian smiled and began to share his experiences while working. The world outside is vast. I used to think our town was quite large. Bauer was particularly astonished. The little one could hardly close his mouth upon hearing about the strange and wondrous things beyond their town, and expressed a desire to see it for himself. Bai Xiaomei felt a tinge of envy. Venturing outside could indeed be a worthwhile endeavor. Men are meant to roam, while women should remain steady at home. Do not envy your uncle. When Bauer grows up, he will go out and explore for us. Panger pouted, filled with reluctance. Why can't girls venture out to see the world? When I have money in the future, I will go out and explore. Sister, I will take you with me. Yuer merely pursed her lips, a smile dancing in her eyes. You should focus on earning money first. Stop dreaming of going out. Once you have wealth, even if you don't travel, you will still know what the outside world is like. Just wait. This wish is not difficult to fulfill. Bai Baotian cast a probing glance at Yuer. Do you wish to travel as well? Yuer sighed. Not at the moment. Without money, the journey is difficult. I must first earn some and learn to read. Otherwise, I might be sold off while trying to find my way, and I would have to repay someone. The announcement of the upcoming release on January 1st was made. Dear friends, for those holding guaranteed monthly tickets from the 1st to the 7th, double tickets will be available. Cast your vote, and on the 9th, 2 votes will be counted. Thank you all in advance. Notice of release. Dear friends, the launch is tomorrow. Thank you for accompanying me on this journey. I will need your continued support as we move forward together. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their encouragement and support. For those with monthly votes, please do not forget to cast them. And a little support would be greatly appreciated. I wish everyone a joyful new year in advance. As we embrace another year, let us embark on a fresh beginning, a promising start, and I assure you that I shall strive to update diligently in the next phase. By Baodian resonates deeply with the notion of reading. Had it not been for his mother teaching him to read, he would not have been able to recognize his current employer. Indeed, sister, if circumstances improve in the future, let Bauer pursue her studies. Though Iwerer and Panner are a bit older, if possible, they too should learn a thing or two. The knowledge they acquire may prove invaluable down the line. While they were engaged in conversation, Chun Mushing approached with his family, tending to the weeds. Bai Fengshi, with a forced smile, remarked, "Isn't this Baotian? What brings you here so suddenly? Why not come visit us at home? Although your brother-in-law has separated, our familial ties remain intact, do they not?" Bai Baodian had long known that this old woman was not to be trifled with. And even before she could finish her taunt, he responded with an unwavering demeanor. "Aunt, as you say, I came to lend a hand to my sister since my brother-in-law is away. The women and children lack the strength for such labor. Since you have so graciously invited me, I would be delighted to join you for lunch. We could have a nice chat." Upon hearing this, Bai Fengshi found herself at a loss for words. She could neither extend an invitation nor decline, especially with everyone working in the fields. The situation was initiated by her, and should others overhear, it would surely become a source of ridicule. Yet, she was unwilling to entertain this impoverished boy in her home. Chun Mushing shot a glare at the troublesome old woman and chuckled. "Baotian, since you're here, why not stay for a few days? With your brother-in-law away, your sister could certainly use an extra pair of hands. Do come by to visit." The elderly man fell silent, while Panner and the others stifled their laughter. Once they were out of earshot, the three siblings whispered, "Did you see our grandparents' expressions? If our uncle truly dines with them, it might just trigger grandmother's heartache." Bai Baodian ruffled his nephew's hair and said, "Whether or not grandmother's heartache strikes, I cannot say. However, should I dine with her today, I suspect she would seek compensation from your family in the future. I dare not stir this hornet's nest. Dealing with her is a hassle. It's quite rare to witness such blatant favoritism from a mother." In the fields, the two daughters from the second household were hard at work, and he had not caught a glimpse of Chun Yuji. Likely, the old woman was reluctant to let her daughter out of her sight. "Sister, I heard that your younger brother has passed the scholar's examination. How's he treat you?" Without needing Bai Xiumei to elaborate, Panner recounted the events in detail. Bai Baodian, upon hearing this, spat in indignation. "What nonsense! All that education wasted. He only remembers you when it comes to seeking assistance during his marriage. Sister, you used to be quite capable. Remember my words. After dining, you must leave promptly. That wife of yours will likely seize the opportunity to treat you as a free servant. I observe that your younger brother is rather unimpressive as well. Alas, how could such a family develop such thick skin?" Looking upon the remnants on my niece's face, Bai Baodian silently vowed to work diligently. Only by achieving success could he ensure that his sister and nephews would not suffer from bullying. The four of them had toiled for years, so a few acres of land posed no challenge to them. By nightfall, they had completed their tasks. Bai Xiumei returned home to prepare dinner, while Panner eagerly took her uncle to admire their harvest from the day. Iwerer had a notion in mind and hoped her uncle could assist, for the strength of the two sisters alone was insufficient to realize her aspirations. "Look, there are crabs and fish. Splendid. They should fetch a good price," she exclaimed. "I didn't expect you little ones to be so capable. With your father absent, you managed to support the household quite well. Uncle, I must admit I underestimated you." Iwerer pointed to the stream, saying, "I would like your help in constructing a fence. I can't shake the feeling that the fish downstream cannot swim upstream. Perhaps these fish and crabs have descended from the mountain. I reasoned that with warmer weather and inevitable rain, if the fish can come down, we could build a barrier here to catch them freely. However, this is merely my idea. I wonder if it could indeed be realized." Bai Baodian was nearly taken aback by his niece's cleverness. This girl, who had seemed so naive for a decade, had struck upon a notion that surprised him. Why had they not thought of this plan sooner? They could have been catching fish for sale, which would have spared them years of wasted time. "Iwerer," he chuckled, "I truly look forward to the surprises you will bring once you have fully recovered. You have already impressed me beyond measure." "You're a bit shy," pressed her lips together, and a hint of dimples appeared on her cheeks, though they were faint due to her slender visage. Bai Baodian found himself at a loss for words in his admiration for Iwerer. Well, since I have some free time these days, I will help you with this project. Building a fence isn't difficult. Let us gather some locust branches. They will serve us well. Perhaps we should keep the crabs in water for now. And in the morning, I will assist you in selling them. Panner mischievously chuckled. Let us take some home to eat. We can dig for some worms later. Initially, we used chicken entrails, which are not easy to manage. My sister recalled the idea of using worms, and after cutting them into pieces, they proved effective for catching crabs. So, this method is no longer novel to us. Bai Baotian raised an eyebrow, realizing these children had engaged in such activities before. Just as he was about to speak, Panner recounted their dealings with a local tavern to her uncle. Oh, the shopkeeper is quite amiable. Their sales are good. Tomorrow, I shall visit and reconnect with some old acquaintances. Though it is said, he is well aware that stepping through the doors of the restaurant entails contending with a few snobbish attendants, which can be quite uncomfortable. He cannot fathom how his niece managed to gain entry. Nevertheless, he refrains from inquiring further. It is evident that this child possesses remarkable qualities. Initially, they believed she would lead a mundane life. Who could have anticipated that his sister would bear such a treasure? Reflecting on the matriarch of the Chun family, Bai Baotian cannot help but chuckle at the thought. If their grandmother were to discover that they both possess such talents, she would likely regret her decisions in her dreams. Lamenting why she separated them, Panner rolled her eyes, declaring, "We wouldn't tell her anyway. She dislikes us, constantly scolding me and my sister. I have never encountered such a grandmother." Bai Baotian does not dissuade the children from their opinions about the elderly lady. It is indeed wise for that family to maintain their distance. If trouble were to arise, his benevolent elder sister and brother-in-law would be unable to manage it. The evening meal was quite sumptuous, enriched by fish and crabs. After dining, Bai Baotian presented the gifts he had brought for the three siblings. Though not of great monetary value, he could not afford anything extravagant. These were merely trinkets he had seen local children playing with during his outings. Bao showed an immense interest in these items, as she had never played with toys before, resulting in a particularly strong reaction. Yu and Pan received a pair of earrings. Since the two girls had their ears pierced, Bai Xiaomei lacked the means to provide them with silver eardrops, resorting instead to using bamboo sticks to adorn their ears. Upon seeing the earrings, Pan was filled with joy, her little face glowing with delight. "Mother, please help me put them on. They are exquisite." "Uncle, what are they made of?" "And they are red." Bai Baotian shyly scratched his head, explaining that the red stones were collected by him and crafted for them by a friend. "Sister, you shall have your share as well." Bai Xiaomei not only received earrings, but also a string of bracelets. "Sister, do not think these gifts insignificant. Once I earn substantial money, I shall buy you something finer." While Bai Xiaomei appreciated the gifts, she understood her brother's struggles. What need is there for extravagance? These are already quite sufficient. In the countryside, who can don jewelry? Having a few pieces is merely for show. Yu, however, was not in a hurry to wear hers. She was not overly interested in the trinkets, as she had yet to finish the story from the morning. Thus, as soon as Bai Baotian sat down, she began to pester her little uncle about the outside world. "Uncle, who are the people surrounding our kingdom of Jinlong?" Bai Baotian indeed possessed knowledge on the matter, though he might not know everything in detail. His experiences from his travels had certainly broadened his understanding. With a cheerful demeanor, I took a sip of water. To the north of our Golden Dragon country lies the Night North. To the south is the Southern Shu, and to the west, I have heard, is Turan. However, I have been told that the people from the north indulge in raw flesh and blood. I cannot ascertain the truth of this, as I have never ventured to that place. As for the Southern Shu, it seems to be quite warm, and Turan, well, I have heard it is rather unremarkable. As for other regions, my knowledge is limited. Perhaps in the future, when my uncle has the opportunity to explore, he can enlighten us further. Bai Xiaomei entered, carrying hot water. "You all should not pester your uncle. He has had a tiring day. Let him rest properly. Bauer, come and soak your feet. It will make for a more comfortable sleep." Little Bauer snuggled into Bai Baotian's embrace, reluctant to leave. This sweet child said, "Uncle, when I grow up, I will accompany you on your outings. Can I sleep with you tonight?" Bai Baotian cherished this little nephew, although he was the only boy in the family. He had been raised well, devoid of the arrogance and entitlement seen in other children. "Yes, during these few days that your uncle is here, you may sleep with him. However, Once you grow a bit older, you must learn to sleep on your own. You are a young man now and cannot continue to sleep with your parents." The little one pouted, murmuring, "But I'm not grown yet. I'm scared now. When I'm older, I won't be afraid anymore." As Yueter stepped outside to fetch water, the wind had already begun to rise. Bai Xiaomei sighed as she crafted shoes for the children, pondering the impending rain. "I wonder how your father is faring outside. If it rains at sea, where will they take shelter? You have to find work nearby instead." Alas! Thinking of her husband and gazing at their impoverished home, she knew he worked for their sake, yet she could not help but feel a pang of concern and sadness. As Yuer nestled into bed, she offered her mother some comforting words. "When father returns, we must not let him go out again. Selling crabs and fish may not yield much, but at least we can find solace in having him close." As they spoke, she drifted off to sleep. Bai Xiaomei listened to the rhythmic patter of raindrops outside, feeling uneasy. She approached her brother to share a few words of caution. Who could have anticipated the ferocious winds that howled outside in the dead of night? The raindrops pelted against the window paper with a sharp sound, and Bai Xiaomei feared the paper might tear at any moment. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she heard her eldest daughter emit a painful cry. Opening her eyes, she was startled by the sight before her. Though shrouded in darkness, it was evident that her daughter was enveloped in a swirling white mist. The string of Buddhist beads on the child's wrist glowed faintly, entwining with the mist, creating an eerie atmosphere. The child's agonized cries seemed to emanate from this bizarre spectacle. Bai Xiaomei pressed her hand tightly over her mouth, her eyes wide with fear, unable to comprehend the unsettling scene. Terrified that her child might lose her life because of it. However, recalling the words of the old monk, she dared not utter a sound. As the layer of white mist gradually settled until it vanished, Bai Xiaomei finally took a deep breath. Her daughter, at that moment, had already drifted into a peaceful slumber. She found herself uncertain, pondering whether that white mist was indeed her daughter's wandering spirit. Thus, through the night, listening to the rain and lost in her thoughts, Bai Xiaomei could not find solace in sleep, and by the next morning, dark circles had formed beneath her eyes. The rain had ceased by morning, ushering in a delightful day of sunshine. Bai Baodian, noticing his elder sister's weary demeanor, assumed her restless night was merely a consequence of the rain, and thus paid it little mind. The first thing Bai Xiaomei did upon waking was to check on her daughter, who, with sleepy eyes, gazed up at her mother as she gently shook her awake. "What is it, mother? Did you not sleep well?" Seeing her daughter appear normal brought a sense of relief to Bai Xiaomei. Regardless of the earlier incident, as long as her child was well, she deemed it a fortunate turn of events. "Ah, it's nothing. The sun is up. You should rise. We need to see if the items on the mountain are still there. Didn't I send your uncle to town? Hurry and check," she urged. "Yue," suddenly recalling her forgetfulness, exclaimed, "How could I have overlooked that? I blame the nightmare from last night. I'm getting up now." Pang had initially wished to accompany her, but Yue insisted you stay and rest a bit longer. "I'll be back soon." Bai Xiaomei hastily prepared breakfast. Knowing her brother must not embark on his journey on an empty stomach, she understood that feeling all too well. Yue rushed up the mountain, relieved to find a basket still contained the items. She couldn't help but pat her heart in relief. Thankfully, everything was intact. However, she was soon captivated by a cacophony of sounds and, upon venturing further, discovered a small pond overflowing with fish, each one remarkably large. Had she not come specifically, one might easily overlook them. Fearing the fish might escape, she placed several stones in the stream to impede their flight. Knowing that while it wouldn't completely block their path, it would deter the larger ones from slipping away too easily. Having arranged this, she swiftly descended the mountain with her basket, eager to inform her uncle and enlist his help, as such a sight was rare for her. Especially with so many large fish, although she could not fathom from whence they had come, the prospect of selling them was enticing. She would ponder the source later. Bai Baodian was in the midst of his meal when Yue, breathless, burst into the courtyard with her basket. "Mother, uncle, come quickly. The small pond in the stream is teeming with large fish. We must hurry to catch them before someone else claims our fortune." With little thought for his meal, Bai Baodian grabbed his tools and hurried up the mountain. Yue, recalling the need for more supplies, decided to bring along the household water bucket, while even little Bao clutched a wooden basin in her tiny hands. Peng, however, insisted that you leave her behind, saying, "You keep an eye on the crabs. Don't let them perish. Ensure everything at home is secure. No one should enter." Though Peng yearned to witness the excitement, she understood the importance of safeguarding their home. Nodding in agreement, she watched as her mother and the others dashed out of the house. Due to the torrential rain that fell throughout the night, the rural folk, despite their early rising habits, found themselves hindered by the inundated grounds and muddy paths. Naturally, the fields were in an even worse state. Consequently, the number of those venturing outdoors was minimal, as everyone remained indoors, awaiting the sun's warm rays to dry the earth sufficiently for labor. This situation afforded an opportunity for Yuerer and her companions, as scarcely anyone was aware of their clandestine fishing exploits atop the hill. Bai Baotian was now surrounded by an abundance of fish, utterly absorbed in the task at hand. He leaped into the water, carelessly sweeping a basket through the depths, which promptly filled with fish. Shui Lian and Bai Xiaomei assisted from the sidelines, transferring the catch into buckets, and once filled, Bai Xiaomei would carry them down mountain. At this moment, Bayer's wooden basin served a temporary purpose. The water in the pond was shallow, barely reaching Bai Baotian's waist, thus posing little danger. Having nearly depleted the larger fish, Bai Baotian finally took a moment to rest, contemplating the small fish that swam about. "Yuerer, I suspect you are correct. These fish likely flowed down from the mountains. Alas, few dare to venture into that old forest. If there were no wild beasts, it would be much easier for us to fish there. If we could locate their lair, we would never have to worry about earning silver again." Bai Baotian was well aware of the perils that lurked within the old forest, thus relegating this notion to mere daydreaming. "Your side, I think we should construct a fence here. At least when it rains, we can capture some fish that come out. This area is seldom frequented by others, but it is not a long-term solution. We ought to save some money for the future." Seeing that his niece's thoughts were more thorough than he initially anticipated, Bai Baotian felt a wave of relief wash over him. This child was indeed maturing, understanding what actions were prudent and which were not. Bai Xiaomei, panting from the effort, approached with a bucket. "Have we finished everything?" Bayer smiled broadly and nodded. "Mother, Uncle is quite impressive. We've caught all the big fish, leaving only the small ones for our regular meals." Bai Xiaomei and her brother poured the fish into the bucket. Yet she expressed concern. "But Uncle, look at all these fish. We cannot consume them all, and we cannot carry so many to town. What shall we do?" Bai Baotian, however, was not overly troubled. "Sister, today is market day. Let us find an ox cart to assist us. This will expedite our journey. You should seek out Sister Lanhua. Their family has oxen, and since they have no pressing work in the fields at this time, they will likely be heading to town. We can hitch a ride with them. Quickly go ask. And while you're at it, take a couple of fish to their family, and don't forget to bring them a few crabs as well." Yue nodded in agreement. "That sounds reasonable, Mother. Please use a basket to carry them, so as to avoid attracting unwanted attention." She had never considered delivering fish to the old courtyard, as she only remembered them when it came to matters of necessity. Bai Baotian harbored a deeper resentment, fully aware of how that old woman treated his sister and her children, and thus he chose not to send any fish their way. Bai Xiaomei, undeterred, stepped out with her belongings while Shui Lian and the others at home endeavored to compress what they could. Bai Baotian, deeply concerned about the fish perishing, knew that their value would diminish significantly if they died. "Panner, please borrow 2 more buckets. The remaining fish can be kept in the tank. Later, I'll take some to your grandmother. As for what we can't consume, we can pickle it. Dried fish is quite delectable." As Bai Xiaomei passed by the Chun family's entrance with her basket, she coincidentally encountered the elderly matriarch who was tending to her chickens and ducks. Since the third family had separated, she had to partake in household chores as well. Although the second daughter-in-law was skilled with her hands and words, when it came to household duties and field work, she lacked the efficiency of the third daughter-in-law. Thus, during busy times, she reminisced about the days when she could sleep in. Upon seeing Bai Xiaomei with her basket, the old woman narrowed her eyes and remarked, "What is this? Out and about so early instead of watching the children at home? Just because my son isn't here doesn't mean you can roam freely." Who are you planning to secretly give our household's belongings to? Despite her disdain for the old woman, Bai Xiumei maintained a semblance of politeness, responding, "Mother, as you say, I'm off to find Sister Lanhua for the market." The old woman, with a sneer, retorted, "Oh, so now you have money? Don't forget you still owe them. I saw the doctor, and even he felt embarrassed. If you have money, pay them back quickly and don't act as if nothing is amiss. Let me see what you intend to sell." As the old woman attempted to peer into the basket, Bai Xiumei deftly sidestepped, leaving the old woman grasping at air. "Mother, what is there to see? You know full well what we have at home." Zhang Dezhu, having come out to tidy the yard, witnessed the scene unfold and playfully remarked at the entrance, "Auntie, what are you up to early in the morning? Trying to seize your daughter-in-law's goods? Haven't you two families already separated?" The old woman, noticing Zhang Dezhu as half-smiling expression, huffed and turned back into the courtyard, dismissing any interest in what her daughter-in-law intended to sell. With a grateful smile towards Zhang Dezhu, Bai Xiumei asked, "Brother Dezhu, are you heading to the market today?" He nodded and invited her inside to chat. Song Lanhua, busy serving the children their meals, greeted Bai Xiumei with a warm smile and beckoned her to sit. "I was just thinking of coming over to find you. Since we have the ox cart, we can go to the market together." Bai Xiumei handed her the fish and crabs while explaining her purpose. "Ah, such large fish. Your brother and the children truly have a knack for this. All right, I'll have Brother Dezhu take the ox cart for us. I never expected there to be crabs in our river. I've never seen them before. It's quite a treasure." After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Dezhu spoke up, "Lanhua, why don't we go now? If we wait until more people arrive and they learn that the Dahu family is selling these, it would certainly stir trouble if it reached the old woman's ears. Let us leave quietly, just a few of us. They one tea suspect we're going to the market." Song Lanhua found the reasoning quite sound. "Very well, I shall fetch the items right away. Xiumei, you must hasten home to prepare. Let us not delay. The sooner we depart, the sooner we return, thus avoiding any unnecessary complications." When they finally beheld the fish, they could not help but exclaim in relief. At last, the Chun family could catch their breath. "Ha ha, Brother Zhang, it has been quite some time since we last met. This time, my sister and I are visiting." Upon seeing Bai Baodian, Zhang Dachui and his spouse took the opportunity to commend him, saying, "Your sister truly has not neglected you, dear brother. In these critical times, it is you who has lent her a helping hand. She has just split from her family, and life has not been easy. She possesses little money, and your niece's health is frail. Once her fortunes improve, she will certainly remember your kindness." Bai Baodian felt somewhat bashful. After all, it was not solely his merit. He merely lent a hand. However, he refrained from discussing his niece's recovery, allowing others to speculate. Perhaps the current circumstances were a form of protection for both Yuer and Panner. In truth, Panner and Bauer also wished to join the excursion. Yet Bai Xiumei chose only to take Bauer along, leaving the sisters to tend to the household chores. "Yuer, in a couple of days, the chicks will hatch. Please prepare a nest for them at home. We shall take our leave now." Watching the ox cart disappear into the distance, Panner felt a twinge of regret. "Sister, I wonder how much these fish and crabs will fetch. Mother must not misplace the money." Yuer chuckled, ruffling her sister's hair. "Mother is an adult, and we have her younger brother and uncle. They are both quite shrewd. Rest assured." Panner remained at home while Yuer carried a basket on her back, wielding a hatchet to collect firewood and check the status of several traps. Today was undoubtedly a day of bountiful harvest for the Chun family, as not only were there creatures in the traps, but all were alive. The joy Yuer felt when retrieving her catch was indescribable. It seemed she had not experienced such happiness in years. Humming an unnamed tune, she descended the mountain with a basket full of game. Villagers, industrious and eager to gather wild produce, noticed Yuer, her cheerful demeanor apparent even from a distance. Curiously, some teased her, "What is you in such high spirits? We have never seen you hum a tune before." To these kind-hearted villagers, Yuer responded with a blend of sincerity and jest. "The weather is delightful today. Naturally, my mood is lifted." The villagers took her reply lightly, well aware that her mind was not always sharp, and merely shook their heads in sympathy as they watched her retreating figure. Yet, some observed with keen insight, "Does it not seem that this child has grown considerably stronger?" Another sighed, "Though she appears fine most of the time, when her illness strikes, she becomes quite aggressive. Let's be on our way. Meanwhile, Panner buzzed about the home like a diligent little bee, tidying every corner. At that moment, she was in the courtyard washing the clothes her uncle had changed out of when she saw her sister rush in. Panner, come quickly to assist. Today, we have had a great harvest. I dare say, raising rabbits will no longer be a challenge for you. Several rabbits, and even 3 wild chickens. Upon hearing about such an abundance, Panner, unable to contain her excitement, cast aside the clothes she was holding and rushed over. Where are they? Let me see quickly. The little girl's impatience was infectious, prompting Uer to remove the grass atop the basket, revealing the hidden bounty within. Panner's eyes glistened with excitement, her voice unconsciously rising. So many. Sister, you are incredible. Had I known we would have such game, I would have sent uncle and mother to sell some. Uer shook her head. Taking a sip of water, there's no need to rush. Let's breed some rabbits first. No one can guarantee when we will have game again. It's wise to ensure our own sustenance. Panner, put the chickens and rabbits into the cage. The chickens laid eggs yesterday, so these 3 should be fine too. With 5 chickens, when uncle returns, we can send 2 back to grandmother. Our little chicks will soon hatch, and we could have dozens of chickens. If we work diligently, we need not worry about having chicken to eat. By then, mother can boil eggs for you every day. Speaking of boiled eggs made Uer feel a pang of discomfort. Before they separated, the chickens and ducks were tended to by the 2 of them, yet not a single egg had ever made its way to their mouths. Panner felt the same. The mention of eggs nearly brought tears to her eyes. It would be a lie to say she wasn't tempted, but even if she craved them, they were out of reach. Sometimes, the old lady would punish them by withholding meals, leaving them unable to even fill their stomachs with water. Sister, why do I feel like our luck has turned remarkably since the separation? Look, although we haven't earned a fortune yet, we have seen some income. If this continues, who knows, perhaps we could buy a cow. Uer frowned and replied, in truth, the old courtyard could have afforded a cow long ago. Unfortunately, the milk refused. Oof. Do you think she would be content leaving us without her help? I dare say she could still buy a cow. It all depends on whether she is willing. Panner recalled the silver at home. Sister, why don't we buy a cow? Having a cow would make everything easier for us. Uer, too, had thoughts on the matter. Let us not rush to spend our silver on a cow. We would only incite envy in others. Patience is key. I'm considering heading into the forest over the next few days to secure a large game. We could then buy a calf to raise slowly. Our land is limited, so it wouldn't burden it. Panner remained uneasy about venturing into the mountains, but Uer assured her that they would take them along if they went. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaomei and her companions hurriedly departed from the village, while women just leaving their homes for the market stared wide-eyed at the departing ox cart, unable to call out in time. Really, what is Zhang Dachui doing? It's as if he is on fire this early in the morning. What can we do? We all live in the same village, after all. Chun Xiao and her mother were also heading to the market today, having gathered a basket full of eggs. With the weather warming, they feared the eggs would spoil, so it was better to sell them quickly. Chun Xiao's mother, Wei Chun, maintained a cordial relationship with Bai Xiaomei and her companions. Just moments ago, she noticed a plethora of items piled in their vehicle. Even if they would catch up, it seemed unlikely that they would find seats. Thus, she assisted Song Lanhua and others by speaking favorably on their behalf, suggesting they might be in a hurry, as evidenced by the numerous goods in their vehicle, likely eager to sell them. Let us hasten our pace. The sooner we depart, the sooner we shall return. In the past, we managed without an ox cart, did we not? While these words were spoken, the true thoughts of each individual remained concealed. Today, it was fortunate that Bai Baotian accompanied them. With such a bounty of fish, selling them at the market would have consumed a considerable amount of time. Instead, they delivered the fish directly to the tavern, where the proprietor greeted Bai Baotian with warmth, engaging in light conversation. Upon seeing the fish and crabs he brought, the proprietor's understanding was evident. Last time, it was your relatives who brought crabs, was it not? Bai Baotian nodded with a smile. Indeed, that was my sister. The ones who came previously were her children. If my sister visits again, I hope you will extend your kindness to them. The proprietor, stroking his beard with a chuckle, remarked, You've been away for a while, and your tongue has grown sweeter. These fish appear quite splendid. They seem to have thrived in cold waters. Such fish are uncommon in our region, Yet since you have procured them, I shall not inquire further. The flavor of these fish surpasses that of the usual river variety, and naturally, the price reflects this quality. By Baotian, should you acquire more, do not hesitate to bring them to me. Quantity is of no concern. By Baotian grinned. Very well. Let us weigh them and discuss the price. The proprietor offered a fair price, nearly equivalent to that of meat, leaving Bai Xiaomei astonished. How was it possible for her daughter to sell fish at such a rate? The crabs, however, had seen a slight decrease in value, as the warmer weather allowed others to catch them too, yet their size was smaller than those delivered by Bai Xiaomei. Nonetheless, she was thoroughly satisfied with the price, finding no grounds for complaint. For the first time, holding such a substantial sum of money, Bai Xiaomei felt uncertain about which foot to advance first. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such wealth. The fish and crabs had swiftly garnered over 4 taels of silver. As she walked, she hesitated to release her grip on the money. Meanwhile, the little one, Bauer, remained remarkably composed, advising her mother, "Do not be so anxious. Those who do not know you will realize you possess silver with your demeanor. Just treat this as an ordinary market day." Bai Baotian chuckled. "Sister, I cannot help but feel that Bauer is destined for greatness. Look how unperturbed she is. Meanwhile, you seem unable to walk properly. Rest assured, I shall keep a watchful eye on you. Shall we head directly to find Sister Lanhua, or do you wish to procure other items?" After some contemplation, Bai Xiaomei decided to purchase grain. With grain in the home, I shall feel secure. I will keep some silver for necessities, and besides, we still have wild chickens and hares. Even if we find ourselves in need of money, selling those would suffice. The little one did not forget to remind his mother that they must repay their debts. Bai Xiaomei gently patted her son's head and said, "Baotian, let's buy some steamed buns to eat on our way home. The Chue and the others haven't had breakfast yet. And we should bring a couple back for you, and Pan as well. Those 2 children have endured the most hardships." Bai Baotian and Bai Xiaomei, carrying 2 bags of grain, found Zhang Dazue and his family. Song Lanhua was squatting on the ground, selling eggs. Fortunately, they arrived early, with the crowd coming and going. There were only a few eggs left in her basket. Bai Xiaomei shared the steamed buns among the couple and a Baoshan, saying, "Here, eat these while they are still warm. We haven't even had breakfast yet this morning." Song Lanhua declined, saying, "Look at you, we are all family here. Save this for the children at home." Bai Xiaomei insisted, shoving the buns into their hands and adding 3 more for Arya, saying, "These are for her. I'm all set here, Baotian, and I will wait for you on the cart." After Song Lanhua finished selling her eggs, Zhang Dazue and his son had gathered everything they needed for home. Just as they were about to leave, those who had arrived later called out to Lanhua, "Wait for us a moment, we'll finish selling and go with you." Since they had spoken up, Song Lanhua felt it would be impolite to leave directly. Neither of the 2 wanted to spend money, so they simply sat on the ox cart, eating their provisions while waiting for the others. By chance, while Bao was eating his steamed bun, he looked around and spotted Lin Xiaoling's mother carrying a bundle into the embroidery shop. It seemed that someone had seen the contents of her bag on the way. A piece of embroidered fabric was partially visible. Bao recognized it as identical to what he had seen Lin Xiaoling embroidering at home. He tugged it by Xiaomei's sleeve, pointing at Lin Xiaoling's mother, saying, "I just saw Sister Xinghua's grandmother go in. I saw what Auntie embroidered in her bag." Bai Xiaomei nodded in understanding, thinking to herself, "No wonder this sister-in-law visits her family every 10 days or so. The secret lies here." However, she chose not to reveal it, replying, "Perhaps you saw wrong. Here, mother can't eat anymore. Bao, eat more so you can grow up quickly." The little one was unconcerned, realizing that this was none of their business, and remained silent, though Song Lanhua understood. Over the years, it had been the mothers and children who suffered the most. It was better to separate, as fewer children would face beatings, allowing for a somewhat more comfortable life. Bai Xiaomei sighed, saying, "That is precisely why I have done this. Watching the children suffer while I, as their mother, could do nothing was heart-wrenching. Though life is still hard now, at least the children are well, which is worth more than anything." When everyone had gathered and saw how much grain Bai Xiaomei had purchased, the women were filled with envy and admiration. "Ah, excuse me, buying so much grain, how impressive." Bai Xiaomei was well aware of the underlying meaning of their words. Sigh, during the division of the family, Everyone knew we received so little grain. What could we do if we didn't buy? Fortunately, my younger brother sent me some silver to buy grain. Otherwise, our family would have had to survive on wild vegetables until the autumn harvest. The woman in the vehicle, reflecting upon the situation, discreetly tucked away her trivial thoughts, while Bai Xiaomei spoke little, occasionally uttering a few words to maintain the atmosphere. Bai Baodian and Zhang Baoshan couldn't help but shake their heads. With an excess of women came an abundance of gossip. They even had to inquire about purchasing grain, which was quite idle of them. After assisting Yuer and the others with the fence at home, Bai Baotian departed early the following day, bringing back 2 wild chickens. Bauer felt a sudden chill in the house and murmured, "Mother, when will father return?" Bai Xiaomei sighed, "I do not know. Your uncle is to be married soon and likely won't be back." A few days later, the day of Chun Day's wedding arrived. For the preceding days, Bai Xiaomei had been helping out, as it was impossible to decline Chun Yuji's personal invitation. However, she harbored some apprehension about Yuer and Pan'er. If those two were to stir up trouble, it would indeed be dire. The ruckus they could create was intolerable. Thus, for the past few days, Pan'er and her siblings enjoyed a bit of respite. Yuer had been consistently reaping rewards, as fish occasionally surfaced, but she was in no hurry to catch them, preferring to wait until their numbers swelled. Pan'er noticed the gradual increase of wild chickens and rabbits in their home, some of the rabbits even showing signs of pregnancy, which instilled in the little girl a sense of hope for the future. "Sister, look, if the little rabbits have more babies, can we sell them? Live rabbits would surely fetch a better price than eggs," Bauer chimed in, beaming with delight. In recent days, he had been enjoying chicken eggs, and his chubby face appeared more vibrant, making him an undeniably charming child. Yuer gently pinched her brother's tender cheeks, appreciating their softness, and sighed. "It will take some time for the rabbits to grow. We must wait. Once they multiply, we can sell them." Bauer rested his chin on his small hands, casting furtive glances toward the door. Yuer understood the child's yearning. With their uncle's wedding approaching, Bauer wished to accompany them. Yet his childlike desire for excitement and treats was evident. "Pan'er, take Bauer to Grandma's place. Since we've already extended our goodwill, why shouldn't we partake in the feast? I'll stay here to watch over the house. You both should go and eat well, ensuring to enjoy my share too." Pan'er scratched her head. "Sister, Grandma specifically requested that we not come. Do you think it is appropriate for me to go? If they send me away, I worry Mother might feel upset." Yuer let out a cold laugh. "What does it matter? I assure you, today they won't dare to do anything. Trust me. Find a spot and sit with Bauer without greeting anyone. Join Arya and the others. If any trouble arises, at least someone will inform me." Pan'er, enticed by the prospect, felt the yearning for meat, having only tasted fish and crabs lately. She had nearly forgotten the flavor of meat since the new year when they had dumplings, recalling only that it was exceedingly delicious, even dreaming of it in nostalgia. The moonlight illuminated the scene as Yuer observed her younger siblings' attire, guiding Pan'er and Bauer into the house. She retrieved the new garments that Bai Xiaomei had prepared for them, proclaiming, "Wear this. It is perfectly timed. Bauer should change as well, so they can all see. Since we have separated, our lives have become far more carefree than before." However, Pan'er hesitated, reluctant to change for merely a meal, arguing, "We will return soon after eating. And new clothes cannot carry back food." Yuer shook her head, insisting, "Put them on. It will be difficult to bring anything back. At this time, every family is in need of grain. It is fortunate that you have something to eat. Do not worry about bringing anything for your sister. Just make sure you both are well fed. Now, let me fix your hair." Once she had sent the 2 little ones away, Yuer locked the door and quickly set out, armed with a machete and a basket. Lately, her mind had been inundated with a multitude of thoughts, some of which seemed bizarre and surreal. She needed a quiet place to reflect, particularly on the notions that might prove useful in the future. She remained uncertain about the whereabouts of her lost spirit over the years. From what she understood, the excess she had encountered was not from the kingdom of Jinlong. The images she had glimpsed in her dreams filled her with a sense of envy. How remarkable it was that women could live in such a manner. Such visions had fundamentally altered her understanding over the years. Upon reaching the hilltop, she heard the sounds of drums and music from the village, sneering coldly toward the Chun family. To her surprise, The elder matriarch was indeed willing to invest in such extravagance for her youngest son. With a resigned sigh, she continued her trek into the mountains, noting the absence of people, likely due to the wedding festivities. This solitude allowed her to stroll leisurely. Yet her steps were not aimless. She sought a place to meditate and was curious about the origin of the stream, following its path with confidence that she would not lose her way. Meanwhile, Baishome, though engaged in her tasks, was somewhat distracted. None of her 3 children had come, and as a mother, she felt a pang of heartache seeing her sister-in-law's children frolicking about. Song Lanwan nudged Baishome, urging, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and prepare. I know you are worried about your 3 children. Later, take something back for them as a treat." Others were also laboring in the vicinity, and many had heard whispers about the absence of the 3 children from the third household. Witnessing Baishome's silent toil evoked sympathy in their hearts. As mothers themselves, they understood the discomfort of exclusion from such joyous occasions. "Why does your mother-in-law not allow the children to come? It would not upset you, Error. They would be just fine." They murmured in agreement. "Shome, do not feel embarrassed. Quickly fetch a couple of bowls and prepare something for the children. It is but once that your brother is marrying. It is regrettable that your niece and nephews are not present. At the very least, let's have something to eat." There was no need for Baishome to say anything further. She took it upon herself to gather the items and pack them up. Baishome felt genuinely embarrassed. "Sister-in-law, please, if my mother-in-law sees this, she will surely scold me. I would rather avoid this trouble." Wu Lion's wife, Wei Chun, shot her a glare and remarked, "What are you talking about? This is for the children. What could your mother-in-law possibly say? If it's for her beloved grandchildren, why would she feel any resentment? At this moment, do not be stubborn. A full belly for the children brings more joy than our own meals. Just wait. I will send our Chun Xiao over to deliver it, so you need not feel awkward." Without needing further prompting from Baishome, Chun Xiao was called over. Upon hearing about the delivery, the young girl blinked her eyes and said, "Aunt, Panner, and Bao are with me. Since you are hasn't tea come, I will take Panner back." With everything packed, Baishome finally felt a sense of relief, though she understood why the children hadn't approached her. They were likely trying to avoid being seen by their grandmother. "Chun Xiao, tell Pan not to wander off. After eating, she should take her little brother back." Panner, clever as she was, had already prepared to bring something back for her sister. She pulled out a cloth bag she had packed, filling it with meatballs and slices of meat. Chun Xiao admired her resourcefulness, saying, "You are truly impressive. You've brought all of this." Painting aside Sophie, "My sister hasn't arrived yet, and my mother hasn't come up for a meal either. If I don't bring something back for them, they probably won't eat much." As their conversation concluded, dishes began to arrive at the table. Panner had no time to chat as everyone started to grab food eagerly. Plates were emptied almost as soon as they were set down. Not only Panner, but all the adults present indulged, with others yet to arrive, and since they had already paid for the meal, it was only right that those absent at least had a chance to taste something. Chun Xiao's grandmother not only took her share, but helped Panner as well, urging her to eat quickly, saying that there wouldn't be much left once the guests departed. The old lady's kindness was appreciated by Panner, who shared some of the food with her little brother while ensuring she filled her own stomach as well. Meanwhile, at the new house, the groom's siblings arrived to escort the bride. Seeing the Chun family in this state, the couple couldn't help but feel a sense of dismay. They had never been optimistic about this marriage. A girl from town marrying into the countryside raised concerns not only about her adapting to the lifestyle, but also about the mother-in-law's attitude. However, the father-in-law had set his sights on this student, leaving the son and daughter-in-law with no choice but to voice their opinions, as they had no authority to decide on the marriage. Observing the elderly lady spitting as she spoke, the couple found it difficult to continue eating. Zhang Jingzhu scanned the guests with a smile, engaging in conversation while tentatively expressing her curiosity. "Dear family, how come I haven't seen anyone from the third household? Given the busyness of the day, one would expect to at least catch a glimpse of them." A single question left the elderly lady utterly bewildered. Chun Fengshi felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was rather unbecoming that her 2 sons were absent on such a significant occasion. Not only did it reflect poorly on her as a mother, but also seemed disrespectful to the family of the bride. The fact that the two elder brothers chose to prioritize work over attending their younger brother's wedding was a matter that could easily be misconstrued. Lin Xiaoling, sensing the awkwardness, swiftly intervened. "Dear in-laws, you may not be aware, but my mother is quite distressed over this. My husband and the third brother have yet to return from their labor. We are attempting to send word urging them to come back as swiftly as possible. I suspect they might be delayed on the road. We share your concerns. My sister-in-law is managing the kitchen, and I anticipate they will arrive shortly. Let us refrain from discussing such disheartening matters and focus on the feast instead." Tu Yoji exchanged a glance with his father-in-law, Chun Musheng, who merely smiled back and encouraged him to partake in the drinks. Chen Dehai was, for all intents and purposes, half in charge of the festivities, overseeing the guests coming and going, and had little time to sit with them. Nevertheless, he ensured that the maternal guests were well attended to, frequently checking in on Tu Yoji and the others to ensure they were enjoying their meal. Tu's sister-in-law, having eaten little, declared herself satisfied, as the Tu family's means were considerably better than those of the Chun family. She did not wish to appear greedy at the banquet. Observing the elderly lady and Lin Xiaoling's manner of eating, she lost her appetite entirely and excused herself to accompany her sister-in-law, departing the table. However, upon reaching the doorway, she was met with the sight of her sister-in-law, veiled and poised by the calm, while a young girl in a pale pink dress stood awkwardly nearby. Frankly, she found the girl's choice of attire lacking in taste. Such a garment only served to suggest it had been borrowed, ill-fitting and unflattering. Setting aside her thoughts on the dress, she became increasingly irritated by the girl's actions, her face clouding with displeasure. "What are you up to?" The words startled Chen Yuji so profoundly that she nearly dropped the jade bracelet she held. Zhang Jingshu, even more anxious, rushed forward to snatch the bracelet from her grasp. With an expression of hostility, she glared at Chen Yuji. "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to steal something amidst the festivities?" Chen Yuji had indeed harbored such thoughts, contemplating pilfering a piece or two of jewelry while the bride was distracted, assuming the younger sister-in-law would not make a fuss over items of little value. However, upon opening the jewelry box, she found herself captivated by a stunning bracelet that she could not resist taking out for admiration. Though the bride, Tu Jiao, could not see, she could easily surmise the unfolding events. A note of tension crept into her voice. "Sister-in-law, what is going on? Has something been stolen?" Despite being veiled, Tu Jiao recognized her sister-in-law's voice. Zhang Jingshu shot a fierce glare at Chen Yuji, causing her to flinch. The latter, already feeling guilty, was further intimidated by the woman's imposing presence, and though she had not been dim-witted, she suddenly found herself stuttering in a moment of panic. I. Zhang Jingzhu could no longer manage anything else. She firmly grasped Chen Yuji's wrist, attempting to drag her outside. At that moment, Bai Xiaomei and Song Lanhua entered with food in hand, both having come from the days of their youth, well aware that one's stomach would surely be hungry at this hour. Although they could not indulge in soft food, a few meatballs would surely suffice. As they entered, they noticed Chen Yuji being pulled away, and Song Lanhua, somewhat perplexed, inquired about the commotion. "Yuji, what scene are you and your sister-in-law playing out?" Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, Chen Yuji felt tears welling up. "Sister-in-law, please save me. My sister-in-law has misunderstood me." Zhang Jingzhu was not foolish. She comprehended the underlying message in those words, realizing that the person she had seized was indeed her sister-in-law's sister-in-law. Before she could respond, Bai Xiaomei had already begun to clarify the misunderstanding. Though she held no fondness for Chen Yuji, she sensed that the latter was likely reverting to her old ways. "Sister-in-law, I am the third sister-in-law of this family, and this is my sister-in-law. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding." Despite being aware that her sister-in-law might indeed be trying to take advantage of the situation, Bai Xiaomei could not afford to reveal the truth at that moment. After all, should word of this spread, regardless of whether they had separated or not, they would all bear the repercussions. Zhang Jingzhu was content to play the fool. She had not missed the greedy glint in Chen Yuji's eyes. Yet, as her sister-in-law would be living in this household, it would be wise to avoid creating unnecessary animosities. Feigning ignorance, she remarked, "I thought to myself, who would dare enter the new house? It turns out we are all family, just a misunderstanding." Though she said this, she discreetly locked the jewelry box. She had seen that bracelet before, a family heirloom passed down to the daughter from her mother. As daughters-in-law, they held no right to it. It was best to secure it, just in case. Underneath the veil, Tu Jiao likely surmised the situation, understanding her sister-in-law's temperament. She typically would not stir trouble in such situations unless there was truly a matter at hand, yet she could not voice anything further at that moment. Sister-in-law, please have a seat and rest. It is a perfect opportunity for us to chat. Bai Xiaomei and Song Lanhua exchanged polite pleasantries with the new bride, leaving behind their offerings before excusing themselves, allowing the sisters-in-law to converse privately. Once the room was empty, Tu Jiao lifted her veil, her urgency palpable. Sister-in-law, what exactly just transpired? Zhang Jingzhu sighed. You must keep a close eye on your sister-in-law. Guard your belongings when others flatter you. Do not be too quick to reveal everything. You should know that I just witnessed her open your jewelry box and take out the jade bracelet that our mother passed down to you. The greed on her face was unmistakable. Therefore, you must ensure that this precious item remains with you. It represents the hopes of one generation passed down to the next. Moreover, I perceive that your mother-in-law is not an easy individual to deal with. Exercise caution in all matters and be more observant. Since you have entered this marriage, strive to live harmoniously and adapt to circumstances as they arise. Bai Xiaomei had a meal with Song Lanhua, after which she expressed urgency to return home, primarily due to her brother and daughter's prior admonitions that she must not linger here at such time. When Pan and the others returned, they did not find their elder sister at home, assuming she had gone to the mountains to gather firewood. Thus they thought little of it. After feeding the livestock, they took the younger brother to dig for vegetables. Upon Bai Xiaomei's return, she found 2 bowls of food left alone in the kitchen, with none of the 3 children present. The house was tidied up, leaving her with little to do, so she settled down at the loom to weave, hoping to finish her work quickly in order to earn some money. However, none of them anticipated that was currently deep in the mountains. Not only had she discovered the source of water, but she had also sat at the cave's entrance in deep contemplation for quite some time. It was only when she opened her eyes that she realized the sun had already set, understanding she had lingered here for an extended period. The fish in the stream were indeed flowing from the hidden river within this cave, and she had observed quite a few of them, as a large pool of water lay before the cave, housing fish far larger than those she had seen outside. Just as she was about to turn back home, the sight before her left her at a loss. An untamed wild boar stood face to face with her, both creature and girl locking eyes. It would be a lie to say was unafraid. This was her first encounter with a wild boar. Though memories of her lost spirit hinted at some martial prowess, she was uncertain whether her small frame could contend with such a beast. While she was gradually regaining her strength, there were still aspects of her former self she could not yet integrate. Gripping the axe tightly, it seemed to provide her with a sense of security, but then a pine cone fell with a thud from above, startling the wild boar. Initially, you were thought that remaining still would spare her from harm, yet that single pine cone altered the balance between her and the animal. As the boar charged toward her, she contemplated fleeing, but how could her 2 legs outrun its 4? Instead, she swiftly turned and concealed herself behind a sturdy pine tree. After the boar's failed charge, its frustration surged, and it began to dig into the ground with its hind legs, making you feel as though it intended to deliver a powerful blow that would knock her to the ground. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, you hastily grasped the tree trunk, attempting to climb, yet the boar was not dim-witted. As she ascended, it lunged at her legs. Fortunately, it narrowly missed her, but she was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that her recent recovery might end at the hands of the wild boar. The wild boar, undeterred, seemed as though it had nothing better to do than to oppose the moonlit figure above. Whenever it saw someone ascend the tree, it charged at the trunk with fervor, nearly shaking the precariously perched moon from her perch. Growing increasingly anxious, she called down to the boar, daring it to strike. Today, she would not perish, and it would be the beast that met its demise. She tested fate against the creature, challenging destiny itself. The squirrels scattered in panic as the boar's relentless assaults continued. Moon, now engaged in a battle of endurance with the beast, noted that the boar, having exerted itself, was panting heavily beneath her. If it could speak, it would surely hurl insults at her from below. To her surprise, the boar, seemingly revitalized, charged once more at the tree, intent on dislodging its quarry. However, a twist of fate awaited them both. The boar's tusks became lodged deep in the bark, rendering it helpless and unable to extricate itself, while it bellowed in frustration. Moon, gazing down, felt a surge of resentment. She had ventured into the mountains to contemplate her life, only to be thwarted by this wretched creature. Seizing the moment, Moon leapt from the tree, brandishing a hatchet from her waist, her eyes glinting with determination as she swung it toward the boar's head. Though uncertain if the blow would be fatal, she poured all her strength into it, and soon the boar's neck began to bleed profusely. With a pained cry, the boar finally freed its tusks from the tree, and Moon, frightened, fled from the scene. She was no match for the creature, and as she believed her end was near, the boar, once in pursuit, collapsed behind her with a thud. Blood flowed from the boar's mouth, and despite the lingering malice in its eyes, there was a profound sorrow. "Now you see, I am not to be trifled with," she mused. "But perhaps in your dying moments, you have done something noble. Who knows, on that fateful day, you may avoid the cycle of reincarnation. Should you find yourself reborn as a human, remember to express your gratitude." Fortunately, she was alone. Otherwise, one might think her words were shameless. As she contemplated the prospect of feasting on the boar's flesh, while simultaneously gilding her own image. Yet, gazing at the lifeless body before her, Moon was beset with worry. How would she transport it? The ground was soaked in blood, and what if it attracted other predators? Despite her initial reluctance, the sight of the boar ignited her appetite for its meat. It was uncharacteristic of her to leave such a substantial prize unattended in the woods. Resolutely, she gathered some vines and a dry branch, hastily binding the boar before dragging it towards the edge of the forest. Fortunately, the injured beast had not strayed far from the tree-line, and once she reached the outskirts, she could summon help. With great difficulty, the moonlit girl dragged the weighty carcass of the wild boar, each step a challenge, as she silently prayed for her misfortunes to cease. Today had already been fraught with bad luck. She fervently wished that no other beasts would appear, lest her fate be sealed here. Meanwhile, Panner and Bauer had finished foraging for wild vegetables, but had not seen their sister. Upon returning home to inquire with by Xiaomei, the gravity of the situation dawned upon them. "Oh no, could my sister have ventured into the old forest?" Panner exclaimed, smacking her forehead as realization struck. By Xiaomei's complexion paled, nearly causing her to stumble. Into the old forest? Surely not. That place is daunting even for men. How could your sister have gone there? Panner, now anxious, urged, "Enough talk. We must hurry and search for her. She mentioned this earlier, promising to take us along. Yet here she is, gone ahead on her own. Let's hope she is safe. Mother, please hurry." Unable to contain her urgency, Panner rushed into the mountains. Although the journey was not far, each moment felt interminable. "Sister, where are you?" Bauer called out as they ran, her youthful voice piercing through the canopy and reaching Yuer's ears. At that moment, Yuer was nearing the edge of the forest, yet her strength had waned completely. What had once been a surge of courage had dissipated, leaving her utterly exhausted. "Panner, Bauer, I am here. Come help me." Hearing her sister's cries, Yuer straightened and called out to the outside world. She could not abandon such a hefty boar. She needed to find someone to assist her. By Xiaomei, having heard the children's voices emanating from the old forest, disregarded all else and rushed in. Panner, however, had the presence of mind to caution Bauer. "Stay here, Bauer. If we fail to return, go find Uncle de Chue for help, and do not wander off." The little one, holding back tears and pouting, urged them to hurry and call out if they encountered trouble, for she would be listening intently. Bauer resented her youth at that moment. With her father absent, she felt powerless to protect her beloved family members. Her small hands clenched tightly, fearing for the safety of her 3 relatives in the woods. Bai Xiaomei and Panner called out as they ran deeper into the forest, and fortunately, they did not venture far before discovering Yuer sitting alone, wearily rubbing her shoulders and arms. The journey had taken its toll. Her small arms were sore from both the butchering of the boar and the dragging. "Child, how are you faring?" Bai Xiaomei, not yet aware of the boar on the ground, was first struck by her daughter's disheveled appearance. She rushed over to embrace Yuer, assessing her condition. At that moment, Yuer was utterly spent, unable to stand, and Bai Xiaomei swiftly gathered her into her arms. The girl, with a face full of concern, said to her mother, "What is wrong with you?" Yuer weakly smiled at her mother. "I'm fine. I just happened to encounter a wild boar and dragged it here. But now I'm utterly exhausted." Pan gazing at the large wild boar on the ground, gasped in astonishment, "Mother, it's really a wild boar." "Sister has killed a wild boar." Yuer, with a bitter smile, replied, "I hardly had the strength. The wild boar charged at me." Yuer recounted the events to her mother. "So, this is what you see." Bai Xiaomei, feeling heartache, gently tapped her daughter's forehead. "You foolish girl. Do you want to frighten your mother to death? Do you have any idea how I rushed in? You must never venture into the old forest again. It's far too dangerous. Even a man won't go there. How can you, a little girl, be so brave?" Seeing her sister being scolded, Pan quickly pulled Bai Xiaomei's attention elsewhere. "Mother, what should we do? I can't move it." Looking at the sizable wild boar on the ground, Bai Xiaomei felt a pang of fear. What if it had injured her child? She had cherished her daughter for so many years and could not bear to let anything unfortunate happen now that recovery was in sight. After circling the wild boar, Bai Xiaomei remarked, "You're so small, yet you have such strength to drag it this far. Pan, help your mother steady it while I pull. We must leave quickly. If any other beasts come out, we won't fare well." Bai Xiaomei was not foolish. She possessed a modicum of common sense. At that moment, Yuer could do little but follow behind, watching her sister and mother handle the wild boar. Pan muttered as they walked, "Mother, what do we do with the wild boar? Should we kill it for meat or sell it?" Bai Xiaomei replied as they proceeded, "We must sell it. Otherwise, as the weather warms, we won't be able to consume it all. Go find your uncle Dazuwei and Aunt Lan Hua to help us. We are not adept at this." Bai Xiaomei felt a surge of worry. They cannot consume that much meat. However, if they attempted to sell it now, it might be dark before they reached the town. What should they do? Yuer pondered the matter as well. "Mother, what are your plans? Sell it to the tavern?" Bai Xiaomei sighed. "At this point, we can only sell it to them. If we try to sell it in the village, they won't buy much anyway. Besides, it's wild boar meat. We don't want to earn no money and instead attract trouble. I'll discuss this with Aunt Lan Hua." Upon reaching the edge of the forest, they saw Bao stretching his little neck, tears streaming down his face as he peered inside. His little expression tugged at Yuer's heartstrings. She hurried over and scooped up her younger brother, Bao. The little one, likely having held back for too long, burst into tears the moment he saw Yuer. As she held him, she gently patted his back. "Bao, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you worry." The little one sobbed, "Sister, you mustn't go in alone anymore. To accompany you, I must also go. What if you lose your way?" This thought made Yuer feel a pang of sadness. In the past, when her mind was less sharp, she relied on her elder siblings. And now it was this younger brother who continued to assist her. The little one had already developed a strong sense of responsibility, as if it were his duty to carry the burden of his silly sister. Yuer pressed her cheek against Baoer's head, saying, "Dear Baoer, from now on, wherever I go, you shall accompany me, even if we encounter wild beasts. We must stick together." The little one nodded vigorously, his nose running. "We have made a pact. You cannot leave me behind." Upon seeing their mother drag a wild boar, Baoer's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mother, a wild boar. Is there meat for us to eat now?" Bai Xiaomei smiled and nodded. "Yes, Baoer, you and your sister should go fetch Uncle Dechue." As Yuer and Baoer passed by the Chun family's home, the courtyard was still bustling with relatives and friends who had yet to depart. However, Yuer paid them no mind, pulling Baoer along to Song Lanhua's house. After explaining the situation to the couple, she added, "Uncle, we are uncertain about what to do. My mother suggested you two confer." Song Lanhua slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "What is there to deliberate? We can help haul Dechue's oxen to sell. Leaving it here overnight would surely spoil it. Let us hurry and take a look." Without waiting for her husband, Song Lanhua led Yuer and her brother to the courtyard. With the sight of the wild boar left her in awe. "What luck your family has. Yuer, you even found a wild boar in the mountains. I'm truly impressed." Bai Xiaomei was waiting for Song Lanhua to make a decision. "What is there to discuss? Sell it. The villagers just had a feast today. Their bellies are surely full." Who would want to buy meat at this time? Perhaps during the autumn harvest, there might be interest, but I can confidently say we won't sell much now. Quickly prepare. The Chue will arrive soon, and we should leave early and return swiftly. Upon hearing that it would be sold, Bauer did not voice his concerns, but his pitiful expression tugged at Yuera's heart. Mother, why not buy some meat for us? We can't just let the pig go without tasting any. If the tavern can slaughter it immediately, you should bring some meat back. We can share with Aunt Lanhua's family and enjoy a rare feast. Bai Shumei nodded, and once the pig was taken away, Panner remembered the dishes she had brought back from lunch. Sister, those were for you. Yuera began slicing the meat, preparing meatballs to mix into the vegetables for a porridge. The aroma was delightful, and even Panner and Bauer felt it rivaled the earlier feast. Ah, hunger makes everything taste sweeter. I will save some for Mother. Let us eat first, for I am utterly famished. Panner and Bauer had barely eaten anything during lunch, and after the effort of dragging the wild boar, they too felt the pangs of hunger. Though the three siblings were consuming a humble dish of wild vegetable porridge, to their eyes, it was the most delectable fare one could imagine. Such was the essence of earthly delights. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Chun household was tinged with agitation and tension. The elderly matriarch, upon hearing her daughter recount the incident of being cornered by her sister-in-law, was almost driven to unleash her ire upon Chen Yuji. The sharp-eyed woman, visibly incensed, admonished, "Have you not exercised a modicum of caution? At this moment, to rummage through her belongings is foolishness. Should your new sister-in-law uncover any impropriety, do you honestly believe your brother would let this slide? Do not underestimate the daughter of a scholar. Behind such a scholar lies a lineage of accomplished students, as her brother has surely mentioned. In the future, be more discerning. Why must you act so recklessly? You could have waited for a more opportune moment to speak." Though her anger was palpable, she felt compelled to impart wisdom to her child. In truth, she harbored a curiosity regarding the dowry brought by her daughter-in-law, which consisted of several locked chests. Chen Yuji, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "I did not intend any harm. I merely thought the bracelet was beautiful and wanted to take a closer look." "Mother, is it true that my sister-in-law's family is quite affluent?" The matriarch shook her head, explaining, "I have heard that he is merely a private tutor. Wealth does not equate to the status of a landowner, and he does not hold an official position. At best, they may live comfortably, but beyond that, I cannot say. You ought to engage with your sister-in-law more often. Perhaps in doing so, you might earn her favor, and who knows what treasure she may bestow upon you. Now, go and rest. We have all had a long day, and my face is weary from smiling." At that moment, Chun Mushing entered, his face flushed with joy, a rare sight indeed. "Ah, my eldest son is now married. Soon we shall bask in the blessings of grandchildren. The fourth son has chosen well. We need not fret about the children's future, especially with his father-in-law's support. Their prospects can only improve from here." The matriarch huffed, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Her son, whom she had nurtured for so many years, was now becoming another's husband. Though one should rejoice in a child's establishment, she felt an unsettling void, akin to having her prized possession snatched away. Let us not celebrate too prematurely. We remain unaware of the character of this daughter-in-law. Should she prove to be a demanding matriarch, there may be tears ahead. The elderly patriarch, initially delighted by his son's marriage, was now perturbed by the matriarch's words. "Why must you speak so? Do not forget that our in-laws are scholars. Can a woman raised by such a man lack grace and wisdom? Worry not. Simply await the respect your daughter-in-law shall show you." The following morning, the matriarch's ominous words came to pass. As per tradition, it was the new bride's duty to prepare the first meal, and the two families had but one daughter to fulfill this role. In the household, both mother and sister-in-law had diligently prepared for the day ahead. The scholar father had also endeavored to cultivate his daughter into a refined lady, fully aware that she was destined to marry into the countryside. Despite their efforts, when the moment arrived, Tu Jiao found herself in a state of utter confusion, nearly setting the kitchen ablaze. Fortunately, with the assistance of Lin Xiaoling, breakfast was eventually salvaged. The meal consisted merely of reheated leftovers from the previous day and a simple wild vegetable porridge. Though the scholar's family was not affluent, they had never partaken in wild vegetables, a fact that Tu Jiao could not recall ever having experienced. As the dishes were finally served, the old matriarch's expression soured, lamenting the delay. What a time to be finishing. Let us hasten to eat, for in the countryside, we're not bound by rigid customs. After our meal, we still have to tend to the fields. You, newlywed from the fourth family, must learn the ropes. Spend the morning with your younger sister at home, and in the future, you will share the responsibilities of this household with your second sister-in-law. Though Tu Jiao felt a twinge of reluctance within her, she could not afford to defy the old lady's wishes at that moment. Chen Dehe, standing nearby, attempted to smooth over the situation. Mother, in a few days, we must go to the town. My father-in-law has instructed me to teach students while also pursuing my studies, which will help supplement the household income and allow me to dedicate more time to learning without neglecting either responsibility. Hearing her son speak thus, the old lady felt a flicker of discontent, but could not express her ire towards him. Very well, go ahead. Your wife should remain at home to learn properly. She cannot be a housewife who lacks the ability to care for others after marriage. Chinda, he was unwilling to let his wife remain at home, having only just begun to savor the joys of married life. He could not bear the thought of separating them, especially with his father-in-law and elder brother to consider. He was acutely aware of his wife's place in the two household. Besides being slow with chores, there was little more for her to learn. Mother, if anyone should teach her, it ought to be my mother-in-law. Upon our return, I will ensure Tu Jiao learns well from her mother and sister-in-law, so she can prepare an exquisite meal to honor you. Tu Jiao felt a deep sense of gratitude for her husband's support, recognizing that marrying someone so considerate was indeed a blessing. Otherwise, life could be fraught with hardship. Noticing her affectionate gaze, Chen Dehe responded with a smile that stirred her heart. Their tender exchange did not escape the old matriarch's notice, who was taken aback by their blatant display of affection amidst so many onlookers. Just as she was about to voice her disapproval, the old man discreetly nudged her from below. Very well, you two should take these days to rest properly. In the future, you will need to rely on your in-laws for support. My dear daughter-in-law, I entrust the care of my son to you. Seeing the head of the family agree, so readily brought a smile to Tu Jiao's face. Father, rest assured, the elderly matriarch interjected timely. It is also time for the fourth to branch out. Her words left Tu Jiao blushing furiously, while Wang Meiqin and Lin Chaoling merely observed the unfolding scene. Knowing it was not their place to speak, they had once encountered similar situations themselves. Today, the matriarch had been relatively courteous, refraining from chastising her young daughter-in-law. As the meal progressed, the elderly woman found herself at a loss, her heart heavy. Traditionally, her eldest son would assist her in serving food, but now, he was solely focused on caring for his own wife, leaving no room for her presence as the matriarch. Chen Dehe, perceptive to his mother's discontent, quickly offered her a piece of meat, saying, "Mother, you should eat more. It's not easy managing this whole family. Please indulge a little." This gesture eased her spirits, reminding her that her son still held her in his heart. At that moment, Chen Dehe and his wife took the opportunity to discuss their impending return. Mother, we are still in possession of their wages, and the matters at home have been settled. I must return to earn some money. We will come to visit when things are less hectic. The elderly matriarch felt a pang of reluctance. The bustling family brought her joy, and with their departure, she sensed an unsettling emptiness. Her children had all established their own lives, and she felt increasingly redundant. With a sigh, she murmured, "It is fine. As long as you all remember this family, that is enough. I am growing old, and my expectations are few. I only hope for our family to be united." However, her words resonated differently with those present, each understanding it in their own way. Even Lin Xiaoling found her mother-in-law's sentiment somewhat contrived. Where was the unity when the third son's family had been mistreated, leading to their departure? Chen Dehe and his wife paid little heed to the matriarch's sentiments, focused on returning home quickly to earn money. It was far too laborious to extract funds from her. Their son was of marrying age, and as elders, they could not afford to be without any resources. Chen Fengshi, recalling something regarding her eldest grandson, remarked, by the way, "The flower aunt has proposed a match for Deju, a girl from the neighboring village. I hear her family is quite well off. Let us discuss this matter in my room shortly." Meanwhile, Tu Jiao and Lin Xiaoling had tidied up the kitchen, and Chun Yuji began to follow her new sister-in-law around. Chun Daki wished to grow closer to his wife, yet this younger sister seemed oblivious to his intentions. With a sigh, he could not dismiss her. Seeing his second sister-in-law emerging with paper money, he hurried over to assist, saying, "Sister-in-law, let me handle this." Older brother should have finished burning the offerings before discussing Daju's marriage. Why the rush? Lin Xiaoling spoke with a furrowed brow, expressing her concern. Whenever your elder brother is away, it is always your second brother who tends to the fire. I wonder how he is faring now. Not a word has reached us. Do not worry. My second brother is with the third. The two of them should be fine. It is likely just a delay. Sister-in-law, I shall tend to the fire now. Today marks the local ghost festival, a time when families, regardless of wealth, partake in the ritual of burning paper money. This serves both to honor the ancestors and to provide offerings to wandering spirits, preventing them from bringing misfortune upon the living. Yet, it is precisely during this time that Yuer has fallen ill. In truth, she has not awakened since falling asleep last night. Bai Xiaomei initially thought the child was merely being lazy. However, upon gently nudging Yuer, she realized that something was amiss. Panner, quickly fetch the doctor. Your sister's condition is troubling. Bai Xiaomei could not articulate what was wrong with her daughter, yet no amount of calling could rouse her. This was an unprecedented situation. The child, no matter how fatigued, had never displayed such lethargy before. Xiao Chunping, in a state of distress, cradled Yuer and began to weep, while Bai Xiaomei silently shed tears alongside her son. The child had not been in dire straits. How could she fall ill once more? Lately, Bai Xiaomei had frequently observed a white mist swirling around her daughter, leading her to believe the child was on the mend. How could such a dire situation arise again? Mother, the doctor has arrived. Panner exclaimed, dragging Li Longzhong into the room in a fluster. What is the matter? Is there something wrong with Yuer again? Without needing Bai Xiaomei to elaborate, Li Longzhong was taken aback upon seeing Yuer lying motionless on the bed. Just days prior, she had been lively and vibrant. It was hard to fathom how she had suddenly changed. Has the child consumed something unsuitable? Li Longzhui inquired. Bai Xiaomei wiped her tears, shaking her head in confusion. No, she ate the same as Panner and Bauer. There was nothing unusual last night when she went to sleep, yet she is the only one who cannot awaken. What could be the cause? Li Longzhong furrowed his brow and sighed. From the pulse, it appears there is no significant issue. However, the timing of her illness is rather peculiar. Xiaomei, perhaps you should burn some paper money. It might just help. Do not forget that today is the ghost festival. The doctor's suggestion sparked a realization in Bai Xiaomei. How could she have overlooked such an important ritual? Perhaps the child was not truly ill, but rather needed to have her spirit called back. I shall go at once. This was always your husband's responsibility. I nearly forgot. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have completely overlooked it. Li Langzong nudatut fuli. Perhaps it is due to the absence of burning paper money. In any case, I do not believe the child is ill. Let us burn the paper and observe the outcome. It cannot hurt. Should the child remain unwell, have Panner call for me. Yuer's state of unresponsiveness persisted throughout the evening, just as the moonlight bathed the earth, and without any preparation on Bai Xiaomei's part. Yuer suddenly awoke, immediately declaring her hunger. She is well aware of her own situation, but she cannot share it with her younger siblings, fearing it might frighten them. Mother, I'll go prepare dinner for you. After the initial surprise, Bai Xiaomei did not have time to inquire about the circumstances. She hurried out to bring food for her daughter. Warner and Bauer gathered around Yuer, their little mouths pouting. Sister, are you trying to scare us to death? We even called for the doctor, and he said you were fine. You aren't really being haunted by a little ghost, are you? Yuer merely smiled serenely, holding her sister's hand and playfully touching Bauer's cheek. A little ghost would choose someone like me? I suspect I was just startled by a wild boar yesterday. By the way, did Mother cook meat for you today? Bauer nestled into Yuer's embrace, seeking a comfortable spot, then murmured, Sister, if you don't eat, we find the meat tasteless. Mother saved some bones, saying she would make us soup. Perhaps she is preparing it right now, especially since we didn't have a good dinner. Juana leaned in close to Yuer, recounting the events of the day. Oh, did any really come by? Juana nodded. Yes, and she brought us gifts. Bauer received an inkstone, and we each got a handkerchief. Yuera pondered this gesture from Tu Jiao, questioning whether it was a command from the matriarch or a personal act. After all, on the day of the wedding, the matriarch had not allowed the sisters to visit. It seemed that Auntie was indeed an intriguing person. Then why didn't Mother return the favor? Warner rested her chin on Yuera's lap, responding with a muffled voice. Mother did send her some dried fish and a wild chicken, saying it was for her to take back home to taste. It's the only decent thing we have. Sister, Annie is quite beautiful and her clothes are lovely. Although Warner did not know much about the new aunt, she described her to Yuera based on her own impressions. Alas, it's a pity she lives in the old courtyard. We cannot see her often. Otherwise, who knows what Grandma might say? It could even cause trouble for this aunt. But I suspect Uncle cannot stay here for long, and neither can this aunt. Warner looked up at her with curiosity. Can Grandma really allow Annie to leave with him? Yuera simply smiled faintly. Don't forget that Grandma listens to Uncle. He wouldn't let his wife remain here. He has to account for her to his family. Moreover, the daughter of a scholar, no matter how capable, still has parents and a sister in town. Their mother surely wouldn't want her daughter to work too hard. Just look at our grandmother. Sigh. It's hard to say whether marrying into the countryside is a blessing or a curse. Anyway, go check if Mother's meal is ready. I'm so hungry I can hardly bear it. Although it was just one meal missed. Yuera felt as if she hadn't eaten in ages. To be continued. 59. Returned to place by Xiaomei, while preparing a meal for her children. Pondered the peculiar incident of her daughter's fainting spell that day, feeling a sense of unease. Mother, is dinner ready? My sister is so hungry she can barely endure it. Panger called out from outside, prompting Bai Xiaomei to quickly serve the vegetables from the pot and hand them to her, urging her to bring them inside. Upon seeing the slices of meat on the plate, Yuera surmised that her mother and younger siblings had barely eaten, as there had not been much meat to begin with when it was purchased. Come, everyone gather for dinner. I cannot eat all this, Bao Bao, open your mouth. When Bai Xiaomei entered with the porridge, she found her 3 children joyfully gathered around the table. Bao Bao's cheeks were puffed out with meat, resembling a little squirrel. Bai Xiaomei affectionately touched her son's chubby face. Would you like to have some porridge to accompany your sister's meal? Both Bao Bao and Panger eagerly nodded. Mother, I will help you. Yuera swallowed her food and said to Bai Xiaomei, Mother, you should join us for a bit. It is more festive with more people. With her child's illness finally subsiding, Bai Xiaomei felt a weight lift from her heart. She had not eaten well herself and welcomed the opportunity to share a meal with her children. Once Bao Bao and Panger had drifted off to sleep, Yuera finally confided in Bai Xiaomei about her situation. Mother, I believe I'm nearly back to normal. I can even remember things from my childhood. As she reminisced about her early years, she took a deep breath, her expression growing serious as she fixed her gaze on Bai Xiaomei. Mother, do you know why I got lost as a child? Why I fell into the water? Bai Xiaomei, observing her daughter's earnestness, felt compelled to make a bold conjecture. Trembling slightly, she asked, could it be your grandmother? Yuera solemnly nodded. I suspect she wished to abandon me, considering me a burden, believing that my existence would only drag the family down. If I am correct, she must have harbored this thought upon realizing my mental struggles, correct? Bai Xiaomei's expression darkened, her eyes reflecting a mix of anger and disbelief. I feared it was her. She mentioned this when she first learned of your difficulties. Yet, I did not acquiesce. I even argued with her over it. No matter your challenges, you are still my child, and that is not your fault. If there is blame, it lies with us adults. I truly never imagined she would repeatedly conspire against you. The two fell into a momentary silence, and Yuetra sighed. Mother, I am not sharing this to incite you against her. However, it is vital for you to understand that my grandmother is not an ordinary woman. Moreover, Yuera hesitated, feeling uncertain about how to express herself, yet sensing the importance of sharing this with her mother. Mother, my soul has returned. You are aware of this matter. But what you do not know is that, during these lost years, it seems that some things have understood more than I did. Now that my soul has returned to its rightful place, all that it knows has transformed into my own knowledge. Do you comprehend what I mean? Bai Xiaomei found no surprise in this matter. Initially, the monk had mentioned a lost soul, while the doctor proclaimed her child to be a natural fool. Thus, she preferred to trust the monk over the doctor's words, and in hindsight, her conviction proved to be correct. Given that such occurrences are possible, what else could she not accept, as long as the child remained her own? There was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Bai Xiaomei felt a sense of relief regarding the situation, and with a gentle pat on her daughter's hand, she expressed, "As long as you are my child, nothing is more important than you. Your health surpasses all else. I have no other aspirations, only that you both may thrive in the future. I hope that you can find someone she genuinely loves, rather than being paired with a fool or an old widower as others have suggested. Therefore, do not overthink things. Follow your heart. The child I bore cannot possess a wicked heart." You smiled and shook her head, saying, "Mother, your faith in me is truly remarkable. With you as my mother, even if I were to be foolish, I would still consider myself fortunate. However, now that I am well, I have also liberated Pan, and Bao, to a great extent. At least Bao no longer has to worry about her silly sister every day or argue on my behalf. Mother, having relatives like you brings me immense satisfaction. You never abandoned or forsook me during my foolish days. Your constant care is something I cherish deeply." Bai Xiaomei caressed her daughter's hand, her face streaked with tears. The words spoken by Yu, now that she had recovered, evoked tears of joy, making all the years of hardship seem worthwhile. "Mother," Bai Xiaomei quickly wiped her tears, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said, "I am simply overjoyed. Our Yu has learned to express kind words. What more could I want?" Reflecting on these days, although your father is not home, our family has been thriving. I have noticed that your recovery has turned you into a fortuitous star. You returned with a serious demeanor and advised, "Mother, do not speak of my condition to others. We know how I am. If Grandma learns of it, she might have other thoughts. I do not mean to think poorly of them, but why is Aunt so eager to arrange a match for Sister Awa? You can probably guess the underlying reasons." Bai Xiaomei understood the complexities involved. "All right, as long as we comprehend this matter, we need not speak of it to your siblings. They will understand. Your father does not inquire, and I shall not divulge. If your grandmother offers your father a few kind words, he might let something slip. I must keep this from him." Observing the small hint of pride in her mother, the two shared a knowing smile. There were things they both understood. Although their family had somewhat separated, certain ties remained intricately woven, and they would keep it hidden as long as possible. The next day, Arya brought her brother to visit you, having heard from Pan, that you had been sleeping all day on the mountain. The little girl felt a twinge of concern and wanted to check on her. Upon seeing Bao, she promptly presented him with a gift, saying, "This is for you. Unfortunately, it's broken, but you can keep it to defend yourself. If anyone bullies you or your sister, you can use this to fight back." The moonlight cast a curious glow as the girl observed the cracked flute in her brother's hands, prompting her to inquire about its origins. "Oh, you're unaware? No wonder. This belonged to your uncle during his wedding, and it was your second brother who inadvertently damaged it. Your grandmother even compensated the family for it. Since it was rendered useless, he casually discarded it outside. It was fortunate that it was found. Though of little value, I thought it might amuse Bauer. When your uncle visited last time, Bauer had already locked away a wooden horse. This was all he had left to offer her. As she gently touched the locked horse's head, she suggested, "In the future, you should come over to play with Bauer area. How about we venture up the mountain? I slept all day yesterday, and today I can finally go out. I wonder if we might encounter wild boars." Despite her curiosity about the prospect, Arya resolutely refused to venture into the old forest. Their parents had warned them against it. Although the sight of such creatures was enticing, the dangers were too great, and they might not survive the encounter. The little girl quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, "I won't go into the old forest, and neither should you. It's far too perilous. Let us just dig for vegetables and see if there are enough fish. If there are, I'll have my brother deliver some." Bai Xiaomei, having sold a pig, not only purchased a substantial piece of meat for the Zhang family, but also bought food for several children. Feeling somewhat guilty, Song Lanhua asked Bai Xiaomei to catch some fish and called her son for assistance, knowing that their son had the strength to help. While Bai Xiaomei's Bauer was still quite young. "Let us go see," she suggested. "We don't need a lot. Just enough for ourselves will do." However, Yuera wasn't expecting an abundance of fish in the coming days, as the water levels in the mountains were not rising, making it unlikely for larger fish to descend. Moreover, the woods were fraught with danger, and she feared that bringing Bauer and the others into such a risky environment was reckless. It wouldn't be wise to risk their lives merely for the sake of profit, as that would be an egregious miscalculation. The group hastily gathered their belongings and set off for the mountain. Just as they reached the entrance, they spotted Song Lanhua entering with a basket of newly hatched chicks. Bao, upon seeing the fluffy little chicks, was instantly captivated. "Sister, I want to go to the mountain. I'll stay home to take care of the chicks. You go with Jia and the others. Let us watch the chicks together, okay?" Song Lanhua affectionately patted Bao's head, saying, "Our Bao is so well-behaved. Cool. Let us go inside and observe the chicks." Bai Xiaomei's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Oh, they hatch so quickly. You really have a knack for this. And so many of them." With a sigh, Song Lanhua replied, "What do you mean, so many? I lost 5 eggs. I noticed that there are more hens than roosters. Once they start laying eggs, your family will have some extra money for oil and salt, saving your brothers from having to go out again." She set down the chicks for Bao and the other child to watch while she began to gossip with Bai Xiaomei about the latest news she had heard from the Qin family. "Ah, so they're going for a matchmaker today? Isn't that a bit rushed?" Bai Xiaomei questioned. Song Lanhua chuckled wryly. "Rushed? Not at all. I heard that the girl's family is quite well off. Can your mother-in-law and sister-in-law really pass up such a good opportunity? But they only know part of the story. That household is indeed prosperous. However, the man from that family is indeed quite calculating. It remains uncertain whether your elder brother can outmaneuver such a relative by marriage. The future is uncertain. Your younger brother returned home today, and your family matriarch is rather miserly. Aside from the chicken and fish you provided, she only sent back a single male duck for the young couple. Alas, her ability to scrape together is quite remarkable. She considers what you gave her as part of her household. One wonders why she thinks this way." Bai Xiaomei chuckled and shook her head, expressing her indifference towards their affairs, given that they have separated. Compared to the 4th daughter-in-law, she is certainly faring better. At least she managed to send back a duck. "When I returned home, I was only given 5 chicken eggs and 2 goose eggs, which was already quite generous, regardless of whether it was from my own contributions. At least this 4th daughter-in-law did not return home completely empty-handed." Song Lanhua whispered to Bai Xiaomei, "I suspect your 4th sister-in-law brought quite a dowry. Even your estranged family envies her. Yet her cabinet is locked tight. Perhaps all one can do is envy. Had it been someone else, they might have pried it open by now." Bai Xiaomei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, had it been me, everything would have been taken long ago. I reckon they must have some reservations, which is why they haven't acted yet. But mark my words, their intentions will eventually reveal themselves. Sister-in-law, let us go weeding Bao. Stay at home with your brother and watch over the chicks." Bai Xiaomei placed the chicks in 2 baskets, added some millet and water, and then ventured out with Song Lanhua. As they stepped outside, they noticed a horse-drawn carriage parked at the entrance of the Qin family home. Song Lanhua mused, "When did your family acquire such wealthy relatives, even possessing a carriage? They appear quite affluent." Bai Xiaomei scrutinized the carriage for a moment before shaking her head. "I have not heard of this. Perhaps they belong to someone else. Let us move on. This matter does not concern us greatly." However, upon seeing Chandahai accompanying a young gentleman towards the village chief's residence, Song Lanhua speculated, "Could this be your elder brother returning from town with a visitor?" Bai Xiaomei shook her head. "I'm not sure. They might be here to conduct business with the moneylender." Indeed, Chandahai had brought a wealthy client to explore purchasing the wasteland near the village. Yet, upon hearing about the large parcel of land, Chief Gao Monsong shook his head repeatedly. "That piece of land is connected to other villages. If you intend to buy it all, you may need to consult the neighboring village. I have no objections on my end." Gao Monsong, observing the young and affluent gentleman, felt a pang of skepticism. "May I inquire what your intentions are with this wasteland once acquired?" Before Du Huiran could elaborate, Chandahai interjected, "Young Master Du intends to establish a horse ranch here, where cattle or horses can be raised before being sold. Chief, since the significant piece is in the neighboring village, we should first consult their village chief. If all is well there, we will return to finalize our agreement with you." As Chandahai and Du Huiran departed in a horse-drawn carriage, within the confines of their home, Chen Yuji and Chen Lian concealed themselves behind the door, their necks craning with anticipation. Their hearts raced like startled fawns, bouncing about in excitement. While Chen Lian had encountered her share of decent men in town, none compared to the striking individual they had just seen. Chen Yuji's experience was even more limited. Her encounters were primarily with the local villagers, and even at the market, she had never laid eyes on anyone so captivating. Even if she had, it would have been unthinkable to grasp the sleeve of a stranger to inquire his name. However, since this gentleman was brought home by her elder brother, his background was undoubtedly well known. "Leonor, have you met this person before?" she inquired. A rosy blush adorned Chen Lian's cheeks, her voice tinged with shyness. "How could I have met any outside men at home? Besides, it seems like this is the first time my father has encountered him. If you wish to know, you should ask my father. I have never seen him before." Seeing Chen Lian's flustered demeanor, Chen Yuji, gritting her teeth, tapped her forehead and exclaimed, "What are you so shy about? You silly girl? It's not as though you're being asked to marry him. When your father returns, be sure to inquire about him. If your aunt could marry into such a family, you would also enjoy a life of luxury." As Chen Yuji sashayed into the house, Chen Lian's expression shifted dramatically. She spat disdainfully at Chen Yuji's retreating figure. How shameless, she thought. If you have the capability, go ask that gentleman yourself. However, after venting her frustrations, she hastily made her way into the kitchen, for her father might very well bring this gentleman home for dinner. She needed to prepare in advance. Although she felt a certain admiration for the man, she was also keenly aware of the importance of pleasing her father in this business endeavor. If they could cultivate a lasting relationship, perhaps what once seemed impossible could indeed become feasible. A calculating smile played on Chen Lian's lips as she mused over her aunt's audacity in coveting such a man, oblivious to her own lack of refinement. With the appearance of a village girl and a rather simple mind, she mused that, were it not for the indulgence of the elderly in her family, she might not even measure up. However, Chen Lian's preparations would go unused, for as the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Dahai returned home alone, his face glistening with sweat, indicative of a long walk. Chen Lian glanced behind him, searching for any sign of a servant or young master, and sighed inwardly. "Father, how did the business negotiations go today?" With a heavy sigh, Chen Dahai accepted the handkerchief from his daughter and wiped his face. "What a luck! Just when a significant business opportunity arose, someone from the neighboring village has taken an interest in that piece of land. Truly unfortunate. This was a lead provided by the master. I never anticipated it would fall through. I wonder what he might think of this outcome." At this moment, Chen Lian refrained from inquiring about the gentleman, instead offering quiet words of comfort. "Father, perhaps there will be greater opportunities in the future. A temporary setback is inconsequential." As they spoke, Chen Fangshi entered with her daughter-in-law and Aunt Hua. Observing the expressions on their faces, it was evident that the results of today's meeting regarding the prospective granddaughter-in-law were quite satisfactory. Chen Dahai, of course, was concerned about his son's marriage. "Mother, what do you think of her? Is she suitable?" The elderly lady wore a look of satisfaction. "Why wouldn't she be? Her family's circumstances surpass ours. They own dozens of acres of land. Not to mention, the dowry is likely to be substantial. The girl is quite attractive. However, do inquire further when the time comes. If all seems well, we should proceed with this match. After all, Daju is not getting any younger. It is indeed time for him to settle down. Alas, you must also expedite matters concerning your younger sister." After a brief conversation with Aunt Hua to gather some details about the prospective bride, Chen Dahai chose not to elaborate further. Some matters should not be entirely entrusted to matchmakers. They, much like those in the dental profession, earn their living with mere words. Chen Yuji quietly approached and, once Aunt Hua departed, reported to the elderly lady about the day's events at home. "What? Eldest brother, you brought a distinguished young man here?" Upon hearing this, Chen Dahai sighed heavily. "Mother, let us not discuss it. It fell through, and I had hoped for a gain. I wasted half a day in the sun for nothing. Let us drop that subject. Leonor, hurry and prepare the meal. We must return soon." While the eldest brother remained reticent, Chen Yuji was anxious. Such a good man would be a rare find in their village, and she discreetly whispered to the elderly lady for quite a while. Only then did Chen Fangshi find the time to inquire about this young gentleman's background. "Oh dear, this is not someone we can aspire to. He is the renowned son of the Du family in the county town. What bride would he lack? Let us take our time with your younger sister's matters. This is simply unattainable. To be blunt, even his maidservants are more beautiful than my sister. Do you think they would even consider her for a match? Save your hopes." The old man, returning from work, shot a disapproving glare at the elderly lady. "What kind of people dare you mention? The affluent families in the county are not ones we can aspire to. Quickly dismiss these fanciful thoughts. Let us focus on living our lives steadily." Bai Xiaomei could hardly fathom that the mention of the noble young man had nearly caused a commotion among the family. Yuer and Arya had gathered some crabs and fish from the mountains. Yuer sold some in town, while Arya took the remainder home. Such catch was not something they could obtain daily, so Yuer wisely decided to sell it while she could. This time, she ventured alone without accompaniment. Returning to familiar territory, the shopkeeper greeted her warmly as always. The quality of the goods was excellent, and the demand from customers was high. If he could supply more, he would have done so long ago. With money in hand, Yuer surveyed her surroundings. Truth be told, even though she was no longer confused, she realized that, solely relying on her return to normalcy, she lacked the means to improve her family's living conditions in the short term. The bitterness of poverty weighed heavily, and hunger was a palpable discomfort. Thinking of her younger siblings, Yuer ultimately refrained from purchasing snacks. Instead, she went to the grain store and bought some coarse grains along with 2 pounds of white flour. Food was the most pressing need at home. Even with the autumn harvest approaching, she doubted that the yield from their few acres would suffice for the family's needs. Upon inspecting the meager amount of money left in her pocket, she decided to purchase some sweets for her younger brother. In truth, it was not much, as the majority had been spent on grain. As she made her way home with the sacks of grain on her back, little did she expect to encounter her cousin on the bustling street. With her head bowed and the weight of the grain pressing down on her, she could hear Chun Dezhuang animatedly conversing with his 2 companions. Though his face was obscured from view, Moon Air could distinctly sense the exuberance in his speech, punctuated by the spittle flying from his mouth. "I told you we would have good fortune today. Soon, we shall indulge in a delightful meal, and I will treat you all." Moon Air felt a sense of confusion. Was it not said that this cousin was apprenticing at the blacksmith shop? Why was he not there, instead choosing to linger with these 2 individuals who, by all appearances, seemed far from diligent workers? As the trio moved further away, she resumed her leisurely walk home, knowing well that her elder relatives would manage her cousin. Over the years, she had developed little affection for these 2 cousins, having been bullied by them in her youth, and now they treated her as a stranger upon her return. Bai Xiaomei, upon hearing that her daughter had ventured into town to sell goods, felt a twinge of unease. However, she was also curious to see if her child had truly regained her composure. Watching her mother step outside occasionally to glance around, Pan Air nudged her younger brother, Bao Air, who was preoccupied with observing the chicks. "Are you certain that sister will be all right on her own?" Deep down, she too harbored doubts. Yet her elder sister insisted on going alone, leaving her no choice but to refrain from following. The little one had not even lifted his head. Indeed, sister was much improved compared to before. As long as she could remember the way, selling goods should pose no problem. Sister isn't foolish. She merely has a tendency to forget things, not wanting to wait any longer. Bai Xiaomei handed over the task to Pan Air, who, feeling agitated, decided to return indoors to weave. Keeping her hands busy might alleviate her restless thoughts. "Here she comes. Mother, my sister is back. I will go greet her." Pan Air darted out like a swift bird, taking the grain sack from Moon Air's hands. Even she was taken aback. "Sister, you carried all this back by yourself?" Moon Air nodded. "You take it. I'm utterly exhausted." "Bao Air, fetch some water for your sister. I bought sweets for both of you." Upon hearing of the sweets, Bao Air dashed into the kitchen, his short legs moving swiftly, momentarily forgetting about the chicks. Pan Air teased her sister. "You have no idea. Bao Air spent the entire day playing with the chicks. When I returned, he had no time for me. Now that he hears of sweets, look at him, so industrious." The little one proudly lifted his head, a radiant smile lighting up his face. "Sister, I missed you." "Not the sweets." Moon Air embraced her brother, gently caressing his small face. "Did I do well this time, Bao Air? I found my way back all by myself, and didn't get lost. You need not worry about me anymore." As Bao Air chewed on the sweets, he mumbled indistinctly, "Then I want to stay with you. Remember, If anything happens, you must call for me." Hearing that her daughter had returned filled her with relief. Bai Xiaomei steadied her heart within the confines of her home. Even while weaving, an undercurrent of anxiety persisted, for she was a mother, and her daughter was still quite young. It was not the fear of her child getting lost that troubled her, but rather the uncertainties that life might bring. Observing the three children huddled together, sharing sweets, a smile involuntarily graced Bai Xiaomei's face. "Oh, my dear girl, how time flies. In the future, it will be mother who sells goods, and as a young lady, it is not particularly convenient for you to venture out. Alas, if only your father were here, we would not have to bear such worries." As she surveyed the grains her daughter had brought home, Bai Xiaomei noticed white flour and moon. Her daughter thoughtfully explained, "Mother, let us reserve this for making pancakes or dumplings for our younger siblings. We can continue to subsist on wild vegetable porridge, but Bauer and Panner deserve better. They have not had the opportunity to enjoy good food during their childhood, and if we do not ensure they eat well now, not only will they fail to grow properly, but their health may also suffer. We need not rush in saving money. Opportunities to earn will come in due time." With tears welling in her eyes, Bai Xiaomei nodded, "In a couple of days, I will prepare something delicious for you." At first, her daughter seemed oblivious to the gravity of her words, but as she grew more aware, the sincerity of her sentiments struck a chord deep within Bai Xiaomei's heart. She felt a profound sense of indebtedness to her three children. Although Bauer, being a boy, received a tad more affection, he too had not tasted many delights. "Mother, you should have some candy too. It's quite sweet." Bauer offered a piece of the leftover candy to Bai Xiaomei. "Haha, I shall not indulge in such treats. They are too saccharine for my taste. Save them for yourselves. I will prepare your meals." The sweets were primarily enjoyed by Bauer and Panner, while Moon appeared to have little interest in overly sweet confections, likely due to the scarcity of such delights in her past. Noticing the broken flute that Bauer had carelessly tossed aside, Moon's curiosity was piqued. "Bauer, may I try using this? I wonder if it can still produce a sound." Panner suggested, "Sister, perhaps it can be repaired. If you find something to wrap it with, avoid cloth, as it lets air escape. Using some sturdy bulrushes may allow it to sound again, although it surely won't be as melodious as before. Do you know how to manage this?" Moon shook her head. "I just want to give it a try. Consider it a game. Once I practice, I will play for you both." But a poodle hair lips. Her expression tender. "Sister, when I earn money, I will buy you a fine one." As Panner gazed at the setting sun, she suddenly brought up Chindawa. "I wonder how our father is faring. We have not heard from him in ages. I miss him and wish for his swift return." Bao Ye nodded. "I too have been thinking about him. Sister, do you think when father returns, he will bring home a great deal of silver? It has been so long since he has been back." The moonlight playfully tapped her brother on the head. "Do you think our father is robbing others? Bringing back a fortune? A few taels would be quite sufficient. In truth, I fear that if our father earns too much, our grandmother will start to take notice again. We have finally settled into a few peaceful days, and I dread returning to those times of daily beatings." Bai Xiaomei, listening to the three children chatter from indoors, shared their concerns. She too was anxious, uncertain of where her two men were at this moment. It was the first time in all these years that her husband had been away for so long without returning. "Sister-in-law, are you at home?" Lin Xiaoling entered the courtyard and saw the siblings feeding the chicks. Although there was no lamp lit, the dimness still lingered. "Aunt, Comain, what brings you here this hour? Was the journey smooth?" Panner quickly rose to greet Lin Xiaoling. "Ah, I just found some time to visit. Where is your mother?" Bai Xiaomei, hearing Lin Xiaoling's voice, set down her shuttle and hurried outside. "Oh, sister-in-law, please come in. It's been a while since you last visited." Lin Xiaoling sat down and sighed. "Sister-in-law, have there been any updates about the third brother lately?" Bai Xiaomei shook her head. "I'm just as worried. I have no idea what has happened to them. A word from them would ease our anxiety, yet they remain silent, and we are left in suspense." As Lin Xiaoling spoke, she shifted the topic to the children of the eldest brother. "What? De Zhuang has stopped studying?" Lin Xiaoling nodded, exhaling deeply. "Indeed, that's the case. That boy is simply lazy, likely avoiding the hard work of blacksmithing. However, he returned injured, claiming his master had punished him. His grandmother was heartbroken upon seeing his injuries and immediately agreed to let him stop studying. Now, the old lady and the old man are at odds over this matter. It was the old man who had suggested the idea of blacksmithing. You know, De Zhuang is of marrying age now, yet he shows no signs of maturity. I truly do not understand how he has turned out this way, with no ambition whatsoever. Bai Xiumei huffed. He has always been like this. It is no surprise he has grown up this way. He was particularly cruel when he bullied our Yuer. He was even worse than outsiders. Looking back, I am fortunate to have separated from him. If we had stayed together, who knows what would have happened to the 3 children? What are your future plans? Will you continue living with them? As this subject arose, Lin Xiaoling too felt troubled. With my second brother, even if we desire to part ways, it is hardly feasible. The old lady would never permit it. How can we manage without mingling? I think once both daughters are married off, my situation will become inconsequential. I suppose I will just endure quietly. Lin Xiaoling raised her eyes and smiled at Bai Xiumei, her gaze filled with playful mockery. Sister-in-law, I have heard you have been earning quite a bit lately. That wild boar must have sold for a good price, hasn't he it? Bai Xiumei was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the truth. While she had been discreet, some details had inevitably reached others. Sister-in-law, your news travels fast. With a sigh, she lamented. What more can I say? Our family is in debt, and if we buy more grain and give gifts for the 4th wedding, what will I have left? It's already a blessing if we can manage to feed the children. Lin Xiaoling gently patted Bai Xiumei's hand and said, Sister-in-law, there's no need for you to bemoan your circumstances to me. I am genuinely happy for your well-being. However, it seems our mother-in-law has yet to find the time to address this matter. She has been preoccupied with Daju's wedding, and who knows when she might bring this up to cause trouble. You should be mindful of that. Bai Xiumei did not believe that her sister-in-law had come merely to share these thoughts. As she waited, Lin Xiaoling could no longer contain herself. Sister-in-law, I heard from our elder brother that he wants to start a business and is asking each household to contribute some funds. He and his wife plan to distribute the profits at the end of the year. I'm uncertain about the reliability of this venture, especially since your second brother is not home. I feel quite uneasy. Firstly, I don't have much money on hand, and secondly, who knows if they will succeed in business. Bai Xiumei sighed, Sister-in-law, I cannot say for certain. We must acknowledge that our elder brother is quite astute. The 4th is dedicated to his studies, while your second brother and our family Estahu are rather simple-minded. If it comes to business, both couples could manage. But you must ask yourself if it is worth the risk. We wouldn't want to create discord among the brothers. And how will the finances be managed? Lin Xiaoling frowned and sighed. The elder said that the household will contribute part of the funds. Each family is expected to pitch in, and those without money should borrow from their parents. After all, this is a collective business venture. If it proves profitable, the earnings will be shared. Sister-in-law, let me speak candidly. I worry that the elder couple might pocket all the money for themselves. It's truly distressing. Bai Xiumei recognized that such matters did not concern her household. However, Lin Xiaoling's concerns were not without merit. Sister-in-law, I cannot advise you. You must follow your own judgment. The Haven Tea specified what the business will be or where it will be located. Upon mentioning this, Lin Xiaoling felt even more uncertain. They said they want to establish it in the county, claiming that the small area in town isn't worthwhile. The county has more people, making it easier to earn money. The issue is that once it's in the county, we want to be able to monitor it closely. Who could tell if the business will thrive or falter? Bai Xiumei found it difficult to empathize with her sister-in-law's worries, as the situation bore little relevance to their family. If it comes to that, you should discuss it with your mother. I am without any ideas myself, and given that the old estate has consulted us, I feel even less inclined to involve myself. With this, Lin Xiaoling felt a twinge of regret. There is nothing I can do, until the old lady gives her word. No one dares to mention your family's affairs. Perhaps it's for the best, sparing us from the anxiety I've been feeling. Living a grounded life is quite sufficient. After Lin Xiaoling departed, the 3 siblings finally entered, holding hands. Yuezite, Mota, don't let yourself get worked up over such matters. It's better that we are not involved. Some things may seem like a grand opportunity now, but could turn out to be a pitfall in the future. It is wiser for us to keep our distance from such risks. Perhaps it's for the best that Father isn't home. Who knows? The moment he hears a call from the old estate, he might rush back there again. Panger furrowed her brows, her face reflecting a sense of disbelief. It seemed that the matriarch had utterly disregarded their status as a family. Fortunately, it was the second aunt who brought this matter to light. Otherwise, they would have remained oblivious to it. If one were to consider the matter deeply, the family share of the funds was indeed significant. Yet here they were, unwilling to engage with her. Who could possibly covet this situation? The second aunt, too, was rather inconsiderate. If she intended to exclude their family, she should refrain from discussing such matters in their presence, as it only served to sow discomfort in their hearts. Bai Xiaomei nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with the children's sentiments. This was merely gossip they could afford to dismiss. You two should wash up and retire for the night. I will weave a bit longer. This piece of cloth will be finished by tonight. When the market day arrives, we shall sell it. With your father away, we must strive to lead a good life. If one harbored no ulterior motives, how could it be otherwise? Though the family had split, they were still entitled to their fair share. Yet, the elders seemed to have completely forgotten them, especially in times of fortune. It appeared they had never cared for their well-being at all. Watching her mother walk away, lost in thought, Panger felt a surge of resentment towards Lin Xiaoling and the others from the old courtyard. They were living their own lives, yet they intruded on theirs with idle gossip, oblivious to the sorrow they caused their mother. Yuer, however, showed little interest in the matter. Even if she had wealth, she would not squander it on the old courtyard's inhabitants. Setting aside whether her uncle and aunt were involved in such dealings, she found their intentions opaque. Why complicate her own life with unnecessary troubles? Once her mother found peace of mind, all would be well. They should hasten to sleep. After ushering her younger siblings to bed, she sat under the moonlight, contemplating the flute, watching the light cast her mother's silhouette as she wove. Panger felt a twinge of restlessness. When would their family be free from worries about money and food? Closing her eyes, she reminisced about the experiences swirling in her mind. There were aspirations she wished to pursue, but could not, and opportunities within her reach that required capital. Yet, reflecting on the fragments of life she had yet to witness seemed to be an intriguing endeavor, akin to storytelling, albeit a personal recollection. When Bai Xiaomei emerged, she found her daughter seated in the yard, embracing a flute, a smile gracing her closed eyes, lost in thought. Yuer, come help me take down the fabric. We can start weaving again tomorrow with new thread. Bai Xiaomei's voice roused Yuer from her reverie. She rubbed her arms and replied, Mother, we should hang the tent tomorrow. The mosquitoes are already out. Bai Xiaomei had hoped to enjoy a few more tranquil days with the children. Who could have foreseen that after her elder nephew's engagement, the old matriarch would arrive at their door demanding not only retirement funds, but also provisions for her old age? Bai Xiaomei was truly troubled. Mother, the harvest has not yet come in. How can I provide you with grain? You know well how much you gave me initially. It's truly impossible to meet your demands at this time. Moreover, your son is still away working. I have no money to offer. To be continued. 64. The elderly lady was indifferent to the matters at hand, letting out a cold huff. Whether you agree or not is of no concern to me. When you initially separated, it was clearly stated that I would be compensated. Since we have not specified when this would occur, I demand it now. Even if there are no provisions, convert them into cash. If you lack funds, then procure them through borrowing. Regardless, I am in urgent need of money, so you must find a solution. Ultimately, you are bound to give it to me sooner or later, so this moment's delay is inconsequential. Were it not for my pressing circumstances, I would not be approaching you at this hour. Nevertheless, despite our estrangement, you remain my daughter-in-law, and these grandchildren are also of my lineage. Alas, I am left with no alternative. I shall wait here while you seek assistance. The elderly lady squinted her triangular eyes, firmly seated on the column, exuding an air of determination that she would not leave until she received what was owed. Bai Xiaomei, in truth, possessed silver. The funds from the sale of the wild boar had not been used for grain. However, she could not confess to having it at this moment, hoping instead to evade the situation. The elderly lady was in dire straits, urgently awaiting these funds for her survival, while Bai Xiaomei held onto the money as a precaution against potential family troubles, especially with 3 children to consider. Now, the creditor had arrived, one who could not be easily dismissed. With a sigh, she glanced at her 3 children, where entered with an inscrutable smile on her face. Despite the family's temporary lack of funds, Yet, if you insist on your demands, I shall ensure your satisfaction. Yuera beckoned over Panner and whispered a few words before casting a glance at Baishiome. Mother, you should go and borrow some silver. I will stay here with Grandma. The elderly lady was puzzled. She had not seen this foolish granddaughter in days, and now she was speaking in hushed tones. She shot Yuera a glare. What are you standing there for? Hurry and fetch me a bowl of water. You cannot even serve someone properly. Who would want you as a daughter-in-law? Whatever happened to the way your mother taught you? Yuera was well aware that the elderly lady had nothing pleasant to say. She had grown accustomed to such remarks and chose not to engage further, pulling her brother along. Bauer, you watch over the chicks. I will go fetch some water. The little one, feeling a bit indignant the elderly lady's words towards his sister, nodded tightly, clutching some millet to feed the chicks. Upon seeing the millet, the elderly lady felt a pang of anguish, recalling that it was she who had initially provided it, only to become estranged from those chickens after the separation. Bauer, what is the situation with that wild chicken in your coop? The little one cast a sidelong glance at the elderly lady. We have no eggs to trade for salt. We caught it ourselves. The elderly lady's eyes widened. What nonsense is this? You caught it? Oh, my grandson is growing clever these days. Bauer, go fetch 2 back for Grandma. They will be perfect for stewing for your grandfather. Yuera emerged with a bowl of water, and upon hearing the elderly lady's words, her expression immediately darkened. She lowered her head and spoke to her brother. Bauer, go find the lock, and tell them to assist you. Say that Grandma wants you to catch a couple of wild chickens in the old forest for side dish. Bauer hesitated, raising his head in confusion, unsure if his sister was instructing him to leave. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady pointed at Yuera and began to scold. You foolish child. You took your grandmother's jest seriously. Truly, you are a simpleton, unable to discern between kind words and harsh ones. No wonder you will remain a fool for life. Angered, Bauer stood up defiantly, declaring, Do not call my sister a fool. She is not a fool. Yuera felt a warmth in her heart at her brother's defense. The little one was not unappreciated. She patted Bauer on the head and gently remarked, Grandma, I might be the foolish one. If I were not, would you have scolded me for so many years? If it were your eldest sister, you would not have dared to speak so. I have been foolish for over a decade, and you know it well. So please refrain from such remarks in the future, lest I take them to heart. Her words nearly incited the elderly lady to leap up and strike her foolish granddaughter. Just as she was about to unleash another tirade, the village head, Gao Monsong, was shumen by Bonner. Ah, old sister, even after the division of the family, you remain relentless. Do you intend to completely render the child foolish? Or do you believe your Yuera is not foolish enough? I'm not speaking about you, but as an elder, you ought to bear some semblance of maturity. The child is already frail. Do you not fear injuring their spirit with your incessant words? I've heard you come seeking old age money and provisions. It has barely been a few days since the division. Is this truly your intent? The elderly lady ceased her scolding when Gao Monsong spoke, awkwardly leaning out the window. Village head, I'm left with no choice. If it were not for the urgent need for money, I would not resort to this. It is merely a matter of timing. After all, they will owe me eventually, so why not request it now? There are pressing matters at home. My eldest grandson wishes to propose, but cannot afford the bride price, and a young lady refuses him. We cannot delay his future because of this, can we? Furthermore, this is rightfully owed to me. I am merely requesting it a few months in advance. Gao Monsong shook his head in resignation, sighing, This is not entirely unreasonable. Yet it does force Xiaomei to borrow money from others. Well, since you are here, we must leave a written acknowledgement for the funds. Should your son return, he must understand the situation. Having this record will provide clarity. Following Gao Monsong was by Xiaomei, who watched as the village head produced a piece of paper. The elderly lady glared sharply, exclaiming, What is the meaning of this? Must I sign a contract to receive old age money from my son? What kind of law is this? Village head, I have never heard of such a thing. The moon shone brightly, but Yuera was filled with trepidation as Gao Monsong confronted the elderly woman. He tossed a piece of paper before her, saying, You signed for the silver, so take it. Otherwise, my mother will not part with it. Rest assured, no one would dare to purchase you. Given your condition, who would be inclined? Should you forget again and come asking us next time, what could we possibly offer you? Gao Matsang's expression was as solemn as the water's surface, for his words bore truth. Sister-in-law, I trust you recall the last time you borrowed money from someone. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman hastily elucidated, Village chief, I merely grew muddled in my old age. Who among us can claim to have a perfect memory? You cannot keep bringing this up. Initially, she attempted to evade the matter by claiming a lack of vermilion clay, but Yu'er was resolute. She used ash from the bottom of a pot to mark the woman's hand, pressing it down to leave an imprint. Observing the dark mark, she nodded. It appears quite legitimate. Mother, may I have the silver now? Gao Matsang interjected on behalf of the elderly woman. In principle, the price of autumn grain is distinct from that of now. However, your third daughter-in-law has stubbornly calculated the silver at today's rate. If one were to be frank, you have gained an advantage. In the future, refrain from asking for grain or silver during this period. Are you unaware of your third son's situation, or am I? As elders, we must maintain equity. Now that you have the silver, let us depart together. We must not delay Xiaomei and the others in their work. The elderly woman had initially intended to linger, hoping to procure some fabric, but upon hearing Gao Matsang's words, she dared not be too brazen. With a disapproving glance at Yu'er, her foolish granddaughter, she muttered a few quiet curses before contentedly making her way home. Holding the paper in her hand, Yu'er sighed, let us proceed with our tasks. This debt is settled now. Mother, does this matter relate to what Second Aunt spoke of? Bayer and Painter looked up at Xiaomei. I am uncertain, but it seems plausible. Otherwise, the silver in your grandmother's possession would have been used for your elder brother's betrothal gifts and wedding arrangements, leaving little behind. To conduct business in the county without silver is inconceivable. Nevertheless, this affair does not significantly concern our family. Should we lose the silver, we can earn it again another time. Chun Ping pouted, feeling a pang of loss for the hard-earned savings that were swiftly taken by their grandmother. Sister, will I still be able to save for my schooling? Yu'er, with a heart full of compassion, gently ruffled her younger brother's hair, assuring him, what I promised you shall indeed come to fruition, Painter. Now gather your things. I will take you both to the mountains to repair this flute. It may yet serve a purpose. Bayer cheerfully went to fetch a basket, exclaiming, perhaps we might catch a wild rabbit in our trap. Sister, the wild rabbits are quite plump. Look how large their bellies have grown. Bai Xiaomei glanced at the rabbits and remarked, indeed, it seems they will be ready within a day or two. You all go. I shall stay home to tend to the chicks. Remember to bring back plenty of grass. As the grass on the mountain grew wild and the weather became increasingly unbearable, the trio of Yu'er, Panner, and Bauer delighted in their escapades up the hill. Not only was the breeze refreshing, but they could also forage for food. Thus, the prospect of ascending the mountain was particularly enticing for Panner and Bauer. However, upon reaching the foot of the hill, they spotted their cousin Chen Dezhuang joyfully descending with several boys of his age, who, upon seeing Yu'er and the others, offered not so much as a greeting. Panner cast a disapproving glare at Chen Dezhuang's retreating figure, muttering, what sort of people are these? They treat us like strangers. From now on, we shall ignore him. What can we expect from someone like that? Yu'er, holding her brother's hand, shook her head, advising, it is wise to regard such individuals as strangers. Approaching them brings no benefit. Look at him. Despite his age, he shuns work, resembling a ne'er-do-well. Bauer, we must not emulate him. You are to be our support in the future. As you grow, you must protect our parents and your sister. Do you understand? Yu'er believed in instilling this mindset in children from a young age. After all, her mother had endured much to bring forth a son, and the thought of him turning astray would surely break her heart. Chen Ping nodded earnestly and declared, Sister, I promise I will not become like him. I will protect you, unlike him who bullies you. Panner shot her brother a sideways glance, asserting, you better remember that. You must safeguard us. I'm keeping count. The little fellow puffed out his chest, trying to appear manly, though his stature remained diminutive, giving off an impression of a child trying to act like an adult. Yu'er remained silent, listening to the two sisters chatter as they walked along, pulling up grass to feed the pigs, mindful that the requirements were not overly demanding. She reminded, remember, the grass for the rabbits must never be dew-laden. It can cause diarrhea, especially since they are pregnant. We cannot afford any mishaps. This wisdom was imparted to her by the doctor, and she made sure to pass it on to her brother. Having secured 2 wild rabbits as today's catch, Uera instructed the younger ones to gather firewood while she wrapped the damaged section of her flute with bulrushes, careful not to block the opening entirely. Otherwise, it would be unplayable. After a brief attempt at playing, the sound was far from melodious, yet it was audible. Despite her recollection of the technique, her execution lacked finesse, resulting in a performance that made both Bauer and Uera scrunch their faces, nearly covering their ears. Elder sister, perhaps you should practice tomorrow. It is said one cannot master playing in a single day. We wouldn't want to attract wolves from the mountain. Just then, as if summoned by Panner's words, a ferocious roar echoed through the forest. Bauer, startled, dropped the firewood and leapt into Uera's embrace, her small frame trembling. Elder sister, I am frightened. Not only Bauer, but even Panner's expression shifted as the roar seemed to reverberate right by their ears, nearly shattering their eardrums. Seeing her brother seek refuge in her arms, Panner nestled close, wordlessly conveying her own fear, which Uera could sense in her trembling form. Meanwhile, the laborers in the fields, upon hearing the tiger's roar from the forest, began to speculate. What is happening? Is the tiger on the loose? Another person remarked, that's not right. At this time of year, the mountains are teeming with wild beasts. Can a tiger truly descend from the mountains now? The others remained non-committal, insisting, regardless of the circumstances. We should return home and take shelter. Quickly summon your wife and children. Once trouble arises, it will be too late for regrets. Thus, the laborers in the fields instantly fled, seeking refuge at home, fearful that the tiger might come down to prey upon them. Bai Xiaomei, hearing the commotion, was terrified and dropped her shuttle, dashing up the mountain. For her 3 children were up there. She could not afford any misfortune. While others hurried home, Bai Xiaomei, in stark contrast, raced towards the mountain. A kind-hearted soul cautioned her. What are you doing, Dahu's wife? There's a tiger on the mountain. It could come down at any moment. Hurry back home. Bai Xiaomei, in her haste, replied, My children are still up there gathering pigweed. I must go find them. Upon hearing that the children from Shan Dahua's family were still on the mountain, although everyone felt anxious, none dared to take the risk at such a perilous time. You should call the children back quickly. The tiger is coming down, and it does not distinguish between people. It attacks anyone it sees. Hurry! At that moment, the moonlight enveloped the siblings, who clung to one another, and despite the fear, they felt a strange calm. Uera discerned that the tiger's roar was peculiar, sounding weaker with each call. Do not ask her how she could tell. She simply knew, as if her returning spirit understood such things. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she remained silent, waiting, for within the tiger's growl lay both fear and fury, suggesting that it was not only the tiger lurking in the forest, but something else as well, as the sounds of a struggle echoed in the background. Today is the last day for double monthly votes. Friends with votes, please do not hesitate to cast one. Thank you in advance. To be continued. Sister, what should we do? We must run. If the tiger emerges, we are finished. Although Panner was frightened, she had not yet succumbed to panic. Uera shook her head, listening intently to the sounds of the forest. Do not fret. It should be over soon. Did you not hear that the tiger's roar has ceased? Let's wait and see. At that moment, she also heard Bai Xiaomei's voice. Bauer's little head peeked out from Uera's embrace, her voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. Mother? Mother, we are here. Upon hearing Bai Xiaomei's call, Panner could no longer suppress her tears, and Uera sighed, patting her sister's hand. Perhaps after this fright, we will be met with a great surprise? Panner, with tear-filled eyes, looked at her sister in confusion. What surprise? If it doesn't come down to eat us, that would be enough for me. I would gladly forego any surprise to avoid this fright. It is too terrifying. I have heard tales of tigers consuming people since childhood, but now I truly understand. My legs still feel weak. At that moment, Bauer had already stood up, her little legs moving as she outstretched her arms towards the approaching Bai Xiaomei. It seems that the little one was quite frightened earlier. Upon seeing her mother, she burst into tears, gasping for breath. Bai Xiaomei could only comfort her son while walking towards her daughter. How are you? Were you scared? Come back home with me. Uera shook her head and pointed towards the woods. Perhaps I should go in and take a look. Bai Xiaomei's pale face was filled with disapproval. Yue, don't be foolish. The situation is perilous. A tiger could emerge at any moment. We must hurry home. Panner, standing nearby, urged her sister, let us return quickly. That's a tiger, not a rabbit. Even if there are spoils, they are not meant for us. Yet, Yue remained resolute, shaking her head. Mother, you take the younger ones home first. I wish to investigate. Do not worry, I would never gamble with our lives. I still have much to live for. Bai Xiaomei was unwilling to let her daughter go alone. However, seeing Yue's rare determination, she sensed there was something significant that her daughter knew. Grasping Yue's arm, she asked seriously, tell me, do you believe there is something suspicious inside? Yue nodded. I cannot say for certain, but it is undoubtedly unusual. I must see for myself. If I can find the tiger, our family may thrive. If not, she sighed deeply. Perhaps this is fate. Mother, I want to go in and take a look. I wish to send Bauer to school soon. The sooner I save enough, the sooner we can provide for our grandmother. So I want to test my luck. Upon hearing Yue's words, Bauer cried even more fiercely. I don't want my sister to go. I don't want to go to school. I want my sister to be safe. Seeing her little brother so distressed, Yue went over and embraced him. Looking earnestly into his eyes, she reassured him, Bauer, I promise you, I'll be fine. You wait here for me, all right? If there truly is a tiger, I will slay it with my axe, and I will definitely return safely. Do you trust me? The little one gazed at Yue with his big, glistening eyes. Seemingly influenced by her words, he wiped his tears and asked earnestly, Sister, can you guarantee nothing will happen? Yue smiled and nodded. Yes. I still need to send Bauer to school. I wish to see you grow up alongside us. I have yet to wait for you to protect me. How can anything happen to me? Rest assured, I will return shortly. Mother, you keep Bauer here. If anything happens, I will call for you. Bai Xiaomei wanted to follow her, but Yue stopped her. Mother, trust me. Stay with Panner and Bauer. I know what I'm doing. Bai Xiaomei hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, just be careful. It was not that she feared death. Rather, she could not help but worry for her two younger children. Moreover, her eldest daughter's confidence suggested that perhaps there was indeed a chance for a turnaround in this situation. Finally, amidst their anxiety and trepidation, the three waited until they heard Yue's call. Bai Xiaomei, disregarding everything, rushed inside, even forgetting to place her son down. Panner followed suit. Her sister was calling for them from within, and whether there was danger or not, they would face it together as a family. The circumstances within truly astonished several individuals. A giant python and a tiger lay lifeless. The python's belly had been gnawed and torn open by the tiger, its innards spilling onto the ground. It was likely that the tiger had been constricted to death by the serpent, for no visible wounds marred its body. Bai Xiaomei was left in a state of shock, standing frozen in place. Although the creature was deceased, fear gripped her, particularly given the python's immense size. She had never encountered such a beast in her lifetime. With a sudden thud, Bai Xiaomei collapsed to her knees, cradling her son and murmuring incantations to the snake deity, claiming that today's events were not their doing, and that the tiger should bear the brunt of any repercussions. Yue, with a wry smile, hastened to assist the two, frowning as she remarked, Mother, what are you saying? What deity? If it were truly a deity, the tiger would not have harmed it. It is merely a larger variant of a snake, not one we are accustomed to encountering. This is a python, undoubtedly larger than ordinary snakes. Do not overreact. You must help us devise a plan to transport the tiger and snake for sale. I believe the python's meat will be quite delectable. Bai Xiaomei gasped at Yue's suggestion. Fearful of the implications, we cannot partake in eating snake meat. We must avoid inviting trouble. Yue proceeded to extract the python's gallbladder, startling Bai Xiaomei, who trembled and shut her eyes in horror. Be careful, child. Bauer, however, watched with wide, curious eyes, unable to resist the allure of Yue's actions. Eventually climbing down from her mother's embrace to observe the intriguing python up close. Though fearful, Panner felt a surge of excitement as she circled the intact tiger multiple times, her eyes gleaming with thoughts of its potential value. How much could we sell this for? I've heard tiger skins are worth a fortune, and tiger bones too, not to mention the meat. Yue interjected with a chuckle. and the tiger whip fetches an even higher price, as does the tiger's blood. Mother, quickly summon Uncle de Chue and the others for assistance. Wait a moment. Bai Xiaomei hesitated, contemplating the implications of such a sight being witnessed by outsiders. Watching her daughter's troubled expression, she sensed they shared the same concerns. Yue, tugging at her hair in frustration, pondered, "What shall we do? We cannot move it ourselves, and if left here, other wild beasts will soon come." Suddenly, Panner brightened, her eyes sparkling as she proposed. "What if I borrow a cart, claiming we gathered too much firewood on the mountain and wish to transport back? Once we load the tiger onto the cart, we can cover it with grass and take it home, allowing the buyer to come fetch it from us." Yue felt torn, apprehensive about whether the tavern could accommodate such a large creature and uncertain of the tavern owner's disposition. "Mother, we must seek out Uncle de Chue. He is our only option." The moonlit night revealed a painful truth to Yue. The absence of companionship weighed heavily upon her, making her acutely aware of the watchful eyes surrounding her, which filled her with a sense of distress. Just as she and Bai Xiaomei were about to emerge from the forest, they heard the familiar voices of their men calling out their names. "Ha ha! Our saviors have arrived. Yue, your father and your uncle are here. We have assistance now." In that moment, Bai Xiaomei, like a young girl, beamed with joy. "The who? Bao Ning, we are over here." Upon their return, Chen Hu and his companions overheard the villagers discussing a tiger sighting near the woods. As they hurried home, a neighbor informed them that Bai Xiaomei had ventured up the mountain in search of her children, and it was uncertain if she had returned. Discovering the absence of their loved ones, the two men rushed up the mountain, fortuitously arriving just in time. In truth, Yue and Bai Xiaomei preferred to keep this matter discreet, not wishing for too many to know about their brothers and men's return. With the two of them present, what was there to fear? A tiger or a python? Chen Hu and his companion were momentarily taken aback by the news delivered by Bai Xiaomei. Bai Bao Ning, though shocked, quickly transitioned to exhilaration at the thought of a whole tiger, realizing the fortune it could bring if sold. He probably had never seen such a significant sum of money in his lifetime. Chen Hu, somewhat dazed, was led into the woods by his wife and brother-in-law. Upon seeing the python on the ground, he embarrassingly retched on the side. Bai Bao Ning, in disdain, nudged him. "Can you not manage? You're behaving like a child. Look at our Bower. She isn't like this. As a father, set an example for your son, will you? Hurry up, or the beast may catch the scent of blood and come this way." Chen Hu waved his hand. "Let me vomit for a moment. This snake reeks dreadfully." To be honest, he was indeed frightened. He could hardly bear to think of what would happen if the snake encountered his children or wife. Noticing Chen Hui's distress, Yue associated fool hiaplao. Turning to Bai Bao Ning, she inquired, "Uncle, do you know any wealthy individuals in the city who might be able to purchase an entire tiger? I doubt there are many in town who could afford it." Bai Bao Ning nodded thoughtfully, and surprisingly, a name came to mind. "I just thought of someone. I shall seek him out. Brother-in-law, I leave this to you. You all handle it, but try not to let anyone know. Otherwise, you might find your doorstep besieged." Yue handed him the snake awl, saying, "Take this. It's valuable. Also, see if anyone is interested in the python meat. If there are buyers, we can sell it. If not, we can take it home to cook." Bai Bao Ning smiled and nodded. "This is indeed a fine item. If prepared well, it can surpass even pork in taste. Just wait. I'm heading out to find someone right now." Bai Bao Ning had departed, and Bai Xiaomei conferred with Chen Hua, ultimately deciding to heed Panner's advice. However, the group first carried the tiger outside, refraining from venturing out themselves. They simply covered it with straw. Meanwhile, Yue and Panner procured vines to bind the python, and after several turns, they managed to transport it outside. "Alas, my dear mother, I am utterly exhausted," I exclaimed. "How is it possible that you women have become so fearless in such a short span? Have you lost all trepidation towards the tiger and python?" Bai Xiaomei sighed, her face a canvas of bitter mirth. "What good is fear? Does it translate into food or silver? Your mother came knocking on our door yesterday, demanding her pension and provisions for her old age. What are we to do? If we refuse, she will berate us daily. What options do we truly have? I can only venture out to lend her some money. Without taking risks, where shall we find the means to sustain this household? You know how little she has shared with us. I need not elaborate. Sigh, before we even earn back that money, we have already incurred debts. The meager earnings you have will hardly suffice for your mother's needs. How shall we manage in the days to come? If we do not take risks today, we cannot expect substantial rewards. Qindahua, mark my words. Should you speak of today's events to those in the old courtyard, do not say I did not forewarn you. Think it over yourself. What? You handed her the pension? Bai Xiaomei nodded. The evidence resides with our daughter. What is the matter? Do you not believe it? Or do you doubt your mother's capability to act thus? Chen Dahua lowered his head, unsure whether to feel ashamed of his mother's actions or not. His hands grasping his hair, presenting an uncomfortable sight. Yue Er, having regained her strength, approached and urged, "Father, hurry and borrow a cart. I will accompany you. If you struggle to speak, allow my mother to handle it." Bai Xiaomei firmly decided against letting Chen Dahua go alone. A man like him could easily encounter trouble, so she took Panner along instead. It was only then that Chen Dahua glanced up, questioning his daughter and son. "Is your grandmother truly demanding her pension?" Bauer pouted, casting a look of disdain at Chen Dahua. "Father, do you not trust us? Though I am young, I understand fully. The handprint is still in my sister's room, and the village chief was present at that time. If you doubt it, inquire with him." Chen Dahua, growing anxious, embraced his son. During his absence, he had genuinely longed for home and his children, especially the little one. "Bauer, it is not that I do not believe you. I merely think your grandmother might be in a difficult situation, leading her to act this way." The little one pouted, visibly displeased. "Father, my grandmother is not in any trouble. Second aunt said their family is starting a business without including us. Look how good my grandmother is to us. She never thinks of us when it comes to making money, yet she is the first to come running to us when she needs funds." Yue said Nilbai, observing her father with a sense of bemusement, pondering how best to describe him. Foolishly filial or self-deceptive? Chinda noticed his daughter's conflicted gaze fixed upon him and, mistaking it for longing, beckoned, "Come here, little one. Your grandmother has not given you a hard time, has she?" To be continued. Moon shook her head, realizing it was quite a challenge, for she had no intention of attending. Her uncle's wedding did not permit her and Panner to go, and in an effort to accompany the two, Bauer also refrained from attending. "My mother went to help with the chores for several days. Sigh, my dear grandmother truly cares for me, fearing the crowd might frighten me." Chindahai was not surprised by his daughter's transformation. Rather, he felt a pang of discomfort upon learning that the children were not allowed to partake in the feast. After all, what is a child for if not to enjoy a meal? His daughter had toiled at home throughout the year, yet now, with her brother's wedding, they wouldn't even spare her a meal. This left Chindahai, who had been somewhat conflicted, feeling quite dissatisfied. Bauer, recalling that her father was away earning money, was still preoccupied with this matter. Tilting her little neck, she asked her father, "Have you returned with money? Our food is running low, and mother says the crops from our fields might not be enough for us. What shall we do then?" Chindahai felt a secret relief, thankful that he was concerned about his wife and children at home. Had he followed his second brother back to the old homestead, he wondered if he could have retained his wages. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful towards those at the old courtyard. Everyone knew the children were on the mountain, and yet they felt secure enough to leave his wife to search for them alone without even checking in. Moon shifted closer, asking, "Father, did you earn any silver this time?" Chindahai nodded, pulling out his wages from his pocket. "Alas, I wish to return home to see you sooner. But the boat drifts upon the sea, and we cannot disembark unless the employer allows it. This should be enough to purchase provisions until the autumn harvest. We will find a way then." Bauer took the pouch of money and directly placed it in Moon's hands. "Sister, you keep it. If it gets lost, what shall we do? It's hard-earned. We must not lose it." Chindahai chuckled, rubbing his son's little face, only to notice that it seemed rounder. "What have you been sneaking to eat while I was away, Bao? Your little face has filled out." The little one proudly lifted his chin. "It's certainly not from sneaking milk. It's my sister who has been feeding me well." "Father, you have no idea how hard sister has worked and how difficult it has been for mother." Moon sighed inwardly, noting that although her younger brother was still quite young, he had become more sensible than herself due to the family circumstances. She patted her little brother's head. "Bauer, once we sell the tiger, I will send you to school." Following Panner's method, the couple took advantage of the darkness. loading hay and firewood onto the cart to transport the tiger and python home. Yet, Chundahai was resolute in not daring to stay in the yard with the python. Even if it was dead, just the sight of it sent shivers down his spine. If it weren't for the prospect of selling it, he would have truly hesitated to bring it home. It was too terrifying. However, upon returning home and taking a look around, he realized that many changes had occurred in his absence. They had raised rabbits and chickens. What is going on? Who has been so kind to our family to provide so much? With a pout, Panner exclaimed, "Father, your heart is truly vast. Who could possibly provide us with such things? Does anyone not know that wild rabbits and pheasants can be sold for silver? This was caught by my sister after setting traps in the mountains. She mentioned we should keep them for breeding, allowing us to continuously sell rabbits and sustain ourselves. Our aunt and grandmother have scolded us several times, urging us to share the wild chickens and rabbits with them, yet we couldn't bear to eat them ourselves. The eggs laid by the wild hens were reserved by my elder sister and mother for me and Bauer. Otherwise, how could we have recovered our health so well? Perhaps, at this moment, I would still be half-dazed. When the subject arose, Chundahua felt a pang of sorrow. The children had endured enough, and it was their own mother who had caused it. Let's not dwell on that. From now on, Father will take charge of feeding the rabbits. They're a fine choice, breeding quickly, far superior to our fishing ventures." As fate would have it, when Bai Xiaomei had finished preparing the meal, Bai Bounting had already returned, much to Weir's surprise at his speed. However, seeing the horse-drawn carriage outside, she felt a sense of assurance. Yet, no one was concerned about the reason for his swift return or inquired about the outcome of his outing. Bai Bounting looked at their eager faces and chuckled. "All right, no need to worry. The carriage is outside. Let's load it up. Today has been fortuitous. When I inquired at the tavern about snake meat, I happened to cross paths with the young master and a physician from Rinjitang in the county. Upon hearing I had a tiger, they immediately placed an order. Brother-in-law, we must deliver it to them promptly. The carriage was arranged by the young master. Let us hurry along." As Wer and the others emerged to assist, they recognized the driver of the carriage. He was the same attendant who helped them with transactions every time they sold goods. "Ah, this is your family? No wonder." Bai Xiaomei nodded in embarrassment, mentioning that today's events were rather urgent and promising to invite the young man for a meal next time, as they had often troubled him. The young man smiled. "Not at all. I and Bai Baodian were like brothers back then. Sister, you can always come to me for help." Though Chindawak did not listen closely, he discerned from his wife's tone that they must have frequently sold goods to the tavern. However, now was not the time for conversation. Everything was being loaded onto the carriage. Wer lamented how fortunate they were that the carriage was spacious enough. Otherwise, even these two items might not have fit. As Bai Baodian prepared to leave, Wer slipped some silver coins into Chandahua's pocket, advising him to get a cart made upon their return and to heed the uncle's counsel. Fearing the children would go hungry, Bai Xiaomei instructed Wer and the others to eat first, as today's events had exceeded everyone's expectations, leaving them both startled and exhausted, with empty stomachs. That evening, Bai Xiaomei stewed the rabbit meat, which was the one Wer had caught earlier, quite plump, while the other rabbit was spared and kept in a cage for care. This meal marked the first occasion for their family to indulge in their freshly acquired game. Chun Ping's small mouth was nearly glistening with grease as he savored the feast. Bai Xiaomei had placed the portions meant for her brother and the man back in the pot to keep warm, uncertain of when the two would return. So she decided not to wait any longer. Despite feeling somewhat fatigued, the women of the household found little inclination to sleep, their minds preoccupied with the potential worth of the snake and tiger they had captured. "Well, they sit here hid on you I slap," swinging her little legs playfully in the air. "Sister, do you think we can sell this for a handsome sum of silver?" Wer nodded in agreement, speculating that it should indeed fetch a good price, though she was unsure of the exact amount. "Mother, please mention this to Father later, but do not let it slip out. If we make a substantial profit, we should give some to Uncle so he can buy a piece of land. Sigh, if Uncle does well, we need not worry. It would also benefit our family. Beyond purchasing land, we could also stock up on provisions. Having an abundance is never a bad thing. Could I manage the remaining matters?" Bai Xiaomei hesitated, recognizing that this was no trifling sum. Yet, she considered that without a daughter, they might not have even caught a glimpse of such fortune. As inquisitive eyes turned toward her, Yue felt compelled to clarify, understanding that at her age, the family had not instilled in her the wisdom regarding finances. Mother, I wish to allocate some fund for my brother's education, and I have other ambitions, though I have yet to determine how to utilize them. However, I worry about leaving it with you, considering Grandma, Panner, supporting her sister, chimed in, Mother, you should agree. My sister is adept at hiding silver, and if the family requires anything, she will inform you. But if the money is truly in your hands, I suspect our lives will no longer be peaceful. Bai Xiaomei chuckled and ruffled her second daughter's hair. You silly girl. As if I wouldn't manage the finances. Yet, this silver is indeed a result of your sister's efforts, so let her handle it. However, even though this money is under your care, you must promise me not to squander it. While this windfall is indeed fortuitous, it is also our safeguard. In case of any misfortune, this silver will ensure that our family does not go hungry. Do you understand what your mother means? Seeing her daughter nod solemnly, Bai Xiaomei continued, I know you are a girl with great ideas, and I will not question your plans. However, you are a young lady, and I have shared with you what is permissible and what is not over the years. As long as your actions are not excessive, I will not interfere. As she concluded, Bai Xiaomei felt a sense of relief. The thought of handling such money made her uneasy, to the point where she might not even sleep well. Since this fortune was uncovered by her daughter, she would allow the girl to take the reins, knowing that if necessary, she and her husband could work harder to ensure the family would not starve. Yue secretly chuckled to herself. Although the silver had not yet been secured, her mother's thoughts were quite extensive. She felt a sense of happiness at having such an open-minded and indulgent mother. It was the trust and understanding bestowed upon her that struck her deeply. Her mother had not even inquired about her health's recovery and had boldly made this decision. Holding Bai Xiaomei's hand, her eyes glimmered with a touch of emotion. I shall not allow our family to find itself in the predicament you spoke of. In truth, Yue herself was still rather confused. Tigers and pythons were creatures of the deep forest, typically elusive to the common eye. Yet today, they had inexplicably ventured close, and astonishingly, the two prey had become entangled. She could not articulate the reason behind this anomaly, but a lingering thought crossed her mind. Could it possibly relate to the flute she had played? Dismissing the notion, she reasoned that she had only begun practicing with it today. Such immediate effects seemed implausible, even to her. Chen Dahua and Bai Bounning returned home in the dead of night, their pockets brimming with wealth. After dining out, they had hired a carriage, wary of any misfortunes that might befall them on the way, fearing that their hard-earned silver could vanish in an instant. Upon entering the house, Bai Bouning's smile was unmistakable. Sister, I never imagined you could conjure such a fortune at home. In all my years, I have never laid eyes on such a sum. Bai Xiaomei, well aware of the potential for selling silver, was nonetheless unaware of the exact amount. Grasping her brother's hand eagerly, she inquired, How much did you sell for? Please tell us. Chen Dahua leisurely produced silver notes and coins from his pocket. Here it all is. This 600 taels note is from the tiger's sale. This silver is from the python's meat, and this is for the snake's gallbladder. My goodness, we just returned home, and Haventy even had a moment to rest. What a hassle it has been. Thankfully, it was not in vain. We earned this money. Now, girl, fetch some water for your father and uncle. We need to wash properly. That snake was incredibly foul-smelling. I cannot fathom how anyone could enjoy such fare. Truly perplexing, how diverse human tastes can be. Bai Bounting playfully nudged his brother-in-law. You see, you are not aware. It is said that those from the north indulge in raw meat, while those from the south relish snake meat. Each region has its own customs. I believe snake meat must be delectable, likely akin to ribs with a delightful chew. Bai Xiaomei paid little heed to their banter. She collected the silver in haste, and, while her brother and husband bathed outside, entrusted it entirely to her daughter. Yue emerged with 10 taels of silver. This shall be kept for household expenses. The rest I will manage. You need not worry about Bayer's education. Bai Xiaomei found the 10 taels to be almost too much to bear, having never held such a sum in her life. In her hands, it felt as though it might be stolen away at any moment. Perhaps you should give me your father's wages, but I do not desire that, Moon said, shaking her head. This is intended for purchasing cattle for our family. We cannot always rely on our own labor for farming. That would be too exhausting. By acquiring cattle, we can let them till the fields and in our leisure, we can utilize the ox cart for market days, which would undoubtedly be more convenient. Furthermore, once Bao begins his studies, we might even need the ox cart to transport him. Without further elaboration, Moon and Pan returned home, leaving their uncle and father to discuss the recent events with their mother. Pan stretched languidly and remarked, "I feel so drained from a day that I can hardly move." "Sister, do you not feel as if we are dreaming? Is that money truly ours?" Moon chuckled softly as she tucked her in. "Oh, dear ancestors, let us sleep. I am weary as well." Pan, perhaps a bit too excited, took some time before finally drifting off to slumber, while Moon lay with her eyes closed, contemplating their next steps. In the other room, Chundahua, upon hearing that the silver was to be managed by the daughters, abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses? The child is too young, and in such circumstances. How could you let her handle such a large sum?" It was no surprise that Chundahua reacted this way. Anyone would think that Bai Xiaomei had lost her mind. Bai Xiaomei kicked her husband lightly and retorted, "You are the one who has lost your senses. My mind is as clear as day. I tell you, our child is destined for greatness. Do not underestimate my daughter. Without Moon, do you think we could have endured these recent hardships? Your mother has been exceedingly cruel." In her frustration, Bai Xiaomei revealed how the elderly woman had treated their child. Chundahua stared, wide-eyed in disbelief. "What? The child nearly drowned and was lost. And that was all my mother's doing?" Bai Xiaomei replied tersely. "Could that possibly be my doing? She is my own flesh and blood. I could not bear to harm her." Chundahua chose not to dwell on his mother's actions, but instead inquired about their daughter's condition. "So, does this mean our Moon is recovering?" Bai Xiaomei sighed, reflecting on past events. "You have seen the situation for yourself. This is how our daughter currently is." After pondering for a moment, Chundahua responded, "Well, she does seem to be speaking more than before. However, I do not perceive any other differences. My dear wife, I still think it is rather unwise to entrust the money to the child. Moon has only just begun to recover. We cannot be sure of her state. Moreover, no family would allow their child to handle such a vast amount of silver." Bai Xiaomei sighed again. "Do you believe the silver was earned by you or by me? Without Moon, our family would likely have only your meager wages to rely on, and there would be no wild chickens or hares in the yard. Do you understand that when others hear of a tiger, they flee home in fear? I too wanted the child to return home, but it was Moon who insisted on persevering, saying that if she were to lose her life, it would be fate. For what she has done, I deem it right to grant her this silver. Without Moon, the tiger and the python would have no connection to our family. I advise against attempting to reclaim any money from the children. I believe it is best to allow them to manage their own affairs. We may lack the means to provide them with a life of abundance, but I also do not intend to prevent them from finding their own solutions. Perhaps we will be fortunate enough to enjoy the benefits of our daughter's efforts. I know my child well. She will not squander her money frivolously. As for the distribution of this money, let us not overlook that Bai Xiaomei's child has diligently sold crabs and fish. Apart from purchasing sweets for her younger siblings, she has not indulged herself in any luxuries, which reassures me that she is quite sensible." Chundahua felt an overwhelming urge to tear his hair out. Their family had finally come into a substantial sum of money, yet his wife insisted on giving it all to the children, wearing an expression that suggested her reasoning was beyond comprehension. Realizing he could not persuade his wife, Chundahua sighed and conceded, "Very well. I shall leave it in your hands. Just ensure that no trouble arises with the children." Bai Xiaomei, however, maintained a light-hearted perspective. She turned to her husband and said, "You need not worry about the children. Your sole responsibility is to protect our 3 little ones. Alas, Yuer has endured far too much hardship in her early years. As her parents, we owe her this. If the money can bring her joy, then let it be so. We managed without money before, and we shall continue to do so now. Just act as though this sum does not exist." After a moment of silence, Chundahua remarked, regarding the money, "I will refrain from interfering for now. Nevertheless, your brother has put in considerable effort, and since we have an abundance, perhaps we should send some back with him. It is not right that we possess no land at home. I ask for nothing more than that when our children grow, their uncles might extend their support, and that would satisfy me. Also, should we not provide something for your mother?" Bai Xiaomei immediately objected. "You know well what kind of person your mother is. Are you feigning ignorance? Do you think she will be content with a small sum? If you give her a little, she will be expecting 10 times that amount. It is better to avoid unnecessary complications. Her life is quite satisfactory as it is. She has long forgotten about you as a son, and to seek her out now is simply beyond my comprehension. Moreover, I have not forgotten how she treated our daughter. Having grown weary of the conversation, Bai Xiaomei took their son and went to sleep, leaving Chun Dehua to toss and turn alone. He realized that an abundance of money did not necessarily equate to good fortune. Despite his exhaustion, sleep eluded him. Reflecting on his wife's words and contemplating his mother's past actions, he felt a profound disquiet. He silently reassured himself to disregard the turmoil and to continue as he had before. The following day, Bai Bounding was summoned by Yuer to a separate room, where the two spent the morning in discussion. Bai Bounding was astonished by how astute his niece had become. Previously, he had thought her mind somewhat dull, yet now she presented a series of analyses and action items that even an adult like himself would not have conceived. "Uncle," she said, "for now, these are the thoughts I have. Please make arrangements upon your return. Bauer will accompany you. First, let him enroll with his cousins, and thereafter, you shall proceed according to my instructions." Bai Bounding hesitated, pondering the reason behind it. Yuer had generously bestowed upon him 100 taels of silver as a means to establish his household, ostensibly for purchasing land. He had previously considered that his sister's family, having earned a substantial sum, would inevitably share some of it with him. However, he never anticipated such a lavish gift from his niece. This amount was staggering. Their family could scarcely accumulate such wealth, even if they refrained from eating or drinking for years. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to return and attend to his affairs, assuring her that he would reach out should any issues arise. Upon learning that her brother intended to take his son to their maternal home for schooling, Bai Xiaomei felt a pang of reluctance. Yet Yuer, ever supportive, urged her, "Mother, our maternal home is not far from us. We shall bring Bauer back to stay with us later. Let Panner and I handle this. Do not hold back your feelings." After some contemplation, Bai Xiaomei recognized the practicality of having her son study nearby, as the alternative would be even farther away. Little Chin's dream was finally being realized, but the young lad felt an undeniable sense of attachment to his home at this moment. Watching her brother being led away by their uncle, Yuer felt a profound sense of melancholy. Since her brother had begun to understand, he had always been by her side, akin to her shadow. Now, that shadow was embarking on a journey of education, and how could she not feel sorrowful? "Alas, mother, I too will miss Bauer," she lamented. "Panner, let us set out early this afternoon. Uncle mentioned that if the weather is unfavorable, Bauer may stay at their home, but if it is pleasant, a cousin will escort him back." Panner, perplexed, gazed at Yuer and inquired, "Elder sister, given that Bauer could reside at grandmother's, why must he return daily?" Grasping her sister's hand, Yuer earnestly replied, "Do you think I wish to put Bauer through such trouble? I want him to impart some knowledge to us. Though we are girls, we ought to learn to read. Otherwise, we might find ourselves at the mercy of others, counting silver for them. It is always better to learn than to remain ignorant." Panner, incredulous, pointed to herself and exclaimed, "Sister, do you truly intend for me to learn to read alongside Bauer?" Yuer nodded with a smile. "Why not? I will learn too." Panner, filled with excitement, leapt up and shouted to Bai Xiaomei, "Mother, sister is letting me learn to read." The exhilaration was beyond Yuer's ability to articulate. It seemed her sister had long harbored a desire to read, yet had kept it to herself due to their family's circumstances. Bai Xiaomei affectionately ruffled her younger daughter's hair, saying, "Your sister is only able to pursue this now because you're older and cannot accompany her in learning. Had you been as young as Bauer, you likely would have set off alongside him today." With a sigh, she reflected on her long-held wish, which was finally coming to fruition. When her elder brother's children were studying, she often wondered when Bauer would have the opportunity to do so, especially since her brother was still young at that time. Yet, even at 4 years old, their grandmother had not yet mentioned it. She had broached the subject once, but had been reprimanded by the family. Now, however, all was well. Bauer could finally attend school, as she mused about crafting a backpack for him. Bai Xiaomei rambled on, but the joy and excitement of their child's educational prospects shone through her words. She and Panner had found common ground, and as they made their way home, their conversation flourished, filled with shared dreams and aspirations. The moon hung low, its visage as somber as water. She was perplexed by her father's absence. Why had he not returned from the ancestral home at this hour? Had the customs changed, allowing him to share a meal with his son at midday? Unbeknownst to them, as soon as Chun Dahua entered the old courtyard, he was met with a torrent of harsh reproaches from his mother, Chun Fongshi. You wretched child, do you not see your mother before you? Do you forget you have a younger brother? What has become of our family? Your brother has finally wed. Yet you two are so consumed by greed that you disregard his marriage. What do you hold dear? Overwhelmed by his mother's scolding, Chun Dahua could only offer a wry smile to his brother, Chun Dajiang, who had already endured the same tirade the night before and felt powerless to intervene. With a downcast expression, Chun Dahua attempted to placate his mother. It is not that my brother and I do not wish to return, but rather we are unable. The boat is at sea, and one cannot expect everyone aboard to return simply because of our family matters. We are at the mercy of the owner, without his permission. We cannot dock. I have come to offer my apologies. Chun Fongshi glared at the two brothers, her anger slightly abated. At least you have some conscience. Yet you return empty-handed. What have you brought back? Chun Dahua wore a smile, though his heart was heavy. His mother had not inquired about their well-being. She immediately demanded offerings upon their arrival. Mother, what my brother and I have brought back is the same. Just some fish we caught and dried on the ship. If you desire, I can fetch you a couple of them when I return. We had little time to gather anything substantial, as we hurried home to avoid delays after receiving our wages. The old matriarch's heart softened slightly upon hearing her son's explanation. Well, I shall not hold it against you. I worry for you. With no news and your brother's marriage, it is only natural to be concerned. It is a relief to have you back. Tell me, my third son, did you earn well this time? The old lady's probing into her son's earnings made Chun Dahua uneasy. The brothers had previously agreed on their response. So he hesitated. I didn't earn much, really. Whatever my brother earned, I earned the same. Alas, after settling debts and purchasing food, we are left with little. The old lady furrowed her brow at this news. Chun Dajiang, observing closely, interjected, Mother, the third son still has work to do at home. Perhaps he should return first. We have ample time to converse. The old lady shot her second son a disapproving glance. What is the rush? You had just arrived. Let us sit and talk. And you, my third son, Moon is not a child anymore. She will soon turn 13. It is time for her to find a suitable match. Your wife seems preoccupied. She hardly considers matters of the heart. I have asked Aunt Hua to inquire on your behalf. I will inform you if I find a suitable candidate. Chun Dahua did not take this matter to heart. Indeed, children grow, and it is time for them to seek companionship. Nevertheless, he hesitated, recalling his wife's words that there was no hurry regarding marriage. Mother, please inquire beforehand and let us know if there are suitable prospects. If Xiaomei does not agree, I cannot acquiesce either. You are well aware of what kind of person your heir is. We cannot select just anyone, given the child's already delicate state. Choosing an unsuitable partner could ruin their life irrevocably. The old lady, growing impatient, waved her hand dismissively and said, I understand. After all these years, how can one still cherish that notion? Women must marry eventually, and whether the match is fortunate or otherwise depends on their fate. You know what kind of person your heir is. Can you really expect your daughter to find a handsome gentleman? That is hardly feasible. Rest assured, I have a clear understanding of the situation. Chun Dahua had been outside for the entire morning, feeling quite unsettled. Meanwhile, his sister-in-law began to make a commotion in the courtyard, prompting the old lady to step out in annoyance. What on earth are you doing? Even feeding a pig. You managed to make a racket. Lin Xiaoling rolled her eyes and replied, Mother, this pig simply won't listen. Can't you intimidate it a bit? Just as the old lady was about to scold her, unexpectedly, the second daughter-in-law suddenly bent over and began to retch. Chun Dajiang stared in confusion. What is happening? Xiaoling, are you all right? The old lady was equally taken aback when Chun Dahua suddenly remarked, Sister-in-law, you're acting just like Bao's mother did when she was expecting. His words snapped both Chun Dajiang and the old lady out of their stupor. Chun Dajiang began to fidget with excitement. Xiaoling, could it be that you were expecting? I'm be a father again. Quickly, return to the house and rest. You finally conceived. You mustn't overexert yourself. Mother, I'll go fetch a doctor to check on you. Without needing further prompting, he dashed out. The old lady frowned and muttered, "What woman hasn't been pregnant? Why are you so delicate? Go back and rest." Lin Xiaoling gazed at the old lady with a glimmer of unrecognized pride in her eyes. She could finally have another child. Perhaps this time it would be a son, alleviating the old lady's constant complaints about her inability to bear a male heir. Chun Dehua congratulated Lin Xiaoling a couple of times before stepping outside, feeling as though the atmosphere in the old courtyard was less cheerful than in his own home. Upon his return, he found that Bao had already left with her uncle, although he felt a pang of reluctance. He understood it was for the best for the child. He casually mentioned to Bai Xiaomei about the matter concerning their daughter. "What? The old lady has asked Anhua to find a match for Yuero? I cannot agree to that. How old is the child? Why the rush? She is still recovering. I intend to keep her at home for another 2 years. Do you think marrying is that simple? After marrying you, I worked tirelessly. I do not wish for my daughter to experience the same. It is best if you refrain from meddling in her affairs. It is not that I do not trust her, but considering all she has done for the child, I absolutely cannot consent to anyone she chooses." The moonlight filtered softly into the room as Yuer entered, her expression devoid of emotion as she reiterated her thoughts. "Father, I do not wish to marry. If it involves my grandmother's interference, I shall never consent unless I am dead." Chen Dehul found himself in a quandary. "My dear child, such foolishness. Marriage is an inevitable part of life. What girl does not marry? I assure you, I will not allow your grandmother to dictate this matter. Should an appropriate match be proposed, I will have your mother assist in considering it. However, truth be told, you are still quite young, and there is no need to rush. After all, this matter has not even begun to take shape, so why the urgency at home? Xiaomei, how fares the harvest? Have the weeds been cleared?" Bai Xiaomei nodded. "The children and I have finished that long ago. When will you return? I think it would be wise for you to gather more firewood while you still have the time. In winter, the children cannot venture into the mountains. Just look at the size of the tigers and pythons. The thought of the children encountering them frightens me. You take the 2 children to the mountains while I stay home to manage the household." Once these arrangements were made, Chen Dehul was resolute and set off with the 2 sisters. Panner, having not yet had the chance to grow closer to Chen Dehul, seized the opportunity to lead him to their fishing spot. "There aren't many fish, nor are they large. I reckon only you children would enjoy such catch. Aside from the bones, there is hardly any meat. If truth be told, the fish from the sea are much larger. Some are even bigger than our little pig." Chen Dehul, intrigued, began to recount tales of fishing in the sea. As Panna listened, she could only sigh softly. "Father, that is so dangerous. During the heavy rains, we were all worried about you, fearing a storm would arise at sea. We shouldn't engage in such activities anymore. Mother said that if we work diligently at home, we can lead a more stable life. The thought of you drifting at sea leaves us unsettled even in the safety of our home." Hearing Panner's words warmed Chen Dehul's heart. All the hardships endured while away from home suddenly felt worthwhile. "Ah, I think of you all often, reminiscing about your childhood." Yuer, with a bitter smile, remarked, "Father, did I not appear particularly unappealing in my youth?" Chen Dehul took her hand and replied, "Nonsense. You were quite lovely as a child." Recalling their youthful days, Chen Dehul became animated, sharing stories with the children as they wandered into the woods. However, Yuer fell silent, for she remembered all too well the harsh words and reprimands from the old woman, which seemed to be a daily occurrence. With a sigh, Chen Dehul lamented, "It is my inadequacy that has led to this. While your grandmother's treatment of me may not be justified, she is still your elder. Do not harbor resentment towards her." Yuer's cold voice pierced through the air. "I hold no resentment, for in my heart, she is less than a stranger. Had it not been for my strong will to live, I would have perished several times over. I suspect by now, you have forgotten that you once had a daughter like me." Panner, initially taken aback, soon comprehended the depth of Yuer's meaning and nodded in agreement. "I concur, Father. You cannot compel us to cherish grandmother unless she genuinely holds affection for us and treats us kindly. Otherwise, why should we? She berates and strikes us daily. Should we merely extend our faces for her to continue her assaults? Are we foolish?" Regarding what Chen Dehua said to his daughter, he cannot defend himself before the children, for their grandmother, as they have stated, is rather biased. Even he, as her son, sometimes perceives her favoritism. Let's not dwell on this, my dear. You, my girl, always seem to have a plethora of excuses. Henceforth, do your utmost to avoid provoking your grandmother's ire. Chen Dahua's daughter understands this well. The eldest is aloof, while the second is as fiery as a chili pepper. Neither is easily swayed by him. If he wishes for the children to show filial piety, it seems that their mother must first exhibit some warmth. Otherwise, these two children are unlikely to change. Yuera assisted Chen Dahua in gathering firewood, while Panner busied herself with fodder for the pigs. Although the three of them exchanged few words, Panner could still sense the comfort of having their father present. At least they felt secure. When Yuera felled a tree, she noticed something peculiar atop it. What is this? She wondered. Chen Dahua approached, glanced at it, and, perplexed, suggested it might be a spider's web, adding that it would not hinder their firewood collection and they should disregard it. However, Yuera did not heed his advice. She crouched down to examine it closely and, to her surprise, a memory surfaced in her mind. This is called wax flour, she realized, and it can be used to make wax. Oh, I never expected that our excursion would yield such a bountiful discovery. Father, come quickly. As Yuera laughed, Chen Dahua and Panner hurried over. The girl rarely smiled. When she did, it was often due to something significant, and Chen Dahua felt compelled to investigate. Pei, too, was curious. Her sister seldom laughed, yet when she did, it surely signified good fortune. The little girl, brimming with excitement, turned to Yuera. What good news do you have? Please share. Yuera wore a proud smile, presenting the discovery to her sister like a treasure. Look, Panner, this is white wax flour. We could take it home to make wax or sell it for silver. It's all benefits, no drawbacks. Chen Dahua found it hard to believe that while merely collecting firewood in the forest, they could stumble upon such good fortune. Even a spider's web could yield silver? What situation? He felt bewildered. Was he growing old? Or was it simply that he did not recognize this? He knew of candles, which were luxuries for wealthy families. How could they, from a poor household, afford such things? Panner, however, saw nothing amiss. Her elder sister claimed it could be sold, so it must be true. She held unwavering trust in Yuera. Chen Dahua, on the other hand, was skeptical. Are you certain, my girl? Can this truly be made into wax? With conviction, Yuera nodded. If you doubt it, we shall test it when we return home. If it works, splendid. If not, we lose nothing. Father, Panner, hurry and find more of these trees. Let's use sticks to gather the wax flowers. Upon their search, the group was astonished to discover an abundance of wax flowers nestled within the woods, many of which appear to be quite aged, entwined among the branches. The men, momentarily abandoning their wood-chopping duties, found themselves captivated by the allure of gathering wax flowers. This was no mere activity. They were in essence amassing wealth. The thought of transforming their labor into shimmering silver invigorated Chen Dahua more than anyone else, even surpassing the enthusiasm of the two sisters, Yuera and her sibling. As fatigue set in, Banner rubbed her sore neck and remarked, "Sister, this won't do. We ought to find a more suitable tool. If we continue at this rate, we may not be able to walk properly tomorrow." Yuera echoed her sentiments, massaging her neck as she glanced at the overflowing basket. She called out to Chen Dahua in the distance. "Father, shall we return for now? Let us examine what we have once we get back, and if it proves to be what I believe, we can return to gather more." Chen Dahua, equally weary, paused upon hearing his daughter's voice. He collected the wax flowers from the branches before making his way over. "All right, let us return and test our findings. It would be unfortunate to toil all day only to discover our efforts were in vain. Wait a moment while I bind the branches. We shall head back." In the meantime, Yuera assisted her sister in tidying up the grass. Bai Xiaomei, noticing the peculiar expressions on the men's faces as they returned, inquired with curiosity, "What happened? Did you stumble upon silver in the woods? Why does everyone wear such mischievous grins?" Banner, with a cheeky smile, replied, "Mother, you mustn't misinterpret our expressions. We are simply smiling in the light of our honest endeavors." Chen Dahua rubbed his hands together, unsure of how to proceed. "My dear, look here. This is what our eldest daughter suggested we gather, claiming it could be sold for money. Now we find ourselves engrossed in this task. My daughter, how shall we proceed? Please instruct your mother." Bai Xiaomei frowned slightly at the sight of the white objects in the basket. What are these? Why are they this color? Yuer, do you know? With a raised eyebrow and a joyful expression, Yuer replied, Mother, lend me a hand and fetch that old pot. We shall use it for boiling, and then you will understand what it is. She refrained from further explanation, but once they witnessed the wax flowers slowly melting into liquid within the pot, Chen Dahua was taken aback. I never anticipated this substance would melt. Yuer, it seems this indeed could be the wax you mentioned. Following her sister's instructions, Banner retrieved a bamboo pole. Yuer filled the first pot with a liquid, placing cotton string inside. Once the mixture solidified, she extracted the wax column from the pole, allowing Chen Dahua to cut into segments. Then, using a flint, they ignited the exposed cotton string. Under the eager gaze of all, the wax column illuminated, casting light that brightened both the room and their hearts. My goodness, this is truly remarkable. This substance can be used as an oil lamp? Bai Xiaomei exclaimed, while Chen Dahua let out a heavy sigh. My daughter, when have you ever been wrong? Yuer, what do you propose we do next? For the first time, Chen Dahua felt he should regard his daughter with newfound respect. Which foolish child could recognize such a thing? His daughter, was certainly not lacking in intelligence. To articulate it in the words of the elders, she spoke little, yet her wisdom was profound. At that moment, Chen Dahua, the father, appeared less like a parent and more like a man who was uncertain of what to do with this newfound discovery. Yuer chuckled, Father, it has all melted. Let's check if the pharmacy buys it. This substance has many uses. It can be used in medicine, made into candles, or even utilized as lacquer. We should proceed. There will be no difficulty in selling it. Bai Xiaomei was eager to make her own wax, while Yuer merely cautioned her to be careful not to burn herself before stepping back from the task. Meanwhile, Chen Dahua and Panner had fashioned a sickle tied to a stick for easier handling. With their tools prepared, Chen Dahua began to pace anxiously. Bai Xiaomei noticed her husband's demeanor. Having been married for so many years, she could certainly perceive that he was preoccupied with something. As she stirred the wax in the jar, she inquired about his thoughts, wondering if he was contemplating matters concerning the old courtyard. Chen Dahua responded with a sheepish smile, a look that conveyed, you understand me. However, Bai Xiaomei was not inclined to indulge him, stating, this matter is not for me to decide. You should consult our daughter. It was Yuer who discovered it, and the young lady has no objections. Chen Dahua hesitated, aware that his eldest daughter did not harbor much affection for her maternal relatives. Allowing those from the old courtyard to become involved would inevitably lead to sharing the profits, a notion he was uncertain about. Still, in an effort to gain favor, he slowly proposed, Yuer, your second aunt may be pregnant. If we could find a way for the family to earn more money, at least your second uncle would not be in such a predicament. Should I go seek him out? Without a moment's hesitation, Yuer replied, sure. Chen Dahua found himself taken aback by her swift agreement. Children were not supposed to be so easily compliant. He was momentarily unprepared for her response. Yuer giggled, Father, what are you thinking? It's merely about letting Uncle earn money alongside us. It's no big deal. Besides, Uncle has always treated us well, unlike some who would revel in our misfortunes. We ought to lend a helping hand. After all, everyone faces difficulties at times. Bai Xiaomei observed her husband's expression and spoke with a teasing tone. Have you underestimated the child? Let me tell you, children are the most perceptive. They understand who treats them well. Let us invite your second brother to join us. Chen Dahua, filled with excitement, agreed and turned to rush outside. Just then, Chen Dajiang burst in, equally exhilarated, exclaiming, Old third, your second sister-in-law is pregnant. Chen Dajiang seemed to be overflowing with excitement, seeking someone to share his news with. Upon seeing his younger brother, he grasped Chen Dahua's arm and eagerly announced the revelation. Bai Xiaomei paused her work, her interest piqued. Finally, second brother, you must ensure your sister-in-law gets plenty of rest and minimizes her workload. It took so long for her to conceive. We cannot let anything go awry. Chen Dajiang nodded vigorously. Isn't that the truth? I am counting on your sister-in-law to bear me a son. But my mother was scolding me early this morning over this very matter. I find myself envious of your current circumstances. Those who possess more should generously share with the elderly. Those with less should refrain from excessive giving, sparing us the burden of overthinking. We toil day in and day out, our efforts seemingly fruitless, and at the end of the year, not a single coin graces our hands. It is not merely your second sister-in-law who feels this way. Even I, in my heart, sense a profound emptiness. Chun Dahud casually inquired if his sister-in-law was unable to contribute any longer, suggesting that the household chores could not solely rely on the two daughters. Upon mentioning this, Chun Dajiang sighed deeply, for this very matter had caused a confrontation between his sister-in-law and mother earlier that morning. Alas, we are all family. Whether one works more or less should not matter. However, now that we are all together, your sister-in-law's grievances are understandable, especially since the other sisters-in-law have ventured out. It is no wonder your second sister-in-law voices her discontent. Even when we manage the fields and find moments of idleness at home, we venture out to earn a living, and our contributions are not inferior to theirs. It was rare for Chun Dajiang to express his opinions on domestic matters, leaving you intrigued as she listened attentively. Bai Xiaomei shot a glance at her husband, silently urging him to take note of how their second brother handled the situation. Chun Dahud contemplated for a moment and suggested that if possible, they should divide the responsibilities. If they do not, then let the younger siblings return home. This way, household chores would be shared, and they could continue to draw food from the family. In essence, nothing would be saved in the end. Indeed, your second sister-in-law's thoughts hold merit. Calling everyone back would ensure fairness, allowing everyone to feel more at ease. Bai Xiaomei scoffed, expressing that while this is their perspective, others may not share the same willingness. Watch and see, I find this matter rather enigmatic. You, and Pan, exchanged knowing glances, both acknowledging the complexity of the situation. It was not as easily resolved as they had imagined. However, recalling their earlier days in the household, they could not help but feel a sense of amusement at the unfolding drama. When they had been the ones working, no one had complained about fairness. Now that the tables had turned, they realized the challenges of maintaining a household. Yet, Ewer found herself contemplating the previously taciturn second uncle with newfound curiosity. She had not recognized before that her second uncle was indeed a caring husband and father. She cast a fleeting glance at her own father, Chun Dahud, who lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat sheepish under the scrutiny of his wife and children. Had he truly fallen short in his duties? Before his thoughts could meander further, he recalled the task at hand and eagerly pulled Chun Dajiang aside to discuss the matter of wax flowers. What? This is used for making candles? Chun Dahud nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we've tried it. Second brother, look here. Isn't this quite radiant? You seem to have little to do at home. Why not join us? As for the earnings, I shall leave that to you. Whether you contribute to the household or keep it for yourself is beyond my concern. It was a rare occasion for his younger brother to express such sentiments, warming Chun Dajiang's heart. I think that sounds splendid. Let's not delay. We should get to work promptly. I will return home to inform your sister-in-law, and will come find you shortly. As Chun Dajiang departed, Bai Xiaomei cast a sharp glance at her husband. Look at how even Erge has taken charge. You should take a leaf out of his book. It's not that we wish for you to neglect your elders, but you must also consider the younger ones at home. Observe how Erge cares for his wife and children while they toil away. Who showed us compassion when we were in need? Ewer and Panner, those young girls, are laboring in roles typically reserved for boys. Have you, as their father, shown them any sympathy? Have you ever spoken a fair word on their behalf? Don't think I'm always scolding you. Look at Erge and reflect on your own actions. To be continued. Chun Dahai, this time, fell completely silent, his mind racing with contemplation. What had he been doing all this while? In truth, he found himself somewhat overshadowed by Erge's actions today, admiring him in secret. The brothers shared similar temperaments, yet Erge had the courage to stand up to their mother for the sake of his wife and children. Shouldn't he too learn from that example? Chun Dahai hesitantly suggested, why not send a word to your family, inviting Bowning over to earn some money? Ewer raised an eyebrow in response. But Uncle has his own responsibilities. He surely cannot come. Besides, with little Uncle gone, there are hardly any hands available at home. It might be best to let it be. We cannot predict how much we can gather or what we could sell it for. There will be time to call them when more lucrative opportunities arise. In truth, Bai Xiaomei had contemplated summoning her family, but given her daughter's remarks, she hesitated. Although she wasn't entirely certain, If the children believed their uncle could not come, it was likely true, especially after such a lengthy conversation between the two cousins. Very well. If they cannot come, they cannot come. If you do not leave soon, the day will slip away. On this occasion, Chun Dajiang had not only come alone, but had also brought his two daughters to assist. I told our mother that I would take the two children up the mountain to gather firewood, as Yuer prepared to depart. She reminded Panner not to forget to fetch Bauer. With more people venturing up the mountain this time, it was unnecessary for the youngest sister to accompany them. No amount of silver was worth more than their brother's well-being. Upon reaching the mountain, Chun Dajiang experienced a revelation. Why had we never noticed this before? Chun Dahai sighed. Even if we had seen it, we likely wouldn't have recognized it. Thankfully, Yuer knows what to look for. Regardless, earning money is what matters most. Chun Dajiang was too preoccupied with thoughts of profit to inquire why his niece was knowledgeable about such things, and thus, the brothers worked with great vigor. The three sisters searched beneath the trees for accessible spots, where they could gather enough for their needs. He Hua and Xing Hua lamented the trials and frustrations of recent times. Perhaps you should consider splitting from the family. Otherwise, if grandmother does not speak up, you may find yourselves at a loss. He Hua sighed, voicing this sentiment, but given grandmother's demeanor, I doubt that will happen. Even our aunt has been ordered by her to work. As for the events transpiring at the old residence, Yuer merely listened. One should refrain from expressing excessive opinions, remaining as they always were. Chun Hua and Chun Xinghua regarded their younger sister as unchanged. Thus they freely shared their innermost thoughts without much reservation. This cousin was quite discreet, not because she was tight-lipped, but rather because there was no one for Yuer to confide in. Each family busied themselves with their own affairs. However, when it came time to return home, Chun Dahua instructed the second son to manage things at their residence, and Chun Dajiang did not refuse. Once everything was prepared, they stored it in the barn of the younger brother's house. When Chun Ping returned, the little one was visibly excited upon seeing Yuer, chattering animatedly about his experiences at the academy. Sister, the teacher has given me books, and uncle has already provided the silver to the teacher, saying that I will pay for it myself next month. By the way, mother mentioned that you made wax flowers today. What are they actually used for? With a cheerful smile, Panner presented the wax they had crafted that day. Bao Bao, look. As Bao Bao observed the flickering candle, he initially felt a bit disoriented, but soon his surprise turned to joy. Sister, does this mean our family no longer has to worry about the expenses of lighting oil lamps? Yuer offered a bittersweet smile, affectionately patting her brother's head. Indeed, we need not worry about that anymore. Bao Bao joyfully ran and jumped around, even causing Bai Xiaomei to feel a pang of bittersweet nostalgia. Addressing Chun Dahua, she remarked, just look at how happy the children are to have a light at night. What kind of life did we lead before? After Bao Bao's exuberance faded, he recalled that he wanted to teach his sister to write. The three siblings gathered around the light, using sticks to trace out characters on the ground. Although Yuer recognized these characters in her mind, she chose not to vocalize it, treating it as a review session for her brother, adhering to the adage that one learns by revisiting what is already known. Mother, my cousin said he will bring me back in the future, and that you should not go with me. He mentioned that now the crops have sprouted, it is unsafe for a girl to be out. Bai Xiaomei considered this suggestion favorably, responding, very well, you should mention it to your cousin tomorrow. The atmosphere in the old courtyard was more tense compared to the third household. The second daughter-in-law was pregnant and had ceased cooking even dinner. While the old matriarch felt anger, she found herself unable to confront the second daughter-in-law during this time and had to prepare meals alongside her granddaughter, all the while ruminating on familial matters. You see, she has children of her own now, and yet here I am still serving them. What kind of fate is this? After dinner, she conferred with her husband about summoning the other two daughters-in-law back home. Chun Mushing exhaled a couple of puffs of smoke, sighing, you should not have allowed them to leave. What business do women have out there? Men are meant to work outside. They seem to enjoy a life of leisure, no longer having to tend to the elderly. If they were from a wealthy family, they would be expected to serve the elders. It is better to bring them back. If they stay away too long, their hearts may change. The old matriarch sighed, a hint of melancholy in her tone. At the time, I thought their going out would allow them to care for our son. Who could have foreseen this day? No, We cannot allow them to become wild horses without reins. It is time to put them back under control. The old gentleman smiled knowingly, acknowledging that it was about time. Regardless of whether it was the elder daughter-in-law or the eldest son's wife, it would be a challenge to unite those who have ventured out, especially the elder daughter-in-law. She requires careful management. By the time Shiomei and the others learned of this news, the fourth daughter-in-law and the eldest daughter-in-law had already been forcibly summoned back by the old matriarch. However, it was said that the excuse the matriarch used was so amusing that even Yuer could not help but laugh. "Oh, my grandmother is indeed a character. Feigning illness while lying on the Kong. How could your aunt and little aunt not return?" Alas, fortunately, the division of our family was rather sudden. Otherwise, reflecting on this matter now feels somewhat surreal. I am merely concerned about your father's situation. Upon hearing the gossip relayed by her second sister-in-law, Shiomei shared it as a jest with the children. Panner sighed nearby, remarking that only my grandmother could act in such a manner. Nonetheless, I believe their return may not necessarily be a misfortune. At least my grandmother need not worry about her family. "Mother, do you think my father and second uncle will manage to sell that wax today?" Shiomei felt uncertain, glancing at her eldest daughter who was busy melting the wax. "Do you think your father and the others are capable? I hope they won't be deceived." Yuer, stirring the mixture nonchalantly, replied, "What is the big deal? Every endeavor has its first time. Furthermore, they are grown adults. They must learn the art of business. We can't keep relying on the women of the household for every undertaking. Let them have a try. If it doesn't work out, Panner and I can venture out again." To be continued.